Chapter 1 Effort System, Hard Work Will Be Rewarded. Fasno Province. Nodding City. The rising sunset glow seems like a pair of skillful hands weaving brocade, mixing the gorgeous colors, like a dream. Dian Village, backed by Dian Mountain, has been farming for generations. It was dusk, and smoke rose from every household, beautiful like a painting. Ming, are you helping Uncle Brin to collect firewood on the mountain again? Yet. Hehe, you are delicate and tender, and the blind bears on the mountain like you the most. Uncle Dashan, there are no blind bears on the mountain. Tap, 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 the boy turned around and smiled, without any fear in his clear eyes. The boy has very white skin and ordinary small hair on his head. Big eyes and round face, childish, but with a calm look that shouldn't be seen at this age. He carried a bamboo basket on his back, which contained some dry twigs and pine needles, which could be used to start a fire. The boy was only 6 years old, and the bamboo basket was almost as tall as him. When he walked, his wobbly body looked funny, which made the villagers tease him. Carrying the fruits of his labor, Su Ming staggered back home. 3 small wooden houses, the yard was swept clean, without fallen leaves and weeds. There was a stone mill at the door, and a black donkey was eating food in the trough next to it. Grandpa, I'm back. Putting the basket next to the firewood, Su Ming shouted towards the kitchen, and the curtain was drawn. After opening the door, Grandpa poked his head out of the kitchen. He was dressed in grey plain clothes, thin, hunched over, and his wrinkled face was not ugly but kind and gentle. Go wash first, the meal will be ready later, with your favorite eggs. Oh! With a knowing smile, Su Ming obediently came to the stream in front of his house. The rushing water was clear and transparent, and 2 small hands scooped up the water and applied it to his little face. The stream water was clear and cool. Su Ming rubbed his face, wiped his clothes again, and the daily face washing was completed. When Su Ming came back, the fragrant rice was already served on the table in a wooden basin. 2 dishes of side dishes, 2 scrambled eggs, plus a few sweet potatoes. This was the dinner for Su Ming and his partner. But even so, it was better than half of the people in Dian village. Grandpa Bulin was a bamboo craftsman in the village, hardworking and capable, and he basically had no worries about food and drink with this craft. Okay, you are growing up, keep it for yourself. I have another one. He stuffed the egg into his grandfather's bowl, and under the latter's gratified eyes, Su Ming came to the door with the bowl. He likes to sit on the steps of his house and watch the sunset. Perhaps only the sun and the moon are the most similar to the past. Clear eyes flashing with afterglow, Su Ming looked at the sun, and a touch of reminiscence gradually appeared on his little face. He is not from the Douluo world, but from the earth, and accidentally traveled here. Luckily, he was picked up by his grandfather. He spoiled him as his grandson and took care of him meticulously. Su Ming also respected Brin, a tough and kind grandfather. Minger, I heard from the village chief that a soul master will come to our village in a while. Grandpa wants to ask you, do you want to go to school to study? With some magnetic words, heavy and powerful, Brin walked out. Looking at Su Ming's back, his deep eyes were filled with reluctance and expectation. He didn't want this adopted grandson to stay with him in this small ravine. In his opinion, the wonderful world outside was the best. But when he heard this, Su Ming was stunned. He naturally knew who the so-called soul master was. But becoming a soul master is not that simple. Grandpa, you want me to become a soul master, right? Seeing his grandson's face so calm, Brin couldn't help but frowned his white eyebrows. He came to Su Ming and sat down with him without haste, explaining earnestly. Child, soul masters are extremely noble and are everyone's dream. As long as you become a soul master, you can change your destiny. Look at our village. Brin said a lot of words, and every time he mentioned the word soul master, his eyes were always hot. In order to arouse Su Ming's interest, he even didn't miss Su Ming's future marriage and children. Especially the words marry more, Su Ming almost spit out a mouthful of food. After wiping his mouth, Su Ming said with a bitter face. Grandpa, becoming a soul master is not that simple. There are so many people in the villages around us, and we haven't seen many soul masters. Don't you think it's strange? Is there something fishy here? Bulin looked at Su Ming in astonishment, because there were indeed few soul masters in the nearby villages. Su Ming nodded. Based on my observations over the past year or two, I think the potential of soul masters is born, and the descendants of soul masters are more likely to become soul masters. And it is basically difficult for ordinary people to become soul masters. Boom! Bulan's face changed drastically, and his bright eyes dimmed a lot. This is there such a saying? Bulan looked stunned and couldn't believe it. He had heard about the beautiful life of soul masters, so he naturally didn't know that martial souls came from blood. But seeing Su Ming nod, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew that he was more mature than his peers and couldn't lie to himself. Mud-legged boy, you are born shorter than others. He said this in a self-deprecating way. Bulan dragged his hunched body back to the wooden house, his back was lonely and desolate. Seeing this, Su Ming also sighed helplessly. As a time traveler, he wanted to become a soul master. But the original book told him that it was too difficult to become a soul master, even harder than passing the single plank bridge in the college entrance examination. For example, Tang San had Xiao Wu, and he broke through to the soul master at the age of 6, with soul power at level 13. After 6 years, he was only at level 29. In this way, he improved by 16 levels in 6 years, 2-3 levels of soul power a year. As for Hulina, the golden generation, she was 50 levels at the age of 20. According to the innate full soul power, she was 40 levels in 14 years, which was also 3 levels a year. And this is the result of the cultivation of the Soul Master Holy Land Wuhan Hall. Su Ming is a thorough person. He knows that his innate soul power is definitely not more than level 3 for a person with ordinary blood. After 6 years of cultivation, it is very unlikely that his soul power reaches level 10. Even if his soul power reaches level 10, he has no money to hire someone to kill soul beasts. Acquired efforts are just a joke under the innate advantages. Effort? There are more than 200 million people in Douluo continent, and there are only more than 100,000 soul masters. Don trademark T. The remaining 200 million people work hard? The host is detected to question the greatness of effort, and the effort system is activated in advance. The effort system is successfully bound. Congratulations to the host for winning a novice gift package. Boom! Su Ming was stunned for a moment. A strong surprise surged in his heart. He raised his head and smiled heartily. Maybe, Dian village will really produce a powerful spirit master. Looking back at the wooden house, Su Ming's face flashed with excitement and he clenched his fists tightly. Host, Su Ming. Spirit power, level 2. Strength, 2. Defense, 2. Spirit power, 12. Spirit, chopping knife, quality white, 35/100. Owned items, novice gift pack. Ding. Please determine the direction of your efforts immediately. Chapter 2 Tang San, is this guy made of iron? Effort system? As the name suggests, as long as you work hard, you can get rewards. Of course, the system will score you according to your efforts. The higher the score, the richer the reward. The direction of effort must be in line with the development direction of the spirit masters in this world. It is impossible to get rewards by working hard on farm work, sleeping late, etc. System, open the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the breathing technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial soul improvement point *10. Breathing technique can be used for cultivation, which is a good thing for Su Ming at present. As for the martial soul improvement point, Su Ming looked at his martial soul interface. Martial soul, hatchet, quality white, 35/100, plus. With a thought, he clicked the plus sign and saw a 0 to 100 quantity bar appear in front of him. It can actually improve the quality of the martial soul. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he was surprised. His martial soul, hatchet, is only the lowest level martial soul. With this evolution option, it is not impossible to become a god-level martial soul in the future. Not to mention surpassing Tang San, surpassing Qian Rongxiu in the future is not a dream. Beiji, Su Ming hurriedly picked up the food in the bowl. Grandpa, I'm a little sleepy and want to take a nap. If you have nothing to do, don't come to my room. The empty bowl fell on the table and spun around a few times. Su Ming rushed into the bedroom. Why is this kid so rough today? Bulan shook his head, as if he couldn't let go of the soul master's matter, with a sullen look on his face. System, specify the direction of effort cultivation of soul power. Direction determined, system data collected in real time, please start your own efforts. Without nonsense, So Ming sat cross-legged on the quilt and began to practice the breathing technique he got from the system. Breathing, exhaling turbid air and inhaling fresh air, guiding external energy into the human body, thereby improving cultivation. Hu, inhale. Hu, exhale. After a while, So Ming's originally disordered breathing rhythm began to gradually get better, with a sense of rhythm. The faint energy in the air entered the body, as if a warm current was flowing through the meridians, making people feel comfortable. But as time went by, So Ming frowned and opened his eyes. Forget it, let's change places. Feeling that the energy in the house was exhausted, he tiptoed out of the wooden house and came to an open area halfway up the mountain. Ding! The host has been practicing soul power for 2 hours. Do you want to end this practice? No. So Ming sat cross-legged on a flat stone and continued to practice. As time passed, a chill rose in the cool air. Ding ding! A wisp of water mist condensed on the leaves, merged into water drops, and fell, hitting So Ming's head, making him feel cold. Things changed, time flew by. The sound of insects around fell. The dark curtain on the horizon slowly receded, and the cuckoo chicken crowed in the village. Oops! Knowing that Grandpa Brin gets up unusually early every morning, So Ming quickly ended his practice and ran down the mountain. He was so anxious that he didn't even have time to check the system results. Minger, where have you been? Come back soon. Sure enough, So Ming heard his shouting from a distance, and his voice was so panicked. So Ming quickly yelled Grandpa and then hurried back in a hurry. Following the voice, the thin and fair little man appeared in his eyes, and Brin breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted at So Ming with a dark face, "You kid, you left home early in the morning, why didn't you say a word to Grandpa?" So Ming smiled awkwardly and touched his nose, "Grandpa, I suddenly had something to do and didn't have time to tell you." "What can happen to you? I told you not to go to the mountain to play, but you just didn't listen. What if you fall?" Brin's face was still ugly, and he glared at someone angrily. Knowing that Grandpa Bulletin Lin was concerned about him, So Ming smiled and dared not refute. However, in order to facilitate his practice, he made up a lie, saying that he met a soul master teacher. Faced with Bulletin Lin's questioning, So Ming explained in a covered way, and the former finally believed the existence of the recluse soul master. "Minger, you must study hard in the future. It is better to be a soul master in the future than to live in this remote place." Bulletin Lin, with a serious face, stuffed a bag of dry food wrapped in grey cloth into So Ming's belly, and the latter hurriedly held it with both hands. "Remember, in the future, if the soul master doesn't ask you to come back, you must not come back. Do you understand?" Looking at Bulletin Lin's deep and expectant eyes, So Ming's body trembled slightly and nodded heavily. Grandpa is a simple country man. He has no hope in this life. He naturally doesn't want to be raised for several years. Will disappoint him. Work hard. Practice. Host has been practicing soul power for 12 hours. May I ask if the host will end this practice? Not over. So Ming returned to the mountain. When he was about to continue practicing breathing, his mind moved and he could not help but look at the mountain on the side. Although the distance was not close and the other party was not big, he was real. Tang San? The future protagonist? No, that was the original work. So Ming's eyes were a little strange. Dian village was next to Shengun village. I didn't expect to see him here. According to the plot, this guy should have practiced to the 10th level of full soul power. So Ming clenched his fists and didn't dare to waste time. Cross legs and breathe. Leave everything in the outside world behind. So Ming quickly entered the state. Fish White slowly appeared on the horizon, but he remained indifferent. On the mountainside, the 6-year-old Tang San took a deep breath and looked at the rising sun. His eyes flashed with a strange purple color. The purple demon eye is about to reach the realm of total vision, why can't the mysterious heavenly art break through? Tang San shook his head with a look of neither sadness nor joy, and was about to go back. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something was wrong. Swish, the purple demon eye was activated instantly, and Tang San cast his eyes in the direction of So Ming. The improvement of pupil power allowed Tang San to clearly see the young figure opposite him who was the same size as himself. He is also practicing? I didn't expect that besides myself, there are people who work so hard. Tang San's eyes lit up. It was really good to meet people of the same path in practice. Take a deep look at So Ming, guessing that the other party is from Dian village. Tang San secretly remembered this person and then turned and left. So Ming was still immersed in practice without noticing that Tang San had left. In addition to being a little hungry and needing to replenish food, breathing also consumes the mind. For this reason, So Ming had to rest for a while every once in a while. Time passed and it was the 5th day. Tang San, who had arrived early on the side of the mountain, subconsciously cast his eyes over again. Looking at the motionless So Ming, his mind was shocked. Is this guy made of iron? 4 days. 4 whole days. Each time he arrived 20 minutes earlier, but every time, that figure was there. Feeling. It was as if he was waiting for him in advance. This made Tang San feel frustrated. Sure enough, there is no shortage of hard-working people in this world. I have to work hard too. Chapter 3. Is it important to walk together on the path of cultivation? Click. A clear sound came from the body. Like a hot summer day, refreshing water flows through the body, washing away the fatigue of the body. So Ming opened his eyes with a faint smile on his lips. Host, So Ming. Soul Power, Level 3. Martial Soul, Hatchet, Quality White, 45/100. Possessing Items, Breathing Technique. Soul Power, Level 3. So Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he knew that his soul power might be level 2.9, an increase of 1 level in soul power at least meant that there was hope in the future. System, settle it. So Ming said to himself. Ding. This time the host cultivated soul power for a total of 82 hours. Effort evaluation, in a short period of time, it exceeded the cultivation standard of peers. Because the comparison range was not clear, it led to large-scale failure of leapfrogging, especially the high-level soul master's cultivation time far exceeded the host. Effort level rating, 2 stars. 2 stars. How could it be only 2 stars? So Ming was very unhappy with this result. There are not many people who start practicing at the age of 6, and it takes as long as 82 hours. With this level of effort, it should be 5 stars. After pondering the system's comments, So Ming couldn't help asking. System, what does it mean to have an undetermined comparison range? Ding. Effort is relative. Working harder than you did before can only be considered a small achievement. Working harder than a genius is a great ambition. Since the host did not specify the comparison group, the system customized the effort to be compared to everyone this time, and the time limit is 1 year. Damn. Are you kidding me? I must be comparing my efforts with my peers. So Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, then touched his chin and speculated. If I narrow the scope, although the score level will go up, the reward will also be reduced, right? Ding. The host's guess is completely correct. The system began to popularize science. In short, So Ming understood a total of 3 points. First, the more the number of comparison targets, the higher the purity of the other party's efforts, and the more generous the score and reward will be. For example, So Ming's comparison target this time is everyone. Ordinary people do not practice, resulting in an extremely low average practice time, but high-level soul masters spend a long time in seclusion, which is not enough. So the final score is only 2 stars. Second, the challenge of leapfrogging is a special case, and the score reward can be increased, resulting in a high reward of 6 stars. Third, the reward is selected from the wishes of the comparison target. Ding. The reward for this soul power practice has been issued. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? So Ming's face suddenly changed. Black, the reward is out of the question, and ordinary people are definitely included. Hey, it seems that it is better to have a fixed comparison target in the future. The dry food he brought has been exhausted, and So Ming patted his butt and stood up. The elastic and smooth little butt has lost its elasticity. I wonder if the soul master will get hemorrhoids. So Ming left here with doubts. The sunset glows in the sky. Dian, who was guarding the door, was very happy to see So Ming, and even invited the latter to come in for dinner. So Ming, who hadn't eaten rice for a long time, ate it on the spot. Dian smiled with relief and turned around to take out a bag of things from the rice jar. His old face was radiant, and he patted the package proudly. Minger, remember to take these dry food with you when you leave. Eating too much pancakes will cause internal heat, so there are some fruits in it. So Ming didn't say anything, but stared at the chicken on the table, but his heart was full of mixed feelings. The chicken was probably just killed. Grandpa Brin seemed to have calculated that he would come back. He was not afraid that the Soul Master would bring him food. If he did not come back, would the chicken be killed in vain? He would not refuse the gift of the elder. So Ming waited and took out a gold coin. He was afraid that if he had more, it would bring Brin a fatal disaster. Grandpa, this gold coin was given by my teacher. He asked you to buy me some meat to replenish my body. The gold coin was indeed tempting, but Brin was terrified. He pushed it back quickly. No, 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 how can I let the Soul Master pay for this? So Ming hurriedly said that this was the teacher's idea, and that he liked to drink chicken soup. Brin hesitated and accepted the gold coin, and promised to make chicken soup for the Soul Master. After a quick dinner, So Ming slept at home all night to replenish his energy. Before dawn the next day, he was no longer seen on the bed. The forest at night was chilly. Especially the small piles of earth that could be seen everywhere. So Ming also felt a little strange. Fortunately, this world is not supernatural, otherwise he would have to hold back his urine. Content of effort: cultivation of soul power. Comparison: target the time for the three major sects who awakened martial souls but whose soul power did not exceed level 10 to cultivate soul power within a week. Cross legs. A lonely shadow on a cold mountain, facing the clear moon quietly. A week passed. Ding. This time the host cultivated soul power for 110 hours. Effort evaluation: more than 100% of the three major sects awakened martial souls, and the time for the soul power to be cultivated within a week of less than level 10. Effort level: 5 stars. Reward: soul power increase by 1 level. Beautiful. I know that the three major sects who awakened martial souls and whose innate soul power did not reach level 10 would definitely wish to improve their soul power. So Ming, who tasted the sweetness, started the crazy mode without hesitation. Being here. Quilt of the quilt. Effort rating: 5 stars. Reward for soul power increase by 1 level. Effort rating: 5 stars. Reward for soul power increase by 1 level. Reward for soul power increase by 1 level. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Early in the morning, a ray of dazzling sunlight fell from the sky, breaking through the morning mist, like a dream. Feeling the sun coming out, So Ming's chubby face also showed a knowing smile. Finally reached level 10. Without the system, if I work hard alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to level 10 in 2 years. So Ming knows that the existence of the system is a bit opportunistic, otherwise what can I do? Is it really accumulating bit by bit through hard training? Although it's a trick, after a month of hard training, how much better can So Ming's situation be? Is his hair messy, full of broken leaves and small sticks? The originally clear and bright eyes were bloodshot, the eye sockets were red and swollen, and the face was full of fatigue and decadence, like a crazy beast struggling to death. At this moment, So Ming felt his whole body was soft and he had no strength at all. Even standing up was difficult. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the soul power to level 10. A bottle of LV1 recovery pills is rewarded. Oh? Achievement reward? So Ming smiled knowingly and quickly took out 1 pill with his remaining strength. The pills were really good. So Ming felt that his physical strength was recovering rapidly and his mental strength was slowly becoming richer. Now, it's time to go back. After taking a deep look at Tang San in the distance, So Ming's mouth corners slightly raised, and he left here happily. As if he had a feeling, Tang San opened his eyes during the practice and looked at the back solemnly. What a terrible person! He muttered to himself. For a month in a row, he practiced hard in the mountains. His strong willpower made his peers admire him. At the same time, it was precisely because of his inspiration that he practiced harder, and he gained more than before in this month. As the elders of the Tang sect said, the most important thing in practicing is to walk together. Tang San, who still admired each other at this moment, did not realize that his future would be shrouded in a dark cloud. And that cloud was called So Ming. Chapter 4: Wuhan Awakening, Hatchet. The next morning, So Ming got up early and did not practice. Today is the day when the Wuhan of Dian village awakens. The man known as the God-guiding man. So Yun Tao, he is here. The rough hand grasped So Ming's small hand, and Brin walked slowly and steadily towards the back of the village. Perhaps it was because he did not have a cane. His hunched body was straighter than usual, and his new clothes set off his pine-like tenacity. So Ming could feel that Grandpa Brin's palm was unusually rough, as if it had been scratched by a blade. Perhaps because of nervousness, his palm was stronger and warmer than usual. The two came to a small wooden house in the center of the village. Each village has a branch of the spirit hall. Waited here for a while. The skinny village chief with a goat beard, Jilly, led a few little guys over. Jilly stroked his beard and greeted happily, "Brin, you came early enough, why don't you sleep more? Tisk tisk tisk, are you afraid that you will suddenly not be able to get up one day?" Brin glanced at the crutch and said tit for tat, "I'm not like someone, others walk on 2 legs, he uses a crutch. Since the extra leg is useless, I think I'd better cut it off." You. As soon as they met, the two seemed to have eaten gunpowder, and no one could stand each other. Su Ming had long been accustomed to the two people's verbal cannons. Although the two exchanged sharp words, they both had warm smiles on their faces. That feeling was just like that of brothers. Su Ming knew that the two were childhood friends and had a lifelong friendship. They were not brothers but better than brothers. "Grandpa Jilly!" Su Ming called out, and Jilly shifted his attention, stroking his head with his warm palm. "Good boy, do your best later, don't let your grandpa down." Grandpa Brin's eyes also looked over, with a confident and expectant smile on his face. "I will." Su Ming nodded heavily, and then went to the side to line up. Ahem. Brin coughed twice, and Jilly glanced at him sideways, walked over and pulled Su Ming to the front. Domineering. Su Ming secretly gave Grandpa Brin a thumbs up, and the latter also stroked his beard proudly. After a while, a man in white clothes came over. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked handsome, with a faint sense of pride. There were 3 long sword badges engraved on his left chest, symbolizing that he was a battle soul master. However, the man was not in a good mood, his face was depressed, as if he had been beaten. Could he have been dumped by his girlfriend? It seems that Su Yuntao also has the element of licking, Su Ming laughed in his heart. It's not that he was thinking nonsense, it's really that there are too many licking dogs in Douluo continent. Seeing the visitor, Jilly hurried forward, saluted respectfully, and said, "Respected Battle Soul Master, the children of Dian village have arrived, thank you for coming to Dian village." Su Yuntao glanced at him expressionlessly, and seemed not to want to talk too much nonsense with Jilly. He said to Su Ming and others, "You follow me," and walked into the hut alone. "Let's go." Jilly didn't care, waved to Su Ming, and the latter hurried to follow. "Su Ming, Grandpa believes you can become a soul master." A voice full of hope suddenly sounded behind him. Su Ming's body trembled, and then he strode into the spirit hall. "Haha, is it so easy to be a soul master?" Su Yuntao heard this voice and sneered helplessly. "I ran to 3 villages, but didn't see any qualified seedlings." Dian village, most likely returned disappointed. Seeing that the children were already standing in line, Su Yuntao cheered up and said loudly, "Children, my name is Su Yuntao, and I am a level 26 battle soul master. I will awaken your martial souls one by one later. You only need to remember one thing, no matter what happens later, don't be afraid, just do what I say." As he said, he took out 6 black crystals and blue crystal balls from the package. Black crystals are used to awaken martial souls. Crystal balls are used to test innate soul power. Finally here. Su Ming's eyes condensed, his face full of determination, and he strode into the black stone hexagonal formation. This kid was calm, Su Yuntao secretly praised him. But martial spirit and soul power are not determined by character. Swish! A brilliant green light burst out from Su Yuntao's eyebrows, dyeing his hair grey. His body muscles swelled, and beast-like fur appeared on the back of his hands. His 10 fingers were claw-like, exuding a cold light. Blue eyes and fangs. The terrifying atmosphere instantly spread in the wooden house. "Wolf! It's a wolf, run!" The children behind couldn't help screaming when they saw this scene. They were so scared that they felt their legs go weak and couldn't help but retreat to the back. Su Ming, who woke up, glanced at the 3 meters behind him speechlessly. "What's there to be afraid of? I'm the first one. If you want to shout, I should shout first, okay?" Su Ming turned back and continued to look at Su Yuntao's changes. Especially the soul rings on his feet, 1 white and 1 yellow, which were too dazzling. I have seen many 2 yellow soul rings in animation, but this one is a little strange. Interesting kid. Looking at the calm Su Ming, Su Yuntao couldn't help but smile. This was the first time he met a child who was not afraid of his martial spirit. What's your name? Su Ming. Okay, keep calm next. I hope you have good luck. Su Yuntao didn't say anything nonsense, and clapped his hands. Swish, golden light gushed out from the black crystal stone on the bottom of his feet, wrapping Su Ming in it. This is the awakening of the martial spirit. Su Ming only felt the warm air flow around his body, and his body was very comfortable. Tan. Watching the golden light emanate from the crystal and enter his body, Su Ming was very emotional. In the past, he had also turned into light. Okay, raise your hand. Is it also a rubbish martial spirit? Su Yuntao, who was paying attention to the amount of golden light, couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Su Ming subconsciously raised his hand. Swish! The black hatchet suddenly appeared in his hand. 40 centimeters, thick black blade, silver blade, a perfect hatchet. Seeing this, Su Yuntao said indifferently. Although it is a hatchet, it is much better than a sickle. There is hope to become a combat soul master. Come on, test your innate soul power and see if you have the potential to become a soul master. Su Ming put his hand on the blue crystal ball. Knowing that he already had full innate soul power, his face was naturally surprisingly calm. As his palm touched the crystal ball, the soul power in Su Ming's body seemed to be summoned and poured out towards the crystal ball. Suddenly, pure and bright light burst out from the crystal ball. Like a night pearl, it instantly illuminated the entire wooden house. My god, it's full innate soul power. Su Yuntao was shocked and surprised, his eyes widened like an old cow. He looked at Su Ming in disbelief. The wooden house suddenly fell into a dead silence. Chapter 5 Ways to Improve the Quality of Martial Souls. A chopping knife? Full innate soul power? Such a strange scene completely shocked Su Yuntao. The next second, a deep surprise appeared on his face. Although it was a chopping knife, it was also a knife and could be used as a weapon. It was not a rubbish martial soul. With the blessing of full innate soul power, he would definitely become a combat soul master in the future. Hey, I finally found a good seedling, and my work was not in vain. Su Yuntao, who had recovered from his shock, immediately wanted to win him over, but seeing that Su Ming's eyes were still like still water, he was a little unable to remain calm. Hey, full innate soul power. Can you react normally? Su Yuntao couldn't hold it in any longer and said. Su Ming, right? Do you know what full innate soul power means? His voice was trembling, and his eyes looked like he was looking at a pervert. Without even waiting for Su Ming's response, he had already started to explain anxiously. The potential of a soul master depends not only on the quality of the martial soul, but also on the level of innate soul power. Even if the martial soul is good, it is impossible to practice without innate soul power. The level of innate soul power symbolizes the speed of future practice and determines future achievements. Like me, who has innate soul power level 2, I have now practiced to the realm of a great soul master. Kid, your future achievements will definitely be limitless. Do you need to tell me? Su Ming calmly gave him a look, moved his little mouth slightly, and said oh calmly. That's it, that's it. Su Yuntao's fiery eyes froze instantly, and he twitched his mouth with a stutter. Do you know what this means? At least have a normal reaction. Back then, I was only at level 2 in spirit power, and I almost cried with joy. Su Yuntao subconsciously looked behind him, at the row of envious and admiring eyes. This is the right reaction. Sure enough, it's just this little guy who doesn't fit in. Su Yuntao took a long breath and suppressed the urge to spit blood. The next second, his eyes became fiery again, and he asked. Su Ming, are you willing to join the spirit hall? Wow! Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes showed surprise, as if he had picked up a pie. Finally, his heart was moved, and Su Yuntao was secretly happy. Sure enough, the 3-word spirit hall were more attractive. But Su Ming's answer made his face freeze instantly. He saw a light in his eyes and his lips moved. I am still young and don't understand many things thoroughly. I want to wait until I grow up and become a soul master before considering these things. Thank you, Master Zanhun, for awakening my martial soul. Rejected, refused? Su Yuntao's mouth twitched, his eyes were quite resentful. Then why were you so excited just now? Are you kidding me? I'm so sorry for letting you misunderstand. Smirk, Su Ming smiled awkwardly, left the hexagonal formation and stood aside, the meaning was very clear. Su Yuntao didn't expect that the performance he had obtained would be gone like this. His face was immediately unhappy, but he could only put his hopes on other children. Su Ming quickly contacted the system and asked, "System, what's the matter with the martial soul points reward just now?" Su Ming's little face was rosy and shiny, and there was still surprise. Martial soul enhancement points are something that can upgrade martial souls. Its importance is even higher than soul power improvement in Su Ming's heart. Therefore, he showed excitement just now. Ding! A powerful soul master not only has strength, but also should have a well-known reputation. Every time the host gains reputation, it will be automatically converted into martial soul improvement points. Reputation can actually improve the quality of martial souls. Su Ming's heart was in turmoil. System, are you sure you are right? Ding! Hard work should be the focus of everyone's attention and should also be respected. Being able to obtain martial soul improvement points is a potential rule of the system and cannot be changed. I understand. I completely understand. Su Ming couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Not only can you get rewards, but you can also get martial soul improvement points. Efforts simply DBL. Su Ming added the only 1 point of improvement to his spirit. Soul point 46. With another 54 points, the spirit can be upgraded to yellow quality. The future is bright. Under Su Yuntao's ugly gaze, the spirit awakening was finally completed. There was almost no suspense. The rest of the children in Dian village had no soul power and could not become soul masters. The door of the wooden house was opened. Brin and Jilly outside the door stopped talking immediately. The children walked out with stinky faces and lost their souls. Jilly seemed to have expected this. After so many years, which year was not like this? The vast eyes dimmed, Jilly sighed helplessly in his heart, and encouraged him with the previous words. Children, don't be discouraged, you will always be the pride of Dian village. Believe in hard work, you will definitely have a good future in the future. Hearing this, the children's faces looked slightly better, and they shouted Grandpa village chief and left. However, when they left, all of them couldn't help but look back. The sparkling envious eyes fell clearly into the sharp eyes of Brin and the others like eagles. Could it be? Brin and the others were shocked and looked back quickly. At the door, Su Yuntao was leading Su Ming out, and seemed to be talking enthusiastically about something. A great war soul master was so enthusiastic about Su Ming. Could it be his? Su Yuntao looked up and looked over. His stinky face when he came was now bright and sunny, and he said excitedly. Village Chief Jilly, your Dian village is blessed this year. You actually have a genius with innate full soul power. As he said, he bowed slightly, as if to apologize for his previous rudeness. When these words came out, Jilly and Brin were stunned instantly. Innate full soul power? Boom! The simple 5 words kept washing the two people's tense nerves. Even the salute from Su Yuntao, the war soul master, the two of them were stupid and didn't have time to dodge. Minger, you. The first to come back to his senses was Brin, his lips trembling. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak a complete sentence, and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Ji Li took a deep breath, his hand holding the cane trembling. Master Battle Soul, you mean Su Ming, he has full innate soul power. The two stared at Su Yuntao infatuatedly. Seeing him nod with a smile, Brin and the others were immediately ecstatic, their hearts surging like a tidal wave. Ha ha ha! Thank the ancestors for blessing. Their Dian village has really produced talents this time. Full innate soul power. My grandson, he has full innate soul power. My grandson will definitely become a soul master in the future. The empty eyes shone brightly, and Brin's rough face flushed. Ahem, Grandpa, it's time to come back to your senses. Looking at the silly Brin, Su Ming scratched his head helplessly, and then pushed his arm. Bulin was startled, and the light in his pupils gradually gathered. Looking at the wooden house in front of him, Bulin exclaimed in surprise, and he blurted out subconsciously with a head full of question marks. Minger, where is the soul master? No, why did you suddenly pull me back home? Su Ming. He covered his face with despair and reminded. Grandpa, it's noon now, can we eat first? Chapter 6 Swing the knife 100,000 times, 230,000 meters. The news of Su Ming's innate full soul power soon spread in Dian village. The simple villagers felt honored to have a soul master in the village, but there was not so much sinister jealousy. The threshold of the house was almost broken. Bulin had not seen so many people visiting his home in a year, and he couldn't stop smiling. The villagers envied and praised Bulin for his vision and how excellent Su Ming was, which made Bulin very happy. As for Su Ming, his 2 pockets were already filled with peanuts and melon seeds. He pulled his clothes up and rolled them up, and inside were full of cooked corn, candy, apples, etc. Hearing that everyone was arranging a child bride for him, Su Ming decisively held the hem of his clothes and withdrew. This topic made me feel that the 9 years of compulsory education were in vain. However, I still have to thank the villagers for feeding me. Su Ming returned to the forest behind Dian village. If you want to become a soul master, soul power alone is not enough. Soul power is not equal to combat power. Su Ming stretched out his hand, and the martial soul hatchet appeared in his hand. Direction of effort: use of martial soul. Comparison: target the top 10 records of the number of swings of all sword type soul masters in a week. Ding. Data collection in progress, please start your efforts. System, give me a data bar, I want to see the specific progress. Shua. As soon as the voice fell, a translucent round frame appeared in front of Su Ming. There are 3 indicator areas, white, blue and red, with values on them. Su Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw the values above. 81,004 to 100,122. 1 week, swinging the knife 100,000 times? Bang! After hesitating for only a second, Su Ming didn't hesitate at all and chopped the big tree stump in front of him. Bang! Ding! Swinging times +1, a total of 1 time. Bang! Ding! Swinging times +1, a total of 2 times. Bang! Su Ming kept observing the system data. After a minute, Su Ming concluded after testing. In an ideal state, he can swing 51 times in 1 minute, which is nearly 1 swing per second. 3,600 seconds in an hour. 24 hours, which is 86,400 seconds. Hey! Since it can be done in theory, Su Ming completely ignored it. One after another, Su Ming chopped the wooden stake in front of him heavily, without any laziness. The dull bang 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 sound of logging also rang out in the woods. Fortunately, after being nourished by soul power, Su Ming's physique is no longer as fragile as before. Bang! After a while, Su Ming suddenly felt his hand slip, and the hatchet slipped out of his hand with a swoosh, and chopped the tree stump by inertia. The black handle was covered with a dazzling bright red. Su Ming's eyes changed slightly, and he looked down at his arm. I saw that the veins on the thin and weak arm were bulging, and blood dripped from the palm of his hand. The whole arm was shaking uncontrollably. It's not so easy to be a top swordsman. Su Ming gritted his teeth and wanted to raise his hand, but he felt that his arm had completely lost feeling. He smiled bitterly and could only take the recovery pill with his left hand. When his right arm recovered, Su Ming wrapped it in a cloth strip and continued to pick up the hatchet and chop. So that's it. After a chop, Su Ming seemed to have discovered some secret, and his eyes brightened. Unlike other knives, the hatchet has a thicker blade. The advantage of the hatchet is that its heavy weight can chop hard objects. At the same time, it will bring a shock force, which is why Su Ming feels numb in his arm. If he transmits this shock force to the enemy, wouldn't it also paralyze the opponent's arm? With a bright light in his eyes, Su Ming began to verify his idea without hesitation. 1 hour later. Recovery pill 1. Another hour later. Recovery pill 1. From noon to sunset. The number of swings and cuts has exceeded 20,000. But Su Ming still did not feel any joy on his face. Although he could eliminate the vibration of the knife, he still did not know how to use it. Minger, why do you seem a little unhappy today? Looking at Su Ming, who returned home with a drooping face, Brin looked worried. He touched his forehead with his rough hand and was relieved that he did not have a fever. Su Ming sat on the steps, looking at the bamboo strips on the ground, and did not stop. It was the old man's lifelong work. Not making baskets was almost like taking his life. Taking advantage of this free time, Su Ming expressed his confusion. But as he listened, Brin smiled and picked up the hatchet beside him. Minger, take this iron. Brin handed over an iron bar. Su Ming took it in his hand without knowing why. The next second, Brin swung the knife and chopped it down. Dang! Grandpa! Hold it tight again. Hearing this, Su Ming subconsciously clenched his fist. Bang! Another sound, but this time it was obviously more dull. Feeling his arm trembling, So Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on the back of the axe. Before he could come to his senses, Brin chopped it down with the back of the axe again. Ding dang! A crisp sound hit the ground, and the iron block in So Ming's hand instantly slipped out of his hand. This! So Ming looked at Grandpa Brin in disbelief, and felt that he had been enlightened. Axe, this is how feelings work. Bang! Gratefully and excitedly hugged Brin, So Ming ran away, his calves spinning like train wheels. Alas, this child, he doesn't even eat. 5 days later. In the bamboo forest. The silver light flashed, and the galaxy was upside down. With a snap, the thick bamboo in the arm broke. Shua shua shua. A few more swinging sounds fell, and the bamboo was instantly cut into 4 or 5 pieces. The boy was dressed in plain clothes, with his hair flying, his eyes were clear and his chubby face was a bit cute. But his expression was a little cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing the record of the number of swings of the sword in a week by a sword-type soul master and setting a new record. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding! Reward the host with the Golden Crow Sword technique. Finally achieved. So Ming was secretly happy. The next second, the practice of the Golden Crow Sword technique came into his mind. Time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, So Ming only did 2 things. First, running to exercise. The comparison target is the weekly running record of the disciples of the Agile Attack System Soul Master of the Wuhan Hall of Wuhan City. The distance is as high as 240,000 meters. Refer to Douluo 2's 30,000 meter run at the beginning of the school term. So Ming was also a little surprised to see this data. But he thought that he was challenging a soul master above his level. Just do it. The last second, he was panting and sticking out his tongue like a dog. The next second, he was walking as fast as a cheetah. The cycle repeats. Until all the recovery pills were consumed, So Ming finally broke through the 240,000 meter mark in a week. So Ming knew how he completed the challenge above his level. So, he started his normal training journey. The first day, he ran 15,000 meters. The second day, he ran 16,000 meters. Now, So Ming can run 35,000 meters. This data is already on par with a good soul master. As for the second thing, it is to practice the Golden Crow Sword technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practice the Golden Crow Sword skill once, proficiency +1, distance to minor success, 1/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword skill once, proficiency +1, distance to minor success, 2/100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword skill once, proficiency +1, distance to minor success, 99/100. Chapter 7 Encountering Tang San by chance, he rolled. Bamboo forest. The bamboo leaves rustled and swayed constantly. Swish swish swish. The boy shuttled like a dragon, and the hatchet in his hand was like a dark lightning. Thunderbolt. With crisp sounds, the bamboo suddenly burst and fell sideways. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, So Ming danced with the hatchet in his hand. Swords and shadows. Sometimes he chopped, sometimes he lifted. Sometimes he swept through the air, sometimes he turned and chopped back. There were so many postures that it was hard to describe. Shua, So Ming's figure suddenly tumbled up. Bang, the hatchet in his hand hit the ground heavily. Golden Crow Sword technique, golden light shines on the 9 provinces. Bang! The ground was tumbling as if there was a dragon, and a green bamboo exploded not far away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once, proficiency increased by +1, and the Golden Crow Sword technique broke through to the minor success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the minor success of the Golden Crow Sword technique, an array of golden power is rewarded. Plop! So Ming, who was at the end of his strength, half knelt on the ground in an instant, his face was as white as paper, and he was exhausted as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. The Golden Crow Sword technique is very difficult, with a total of 73 moves. Every time he practiced the Golden Crow Sword technique, his soul power would be consumed. After a whole month, he barely cultivated to the minor success. After sitting cross-legged to adjust, So Ming's physical condition improved a little, and then he checked the system's rewards. Gold power, escaped from the rich gold element, 100 strands of gold power merged into a strand of extreme gold power, which can be integrated into the host's martial soul. Extreme gold power? So Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was extremely surprised. This thing is an exclusive ranking for terrifying attack power. System, merge the gold power into my martial soul. Swish! A strand of golden illusory dragon drilled into the black hatchet. The golden dragon seemed harmless, but So Ming's pores were trembling, as if countless blades were cutting. Until it sank into the martial soul, So Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt that the hatchet was much heavier, and the blade had a faint golden light, which seemed to become sharper. Host, So Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, hatchet, quality yellow, 26/500. Items owned, breathing technique, golden crow sword technique, Qinggong. This martial soul, upgraded. So Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, but he should have been extremely happy, but he seemed to think of something and suddenly fell silent. The figures on the ground were slanting, and the sky was mottled with rosy clouds. The sun was about to set. Early in the morning. The breakfast seemed extremely rich. So Ming lowered his head and ate silently. In the house, the atmosphere seemed a little weird. Minger, do you really not need Grandpa to send you to Notting City? The kind words rang in his ears, and So Ming looked up at his grandfather Brin. His eyes were sincere, and he showed a strong reluctance, but this reluctance was also accompanied by the relief of relief. Warmth flowed in his heart, and after thinking about it, So Ming finally shook his head. Grandpa, I can handle these things myself. I'll come back to see you when the school is on vacation. Well, Brin forced a smile and responded, and suddenly fell silent again. He stared at So Ming closely, his deep eyes seemed to want to carve his figure in his eyes. Both of them had a bad taste in breakfast. Using a cane, Brin took out the luggage that So Ming had packed. Looking at such a small amount of things, Brin sighed helplessly, wishing to bring all the pots and pans at home to So Ming. Afraid that he would not have enough, and afraid that he would not be used to it. He quietly reached out to his pocket, and when Brin was about to move, he was pinched by a soft and strong hand. Grandpa, I can support myself. I should go. Putting the bag on his back, So Ming showed a warm smile on his face, walked up and hugged him. If Grandpa Brin hadn't adopted him, I'm afraid he would have been eaten by wolves. He really lived a happy life in Dian village these years. Being hugged by So Ming, Brin's suppressed emotions burst out instantly, and tears could not be controlled. Child, be more careful on the road. Whatever you want to eat, don't save money. Grandpa has saved some money for you. Also, remember to wear more clothes in winter. His lips trembled, Brin rubbed his sore eyes and wiped away his tears. He kept stroking So Ming's head with his palms, licking his child with deep love. Comfort Grandpa Brin for a while. Under his earnest gaze, So Ming embarked on a study trip to Notting City. In his mind, it seems that there is a hunched figure under the willow tree at the entrance of the village, looking closely into the distance. Grandpa, I will become the most powerful soul master on the continent in the future. The warm halo sprinkled on his face, So Ming's eyes sparkled, turned his head to look in the direction of the village, and clenched his iron fists tightly. The red sun is rising. The little figure was walking briskly with a bag on his back, speeding on the bumpy road, and the surrounding scenery was rapidly receding. Compared to a month ago, So Ming's physical fitness has improved several times. Even with a bag on his back, So Ming still looked relaxed when he ran. His chubby face now had some edges and corners, and his temperament became more calm and tough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for running more than 10,000 meters of pure physical strength, surpassing 98% of his peers in Notting City. Do you want to settle? No settlement. More than an hour later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for running more than 20,000 meters of pure physical strength, surpassing 99.999% of his peers in Notting City. Do you want to settle? No settlement. So Ming gritted his teeth and let the sweat pour out of his forehead. He felt like he was soaked in sticky sweat. He knew the reason why the system did not remind him that he had exceeded 100%. Because he had peers, he had not surpassed them. Tang San. So Ming did not expect the opponent's physical strength to be so terrifying. Finally. When Su Ming was about to reach Nodding City, the system's voice finally sounded. Beep. Congratulations to the host for running 30,000 meters non-stop with pure physical strength, surpassing 100% of the peers in Nodding City. Do you want to settle? Settle. Su Ming exhaled heavily, sat down on the ground with a bang, and a faint white smoke came out from his head. Exhausted all over, Su Ming collapsed like mud. Gulping a big mouthful of water, he breathed heavily against the soft quilt as if enjoying it. This was the most wonderful thing. Although he was able to run more than 30,000 meters, but carrying 10 kilograms of quilts and clothes. Effort evaluation, the host's running ability exceeds all peers in Nodding City, and he runs with weight, so the effort level is extremely high. Effort rating, 6 stars. Beep. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of multifunctional boots. Wow, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then grabbed a blade of grass to make its transpiration more significant. As for the score and reward given by the system, Su Ming was not surprised. Because the comparison target this time was only his peers in Nodding City. Su Ming did not overestimate his ability to benchmark the three sects and the Spirit Hall. Because there are definitely people of the same age who became soul masters at the age of 6, and their physical fitness is not comparable to his. Although he knew that the reward was not generous, Su Ming was already very satisfied with the 6-star score and the better reward than before. Multifunctional shoes, it will be more convenient to train speed in the future. After a quick glance at the inventory, Su Ming lay on the grass with a big character, greedily breathing the fresh air with the smell of grass. As for the baggage, it had been unloaded and thrown aside. You are the one with full innate soul power in Dian village. A young and mature voice sounded in his ears, and Su Ming opened his eyes unhappily. I saw a head lying down, with the chin up and the top of the head down, and the blue sky and white clouds behind it. Twisting his shoulders and kicking his legs, Su Ming turned around. As the view opened up, a child in grey cloth, about 6 or 7 years old, was standing in front of him. Tang San? Su Ming stretched his body and pretended to be confused and asked. Do you know me? I saw you on the mountain. Tang San smiled and his eyes showed admiration. Xiao San, is this your friend? An old and slightly hoarse voice sounded. Su Ming turned his head and looked at him, his eyes were amazed. Old Jack, the creator god of Douluo continent. The most useless top boss who scolded Tang Hao. It was so terrifying. While Su Ming was looking at him, old Jack was also looking at him with his eyes. He naturally knew that a genius with full innate soul power had appeared in Dian village. Tang San shook his head, not really a friend, just met a few times, no he is from Dian village. Old Jack nodded, seeing Su Ming actually carrying a package alone, his brows could not help but frowned. Child, you are also going to the academy, why didn't your village chief send you here? Sure enough, I am the village chief who is more responsible, old Jack was a little happy in his heart. No one is taking me, I am proud. Standing up, Su Ming opened his mouth with an adult tone. You are so old, why do you need them to send you? My grandfather wanted to send you, but I was afraid that he would be in trouble at his age, so I didn't let him come. Besides, I have a big mouth, how could I not find the location of the academy? Hearing this, old Jack was a little surprised, stroking his beard and nodded with satisfaction. You are not old, but you are very sensible. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tang San touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed, because he wanted someone to bring him here. There is no such thing as being young and sensible. It's just life. You go sign up first. I'll take a rest here. Su Ming then lay down. He was so tired. Old Jack smiled innocently and pulled Tang San to leave. But Tang San seemed to be rooted under his feet and didn't move at all. Xiao San, you. Glancing at Su Ming, Tang San's face became serious and he said resolutely. Grandpa village chief, we are almost in Nodding City. Let me sign up by myself. Old Jack was stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Ming. As an old man, he naturally knew that Tang San was being stubborn, and couldn't help asking. Are you sure it's okay for you to go alone? Or should I take you there? No, I can do it by myself. Staring straight at Su Ming, Tang San immediately shaking his head. With a sigh, old Jack no longer insisted. After telling Tang San some things, he turned around and returned to the original path. Listening to old Jack's lonely footsteps, So Ming gave Tang San a mentally retarded look, feeling that this guy had some brain problems. The old man sent you here, at least invite others into the city, even if it's just to drink water. It's okay for a child to be ignorant, but the soul in your body is an adult. Noticing So Ming's eyes, Tang San frowned slightly, feeling that the other party seemed to be very familiar with him. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Tang San's mouth moved, and suddenly uttered an irrelevant sentence. He stared at So Ming's eyes, as if trying to see something. So Ming looked up in shock and asked in surprise. How do you know my nickname is Master Ming? My name is So Ming, brother, you are very good. Tang San. With a twitch of his mouth, Tang San put his arm down, and his heart fell. Without getting entangled with Tang San, So Ming got up and went to Nodding City. After a lot of talking, So Ming finally arrived at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. The iron gate with the sign of Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy was closed, with only a small door open. The tall and thin gatekeeper yawned and leaned against the pillar to dawdle. Through the iron fence, So Ming could see that it looked like a manor, magnificent and luxurious, and even built a pool. Hello, I'm here to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. Coming to the gatekeeper, So Ming took out the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. It recorded his spirit and innate spirit power, as well as the information of Su Yun Tao, the person responsible for awakening, which could be used for verification. Full innate spirit power. The gatekeeper looked up at So Ming in surprise, and his eyes were envious. As long as he gets the spirit ring, this little guy will definitely be a soul master in the future. The concierge glanced at the martial soul again, then handed it over respectfully, saying, The credentials are fine, you can go in, remember to report first. So Ming nodded and walked into the school. But he walked very slowly. Oh, the package is too heavy, it's a bit hard to carry. So Ming had to stop to sort it out. At this time, the concierge's surprised voice sounded again. Another innate full soul power. The next second, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Martial soul, blue silver grass. I'm dying of laughter, is this rubbish martial soul like blue silver grass also considered a martial soul? You. With a gloomy face, Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his eyes faintly overflowing with anger. The Tang sect does not take the initiative to provoke trouble. But it does not persuade the enemy to seek death. Chapter 8 There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. C. 2. Si Rui. Thinking 3 numbers in his heart, So Ming turned his head again. As expected. As if destined by heaven, a man in black came over. What happened here? The man was thin, with short black hair and black clothes, and his expression gave people a dull and decadent feeling. But the look of his hands behind his back gave people a unique calm temperament, as if there was a gully in his heart. Yu Xiaogang. The teacher who seemed to be very auxiliary was actually a bit useless. Whenever Xiao Yan Yao Lao was mentioned, Yu Xiaogang was inevitably cyberbullied. Well, just like the monkeys on Mount Imei in the previous life. So Ming looked at Yu Xiaogang with curiosity, and his weird eyes seemed to be looking at a rare treasure. This was the person he respected the most in his previous life. How much did he respect him? I probably thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but I still couldn't figure out why this person had such a status in the later period. It's not that So Ming was a black fan in his previous life. But with Yu Xiaogang's ability, he is the only one that So Ming feels he can do without the spirit. Play more games such as statistics and turn-based strategy games. Get the materials from the Spirit Hall or the Royal Library. So Ming is confident that he can summarize the Spirit Master Theory knowledge better than him. Hey! So Ming seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. System, Spirit Master Theory, this is also the direction of Spirit Master's efforts, right? Ding! As long as you can completely distinguish the boundaries between ordinary people and Spirit Masters, it basically belongs to the direction of Spirit Master's efforts. Soul Master Theory, naturally, it is also the direction of Spirit Master's efforts. Great! So Ming's eyes were shining, and his tongue subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. With such a bug, it is too easy to earn reputation points by yourself. But the next second, So Ming frowned and shook his head again. This idea is a bit too bold. When the time comes, I will be watched and kept captive by the Spirit Hall and the royal family. I might as well commit suicide. You also have full innate soul power. A hoarse voice sounded in my ears. Su Ming came back to his senses and looked up. The shadow of Gundam made him subconsciously raise his head. I saw that Yu Xiaogang had brought Tang San in and stood in front of him, looking at him with his deep and desolate eyes. System, strive for content, return a truth to students. Ding. Host, please start your efforts. Su Ming coughed twice and pretended to be vigilant and asked. Why are you asking this? Are you a teacher at the Spirit Master Academy? Yu Xiaogang shook his head. I am not a teacher at the academy, just a passerby, temporarily living here, so I can be regarded as a guest teacher. Guest teacher? You have clearly played the name of eating and drinking for free. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. So, what do you want to talk to me about? If you want to become a spirit master, follow me. Seeing Su Ming so alert, Yu Xiaogang said indifferently and took the two to a corner where few people go. Can you tell me now if you have something to say? Before Su Ming spoke, Tang San had already taken the lead. He frowned and looked at Yu Xiaogang with some curiosity in his eyes. If Yu Xiaogang hadn't just helped him out, he would never have followed, because this is not a safe place. Yu Xiaogang showed an ugly smile on his face and said confidently. I didn't expect that this time, I would actually meet two twin martial spirits. Swish. As soon as these words came out, it was like a storm sweeping over Tang San. He was shocked and felt a chill in his body, and he was terrified. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Tang San retreated his left leg, turned sideways, and slowly raised his right hand a few centimeters. The tube under his sleeve was black, as if he was ready to fight. It is indeed a famous scene, and it is really interesting. Su Ming rubbed his philtrum with his index finger, grinned, and roared fiercely without minding the chaos. Run, he wants to kill you. As he said, Su Ming took out his hatchet and pointed it at Tang San. Bang! As soon as these words came out, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San changed their faces in an instant. Who wants to kill me? Are you talking about him? Looking at Su Ming, who had already drawn his sword, Yu Xiaogang was confused. Tang San glared at Su Ming fiercely, and when Yu Xiaogang turned around, he quickly took off the sleeve arrow and put it away. A hidden weapon that was noticed by others is no longer a hidden weapon. You mean he wants to kill me? Yu Xiaogang, who had recovered from his shock, pointed at Tang San incredulously. The other party is just a child, how could he kill him without any grudges? Su Ming nodded firmly, yes, he has an arrow hidden in his sleeve. He wanted to attack me when I was on the road just now. Don't talk nonsense, when did I want to attack you? Hehe, you know it in your heart. Although Yu Xiaogang didn't believe it, he still let Tang San raise his hand. Tang San was extremely reluctant, but seeing someone sticking his head out from the roof, he could only raise his hand at this moment. Bang! Noticing the marks on his wrist, Yu Xiaogang's pupils shrank suddenly. Something must have been tied here. Could it be that, as Su Ming said, he wanted to hiss? Yu Xiaogang, who realized it late, couldn't help but feel a little scared. A cold current rushed straight to his head, and he subconsciously took a step back. The child in front of him was less than 6 years old, but he actually wanted to kill him. Is it just because of his twin martial spirits? A faint breeze blew, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Tang San's face was embarrassed, and he didn't know how to explain it at this moment. Finally, it was Yu Xiaogang who spoke to ease the embarrassment. He looked at Tang San and said, Twin martial spirits are indeed shocking, and it's good to be a little cautious, but don't worry, I'm not trying to harm you. The secret of twin martial spirits may be difficult for others to detect, but with my years of experience, it's not difficult to find this out. Yu Xiaogang said his own summary. In short, innate spirit power is proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. The quality of the blue-silver grass is absolutely impossible to produce innate full spirit power. As soon as these words came out, Tang San was instantly frightened, and his eyes looking at Yu Xiaogang were full of awe. The hatchet martial spirit was put away. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but sneered. Master, why do I feel like you are a liar? If that's true, then I also have twin martial spirits. You, aren't you? Yu Xiaogang frowned and blurted out in surprise. He believed that his theory would not be wrong. This also raised Tang San's doubts. Tisk, of course not. Su Ming raised his voice with disdain, his eyes revealing contempt. According to what you said, if a strong and a weak martial soul can be paired, then every soul master couple's offspring may have twin martial souls. If that's the case, how could twin martial souls be so rare? So, your theory is pure nonsense. In my opinion, it is more likely to inherit a powerful martial soul. Only when the martial souls of a couple are of similar quality can the two martial souls coexist. After saying that, Su Ming looked at Yu Xiaogang again. He rolled his eyes, as if he had discovered something, and said to Tang San faintly. When I came here, I heard a teacher in the academy claim that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. I thought it was right at first, but it turned out that the other party was a mutated useless martial soul. Can you believe what he said? Su Ming glanced at Yu Xiaogang, whose face was ashen, and left cautiously. Tang San's eyes were uncertain, but he left in the end. Yu Xiaogang was left alone, shaking with anger. Double kill. Chapter 9 Defeat Tang San and Xiao Wu, the boss of the dormitory. Effort rating. The host corrected Yu Xiaogang's soul master theory, which is beneficial to low-level soul masters. However, since the theory has been formed in the title Douluo, this move is of reference significance. Effort rating, 2 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Beast Atlas, Volume 1. If you want to get the volume, then go to the volume. It's better than nothing. After killing 2 birds with 1 stone and disgusting 2 people, Su Ming felt much better. Asking 2 beauties for directions, Su Ming finally found the college management office to register, and the teacher in charge did not make things difficult for him. After all, Su Ming was born with full soul power and a hatchet martial soul, so his potential was pretty good. Then, 2 sets of brand new school uniforms were handed to Su Ming. The school uniforms were navy blue, and they felt good in the hand, and smelled a faint fragrance. Su Ming hadn't worn school uniforms for many years, so he was looking forward to it. Carrying his luggage and holding his school uniforms, Su Ming came to the 7th dormitory where the part-time students lived. The dormitory was about several hundred square meters, with many beds placed inside, but most of them were empty. Only a dozen beds had bedding, and it seemed that there were not many part-time students. After traveling through time for a few years, Su Ming naturally knew what was going on. In the past few years, no one in Dian village had innate soul power. It is estimated that the same is true for other villages, so there are not many people who can get the quota. As soon as Su Ming walked into the dormitory, a figure fell from the bed. The boy looked about 7 or 8 years old, with a relatively strong body. Just standing in front of Su Ming, he had a feeling of looking down from a high roof. Boy, are you a new part-time student? Looking at Su Ming, who was calm in front of him, Wang Sheng folded his hands in front of his chest, pretending to be a little adult, and said arrogantly. Behind him, more than a dozen pairs of eyes also looked over. Playful, cheering, curious, everyone seemed to know what was going to happen. The boss of the dormitory? Su Ming sneered in his heart, thinking that it was meaningless to beat this guy now that everyone had not arrived. If you want to fight, wait until I have rested well, I will accompany you at any time. Glancing at Wang Sheng lightly, Su Ming passed by him with his school uniform. Then, he found an empty bed and put down his luggage. After being stared at by Su Ming, Wang Sheng felt as if he was seen through, and his mind was in a trance. But the younger brothers in the dormitory were watching, so he naturally couldn't admit defeat, and immediately said with great pride. Good boy, I see you are all wet, I don't want to take advantage of you. Wait until you have rested, I will fight you again, you must not be afraid. Bang! Wang Sheng punched the iron bed guard of the dormitory with a bang. The dull voice seemed to want to give Su Ming a warning and tell him how powerful he is. If you have the guts, hit yourself with your fist. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of fool, made the bed, and then left the dormitory. He was sticky, and he wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower first. On the way, Su Ming met Tang San, who didn't seem to want to pay attention to him, and snorted to express his dissatisfaction and anger. What a proud der! Believe it or not, one day I will make a gun and give it to you secretly. Su Ming ignored him, went to the store to buy some toiletries, and then went straight to the bathhouse. The sound of running water sounded, and the cool water flowed over the skin. It was like the caress of a virgin's hand, so gentle that it made people intoxicated. The sticky sweat stains on the body were washed away, and every pore was opened, greedily moisturized in comfort. After a while, Su Ming, wearing a brand new school uniform and refreshed, left the bathhouse. It seemed that something had happened, and the atmosphere in the dormitory was very strange. The boys surrounded a girl enthusiastically, as if they were showing their courtesy. And Tang San stood silently aside, with a bit of embarrassment on his brows. Okay, don't call me boss, it's really ugly. How about this, my name is Xiao Wu, and you can all call me Sister Xiao Wu from now on. The girl's long scorpion braid hung over her slender waist. Round face, big watery eyes, skin as white as jade, like a porcelain doll. When she speaks, she always likes to stick out her tongue, playful and cute. Xiao Wu. Su Ming nodded secretly. It seems that his arrival did not break much of the original plot. System, direction of effort becoming the boss of the dormitory. Ding. Data collection in progress, please start your efforts. Noticing Su Ming coming in, Xiao Wu let out a light exclamation, her big watery eyes looked straight over and asked. Is he also from our dormitory? Wang Sheng also noticed Su Ming and quickly told Xiao Wu about the situation. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, pointing at Su Ming with some excitement. I still have to fight him to determine who is the boss of the dormitory. That's true. Wang Sheng twitched his mouth and gave Su Ming a look of pity. Brother, you can only wish you good luck. These two monsters are not human. Tang San also looked up with interest, as if he wanted to see how strong Su Ming was. Su Ming walked in with his head held high. Although none of them were soul masters, he wanted every bit of reputation he could get. Yes. Su Ming had already figured out how to make a fortune. Swish. A black light flashed, and Su Ming held the axe in his hand. He looked calm, and the blade flashed a sharp golden light. He said in a cold voice. Even if I beat one, the other won't be convinced. In that case, you might as well go up first and then the other. Su Ming raised his knife and pointed it at the two of them, asking domineeringly. Who will go first and who will go last? The bright light shone from the door, illuminating Su Ming's figure. He was so tall. The domineering and majestic look of him standing with his sword across his body. Everyone in the dormitory was completely stunned. This guy is too arrogant. Even Xiao Wu and Tang San couldn't help but be a little distracted at this moment. The next second, Xiao Wu came over with a pouty face. You have skinny arms and legs. You can't even beat Wang Sheng, do you still want to beat us too? Looking at Su Ming with her beautiful eyes, Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with a hint of contempt, and she didn't notice Wang Sheng's awkward smile behind her. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Try it, and you'll know. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Wu's face flashed with a quirky smile, and she had already launched the attack first. She swept her right leg across and headed straight for Su Ming's waist. Such a swift attack instantly caught the emotions of everyone in the dormitory. But will the attack hit? Wow! A black shadow flashed by, and Su Ming stood upside down in the air, smiling at Xiao Wu. It turned out that he used her legs with his hands to jump into the air. Such a fast speed, Xiao Wu was shocked, and her thin waist suddenly flipped backwards. Tap! Originally attacking from the front, Xiao Wu quickly retracted her legs and attacked upwards in a weird way. It looked like a little rabbit kicking the enemy with its legs upwards, trying to get rid of the threat in the air. Knowing the power of Xiao Wu's soft skills and self-created soul skills, Su Ming would naturally not let her take advantage of the loopholes. Swish! He saw his right hand catch Xiao Wu's calf miraculously. Before the kick could reach his front body, he actually twisted and deviated the target. Not good. Xiao Wu naturally knew what Su Ming wanted to do, and her left leg that kicked in the air suddenly hooked Su Ming's waist. Then he turned around with the force, trying to attack with the other right leg. I don't know how you will respond. Tang San put down his hand and watched this scene intently. He was defeated by this move just now. Do you think I am unprepared? Su Ming's eyes were slightly cold. He knew that Xiao Wu's leg was not an attack, but she wanted to control her body with her legs together, and then use the force to throw herself out. But don't forget that although Su Ming is in mid-air, he is facing forward at this moment. And Xiao Wu is facing down, and can only turn over to attack with the other leg. Bang! Su Ming found the right time, folded his right arm, and hit Xiao Wu's leg joint from the inside out. Human joints are fragile places, and leg joints are folded forward and closed. Instantly, Xiao Wu's left leg joint bent down, and her knee hit Su Ming's abdomen. I won't lose. Her leg hurt, Xiao Wu glared at him angrily, and she didn't give up, but she only hooked Su Ming with one leg. For ordinary people, the following actions are impossible to do. But Xiao Wu's waist was soft, like a willow branch, and she actually lifted her body with the force. Then she grabbed Su Ming's arm with both hands. Su Ming didn't expect that he could get up at Xiao Wu's angle. At this moment, his right hand holding the hatchet was captured, and his left hand was blocking Xiao Wu's other leg. If he wanted to get rid of Xiao Wu's restraint, he could only chop with the hatchet in his hand. With Xiao Wu's hand, this chop would definitely hurt her severely, or even break her arms. Forget it, I'll let you go. After a little thought, Su Ming didn't chop down in the end. And the two people who controlled each other were also thrown out. And this force was the result of Xiao Wu's waist force. Boom! The two fell from the air and hit the ground dully. Su Ming didn't feel any pain. When the meat pad Xiao Wu suffered, she was pressed hard under Su Ming, and it hurt so much. Asshole, why don't you get up? The warm breath was a little soft, Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she shouted at Su Ming angrily. She was a little embarrassed at the moment, as it was the first time she was treated like this by a man. Damn! What a beast! Wang Sheng and others stared with their eyes wide open, envious and jealous, wishing to replace her. Although Xiao Wu was fierce, she was really cute. If she could be suppressed, hiss. Su Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly and got off Xiao Wu. Children of the rivers and lakes, this matter is nothing. Su Ming's expression returned to calm, and he said. You lost. If I had used a hatchet just now, you would have been seriously injured now. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, without refutation, and glanced at Su Ming with resentment. Her boss was gone before he could even get warm. You won, okay. The tender voice came out of her little mouth, and Xiao Wu sat on the bed rubbing her legs in a depressed mood. She knew that Su Ming had not used the hatchet just now. Otherwise, when she was about to attack, he chopped at her with the hatchet, and she could only retreat. Compared to beast spirit masters, she hated weapon spirit masters the most. She didn't expect that she would be defeated as soon as she came to the academy. Lost? Sister Xiao Wu actually lost? Wang Sheng and others who came back from their imagination were stunned. Especially Wang Sheng, thinking of his provocation just now, he was even more fortunate that he didn't compete with Su Ming head-on. Feeling the change in everyone's eyes, Xiao Wu became more depressed and looked at Tang San with puffed cheeks. Hey, it's your turn. Don't hide it, your strength is definitely more than just now. Hey? Everyone looked at Tang San in surprise. Could it be that he still hid his strength? Under the gaze of everyone, Tang San came to Su Ming with an expressionless face. Step by step, as if stepping on the hearts of everyone. Su Ming, let me see how strong you are. Standing and staring, Tang San's eyes revealed a faint purple light, his spirits were high, and his fighting spirit was high. He had long wanted to compete with Su Ming. At this moment, Tang San threw away his anger just now and just wanted to fight well. Because the person in front of him was the first opponent he had to face since he came to this world. Defeating him was Tang San's only thought at present. Come on! The soul power of the hatchet was surging, and Su Ming's eyes became cold in an instant. Like a fanged tiger staring at its prey, the look alone was enough to scare people. Su Ming's eyes were not fierce, but like a shadow in a cold pond, revealing a murderous aura. With a flash of purple light in his eyes, Tang San exerted force on his back foot, and his figure shot out. In just a moment, he had arrived in front of Su Ming. Swish! Like Xiao Wu, Tang San swept his right leg horizontally, but he didn't attack Su Ming's waist, but his lower body. With such a speed, Su Ming couldn't use the short hatchet to resist at all. Ghost Shadow! Sure enough, Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly, his feet touched the ground, and his figure rose into the air again. But this time, Su Ming didn't fly straight into the air, but swept diagonally. Swish! A golden light flashed, and Tang San instantly felt a sense of crisis, and purple airflow was dense in his eyes. Looking at Su Ming's horizontal slashing knife, he was shocked and immediately leaned back, dodging Su Ming's attack with the posture of an iron bridge. After just one encounter, the two had already opened up a distance. Tang San turned around and looked at Su Ming with a serious look. In terms of speed, even if he used the ghost shadow, he still didn't take advantage. And the hatchet in Su Ming's hand was not easy to deal with. But the next second, Tang San disappeared again, and appeared like a ghost on Su Ming's left side. His target was Su Ming's left hand that was not holding the knife. Su Ming quickly turned around and chopped back. When he saw that the hatchet was about to hit Tang San, his face suddenly changed. Boom! A suction force came from Tang San's palm, and the hatchet attacking his chest was actually sucked into his hand. Swish! Tang San raised his head, and a smile appeared faintly in his cold eyes. This is the Xuanyu hand, the Tang Sec's hand training method. Boom! In almost an instant, Tang San's right fist blasted out. Bang bang! Two heavy sounds sounded at the same time, and the two rolled back and flew out. Su Ming couldn't help coughing as his chest hurt as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. Tang San's smile on the opposite side froze, and he covered his chest, and the severe pain made his face distorted. Draw, draw! Xiao Wu covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. I didn't expect that both of them punched each other just now. No. It's not a draw. Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to notice something and looked at Tang San's palm in surprise. Wang Sheng and others also noticed the bright red and stared at Su Ming with awe and admiration. He was indeed the man who defeated Xiao Wu. As the person involved, Tang San's inner shock was even stronger than everyone else's. He stared at the bloodstain on his palm in amazement. How is this possible? The rock-hard Xuanyu hand was actually broken. Swish! At this moment, Su Ming attacked with a hatchet. Swish, swish, swish. His feet were as fast as the wind and lightning, and the hatchet in his hand was swung very quickly, with a faint afterimage. Not good. Tang San's pupils shrank suddenly, shocked by the feedback from the purple demon pupil, and Xuanyu hand started again. Ding! Bang! The collision between the hand and the hatchet stirred up countless sparks. In a flash, Su Ming had swung dozens of times. The intensive attack stunned Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and others. Su Ming was simply too strong. Did he really practice this sword technique? Tang San became more and more shocked as the battle went on, especially the pain from the black jade hand, which made him unable to remain calm. He wanted to pull away, but felt that Su Ming was getting closer and closer. In desperation, he could only use the power of controlling the crane and catching the dragon to shake the sword away. Tang San was worthy of being Tang San. He pulled himself away and wanted to pull the battlefield between the beds, trying to use the narrow space to weaken Su Ming's sword swinging speed. But at this time, the hatchet that was originally knocked away actually turned around with Su Ming's leverage and attacked Tang San directly. Golden Crow Sword Technique, open the door to catch the thief. Bang! In a flash, Tang San was hit by the tip of the hatchet. With a bang, the bed shook violently. Tang San covered his chest and slowly fell down. Chapter 10. Wait until she wakes up, wash the quilt. Lost? I actually lost? Tang San covered his chest, his pupils suddenly dilated. It was as if an extremely cold electric current flowed into his body. He shivered uncontrollably. Come to Notting City College. In just half an hour, he actually lost to 2 people in a row? Tang San, sitting on the ground, was in a state of dismay, unable to believe it. Although Su Ming's attack just now did not cause him much damage. But if the front part of the hatchet was not bent and not a sharp blade, it would be another matter whether he could save his life at this moment. I really lost. Narrowing his eyes, Tang San reluctantly took a breath of bitter air and exhaled. Congratulations, you won. Swish, he supported the bed and slowly stood up. He showed a far-fetched smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes, the reluctance and loneliness in his heart were clearly visible. But in that reluctance, there was a bright spark. From the depths of Tang San's eyes, Su Ming felt a stronger fighting spirit. It was as if a scorching sun was rising slowly, and it would eventually burn all enemies. With a slight smile on his lips, Su Ming nodded. At this moment, he only felt that something in his heart broke open, and it seemed that a door appeared in front of him. He defeated Tang San. Although he had the advantage of weapon spirit, he did win. A belief in becoming stronger gushed out, turning into a wandering dragon, and confidence lingered in Su Ming's heart. Indistinctly, Su Ming seemed to hear the sound of the dragon's roar. After taking a deep breath, Su Ming looked at Tang San with burning eyes and said, I used my own martial spirit this time. Next time when I become a spirit master, let's fight again. Okay. Holding his blood-stained right hand tightly, Tang San's eyes were dazzling with golden light, and his strong fighting spirit made him stand tall like a mountain. Tang San, a man who doesn't give up easily. Very good, it seems that he can earn a reward after becoming a spirit master. So Ming smiled and nodded, then walked over and lay on the bed. Tang San's strength is actually not inferior to him. If the hatchet did not contain a trace of golden power, it could break his black jade hand. This battle will be a protracted battle, and it is hard to say who will win or lose. If Tang San heard this later, he would definitely be furious. Not inferior to you. You are too modest, right? When have I ever won you? As the battle between Su Ming and Tang San ended, everyone turned their eyes to Su Ming, who was lying flat on his back, with a brilliant look in their eyes. There is no doubt that Su Ming will be their boss in the future. However, seeing that Su Ming was resting, everyone did not dare to disturb him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San, the son of destiny, at the age of 6, and rewarded with a Xian Shui pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Wu at the age of 6, and rewarded with a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Strangely, the system did not mention the dormitory boss task for the first time. Instead, it used 2 victory settlement rewards. Does it mean that every time you defeat an enemy, you can get a reward? And if you defeat a genius or a protagonist, the reward will be even greater? With the corner of his mouth raised, Su Ming fell asleep peacefully. Time flies, the window changes light and dark, and finally freezes in the dim light and shadow. Stretching lazily, Su Ming woke up slowly. This sleep was so comfortable that I felt that all the cells in my body were cheering and my body was as light as a white cloud. Su Ming wanted to get up, but suddenly his eyes changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to pinch his quilt. There seemed to be something inside. Wow! When Su Ming lifted the quilt, he saw a nimble and delicate little foot in white socks facing him. Su Ming's face darkened, and the quilt was slowly pulled open, and a pink peach-like face came into view. The skin was so soft that it could be blown away, the long eyelashes were fluttering, the little girl pursed her cherry lips, and drooled sweetly. Xiao Wu! Su Ming's mouth twitched suddenly, and he subconsciously pulled his body out of the quilt. After all, he was an adult, and he had no fantasies about a 6-year-old little girl. Besides, the soul was still a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Unfortunately, he didn't need a 100,000-year-old soul ring at the moment. Boss, it's like this. Wang Sheng ran over on tiptoe and explained what happened to Su Ming. Su Ming cast his eyes on Tang San's bed opposite. The bed was empty, with no trace of bedding, only the tattered clothes that Tang San wore when he came, and the rough wooden bedboard could be clearly seen. Su Ming remembered that in the original book, Tang San didn't seem to bring a bag either, and Yu Xiaogang gave it to him in the end. Now Yu Xiaogang and he don't seem to be master and apprentice. An adult soul, going to school without bedding? Su Ming, who was carrying luggage to school, couldn't understand someone's actions at this moment. Wang Sheng seemed to have thought of something again. He came over and lowered his voice to remind. Boss, Teacher Mo Hen came just now. He is the teacher in charge of our dormitory. We part-time students can work and study. You, Xiao Wu and Tang San are responsible for the open space in the south of the garden. You will get 10 copper soul coins every day. Although 10 copper soul coins are not much, they are enough for a day's food. Everyone in our dormitory has them. It can be regarded as a benefit for part-time students. Su Ming nodded. He didn't think it was shameful. He didn't have money on him, so what was wrong with cleaning? The whirring sound attracted his attention. Su Ming glanced at Xiao Wu, whose saliva flowed onto the quilt, and said with a depressed face. When she wakes up, remember to ask her to wash the quilt for me. Boss, I. Su Ming frowned. Do you have any opinions, or do you want to fight with me? Wang Sheng's scalp was numb. How could he dare to say no? He could only nod frantically and agree to pass on the message. Seeing Su Ming leave the dormitory, he instantly turned bitter. Especially when thinking of Xiao Wu's toughness, Wang Sheng couldn't help but shiver, and his eyes were afraid. Let her wash the quilt? Otherwise, boss, you should kill me. New students report, no need to attend classes in the next 2 days. Every time he arrives in a strange place, Su Ming will walk around and check the surrounding environment as before. After wandering around the Soul Master Academy for a while, Su Ming has already understood the general regional divisions. Primary. The Soul Master Academy is not very big, similar to the old elementary school. The square, playground, cafeteria, etc. are scattered throughout the academy. What surprised Su Ming a little was that the academy did not have a fighting soul arena, that is, there was no place for soul masters to duel. It is estimated that considering that there are very few soul master students in the academy, there is no fighting soul arena. After all, the requirement for graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy is to become a soul master before the age of 12. Therefore, there are probably not many soul masters among the students in the academy, including the 6th grade. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopping Chop, Quality Yellow, 26/500, remaining, 3. Items owned, Breathing Technique, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Qinggong, Xian Shui Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots. In addition to obtaining Xian Shui Pill and Millennium Ginseng after defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, Su Ming also obtained 3 Martial Soul Enhancement points which should be converted from reputation value. Martial Soul, Hatchet, Quality Yellow, 29/500. Soul Power has broken through to level 10. Continue to practice, or go hunting soul beasts. The afterglow of the setting sun flashed by, and Su Ming's eyes revealed a trace of golden light, as if he had already made a decision. Chapter 11 Exercise, Tang Hao appears. Under the setting sun, Nodding City was covered with a layer of light gold. The blazing sun was like an old man at the end of his days, without the previous temper. The light gradually cooled down. Bang! 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 In a street somewhere, the dull sound of metal collisions rose and fell, with a rhythm in the chaos. It was a small workshop, with grey air waves emanating from it, and the red charcoal fire crackling and burning. Several burly men with bare shoulders and fireproof aprons on their chests, holding hammers in their hands, kept forging the metal clamped by pliers. Every collision would burst out sparks. There was a hammer flag on the tent above the workshop, representing their identity as blacksmiths. Noticing the visitor, the boss Shi San rubbed the sweat off his neck with a rag and greeted him warmly. His muscles were bulging, like grey-black iron sheets. Standing in front of the boy, he looked like a small mountain. "Little brother, do you want to make something?" Shi San glanced at Su Ming's school uniform, his heart was like a lens. Su Ming said bluntly, "I want to make a set of armor, how much does it cost?" "Armor?" Shi San immediately looked embarrassed. "Little brother, you may not know that armor is something that we ordinary blacksmiths cannot make at will. Only the city defense cavalry can wear armor in the city, do you understand what I mean? Ordinary people are not allowed to make armor?" Su Ming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. "There are many soul masters in Nodding City. Their destructive power is more terrible than that of soldiers. Are you afraid that ordinary people have armor?" Shi San squatted down and lowered his voice, "There is nothing we can do about it. After all, there are not many soul masters. If ordinary people have armor, it will be troublesome. In addition to armor, bows and crossbows are not okay. We can't make armor and cavalry equipment, but other ordinary weapons are fine." Su Ming's mouth twitched. This is a typical case of taking off pants to fart, which is unnecessary. Shi San smiled honestly and gave Su Ming a look of mutual understanding. Su Ming did not force others to do anything, and he was not really making armor. So, he changed his request. "Boss, then make me a heavier piece of clothing. Not the kind for self-defense, but something that can be used for daily weight training. You should have said it earlier." Shi San smiled and nodded, "That's absolutely no problem. Our blacksmith shop is one of the best in the whole Nottingham. You will be satisfied with the products we make. I wonder how much weight you plan to make." Su Ming touched his chin and thought. Thinking of running to Nottingham in the morning. He finally set the torso weight at 10 jin, and the limbs at 3 jin each. 22 jin. Hearing this weight, Shi San looked at Su Ming deeply with his surprised eyes. After so many years of blacksmithing, he first saw a student who was so strict with himself. He looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old. This weight of more than 20 jin, hiss. It's a bit crazy. Shi San had to ask again, until Su Ming nodded again, he dared to believe what he heard. Shi San calmed down and said, "Little brother, I'll take this business. You can come and pick up the weight tomorrow afternoon. How about this, considering that you are a student of the Soul Master Academy, I won't make any money from you. Just give 15 copper soul coins." Su Ming's face relaxed and he gave the boss a grateful look. To be honest, he only had 23 copper soul coins in his trouser pocket. As for the gold coins, he put them under Grandpa Brin's mattress for emergency use. After paying the money to the boss, So Ming left. Students nowadays are so hardworking. Staring at So Ming's back as he disappeared into the corner of the street, Shi San retracted his gaze. His powerful body plunged into the blacksmith shop. Everyone, cheer up, don't let the molten iron eat your flesh and blood. Shanzi, go and make a 10-jin torso and 3-jin limb weights. The customer will need them tomorrow. Okay. After dealing with his own affairs, So Ming went to the blacksmith shop again. Back to the academy. Yes. His soul power has reached level 10, so he is not in a hurry to hunt soul beasts. Because soul power can be accumulated and will burst out after obtaining soul rings. From Jianrongxiu's situation, the human body can withstand level 20 soul power without absorbing soul rings. As a matter of urgency, So Ming feels that he needs to improve his physique, and of course he will also take into account soul power in actual combat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once, proficiency +1. The back mountain of the academy. The sword lights and shadows are flashing, and the dead branches and rotten leaves are flying everywhere. Under the moonlight, the black hatchet is even more cold and intimidating, and it is hard to look at it. Every time So Ming swings it, dust rises from the ground. The originally solid surface is now loosened by So Ming's steps. This time, So Ming practiced the Golden Crow Sword technique 3 times before he stopped. Because after he achieved minor success in the Golden Crow Sword technique, he got some tips on saving soul power, and his soul power was no longer as random as before. However, he was still far from the 500th success in the Golden Crow Sword technique, let alone the state of perfection. So Ming was not in a hurry. It would only take 100 days to achieve major success, which was better than practicing without any progress. Hey, So Ming stopped practicing and stood up, wiping the sweat off his body with a rag. Crack! Just as he was about to go down the mountain, the sound of branches breaking suddenly sounded. Instantly, So Ming broke out in a cold sweat. Who? What kind of hero is hiding? Come out if you have the guts. So Ming subconsciously stood with his sword in his hand, his legs one in front and one behind, ready to meet the enemy. The sound of heavy footsteps sounded. So Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but glance to the side. Listening to the footsteps, he felt his heartbeat was completely affected. The illusion of the eerie man even made him feel. Once the footsteps stopped, his heart would stop as well. Can he actually affect the enemy's heartbeat with his footsteps? Damn it! This guy's cultivation is probably above the Soul King. So Ming felt like he was facing a great enemy, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Although he knew he couldn't win, he still held the hatchet in his hand tightly, not daring to slack off. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. A magnetic voice sounded, the cloak scratched the leaves, and the burly figure walked out of the forest slowly. With the appearance of the voice, all So Ming's sense of danger disappeared. The man stood quietly under the shadow of the tree, neither advancing nor retreating. Although the light in the forest was very dim, So Ming could vaguely see the outline of the person through the scattered moonlight. The person seemed to be wearing a cloak, and his hair and beard were a little messy. So Ming paid the most attention to that pair of eyes, which were like wandering souls surviving on the edge of life and death, lonely and desolate, but also contained the amazing power of turning the world upside down. Tang Hao. So Ming was shocked, and inexplicably, he could already smell the smell of alcohol in the air. So Ming frowned even more deeply. I didn't do anything to Tang San, and this was a normal contest. You can't say that I'm bullying the weak like Xiao Wu, right? So Ming made a judgment in an instant, put away his martial spirit and saluted respectfully. Senior and I should have never met before. I don't know what the senior suddenly showed up to talk to me about. With Tang Hao's cultivation, if he didn't want to let himself find out, it would be impossible for him to hear any sound. Since he deliberately let himself hear it, and didn't advance or retreat, So Ming had reason to believe that Tang Hao was not trying to help Tang San. I have nothing to do with you, I'm just curious about your swordsmanship. I want to ask, who is your swordsmanship master, why have I never seen it before? Tang Hao's hoarse voice was chilly. Intentional, but also unintentional. If it weren't for his words, So Ming wouldn't even feel that he was curious about his swordsmanship. So Ming felt a little relieved and said truthfully. My swordsmanship is not inherited from a master, senior may not know, my grandfather is a bamboo craftsman in the village, and he is good at using a hatchet. And this swordsmanship may be the result of watching for a long time, and it suddenly came to me. When I woke up the next day, it existed in my mind and could not be shaken off. It was created by myself. Tang Hao's eyes changed slightly under the shadow of the tree, and finally believed Su Ming's words. First, his martial soul hatchet is destined to have no powerful backing. Second, the hammer method of Haoshan sect is also derived from the blacksmith, and the two are indeed similar. Thinking about it, Tang Hao said. Watching you practice swordsmanship, although it seems very impressive, but when you meet a strong enemy, how can the opponent let you do what you want? Real swordsmanship requires adaptability, which you can't do at your current level. Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly. He was naturally aware of this, but from what Tang Hao said, it seemed that he had some other ideas. Su Ming tentatively said, "What does the senior mean?" Swish! A stone shot out and hit Su Ming's shoulder instantly. But Su Ming didn't feel any pain, as if a domineering force had flowed into his body. Soul power! Tang Hao's soul power! Su Ming couldn't believe it and raised his head, and Tang Hao's domineering voice sounded at the same time. "Come on, let me see what's so powerful about this swordsmanship." Swish! Su Ming's eyes condensed, and he picked up the hatchet without hesitation and attacked Tang Hao. He wanted a titled Douluo as a sparring partner. Swish! 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 The sharp blade raged in the woods, more violent than ever before. Abandoning dexterity, only pursuing extreme fierceness. This is the Golden Crow sword technique plum snow in summer, with a strong and swift speed, slashing rapidly to achieve the effect of shocking and repelling the enemy. But as the eighth blade was swung out, Su Ming's heart became more and more horrified. Is this the titled Douluo? Seeing Tang Hao strolling and dodging, Su Ming did not believe in evil and gritted his teeth to face the challenge again. But the result did not change. Tang Hao was still so relaxed. He just relied on his body to dodge and avoid all of Su Ming's moves. Even the ultimate move, golden light shining on the 9 provinces, was eliminated by his feet. The deep feeling of powerlessness made Su Ming's mood fall to the bottom. Swish! Tang Hao raised his leg and threw it at Su Ming's lower abdomen, and the latter instantly flew out and landed steadily not far away. Without deliberately hurting Su Ming, Tang Hao continued to instruct. Your swordsmanship can catch low-level soul masters by surprise. But facing truly powerful soul masters, their mental power can easily determine the direction of your sword. What you need to do now is to find a way to integrate this swordsmanship, and only by doing it as you please can you be impeccable and anticipate the enemy. If you can cut off the opponent's mental perception, perhaps the effect will be better. Su Ming nodded without comment. This Jinwu swordsmanship has not reached perfection, so the attack naturally cannot be completed in one go. Cut off the spirit? I will definitely be able to do it in the future. What I need now is actual combat and the ability to make judgments based on changes. The swordsmanship will be perfect, but I am still far from actual combat experience. Su Ming said immediately. I know I am not your opponent, but you just keep dodging, and my comprehension is too slow. So, I would like to ask you for some real advice. Su Ming looked at Tang Hao with a firm face, his eyes full of fighting spirit, as if he had forgotten the previous setback. Oh, Tang Hao's tone was a little surprised, but his eyes flashed with a hint of intention. Real guidance is not as simple as before. If you break your bones, you will become disabled, so think clearly. The joking words came, although there was no soul power pressure. But in Su Ming's ears, he felt that countless knives had passed through his skin, and the cold current poured into his body, which made people shudder. Killing intent. Is it so terrifying just to overflow with a hint of killing intent? Su Ming, who felt that his body was about to freeze, was horrified. If he could integrate the killing god domain into his martial soul, how powerful he would be. I must go to the city of slaughter in the future. Su Ming gritted his teeth, and his stiff voice seemed to come through his teeth. He replied with difficulty. With your strength, if I would be seriously injured, then you must really want to hurt me. In this case, whether I practice or not, the results will be similar. Hearing this, Tang Hao was silent for a moment. After a long while, he finally said something strange. Are you really 6 years old? Yes. At the age of 6, would you really think so much? Su Ming laughed at himself, feeling his body freezing inch by inch. he resolutely rushed forward with murderous intent. How brave! Tang Hao was moved, his eyes flashed with admiration, and he quickly retracted the trace of murderous intent. With Su Ming's mental strength at the moment, once he fell into this murderous intent, his sea of consciousness would definitely collapse immediately. Swish, Tang Hao stretched out his hand, and a most ordinary wooden stick appeared in his hand. He stepped on the ground, and his figure rushed over like Su Ming. Lightning flashed. The two of them competed in the woods. There was no soul power stirring, nor any soul skills shining. This was a pure battle of fighting skills. Ping ping pong pong. The fierce fighting sound was so clear in the quiet forest. Sticks, hatchets. This pair of natural rivals seemed to be performing a confrontation regardless of strength. An egg hitting a stone? Or is it the simplest way? It makes people ponder. In the game between adults and children, the children suffer after all. The little figure was overturned again and again. Every time he fell to the ground, he would immediately get up and attack again without hesitation. From late at night to the crowing of the cock. Then in the early morning. The sun was scattered and the shade of the trees was lush. The charming light and shadow shone quietly into the forest through the gaps between the trees. A little bit of fluorescence reflected from the snowy skin, and the water light was shimmering. On the grass, a small figure lay there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep, breathing evenly. The man in the cloak sighed and left without looking back. Only a scarred wooden stick was left lying on the ground, half enjoying the shade of the tree and half in the scorching sun. Chapter 12 The body of the crazy fighter. Tang San was shocked. Effort evaluation. Although the opponent was not defeated, and even a miserable defeat, the host attacked the titled Douluo with the cultivation of an ordinary person to hone his combat skills, which is rare in the world. The spirit of fighting again and again and never giving up is very inspiring. Effort rating, 6 stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of the crazy fighter. The sweet dream was awakened by the noise of the system. Su Ming Gang he wanted to open his eyes, but the dazzling sunlight at noon made him subconsciously block his eyes with his hands. Through the gaps between his fingers, Su Ming looked around. It seems that Tang Hao is gone. Su Ming slowly stood up, with tears on his clothes, strips of cloth flying with the wind and waves, and bloodstains on his thighs and chest. The surface of his body was burning with pain, but Su Ming was more painful in his heart. Last night's battle, he lost very thoroughly. Tang Hao is worthy of being the #1 genius, and his actual combat experience is even more terrifying than the prehistoric beasts. In front of him, his seemingly exquisite swordsmanship can be said to be full of loopholes. Although he lost very thoroughly, Su Ming also gained a lot from asking for advice from such a strong enemy. One day, I will defeat you head-on. The leaves rustled, as if responding to the favor of the wind and waves. Stepping on the soft powder sand ground, Su Ming's broken body slowly left. His eyes were stern, and his unyielding fighting spirit was dazzling, brighter than the rising sun. Ding! The host won a reward for the battle with Tang Hao, please check. Reward? At the back door of the academy, Su Ming stopped in a daze. Before and after the battle with Tang Hao, he had already been fully focused and did not dare to be distracted in order to avoid losing a bit of energy. He knew that there were problems with the Golden Crow sword method to deal with the enemy, so he did not have any extra thoughts. Learn practical skills. That was all he had in mind at the time. There was no effort task issued at all. Is it automatically replenished by the system? Su Ming did not ask, but cast his eyes on the system's rewards. Brawl body. Special combat physique, born for combat, can be improved in combat, and when the body is exhausted to the extreme, it can even break through the shackles, sublimate to the extreme, and greatly increase physical fitness. Current physical fitness. Strength, 12. Defense, 10. Spirit, 13. Average for adult men, 10. Berserk body? Su Ming rubbed his eyes. Why did he feel so similar to the Super Saiyan physique? Super Saiyan came to Douluo continent? Wouldn't it be killing people in a minute? So, the actual effect of Berserk body should not be as strong as Super Saiyan physique. Hi, excited for nothing. Looking up at the sun, it should be almost afternoon. Su Ming passed through the academy and headed towards the blacksmith shop. Boss, are you hiring apprentices? I have experience in forging and I'm very hardworking. I can definitely meet your requirements. Hey, little brother, blacksmithing is dirty and tiring work. How can you handle it with your small body? I think you should find a job that is easy and suitable for you. Boss, I think this job is suitable for me. To be honest, my father used to be a blacksmith in the village. Oh? Your father is a blacksmith. In front of the blacksmith shop, a little boy stood in front of the burly Shi San. The boy had short hair and a cute face with a childish look, but he was not as lively as other children. He was faintly calm and steady. The boy was none other than Tang San. Beds and other things needed to be purchased, and the money from cleaning alone was not enough for him to spend. So Tang San was going to do some temporary work to get rid of the current predicament first. Moved by Tang San's persistence and the fact that he was the blacksmith's child, Shi San's heart softened. Just as he was about to agree, a tenacious voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Boss, is the thing I want ready? Swish! Tang San's heart trembled, and he looked over before the boss Shi San. Su Ming. It's this guy. But why did he come to the blacksmith shop? Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He naturally would not forget the defeat to Su Ming yesterday. Seeing Su Ming nod and greet him, Tang San simply responded without much conversation. Shi San was deeply impressed by Su Ming. He smiled cheerfully and proudly and said, Little brother, you came at the right time. The things have been completed and are completely made according to your body size. Shi San turned his head to look at the blacksmith shop. His gentle smile instantly disappeared and he shouted sternly. Dashan, what are you waiting for? Bring the weights here and let the customer try them out to see if they fit. I'm here. The tough guy with a steel body walked out quickly with a set of iron armor in his arms. His bronze skin exuded a burning feeling. Clang! The iron armor was placed on the display table. Su Ming also came over and looked at the armor in front of him. The armor was bright silver. It was not cast throughout the body, but was composed of iron pieces connected in series. It looked a bit like the back curtain of a folding bamboo chair. Little brother, although these iron sheets are connected piece by piece, you can rest assured that they are all made of cowhide ropes, which are absolutely wear resistant. If there are any quality problems, you can ask us to rework them at any time. You don't know, my Tishi blacksmith shop has been opened in Notting City for generations. There is no doubt about its reputation and it will never bluff people. Listening to Shi San's boasting, Su Ming did not say much and unbuttoned his shirt. Swish! In an instant, the bloodstains on the back were exposed to the air. One by one. Some are purple and blue. Some are blood red. As if it had been whipped, there was no intact skin. Hiss! Shi San and Tang San's pupils shrank suddenly, and they felt that their throats were pinched and they couldn't breathe. The two looked at Su Ming in horror, thinking what on earth happened to this guy? He was so badly injured. No. This is definitely not caused by fighting with me. Tang San frowned, thinking of the fact that Su Ming did not return home last night. Boom! A strange thought suddenly came to his mind, and Tang San was stunned for a moment. Last night, this guy didn't go to practice again, did he? Gurgle. Tang San swallowed his saliva in horror. The scars lingered in his heart for a long time, lingering. Su Ming ignored the two and put on the armor. It seemed that they knew that iron pieces would hurt people, so the blacksmith shop specially placed a layer of breathable cotton wool inside, which felt quite comfortable to wear. Bang, bang, Su Ming jumped up, and the weight of 10 kilograms was a bit heavy, but he could totally accept it. It was just that it was a bit painful to rub the scars. Su Ming tied the weights on both hands to his arms again. In order to prevent it from falling off, elastic rubber bands were used around the iron sheet group. At this time, Tang San also came to the table. He picked up the remaining leg weight of Su Ming and tried it. 3 pounds. Tang San's eyes shrank, and he was shocked. He was not shocked by this one, but by Su Ming's total weight. 3 pounds is not too heavy, but there are 4 pieces in total, which is 12 pounds, and the armor is estimated to be 10 pounds. More than 20 pounds. 1/3 of the total body weight. Such a heavy weight is not easy even for an adult. Does this guy want to exercise in this way? The biting cold current spread from the spine inch by inch, rushing straight to the top of the head. Boom! Tang San's body stiffened, and he felt that his scalp was about to explode. Chapter 13 Little Rabbit, is it hot? Human strength has a time limit for absorbing spirit rings. If you want to absorb higher level spirit rings, you must increase your body strength. At present, the most clumsy way that So Ming can think of is weight training. When his body strength increases, he can further try to infuse energy into his body to further reshape his body. Boss, this armor is suitable. I don't think it needs to be changed. Okay, as long as you are satisfied. So Ming nodded and glanced at the dazed Tang San. Although Tang Hao tortured him badly, but the harvest was not bad. It was more or less a favor from Tang Hao. So Ming thought about it and said, Boss, his physical fitness is not inferior to that of an adult, and his father is also an excellent blacksmith in the surrounding area. A tiger father will have a dog son. If he works as a blacksmith here, you will find a treasure. Oh? Shi San looked at Tang San in surprise, and his heart was even more moved. If it were someone else, he would still be suspicious. But when So Ming spoke, he believed it without a doubt. Wearing weights to train, So Ming's hard-working tenacity in his bones, the other party should not disdain to lie. At the age of 6, he was still at ease with a weight of more than 20 kilograms, and he lifted the weight with ease, which showed that So Ming was very likely a spirit master. Combined the two, he had no reason to doubt. This guy actually helped me. Watching So Ming leave, Tang San was very confused. Before he could continue to think, the boss Shi San agreed to let him be an apprentice in the shop. Seeing this, Tang San could only keep his doubts in his heart and followed Shi San into the blacksmith shop. Clang clang clang. Walking on the street wearing more than 20 kilograms of armor, So Ming felt no problem at first. But as the friction became more and more sensitive, the slight pain made So Ming's mouth twitch. As a last resort, So Ming could only take a short whisker from the 1000-year-old ginseng and hold it in his mouth. Rich vitality flowed from the mouth to the abdomen, and then spread from the abdomen to the whole body, numb and tingling, the skin of the whole body was itchy. So Ming knew that this was the healing of the wound. No matter how itchy it was, he could not reach out to scratch it. Without returning to the dormitory, So Ming walked towards the school cafeteria. After not eating for a day and a night, he was already hungry and just wanted to have a full meal. At the same time, the college office welcomed an uninvited guest. The thin Yu Xiaogang in black frowned, his heart full of vigilance and doubt. Right in front of him stood a raging man surrounded by a cloak. Yu Xiao quickly stood up and asked respectfully. I wonder who you are. Being able to come here quietly and not let himself sense any signs of his soul power, the other party's strength is definitely not ordinary. Tang Hao did not speak, but took off his cloak and hat, revealing his vicissitudes and slovenly face. But when Yu Xiaogang saw this face, his eyes bulged, as if he had seen a ghost. You are Hao. Yu Xiaogang's emotions were surging, his decadent eyes were brilliant at the moment, and his arms were shaking with nervousness. He never thought that he would meet this person here. This person in front of him is his idol. But before Yu Xiaogang could say anything, Tang Hao had interrupted him with his eyes. The past is over, there is no need to mention it again. Now I am just a blacksmith in the countryside. The past has nothing to do with me, and you don't need to call me by the name you used before. The lonely tone was mixed with a bit of death, and Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken when he heard it. Yes. Who would dare to believe that the sloppy middle-aged man in front of him was actual lithe unrivaled Haoshan Douluo before? The peerless genius who made all the geniuses feel suffocated. Hey! Yu Xiaogang calmed down. Although Tang Hao in front of him looked decadent, he still felt Tang Hao's depressed mood. That feeling. Like an erupting active volcano, although calm on the surface, the heart was turbulent. Yu Xiaogang calmed down and asked. I don't know if your majesty is looking for me, but is there anything you want to tell me? Tang Hao raised his eyes slightly, and a flash of lightning overflowed. Do you still remember the 2 children who embarrassed you in front of the academy yesterday? Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned, as if he thought of something, and looked at Tang Hao in horror. Tang Hao, that child also has the surname Tang. Could it be? Boom. Yu Xiaogang's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Blue silver grass. Haoshan hammer. That kid named Tang, could it be his? Knowing that Yu Xiaogang had already made a judgment, Tang Hao did not explain, but reminded him. They are both unique geniuses. I hope you can train them to be talented. You have always wanted to prove yourself, right? Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up slightly. He did not expect Tang Hao to entrust him with something. To be honest, he was also drooling over the 2 of them, but he had no choice. Alas, Tang San was fine, but that guy Su Ming. That look of contempt and disdain still pierces his heart like a thorn. Yu Xiaogang's iron face showed difficulty. Your Majesty, Su Ming is arrogant and will not be easily persuaded. And he has his own views on soul masters. I'm afraid. Tang Hao raised his hand and reminded him with a serious expression. That's why I say he is a unique genius. He can judge that the quality of martial souls is similar to twins just by the awakening of the surrounding soul masters. Such a terrifying observation and thinking, don't you think such a person is scary? Eagle's eyes exuded a cold air. Tang Hao frowned and glared, and his domineering appearance made people palpitate. He actually wanted to say that he had never seen such a persistent and tenacious person. Just this desire to become stronger is enough to make Su Ming's future limitless. But even if he didn't say it, it could already break down all of Yu Xiaogang's inner defenses. Boom! Yu Xiaogang was struck by lightning, his pupils shrank instantly, and he screamed. Your Majesty, you mean he is right? Wow, the cold wind blew through the window. It made the pages of the book fly quickly, as if it was the same mood of someone at the moment. Compared to the silence of the office, the cafeteria was even more weird. It was noon, and the cafeteria should have been bustling, but now it was silent. Is there no one? No, it was quite the opposite. Because there were almost 100 students in the cafeteria at the moment. From the first grade who had just entered school to the 6th grade who were about to graduate. 60% of the students gathered in the cafeteria on the first floor. The cafeteria on the first floor was originally the most ordinary cafeteria, and the children of rich families disdained to come here, but now it was surrounded by people. Pairs of clear eyes all stared in the same direction, as if they had seen a ghost, and the sound of swallowing saliva seemed so loud at this moment. Clang! The rice bowl slipped out of his hand and was firmly embedded in the previous one, and the two bowls were stacked together. Su Ming was holding a rice spoon and kept putting food into his mouth. That little stomach was like a bottomless pit at this moment, and it couldn't be filled at all. To his right, the rice bowls were already stacked 5 or 6 layers. The crowd swallowed their saliva in fear again. Is this guy still a human? He eats as much as 7 or 8 people. Damn! It's terrible. If it were me, I would probably vomit now. Hey, guess how many meals this guy can eat? Opposite Su Ming, Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng were also stunned. Xiao Wu was okay, after all, she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. But Wang Sheng, at this moment, he was shaking when he took a breath and spit it out. Too much food. 1 meal is equivalent to 2 days for me. The key is that he is still eating. The ears were filled with the sounds of jokes and laughter from all around. Xiao Wu stepped on Wang Sheng's foot and said angrily. These people are so annoying. Why are they staring at us? Wang Sheng, is there any way to drive them all away? Xiao Wu poked her head and glared at Su Ming who was still eating. You made a disgrace to the part-time students. If it weren't for you being the boss of the dormitory and the appearance of the dormitory, we wouldn't bother to care about you. You still want me to wash your quilts? Dream on. Hiss. Wang Sheng came back to his senses with a face full of grief and helplessness. If you are angry, you can vent it on the boss. Bullying me is nothing. But seeing Xiao Wu's eyes, Wang Sheng immediately laughed awkwardly. What dissatisfaction was there? Sister Xiao Wu, many people around are seniors. We may not be able to beat them. Noticing the powerful figure on the second floor, Wang Sheng couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Look at those people on the second floor. Some of them have already cultivated to the level of Soul Master. It will probably be a while before they go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy for the assessment. With our working students' strength, it's better not to provoke them. Seeing Wang Sheng's frightened look, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. How do you know you can't win before we even start fighting? You are still a boy, how shameful. Wang Sheng was not annoyed. If he was really strong, how could he be willing to be bullied? He opened his mouth to persuade. If we become soul masters, we will naturally not be afraid of them. But you have seen the situation. Even Boss Su Ming has no soul ring. We will definitely suffer a loss when we fight against them. Tisk. We have to fight to know. Her pink eyes were puffy, and Xiao Wu turned her head. Although she said so, she knew in her heart that it was extremely difficult to defeat a soul master. If she fights against them now, she really can't get any advantage. When I cultivate my first soul ring, I will definitely take back the position of the boss. Looking at Su Ming, who was eating like a pig, Xiao Wu clenched her fists in anger. How could she lose to such a person? Xiao Wu, who was preparing to seize power and usurp the throne, did not seem to notice that someone had already set their sights on her. Ling Feng, look at that girl. I guess her martial spirit should be a rabbit. The young voice was filled with fantasy, and the person who spoke was a senior student on the second floor. The man was wearing a school uniform and was obviously much taller than Wang Sheng and the others. His handsome appearance was faintly noble, and his tone of voice was very confident. Beside him, there was a thin boy standing. This girl has a pink face and bright and moist eyes. She is indeed cute and attractive. What, do you have another idea? A naughty smile appeared on his face. As a man's best friend, how could Ling Feng not know what he was thinking? Xiao Chenyu smiled and gave a look that said, I understand me. You said that if such a girl is kept as a pet, every night you can. Hehe, you are really having fun. Meanwhile, looking at Xiao Wu's attractive face, Xiao Chenyu's eyes flashed with greed, and he walked down with his head held high. This guy, Ling Feng shook his head helplessly, glanced at Xiao Wu, and then followed him. Xiao Chenyu walked over with a straight posture, pretending to be a gentleman, and invited Xiao Wu in a gentlemanly manner. Junior sister, the food on the first floor is much worse than that on the second floor. Senior invites you to eat on the second floor. What do you think? Get lost. Xiao Wu opened her red lips and uttered a word in disgust. Although she was not very experienced, the greed and evil thoughts in Xiao Chenyu's eyes were too obvious. How could she not notice it? Oh, she is quite fierce. Xiao Chenyu's eyes became brighter. He liked girls with this style, which was exciting enough at night. Boss Xiao, you. Seeing someone interrupting, Xiao Chenyu shouted unceremoniously. Wang Sheng, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to be beaten, you should know what's good for you and get out of here. You. Being ignored like this, Wang Sheng was furious, and his eyes were about to spit fire. But thinking of the other party's strength and background, he could only put down his fist and choose to swallow his anger. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction, his face was arrogant and he seemed to be even more arrogant. After saying that, Xiao Chenyu once again cast his eyes on Xiao Wu. Junior sister, I am the boss of the school. If you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life in school. His elegant and easygoing temperament disappeared, and naked greed flashed in his eyes. I don't know who he learned this from at such a young age. You are looking for death. Xiao Wu's eyes turned cold. She was hot-tempered by nature and was not willing to endure it any longer. She pushed herself up with both hands and stood up. She kicked Xiao Chenyu in the face without hesitation. Bang! Xiao Chenyu and Ling Feng were shocked because they had never expected Xiao Wu to suddenly jump up. Especially Xiao Chenyu, as the son of the Lord of Notting City, he was used to bullying others in the academy. How could he have thought that his junior schoolmates were so bold? Look, even though he was already a fighting spirit master, he was kicked away by Xiao Wu at this moment. Boss Xiao! Ling Feng was horrified and ran over to help Xiao Chenyu up. The crowd was also dumbfounded. The school bully was beaten by a new school girl? Hualala! In an instant, Xiao Chenyu's followers rushed out of the crowd, surrounded the dining table with ferocious faces. It's over. Something big is going to happen. Wang Sheng trembled and ran out of the cafeteria. He was not running away, but going to the dormitory to get help. How could Sol Lauda and Xiao Wu beat this group of seniors? They had to call everyone over. Pooh! Xiao Chenyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was gloomy, and he pushed Ling Feng away and stood up alone. Since he entered school, no one has ever beaten him. Good, very good. Get out of my way. Xiao Chenyu let out a sharp roar from his throat. Where did he lose face? He got it back himself. Swish! The younger brothers immediately obeyed and quickly made way for Xiao Chenyu. Little rabbit is quite spicy. Haha, I'm going to eat you today. The green light overflowed from his body, and Xiao Chenyu grinned. As the green light shone, the muscles in his arms swelled, and sharp claws popped out of his palms, and the sharp blades filled with tearing scents emitted cold light. At the same time, a white tooth-edged soul ring emerged from the bottom of his feet. The brilliant white light rushed towards everyone with a sense of oppression. Xiao Chenyu was actually a one-ring soul master. Chapter 14 The first battle with soul masters, can't beat? Rabbit? Spicy? As if he had discovered the true meaning of the world, Su Ming, who was eating crazily, raised his head in surprise and asked. Is the cafeteria made of? Did you want to eat braised rabbit meat? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Chenyu, who was just possessed by the spirit and was about to kill everyone, froze immediately. What the hell? As for Xiao Wu, her eyes were full of ferocity, and she clenched her fists with gritted teeth. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about rabbit meat? Braised, right? Later, I'll roast you. I don't know where the fool came from. Xiao Chenyu pointed his claws at Su Ming and threatened him unhappily. Boy, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of here with your good-for-nothing bucket. If you piss off your grandfather, I'll beat you up too. Grandpa? Beat me too? Su Ming, who had just recovered, had a dark face. A frenzied body needs to be replenished with food in large quantities. Su Ming had not finished his food from last night to noon today, and he was extremely hungry. He had no time to look around, so he ate so voraciously. He just wanted to have a full meal. It's okay to be disturbed. But you shouldn't talk too much. His clear eyes were fierce, and Su Ming's body was filled with black light. A pitch-black silver-bladed hatchet appeared in his hand. Swish! Su Ming slammed his hand on the table, and with a bang, his body flipped up and landed beside Xiao Wu. Bring me 3 more meals. Pushing Xiao Wu, Su Ming stared at Xiao Chenyu, his murderous aura surged, as if he wanted to deal with Xiao Chenyu alone. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched slightly, and she twisted Su Ming's arm angrily, and said angrily. What the hell, can you beat him alone? Su Ming did not speak, but just glanced at Xiao Wu coldly. The deep eyes carried a faint flame, although it was only a wisp, but Xiao Wu was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. She vaguely saw a piece of red, that was the fire spreading over the mountains and forests, as if it could not be extinguished, and the fire continued to surge from the center of the earth. Knowing that Su Ming was really angry, Xiao Wu did not dare to act rashly, and obediently went to the cafeteria window. Seeing that Xiao Wu did not run away, Xiao Chenyu slowly walked towards Su Ming with a fierce smile on his face. Boy, are you going to stand up for her, right? Sizzle, sizzle, the sharp claws scraped across the wooden table, making a harsh sound, leaving several claw marks on the table, showing the sharpness of the wolf claws. Xiao Chenyu's eyes were cold and sinister, not only because he was angry about being beaten. Because the rabbit pet he had taken a fancy to actually listen to another man's orders. Especially, Su Ming's contempt for him made him very unhappy. Su Ming slowly raised the hatchet, pointed it at Xiao Chenyu indifferently, and said impatiently. I don't like people who talk too much. Since you are a soul master, you should know that the soul master world is a place where strength speaks. The cold edge came to his face, Xiao Chenyu's heart shrank, and he actually felt a little cold. The wolf martial spirit possessed him, and he actually felt cold? The feeling was not wrong. Xiao Chenyu did not dare to be careless in his heart, but he was still arrogant. You are right, soul masters should speak with strength. If I win, not only will I want her to be my rabbit pet, but I will also want you to kneel down and kowtow to me. How about that? Looking at Su Ming with a provocative look, Xiao Chenyu was full of arrogance. He was not arrogant, but he noticed that Su Ming had no spirit rings. Without spirit rings, no matter how powerful he was, he could not beat his one-ring spirit master. The winner is definitely himself. But after the voice fell, Su Ming shook his head in dissatisfaction. Just when Xiao Chenyu thought he was afraid and wanted to continue to mock, the former's throat moved and the words floated out indifferently. I have no right to decide her affairs, and I don't need to agree to anything for her. If I beat you, you will naturally know that a dog will not bark when it sees its master. Crazy. How crazy? Not only was Xiao Chenyu stunned, but even the people around him were shocked. How dare you do this? Do you really think you can beat a one-ring spirit master above your level? Okay, okay. The green air swirled, and Xiao Chenyu, who closed his eyes, laughed wildly and said good 3 times. The next second, he slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light surged inside, and he shouted angrily. Move the table away, today I will teach this kid a good lesson. The veins on his forehead bulged, and Xiao Chenyu was furious. As a senior, this was the first time he was provoked by a junior. If he didn't beat Su Ming down, he wouldn't need to stay in the academy. The younger brothers immediately obeyed and moved the tables around. In an instant, a large area was vacated with the two as the center. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Hey, if we can't beat him, let's go together and make sure he's beaten into submission. It was Xiao Wu who spoke quietly. She had already brought the food back. Perhaps the cafeteria aunt was watching so excitedly that she didn't even bother to collect the money for the food. Take the food. Su Ming glanced at her, and these 4 simple words made Xiao Wu so angry that she wanted to smash the bowl. You don't know what's good for you, you deserve to be beaten to death, hum. Xiao Wu returned a look angrily, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. The student cafeteria and the teacher cafeteria are connected together, and the movement here has also attracted many teachers. But the strange thing is that no teacher stepped forward to stop it. As if there was a tacit understanding, they all looked like they were watching a good show. The college does not allow private fighting, let alone the cafeteria. But this time, it was really interesting. Su Ming also noticed this and became more carefree. System, mission direction, become the school boss. Ding. System data is being collected, please start your efforts. Swish. Su Ming's eyes condensed, and he rushed out instantly without wasting time. The air exploded, and the hatchet in his hand turned into a crescent and swept across. Come on! Xiao Chenyu's eyes lit up, and he charged head-on. The sharp claws in his hand with metallic luster were raised high, and with a powerful blow, he vowed to cut Su Ming into pieces. Clang! The crisp sound of metal collision rippled in the cafeteria. The hatchet and the claws collided with each other, sparks collided at the contact point, and the two hit each other. Don't they want to go up and down? No. Compared to Su Ming's solemn expression, Xiao Chenyu was more relaxed. No wonder you are so arrogant, it turns out you are quite strong. But you forgot, I am a soul master. With a strong confidence flashing in his grin, Xiao Chenyu bulged his arms and instantly burst out with strength. Soul master means having soul rings. The power amplified by soul rings is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Bang! The burst of power instantly pushed Su Ming back 5 or 6 meters, and his right hand holding the hatchet was slightly shaken. Su Ming frowned. His arm strength was already over 100 kilograms, but he still couldn't compete with Xiao Chenyu. Judging from the collision just now, if this guy burst out with all his strength, the force would probably reach 300 kilograms. 300 kilograms of force, Su Ming at present can't bear it at all. But just now, it was just a simple test of strength. The good show has just begun. Chapter 15 Defeating Soul Masters above their level, the boss of the academy. Swish! After knocking Su Ming back with one blow, Xiao Chenyu did not pursue the victory. Instead, he folded his hands and posed in front of everyone, and said arrogantly, Boy, do you know how terrifying the power of a soul master is? I advise you to admit defeat and surrender, so as not to ask for trouble. You talk too much, and you will die early. Su Ming said coldly and attacked again. You don't know how to appreciate me. Xiao Chenyu snorted coldly, and gathered strength with his claws, ready to fight Su Ming head-on. No matter how many times you try, my strength will always be above yours. Seeing that Su Ming was still fighting hard without repentance, Xiao Chenyu sneered in his heart, and his arms added a little more strength again, and his sharp claws tore towards Su Ming's chest. But strangely, there was no crisp collision sound. Not good. Xiao Chenyu was shocked in his heart, and his face suddenly darkened as he looked at Su Ming, who was looking down and passing under his arm. Do you really think I'm stupid and I'll fight you head-on? Su Ming sneered, and the hatchet on his arm with his backhand suddenly exerted force. Knowing that he would suffer a loss in strength, how could Su Ming fight Xiao Chenyu head-on? That would obviously be a loss. So, before the hatchet collided with Xiao Chenyu's claws, Su Ming had already turned the hatchet 180 degrees horizontally. In this way, Xiao Chenyu's claws would inevitably miss. At this time, the hatchet and the arm were already together. It felt like a barb grew out of Su Ming's elbow, and it was fiercely gouged towards Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. It stabbed. The hatchet collided, and sparks flew out. Su Ming's figure passed through the ground, as smooth as if he was wearing skates. Stop, the two stood back to back. The scene was silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at Xiao Chenyu's abdomen in disbelief. How is this possible? Ling Feng's eyes bulged, and he vaguely saw the red blood from Xiao Chenyu's cut clothes. Xiao Chenyu, he was actually injured. No way, this kid is so powerful, Xiao Chenyu can't beat him. Really powerful, a soul master without a ring fighting a soul master with one ring. If this kid has a soul ring, the result is basically no suspense. What kind of martial soul is that hatchet? It's too powerful, Xiao Chenyu couldn't defend it. Originally thought it was a one-sided crush, now it seems that the kid has the advantage. Everyone couldn't help rubbing their eyes, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Even Xiao Wu's eyes were horrified, and her intuition told her that the guy was a completely different person from yesterday. I was actually injured. Looking at the bright red blood on his palm, Xiao Chenyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was stunned. Just now, he used his soul power to resist in front of his chest. Even so, he couldn't block the attack. How could Xiao Chenyu know that even Tang San's Xuanyu hand was cut open by Su Ming? He is a soul master, no matter how hard his abdomen is, how can it be harder than iron and stone? Boy, you are looking for death. The green light rushed out desperately, Xiao Chenyu's face was ferocious, and his clear eyes were stained red with blood. It was a great shame for a soul master to be injured by an ordinary person. The mocking eyes of the people around him, the pain in his abdomen. His proud self-esteem was trampled, and Xiao Chenyu was like an enraged lion, about to go crazy. Swish, swish, swish. He ran at full speed, and his double blades attacked Su Ming like a wolf pouncing on its food. A gust of wind. At this moment, Xiao Chenyu's speed was even faster than before. Su Ming did not retreat but advanced, his body bent and tilted, and began to spin wildly. The hatchet in his hand merged with his body, transformed into the spikes of a spinning top. Clang! The force of the extremely fast rotation was so strong that even Xiao Chenyu's full-strength attack was repelled. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the rotation. The hatchet that was originally behind his back turned into a black long sword and pierced directly into Xiao Chenyu's abdomen. A little cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. In the battle with Tang Hao, Su Ming had already learned to adapt to the situation and pay attention to the variables of swordsmanship. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. Only in this way can you quickly capture the flaws revealed by the enemy. Faced with Su Ming's sudden attack, Xiao Chenyu was shocked and quickly crossed his arms in front of him, using his claws to block Su Ming's attack. Ah! Xiao Chenyu couldn't help but roar to the sky, as if venting his helplessness and anger. He shook his arms with all his strength and repelled Su Ming back with all his strength. Looking at Su Ming with deep hatred, Xiao Chenyu gritted his teeth, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Boom! A brilliant white light shone, and the muscles of his legs bulged, then shrank back tightly, with the strong leg muscles wrapped around his thighs. Just by looking from a distance, one could feel how terrifying the explosive power of these legs was. Swish! Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hatchet was immediately placed in front of him. Xiao Chenyu, who was originally 5 meters away from him, appeared beside him at this moment. His first soul skill was not to increase strength, but speed. Clang! The metal collided with a cracking sound. Su Ming only felt his arm suddenly sink, and was instantly repelled by the terrifying power released by Xiao Chenyu. But the strange thing was that Su Ming seemed to have expected it, and the blade stuck to the ground and the whole person slid diagonally. Boom! Su Ming flew back, and as his right foot landed, a huge force instantly burst out from his body, and actually cracked the floor of the cafeteria. Su Ming, who was under fierce attack, stood upright as if nothing had happened. How can you be okay? Xiao Chenyu's eyes widened, as if in a dream. The power of his attack was enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, and Su Ming could never resist it. Because at the beginning, he had tested Su Ming's strength. But what is all this in front of him? If your strength is only this little, I'm sorry, you will lose. Su Ming raised his hand, and the hatchet actually flew out of his hand and broke through the air towards Xiao Chenyu. The weapon spirit soul master actually threw out his own spirit. Is he going to fight with his bare hands? Xiao Chenyu was also wondering, because the hatchet was not fast. Swish! He waved his palm easily and knocked the hatchet away. The hatchet flew into the air. There was already a figure waiting on the ground. He exerted force on his calves and flew into the air. Holding the knife. Like a meteor, Su Ming smashed towards Xiao Chenyu fiercely. Haha, I knew you had a backup plan. But your power, what can it do to me? Roaring hysterically, Xiao Chenyu didn't even use his first soul skill to dodge. He knew that he could completely use his power to block Su Ming's attack, and when he got close, it was time for him to launch a counterattack. Bang! It made a violent noise, and the sound shook the dishes and chopsticks. I said, your power can't do anything to me. A sneer of contempt appeared on the corner of Xiao Chenyu's mouth, as if he had Su Ming in his hands. Oh? Really? A devilish sneer sounded in his ears, and Xiao Chenyu felt cold in his heart. He raised his head and met the playful eyes. You! Before Xiao Chenyu could speak, the terrifying force fell again. Bang! The heavy force made Xiao Chenyu's face change wildly, and he felt his arms shaking uncontrollably. At this moment, he finally felt fear. Bang! At this time, Su Ming landed again. The same force, just a different position. But this time, the result was very different. As soon as it came into contact, Xiao Chenyu's arm was knocked down heavily as if it had lost its strength. There was nothing to defend against his chest. Lost. Everyone in the cafeteria had such thoughts. Not to mention Su Ming, even if they were in his place, they could easily win against the defenseless Xiao Chenyu at this moment. Sure enough. With a loud bang, Xiao Chenyu was kicked away by Su Ming's full force and fell heavily to the ground. Swish! Xiao Chenyu still wanted to stand up and resist stubbornly, but a hatchet flew through the air and embedded into the ground with a bang. Xiao Chenyu's hair stood up all over his body. He looked carefully and saw that the sharp blade was less than a centimeter away from his neck. If he had been faster, he would have been beheaded. I almost died. Gurgle, a smell of urine came out of his crotch. The frightened Xiao Chenyu tilted his head and fainted. Su Ming! You peed already? What a coward! Su Ming curled his lips and swept his cold eyes around. Everyone lowered their heads at the same time, looking panicked and terrified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Chenyu and becoming the boss of the Junior Soul Master Academy. He won the challenge and was rewarded with a piece of 1,000-year-old snow wolf meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 martial soul improvement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strength +2, defense +2, and mental strength +2. The reward is quite a lot. Su Ming was delighted and checked the system quickly. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Hatchet, Yellow Quality 35/500, added. Special Physique, Berserker Body. Spirit Skills, Breathing Technique, Qinggong, Golden Crow Sword Technique. Items owned, Xian Shui Dan, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots, Millennium Snow Wolf Meat. Appendix. Current Physical Fitness. Strength, 14. Defense, 12. Spirit, 15. Noticing the change in physical fitness values, Su Ming clenched his fists. Although it felt very weak, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased a little. Berserker body, the effect seems okay. But as soon as the idea came out, Su Ming's excited face froze again. He was only 6 or 7 points full just now, but at this moment he actually felt a little hunger again. This crazy fighting body seems to be developing in the direction of a glutton. Sighing silently. Glancing at Xiao Chenyu on the ground, Su Ming put away his hatchet martial spirit. Coming to the side and taking the bowl and chopsticks from Xiao Wu, Su Ming sipped his face fiercely. His face was normal, as if nothing serious had happened. Have you paid? No, no. Xiao Wu replied stiffly, her pink and colorful eyes trembling at this moment. No money. Yet. I don't have any money either. Xiao Wu's mouth twitched violently. What do you mean, are you going to use me to pay off your debts? Su Ming didn't say anything, but looked at Ling Feng who was closest to him. Do you have money? Ling Feng came back to his senses instantly, looked at Su Ming with a trembling heart, and his legs trembled like cotton. Su Ming frowned, are you deaf? I asked you if you have money. Boom. Like a note urging death, cold sweat broke out on Ling Feng's back. To have it. Ling Feng's forehead was sweating as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He shivered and took out all the money in his pocket. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear that the boss needs money? Seeing that the younger brothers were so ignorant, Ling Feng immediately scolded them, if you want to be beaten, just say so. Don't implicate me. Oh, I have some too. Boss, this is a gift to you. Everyone lined up in a row and honestly took out all the money in their pockets. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain was piled up on the table. Xiaoda is dead, Su Ming is standing. This world has changed. So much money. Looking at the shiny coins on the table, Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled. When she came to the human world, she didn't have a penny in her pocket. It's too fast to make money like this. Reluctantly retracting her gaze, Xiao Wu looked at the other onlookers, with a dangerous smile in her eyes like a money grubber. In the human world, the biggest fist is the king, it should be right. Boss, the food on the second floor is good, how about I treat you to eat on the second floor? What do you mean you treat me? Isn't your money the boss's? That's right, what's yours and mine? The boss hasn't said anything, and you have the nerve to say you treat me. Su Ming glanced at everyone, and was instantly silent, and then walked to the second floor. What happened? Wang Sheng, who called the reinforcements, looked at Su Ming being surrounded by lackeys and went upstairs, and he was numb. Someone pulled Wang Sheng, looking at Xiao Chenyu lying on the ground, they were suddenly surprised. Could it be that the boss won? Wang Sheng's heart moved, and he quickly ran to Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, what's going on? Xiao Wu didn't seem very happy, she said frustratedly, I thought you were a deserter, haha, when you come, he has already solved the battle, why would he need you? Alas! With this situation, I probably can't beat him even if I cultivate a soul ring. He seems to be born with full soul power. It's over. I will be the second in this life. Compared to Xiao Wu's loss of soul, Wang Sheng was radiant. Boss, he actually won Xiao Chenyu. Oh my god! He is a soul master. Wang Sheng clenched his fists and strode to the second floor. As the boss's first lackey, he must always stand with the boss. The crowds watching the battle also dispersed. They were immersed in this battle for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. An ordinary person actually defeated a soul master? Such an incredible thing actually happened in front of them. Yes. Xiao Chenyu lost. The academy ushered in a new and more perverted boss. What a terrifying strength! On the fence of the second floor, Yu Xiaogang, who watched the battle throughout, had a glittering look in his eyes and a flood of thoughts in his heart. No wonder he was valued by that person. It must be said that Su Ming's actual combat ability is indeed terrifying. A dual spirit genius, plus a demon-type genius, if there are two of them. Yes. My theory will definitely be confirmed. If they can't do it, it can only prove that my theory is wrong. The best chance to become famous in the continent is right in front of us. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's heart became hot. Looking deeply at the direction of the second floor, Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with a strange light. We need to find a chance to talk to them. After that, he secretly clenched his fists. Chapter 16 Xiao Wu, I will help you get revenge. Boss, you don't know that the way those seniors look at us has changed, hee. There is a saying, it is called keeping your tail between your legs. They used to be so arrogant, but now they have this moment. It's so comfortable. If you ask me, our boss is still powerful. Even Xiao Chenyu was easily defeated. In the future, you will definitely become a powerful soul master. Back in the dormitory, the chattering sound kept in my ears. Wang Sheng and others were so excited that their faces flushed. Those who didn't know thought that they had defeated Xiao Chenyu. Su Ming took off his school uniform and changed into his usual clothes. In an instant, all the sounds stopped. Wang Sheng and others stared with wide eyes. Even Xiao Wu, who had just returned, was stunned. Just now, what Su Ming was wearing seemed to be armor. It looks so heavy, it seems to be quite heavy. Oh my god! Could it be that he was fighting Xiao Chenyu in this clothes just now? Wang Sheng stood upside down with goosebumps all over his body, and asked in shock. Boss, what's on you? Su Ming didn't explain, but just gave him a cold look. Wang Sheng immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. After changing his clothes, Su Ming had already started to move his hands and feet when he left the dormitory, and he seemed to be doing warm-up exercises. In the dormitory, everyone was left with constant speculation and the increasingly frightening heartbeat. System, direction of effort, running to strengthen the body. Comparison target, the historical record of the exercise volume of the core soul master disciples of the top 3 sects, for 1 month. Ding! System data is being collected, please start your efforts. After receiving the system's prompt, Su Ming ran slowly. He did not pursue speed, his face looked a little relaxed, as if he was adapting to the weight on his body. As for the time being fixed at 1 month, instead of the last week, it is because the longer the time span, the richer the reward. Last time, although Su Ming got 6 stars, the result was just an ordinary Qinggong practice method. Therefore, now Su Ming is more clear about what the system reminds don't fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days means. 1 week is just the lowest settlement point. How can temporary workers and old employees be treated the same? Since he has come to the college, the future study time will be very long, and Su Ming will naturally develop in the long direction. It was noon, and the hot sun was like a fireball, venting his enthusiasm unscrupulously. The playground was not big, only more than 400 meters. Just after running 5 laps, Su Ming felt that his body began to heat up. That was not the heat emitted by the body itself. With his physical fitness, it was not so bad. The specific heat capacity of iron blocks is larger than that of human bodies, and it absorbs and dissipates heat quickly. The sun at noon is the biggest heat source. I don't know whether there is constant temperature metal. Su Ming's mind moved slightly, and he didn't think about it any further. While running, he carefully sensed the changes in his body to avoid heat stroke or physical overdraft. Exercise is a stage for physical fitness to adapt from 1.0 to 2.0. Without recovery pills, Su Ming dared not take drugs like before. The sun was scorching, and heat waves rippled in the air. On the playground, Su Ming, who was 120 centimeters tall, kept running under the scorching sun. The small figure was so small and fragile in the huge and empty playground. It seemed as if he would fall down in the next second. But in the next second, contrary to everyone's expectations, he continued to run. Repeatedly. Countless next seconds created this beautiful and magnificent picture. The lonely figure, the stubbornness and obsession of not admitting defeat, like a general holding a sword, fighting hard on the battlefield, and never returning until Lilin is defeated. Everyone who saw this scene was moved. Su Ming also slowed down from his original uniform speed. The young man who was full of vigor and vitality entered the staggering old age. Heavy panting sound came from his throat and nostrils, and Su Ming greedily breathed in the oxygen in the air. The 20-pound armor on his body the biggest burden, Su Ming wanted to take it off immediately. Bean-sized sweat slid down his cheeks, and the salty taste burst in his mouth. Su Ming kept swallowing in his throat, and his legs were shaking violently. Intense exercise caused hypoxia, and also caused the lactic acid formed by the body to be unable to be decomposed. Su Ming knew that he had to let his body slowly adapt to this situation, so that the pain would disappear. The so-called pain in the body is because the tolerance exceeds the limit of the body, and the nerves have to transmit signals to the brain. But if the limit is infinitely raised, does it mean that the pain can be ignored? Su Ming, who was a little crazy and distracted, stopped. He bent over, sweating profusely, tears dripping onto the ground, and then quickly evaporated, leaving only a shallow trace. 16 laps. Less than 7,000 meters. This is Su Ming's current limit. This distance is even less than 1/3 of the distance he ran from Dian village to Notting City for exercise last time. It's not just fatigue, but more fatally, the body heat can't be dissipated. Because he came to Notting City early in the morning last time. And now, he hasn't collapsed from exhaustion. Dragging his heavy thigh, Su Ming came to the fence next to him and sat down. A little bit of light fell from the leaves, mixed with the noisy chirping of cicadas. A breeze just happened to pass by, and Su Ming felt cool all over. Hey, is your brain okay? You are already the first in the college, is there a need to work so hard? A step and a thud landed on the ground, and a tender voice sounded in Su Ming's ears. Without looking, Su Ming knew who was coming. Here, it doesn't matter if you are thirsty or tired, we don't want to be retaliated by the seniors. Xiao Wu handed over a glass of water. She frowned, her beautiful eyes full of pink and jade were puzzled. She came over when Su Ming started running, but as time went by, she became more and more confused. Su Ming was obviously very powerful, and his subordinates were rich and had no worries about food and drink, which made her envious. Yes, it's like this. It would be great to lie in the dormitory and sleep in the afternoon and go shopping. But he just had to exercise in the playground under the scorching sun. What a weirdo. Su Ming was not polite either, he took the water and drank it all, not even leaving a drop. The cold water ran across his dry throat, making him moan, it was so refreshing. Su Ming, whose throat was dry, was still not satisfied. Is there any more water? Xiao Wu pursed her nose and rolled her eyes. Do you want me to bring you a bucket? Thank you so much. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to signal someone to go quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Wu clenched her fists in anger. You really treat me as a maid, don't you? Xiao Wu, who was indignant and angry, did not leave, but gave a look to the younger brother not far away. You want to order her around, don't even think about it. Sooner or later, I will make you call me boss, Hey, do you have any enemies? Her big eyes suddenly lit up. Xiao Wu patted her chest and said righteously, don't worry, since you helped me out in the cafeteria, I will definitely help you get revenge, how about it? Enemy? Revenge? Su Ming's face suddenly turned black. The Oscars owe you a screenwriting award. Chapter 17 The difference between humans and soul beasts. Hey, what was that look in your eyes just now? Am I wrong? If there is no deep hatred, why do you practice so hard and wear armor? Are you going to die? The tender and smooth calves kept swinging. Xiao Wu leaned on the steps with both hands, pouted her lips and kept looking at Su Ming beside her. After so long in transformation, Su Ming is definitely the strangest human she has met. According to her observation, humans like to be complacent when they are a little praised, and they also like to be lazy and brag. But Su Ming, as the head of the academy, he was not arrogant at all, let alone extravagant and debauched. On the contrary, he was asking for trouble under the scorching sun. Not working hard? Will he be an ordinary person for the rest of his life? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast incarnate. The way of cultivation is completely different. The longer she lives, the higher her cultivation level will be. But that's not the case. For the sake of a glass of water just now, Su Ming, who happened to be resting, didn't mind chatting with him. He asked meaningfully, Xiao Wu, do you know what the difference is between a titled Douluo and a 100,000-year soul beast? The tender face changed slightly, and then returned to normal. Xiao Wu pretended to think and replied. There is definitely a difference between a 100,000-year soul beast and a titled Douluo. One is a soul beast and the other is a human. But a 100,000-year soul beast is much more powerful than a titled Douluo. If it weren't for the conspiracy of humans, how could they be the opponent of a 100,000-year soul beast alone? At the end, Xiao Wu's pink lips curved up, her eyes seemed to be burning with anger, and her fingers held the stone slab tightly with deep hatred. Cough, cough, Su Ming cleared his throat twice, and the emotionally unstable Xiao Wu immediately recovered. She looked a little cold, and said angrily. No wonder you are not right, why are you asking this? Just chatting. Su Ming replied casually, and then continued to talk about his own views. To be honest, a 100,000-year soul beast and a titled Douluo are actually similar. They are both at the top of both sides. It must be extremely difficult for soul beasts to cultivate to 100,000 years, although I don't know how they continue to cultivate. Pretend. It's the same for soul masters. It's extremely difficult to cultivate to a titled Douluo, but if humans can't cultivate to a titled Douluo within 100 years, they can only turn into a pile of yellow earth. There is such a big difference between 100,000 years and 100 years. Have you ever thought about why it happens? After these words came out, Xiao Wu frowned instantly, as if she had grasped something key. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu slowly raised her head and said angrily. It must be that humans are more suitable for cultivation. Because after she became a human, she felt that the cultivation speed was very fast, much faster than soul beasts. But when Su Ming heard this, he shook his head, as if he didn't agree. Xiao Wu's eyes flashed coldly. Why, do you think what I said is wrong? Su Ming continued to shake his head. That's not the case. Humans are indeed more suitable for cultivation, but don't soul beasts also have high-level bloodlines? I heard that a high-level soul beast only needs 10,000 years to be comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast. But even so, this soul beast has to cultivate for 10,000 years. Don't you think it's strange? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in anger and said mercilessly. You mean, aren't you still saying that humans are suitable for cultivation? Su Ming did not refute, he meant this, but that's not what he wanted to express. Humans are indeed suitable for cultivation, but why are they suitable for cultivation? Have you ever thought about this? This. With her pink lips slightly parted, Xiao Wu didn't know how to answer, and she looked at Su Ming expressionlessly. At this moment, her eyes were focused, without a trace of mischief, and even her expression seemed serious. I think there are two main aspects. After a slight pause, Su Ming continued. First, the human body is almost perfect. Humans have 6 senses: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, especially consciousness, which can guide you to think about right and wrong and reflect on yourself deeply. But soul beasts are different. Most soul beasts are hunting food with their physical instincts. They can only rely on simple subconsciousness to judge the surrounding environment. What you just said about human treachery is rooted in the obvious difference in the thinking level of the two. So, you want to say that soul beasts are stupid, right? The voice was uneven. Xiao Wu gnashed her teeth, her eyes flashing with coldness, as if she would pounce on Su Ming at any time and beat him up. Su Ming was not afraid at all, and looked straight at her. Do you dare to say that the IQ of a 100,000-year-old soul beast can be smarter than a 20-year-old human? You! Xiao Wu was immediately furious, and raised her hand high, but she felt that there was an invisible big hand pulling her hand and she couldn't let it fall. Xiao Wu finally lowered her head, her eyes dim, and the sad emotion lingered in her heart. She knew that what Su Ming said was right, because her mother was deceived by a human. Soul beasts are much simpler than humans. Noticing Xiao Wu's mood changes, Su Ming's eyes softened a little, and then said. As for the second point, it is the key point I want to talk about. Humans have consciousness, so they understand their direction better and know how to work hard. But soul beasts only have consciousness after 10,000 years, and it is a very simple consciousness. We have been studying in the academy at the age of 6. Soul beasts of 100,000 years may have similar thinking to our current thinking. If soul beasts can start to practice hard at the age of 6, I can be sure that soul beasts must be more powerful than us humans. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he seemed very sure of his judgment. Boom! Looking at Su Ming's bright and clear eyes, Xiao Wu trembled in her heart and felt her soul swaying. From the former's eyes, she saw something that soul beasts did not have. Wisdom. Yes. Human wisdom has determined the height they are at. And these are things that most soul beasts do not have. In general, humans have 2 main advantages, that is, they are aware of the direction of their efforts and work towards this direction. My martial soul, the hatchet, is just an ordinary martial soul, so if I want to stand out from the human world, I naturally have to work harder than everyone else. Su Ming moved closer and whispered. Since you have come to human society, you must abide by the laws of the human world. Since you want to break the shackles, are you going to break through in this manner? Boom! Xiao Wu was struck by lightning, and her hair stood up instantly. She looked at Su Ming's profile in horror. Her identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast has been seen through. Don't even think about fighting. You can't beat me now. Su Ming pressed down the frightened Xiao Wu and kindly reminded her. Actually, I think you're doing fine now. After all, I'm one of the few humans you know in the academy. If you're in danger, you can actually sacrifice yourself to me. Don't worry, my soul ring will always be for you. Su Ming had already left as soon as he finished speaking. Only Xiao Wu, whose brain was buzzing, was left standing there in a daze. Exposed? Her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast was exposed? How is this possible? After a while, she reacted and was immediately furious. Sacrifice? Soul ring? Fuck you. Xiao Wu picked up a stone and threw it in the direction Su Ming left. Asshole, don't even think about it. He roared heartbreakingly. Xiao Wu's eyes were red with anger, and her chest was heaving violently with anger, just like an angry rabbit. But if you look closely, you will find that her legs, which were originally swinging, are actually trembling slightly at this moment. It seems that he can imagine Xiao Wu's current state. Su Ming, who returned to the dormitory, showed a playful smile on his face. However, it should have looked like a smirk, but with this cute little face in front of him, it looks mischievous and likable. Enlighten Xiao Wu? I guess so. But Su Ming is more concerned about her spirit rings and spirit bones. There are spirit skills comparable to divine skills in them. As for why he took the initiative to remind Xiao Wu, this involves the psychological level. The thoughts of soul beasts are similar to those of humans, and they will subtly deepen their perception. Especially when some of them are deeply impressed, the thinking will become more profound over time, and even deviate towards the direction of fate. The simplest example is that when we were young, we joked about who would marry whom in the future, but when we grow up and see each other again, the subconscious mind seems to attribute it to fate. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. This is the effect So Ming wants. 100,000 He would never give up his soul bone and soul ring to others. After resting in the dormitory for 2 hours. After finishing dinner, So Ming set out again, and his goal was still the back mountain of the college. As for Xiao Wu, So Ming did not see her when he woke up in the afternoon. He did not know if she was deliberately hiding from him. But So Ming was sure that she would never run away. Rabbits are extremely curious animals. After traveling through time, he accompanied his grandfather Brin to the mountains to catch rabbits. This was definitely true. Calm and relaxed, So Ming's small and strong figure quickly crossed the campus and went to the back mountain. Faced with this scene, the boy behind him frowned. What is this guy doing in the back mountain? Although the boy was wearing a school uniform, he was covered in dust and dirt, as if he had just come out of a firewood room. But his amber eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, and occasionally flashed with a heart-pounding purple airflow. Giving up the idea of going to the cafeteria, the boy followed the direction So Ming left, intending to see what was going on. Walking on the bumpy mountain road, So Ming seemed to sense something and couldn't help but glanced back. Someone is following me. So Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it seemed that there was no movement behind him, his intuition would never deceive him. There must be someone behind him. But, it seems that he is not a master. With some caution, So Ming continued to move forward. After a short distance, he entered a low canyon. The terrain here is flat and the temperature at night is suitable. So Ming practiced here yesterday. Crack! With the hammer of his arm, the dry paper was easily broken by So Ming. Then, he took the stick and practiced the golden crow sword technique in the forest. Hwa wah wah! As So Ming's condition improved, his sword swinging speed became faster and faster, and the stick rubbed against the air violently. As soon as the rustling sound started, a wave of wind and waves followed. Like a violent storm, it slapped the surrounding bushes and shook them continuously. So you practice sword here at night? In the bushes, a pair of eyes stared at So Ming, their eyes flickering, as if thinking about something. The person who came was none other than Tang San, who followed him. But he didn't expect that he would discover such a big secret. No wonder someone didn't come back last night, it turned out to be. Tang San's eyes flashed with a strange light, and his face gradually became solemn. Considering that So Ming went to the blacksmith shop to get the weighted armor at noon, it is very likely that the other party practiced here all night. This is very similar to his previous practice on the top of the mountain. Not good, he practiced hard all night, I'm afraid the gap between him and me will get bigger and bigger. A heavy atmosphere filled his heart, and Tang San finally felt an unprecedented pressure at this moment. Even stronger than the sense of crisis when So Ming defeated him yesterday. With the Tang sect's skills and the advantages of the two martial spirits, he was very sure that he could defeat So Ming in the future. But now, seeing that the other party was still practicing so hard, Tang San's mentality was inevitably fluctuating, and he even began to lose confidence. He was born with full soul power, and seemed to have the secret of soul power practice. I practiced Xiantian Bailu, and I was not superior in speed and strength. In total, my practice was basically evenly matched with his. It has been more than 2 years since I started practicing Xiantian Gong. Tang San frowned even deeper, and he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. It took him 2 years of practice to reach such a level. And So Ming, he only saw him for a month. Could it be that he only practiced for a month? A chill surged into his heart, and Tang San's hand holding the branch instantly turned into a white jade color. With a slight force, the branch broke in an instant. With a click, in the quiet forest, it was like a flashlight in the dark. It was so bright that it exploded. Not good. Tang San came back to his senses instantly, stretched out his black jade hand, and held a section of lightning dead wood firmly in his hand. I thought someone was following me, it turned out to be you. So Ming smiled and clapped his hands, seeming to be very friendly to the experienced baby in front of him. I just saw you coming to the back mountain, I was worried so I followed to see. Knowing that he was exposed, Tang San did not continue to hide, and stood up generously. There was no embarrassment on his face, calm and open. As for what he was thinking in his heart, I am afraid only he knew. Uneasy? Follow? I'm so lucky that your sleeve arrow didn't aim at me. Su Ming wanted to laugh in his heart, raised his eyebrows, and reminded. Hey, it seems that you should call me boss. This. What, can't you afford to lose? Tang San was about to open his mouth, Su Ming immediately retorted, his eyebrows revealing a hint of contempt. How could I not afford to lose? Since I lost, I will admit it. Boss, is that all right now? Boss was a heavy word. Tang San's eyes were bulging, he seemed unwilling, clenched his hands and vowed to take revenge. That's right. Being the protagonist boss seemed pretty good, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, then waved his hand and said. If you have nothing to do, go back, there is no need to disturb my practice here. If you see Xiao Wu, tell her I'm here. Go back? Tang San had a blank expression, with some provocation in his eyes. He reached the back mountain of the academy. As a student of the academy, can't I practice here? Su Ming was immediately amused by Tang San's arrogance. You still want to practice here? With your current physical condition, let alone practice, I'm afraid it's a problem for you to stand now. Humph. Tang San snorted coldly and didn't refute. His physical condition was indeed very poor at the moment, but it didn't mean that he should go back and lie down now. Finding a flat place, Tang San sat cross-legged and began to practice Xian Gong. Su Ming. You have never been beaten by society. I don't know the beauty of lying flat in modern times. Chapter 18 Xian Shui Dan, Cleanse the Tendons and Marrow. Su Ming is very clear about Tang San's current state. He is already on the verge of exhaustion. If he continues to practice in this state, the result will only be half the effort and twice the result. Considering the powerful attributes of Tang San, Su Ming did not continue to pay attention to him and began his own practice. The Golden Crow Sword technique can obtain the power of gold and transform into the ultimate gold. Only a soul master with the ultimate attribute can become a powerful soul master. Su Ming will naturally not miss this opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once, proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique once, proficiency +1. After practicing the Golden Crow Sword technique 3 times, Su Ming's soul power was exhausted again, and sweat broke out on his forehead. After glancing at Tang San, Su Ming plunged into the woods like lightning. The petite figure instantly blended into the night, and in almost the blink of an eye, there was no movement. Tang San opened his eyes in surprise, but there was no trace of Su Ming in front of him. Leaving now? The purple demon eye looked at the woods for a while, but Tang San still didn't find Su Ming. It seemed that the other party had gone far away. This made him even more confused. Could it be that I am overthinking? Tang San frowned. He had only been here for less than half an hour. How could Su Ming leave? Tang San stood up, feeling tired and wishing he could close his eyes and take a nap. He was angry just now, but now his mind was clear. He couldn't catch up with Su Ming if he practiced in this state, so he planned to go back and take a nap. Pull away from Tang San, Su Ming came to a small pond. The pond was located at the corner of 2 mountains and was formed by the accumulation of water. The water was clear and transparent. Through the moonlight, you could even see the bottom of the pond, like a transparent mirror. Noticing the fish swimming at the bottom of the pond, Su Ming immediately used a hatchet to cut a bamboo from the surrounding area, and simply Yi's javelin was made. Swish! The tip of the javelin was sharp. Su Ming aimed at the bottom of the swimming fish and threw it out with force. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the sound of breaking through the air just reached his ears, and the bamboo pole had already been inserted into the water. The pond suddenly became turbid, and the mud and sand raised blocked his vision. Seeing the bamboo pole stuck in the water motionlessly, Su Ming was not angry but laughed. Indeed, if it were placed in the future, to fork the fish like this, the bamboo pole should float up and lie obliquely, and the end that entered the water would struggle in the water, which would be a sign of catching a fish. Because the resistance of the water is large, it is generally difficult to fork to the bottom of the water. However, Su Ming's attack was not small. And this bamboo pole is not just as thick as a finger. Shua! Holding the tail end, he pulled up the bamboo pole. Sure enough, there was a fish on it. Because of the pain, the fish was constantly hitting the bamboo pole with its tail. The fish was not big. It looked like a crucian carp weighing more than 1 pound. It was not fat. Its belly was yellow-brown and its fins were black. So Ming knew that this was called dingui fish. It preferred to live in still water or slow-flowing water with mud bottom, especially in lakes and downstream of rivers. Pick up the hatchet and hit the fish head with a bang. The latter stopped jumping around instantly. Following the same method, So Ming forked 2 more. Then he lit a fire and started grilling. Sizzling, golden fish oil oozed out of the fish and dripped into the campfire, making a wonderful sound. The originally yellow dingui fish was now roasted with oil, becoming even more golden and dazzling. The air exuded a haunting fragrance, making So Ming drool. The fish did not use too many ingredients, just some plants for seasoning. High-end ingredients only require simple cooking. After a while, the fish's exterior had become crispy, and it was also smoked black due to the charcoal fire. But the snow-white fish meat inside was restrained in essence, with a full and plump aroma, and it was indeed a well-cooked taste. Since So Ming was doing it himself, he didn't need to be polite, and he tore it directly with his teeth. What a pity, if it had been seasoned, it would have tasted better. So Ming, with his eyes shining, felt a little regretful when he took the fish in his mouth. Dingui fish has extremely delicate meat, high protein content, and few bones. It is definitely a delicacy. It's a pity that it is not cooked to perfection. A little while. So Ming threw away the fish bones casually, and 3 pieces of fish bones stood in a row. The fish tail rushed up, looking down at the earth. So Ming grabbed the leaves and rubbed his hands, his face was full of satisfaction, and he looked full. But upon closer inspection, his eyes kept wandering, as if he was looking at the movements around him. That guy Tang Hao, he won't be monitoring me now. The thought came quietly, and So Ming's eyes were a little hesitant. He was not actually hungry, he just wanted to judge whether Tang Hao was nearby. If he was, he might show up if he grilled fish himself. If he was not, he would leave after watching for a while if he grilled fish himself. 3 consecutive, Tang Hao didn't move, So Ming probably thought he was not nearby. A titled Douluo, it's impossible for him to stare at me all day long, right? After hesitating for a few seconds, So Ming quickly took out the Xian Shui pill rewarded by the system and swallowed it in one gulp. The whole process seemed to have been rehearsed thousands of times, and it was done in one go without any drag. Unless he used his mental power to keep exploring, even the eyesight of a titled Douluo could not see clearly what So Ming had just done. Only So Ming knew that he took out a dark blue pill. With white textures on it, the fragrance of the pill was not strong, but very natural and harmonious. The Xian Shui pill was made from the essence and blood of more than a dozen water-attributed soul beasts and water-attributed plants. Its medicinal properties are mild, not only can it improve soul power, but also has the miraculous effect of removing impurities in the body, moisturizing meridians, and improving talents and physique. So Ming swallowed very quickly, and only felt a sweet taste floating from his throat, and then the pill went down his stomach. Not daring to neglect, So Ming quickly operated the breathing technique to guide the energy of the elixir into soul power. The warm air flow spread from his abdomen, and So Ming felt that his dry soul power was being replenished, as comfortable as the water of a hot spring. So Ming was focused and immersed in the cleansing of the meridians and marrow. The flames licked above the bonfire, making bursting sounds from time to time. The bright yellow flames shone, reflecting So Ming's snow-white face into a light yellow, and the lines on his face became softer. Time passed quickly. The bonfire gradually went out. A few smoke emerged from the valley, with beautiful lines, and dissipated in the air. A foul smell suddenly emerged, extinguishing all the remaining fragrance. I saw streams of black sticky, coming out of So Ming's body, looking like oil and asphalt. The originally white clothes were now completely stained black, and the whole person was wrapped. Stinky. The stench was overwhelming. A man suddenly appeared on the cliff, with a tall and straight figure. Under the black cloak, his eyes were calm and emotionless. Wash your bones and marrow. Looking at the movement of So Ming, Tang Hao's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes, like a cold pond, were rippled. This guy has a lot of luck. A subtle sigh fell, and Tang Hao's figure disappeared again. It seemed that he had never appeared before. Chapter 19 10 Years, Life or Death. The red sun was rising. The sun was shining from the sky, slowly dispersing the fog in the forest. The white mist was lingering, and the green pines were towering. The green was looming in the clouds, like a shy green-robed fairy dancing in the clouds. Tap, tap, tap. In the forest, a green figure flashed by and ran towards the foot of the mountain at a rapid speed. Every time it landed, the figure would leave a shallow mark on the ground, with full force. The boy's clear and lively eyes were filled with a hint of urgency, and his speed increased instead of slowing down. The boy was none other than Su Ming, who came down from the back mountain. Last night he took the Xian Shui pill and practiced all night. The Xian Shui pill was very effective, eliminating impurities from his body. At this moment, his body was light, and his soul power was surging. Looking inward, he found that his meridians had expanded 3 or 4 times. Due to the unimpeded flow of soul power, his practice speed was also several times faster. When he woke up, he felt refreshed and wonderful. It was just that it smelled a bit too bad. He hurriedly entered the academy through the back door and rushed in the direction of the teaching building. Because the academy started classes today. Is he late for the first day of class? Although Su Ming didn't want to, when he arrived in the classroom, the course had changed from cultural courses to martial soul courses. On the stage stood a female teacher, about 34 years old. She wore a green dress, her beautiful face looked comfortable, her jawline was smooth, and she didn't seem to have any teacher's airs. Even when Su Ming was late, she didn't scold him, but just smiled and turned her head, motioning Su Ming to come in. Seeing their idol, the first-year students were excited, their eyes full of admiration. They all heard what happened in the academy. The first-year students challenged the sixth-year students. A ringless soul master fought a one-ring soul master. It was simply courting death. But Su Ming won for the first time. As a hero of the lower grades, he deserves this admiration and respect. This guy really practiced all night. Noticing Su Ming's wet hair, Tang San narrowed his eyes, and the sense of urgency in his heart became stronger. He would never lose to the same person a second time. Absolutely not. Tang San clenched his fists and looked at Su Ming coldly. Perhaps he didn't know that subconsciously, he had already regarded Su Ming as his goal. Instead of an equal opponent. Su Ming also noticed Tang San's hot and competitive eyes. But what attracted his attention more was Xiao Wu. She was full of dark clouds, with sorrow and anger on her face. It was as if she had just run out of the altar, and there were gusts of cold wind around her. Her cold face was just short of the words "no entry." The reason why Su Ming noticed her at first sight was mainly because the seat next to her was empty, and everyone seemed to deliberately avoid this place. The reason was also very simple: she was a fierce woman who kicked Xiao Chenyu. Now she looked like this again. It would be strange if they dared to get close. As soon as Su Ming came in, Xiao Wu's eyes locked onto him, her watery eyes flashing coldly. If eyes could kill, I believe Su Ming would have been cut into pieces. Su Ming turned a blind eye and pulled out a chair to sit down next to Xiao Wu. Seeing that someone dared to approach her, Xiao Wu's eyebrows jumped suddenly and she clenched her fists tightly. But strangely, she did not move at all and turned her head back. In Su Ming's mind, a faint cold snort sounded. Xiao Wu's strange expression changed, and Tang San also noticed something was wrong, but he didn't know what happened. In particular, Su Ming was calm and composed, as if nothing had happened, making the truth foggy. Okay, classmates, let's talk about martial souls. The more common martial souls, weapon martial souls and beast martial souls, are roughly divided into which categories. I will explain it to you again. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, there are only 2 classes in the morning for the first grade, Cultural class and Martial Soul class. The so-called elementary level is naturally some superficial courses, which are not difficult. A class passed quickly. As the teacher left, the people who leaned on Su Ming quickly evacuated, as if a big snake was chasing them. Damn, it's so cold, what happened? You feel cold too? I feel like someone is pinching my throat, and my legs are shaking. Hey, is there anyone who is a part-time student? Do you know what happened between Boss Su and Xiao Wu? Everyone was lying in the corridor outside. Through the window, countless pairs of gossiping eyes stared inside, and their hearts felt like being scratched by a kitten. They were precocious, and what they were most curious about was what happened between boys and girls. Yesterday's events had already gone viral in the academy, and various versions were released. Double dragons fighting for Phoenix. Secrets that must be told at the age of 6. Little hero saves beauty. Those years, my child bride. If there hadn't been rumors that the 2 slept in the same bed, the current situation should be extremely clear. Su Ming, I have something to tell you. Glancing outside, Xiao Wu squeezed out cold words from her teeth. Let's talk here. Su Ming's eyes were motionless, as if he was a wooden man. Xiao Wu grinned at Su Ming's behavior, wishing she could chew him like a carrot. It's just a simple martial arts booklet, but he is reading it with such relish, Of course, Su Ming is not reading the book in front of him, but flipping through the Soul Beast Illustrations, Volume 1, rewarded by the system. Although the soul beasts in it are all below the 1000-year level, they are the most important knowledge for Su Ming at present. There are many descriptions of martial arts in the original book. For cultivation, he also has his own direction. But there are too many types of soul beasts. If he doesn't grasp them, what if he treats a 10,000-year soul beast as a 1000-year soul beast? Tisk tisk. Crack. After calming down, Xiao Wu pressed her little hand hard on Su Ming's shoulder, wishing she could burst his joints. Boss, can I take up a little of your time? With ice chips in her mouth, Xiao Wu spoke stiffly, word by word, with the cold light in her eyes like a knife. Su Ming came back to his senses with a pain, and suddenly understood when he saw Xiao Wu's appearance. Let's go, let's talk outside. After saying this, Su Ming got up and left. Xiao Wu followed closely behind him. Her face was so gloomy that it dripped with water, and she looked extremely emotionally unstable. The two of them came to a secluded corner of the college, one in front and one behind. If you have anything to say, try to say it as soon as possible. Su Ming urged, he was a busy man. It's not easy to talk here, let's go to the toilet. Noticing the heads around him, Xiao Wu frowned secretly and walked towards the boys' toilet. Is it really okay for you to do this? Su Ming's mouth twitched, but seeing that Xiao Wu was going, he, a boy, would not suffer any loss, and if he didn't go, it would seem like he was not good enough. Fuck. How did a girl come in? You rascal. Fuck, my pants. In the men's restroom, there was a commotion. Many people shivered and urinated, and the urine they had just urinated shrank back in an instant. They stuck to the wall and pulled their belts to escape. The moment they came out, their faces seemed to be reddened by the air, and they were extremely shy. Su Ming was embarrassed when he encountered such a thing, and walked in with his eyebrows knitted. Instantly, the whole place was dead silent. All the boys looked excited, and they all thought of two words in their hearts. Beast. In the men's restroom, Xiao Wu's face was still cold, as if nothing had happened. After a moment of calm, the cold breath was slightly restrained, and Xiao Wu looked at Su Ming with a serious face. I'm asking you, how did you find out? You mean the soul beast? You're asking even though you know the answer. Xiao Wu's eyes were about to spit fire. Su Ming smiled calmly. He certainly wouldn't say he had read the original novel. I'm not a fool. When you mentioned the 100,000-year soul beast, your emotions were too obvious. And when you opened your mouth, you actually stood on the side of the soul beast. This is not the reaction of a normal person. Is that so? Xiao Wu frowned deeply. Do you know that I'm a soul beast just based on this? Of course not. Su Ming shook his head and continued. You once slept in my bed. Do you remember this? Although you are a human now, you still have a smell on your body. That's not the smell of a soul beast's smell, but the original and simple smell. Human society, even in the countryside, will not have this smell. At that time, I vaguely guessed that you came to human society from the forest, and your fiery and wild personality happened to be similar to that of soul beasts. Xiao Wu was more and more horrified as she listened, and felt her body getting cold. She thought she had disguised herself perfectly, but she didn't expect there were so many flaws. Sniffing, the little nose moved towards the body. Xiao Wu's eyes were clear and stupid, obviously she didn't find anything wrong with the smell. I'm just talking nonsense, it's strange that you can smell it. Su Ming rubbed his nose, and looked at Xiao Wu with a look of pretended certainty. Unable to detect anything wrong with the smell, Xiao Wu attributed the reason to human habits, and didn't delve into it. Say it, what do you want? If you want to kill, kill, don't hesitate, Her face was no longer cold, and Xiao Wu's eyes were complicated, aggrieved and angry. Her eyes were slightly moist, as if she accepted the trick of fate. She thought about running away, but once the news of the 100,000-year soul beast's transformation spread, she would not be safe if she ran into the Stardo Great Forest. Not to mention that Notting City was hundreds of miles away from the Stardo Great Forest, and she could not go back at all in a short time. She has now transformed into a human form and can only enter human society to practice. The only thing that comforted her was that Su Ming did not publicize this matter. She really couldn't stand hiding outside for a night in fear. Seeing Xiao Wu's tone soften, Su Ming knew that he had succeeded. Don't worry, I'm not a titled Douluo, and I don't need to use you as a soul ring for the time being. Xiao Wu raised her head slightly, and said in a faint tone. You should know what 100,000-year soul beast means. Even if you don't kill me, it will be good for you to catch me. Well, the benefits are indeed not small. Su Ming nodded seriously. Xiao Wu gnashed her teeth in anger. It turned out that none of the humans were good. But at this moment, Su Ming suddenly changed the subject. But that little benefit is definitely not as good as yours. I said, what I want is your spirit ring and spirit bone. Boom. The flat tone was like a needle piercing the bone marrow. The angry Xiao Wu shuddered and looked at Su Ming like a devil. The heart was cold, and the only good impression was gone. I understand. Xiao Wu smiled bitterly. She originally thought that she could become friends with Su Ming, but she didn't expect. You don't kill me now, you want to keep me until I become a titled Douluo. It seems that I should thank you for speaking frankly. As if she had matured a lot, Xiao Wu's eyes were no longer filled with cold hatred. She was a little more helpless and miserable, as if she had seen through the fate of soul beasts. Su Ming nodded generously. No one can resist the temptation of 100,000-year soul beast, and I am no exception. If I don't tell you now, after a few years of schoolmates, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to do it in the future. Instead of that, it's better to tell you clearly, so that you and I can live more openly in the future. After a long silence, Xiao Wu didn't open her mouth, but suddenly a strange thank you came out of her throat, and tears slid down her face. Unfortunately, her identity was exposed, and humans wanted to kill her. Luckily, she was luckier than her mother and would not be deceived to death by a human. Feeling Xiao Wu's emotions, Su Ming felt a little guilty. You don't have to thank me. 10 years later, if I need a soul ring, I will still not show mercy. So in the next 10 years, you'd better practice hard to improve your strength. If you escape back to the Xingda Great Forest later, I am sure I will go there too. Life and death will be decided by fate, and no one can blame anyone. Okay. 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 With a high and hoarse voice, Xiao Wu agreed. The tears in her eyes were wiped away, and she bulged her eyes, not afraid to look Su Ming in the face. The anger and hatred in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a touch of tranquility and gentleness. And this gentleness from the heart felt harder than all the metals in the world. Seeing Xiao Wu's eyes revealing tenacity and perseverance, Su Ming felt a lot more relaxed. It is an unchanging truth for soul masters to hunt soul beasts. Rather than being tied down by emotions and then asking Xiao Wu to sacrifice in a gentlemanly manner, it is better to be upright. It is better to take the straight path than to seek the crooked path. Everything depends on strength. Su Ming, I may not lose. After saying this proudly, Xiao Wu raised her head and chest and left here. Her pink eyes didn't seem as soft as before. Su Ming walked out, and heard words like 3 minutes and Xiao Wu cried, which made him so angry that he almost drew his sword and chopped her off. Swish! Just after leaving the toilet, a figure blocked Su Ming's way. Su Ming, that someone is looking for you. Tang San's eyes were strange, as if he was holding back a smirk. Who is looking for me? As soon as Su Ming's cold words came out, Tang San's hair stood on end. He widened his eyes in fear, as if he had discovered something terrifying. What's wrong? The golden light in Su Ming's eyes disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. No, nothing. Tang San immediately came to his senses, still in shock, and didn't dare to look at Su Ming's eyes, and hurriedly explained. It was the master who looked for you before, and he also looked for me, and it seemed that he wanted to win us over. To win over? Su Ming sneered. Perhaps he needed a test subject. In that case, let's go see you. Su Ming stepped out, his small figure seemed to reveal a hint of domineering aura, which made people feel amazed. Behind him, looking at Su Ming's back, Tang San frowned. What on earth is that? Even the purple demon eye dare not look directly at it. The golden light appeared in my mind. It seemed that a big knife was slashing at me, with its sharp edge and cold light. The sun was scorching, and the summer was hot. Tang San shivered. Chapter 20 Can't become a powerful spirit master? Office. The neatly arranged bookshelves were full of books. The books were not brand new, as if they had been flipped through countless times, and some of the skin had even fallen off. Against the vast sea of books, Yu Xiaogang's aura became deep and steady. It was not like a big opening and closing, but a sense of wisdom in planning and strategizing. His fingers tapped on the table, and Yu Xiaogang's eyebrows squeezed out the word Chuan. His eyes were dim, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Clang! The closed wooden door slowly opened. Yu Xiaogang's eyes condensed, all his expressions were restrained, and his face was as stiff as iron. I heard you have something to do with me? Su Ming pushed the door open and walked in without any extra nonsense. He looked at Yu Xiaogang with cold eyes and asked. Faced with Su Ming's impolite behavior, Yu Xiaogang frowned, suppressed his resentment, and said with an air of seniority. Su Ming, although you are talented and extraordinary, you still lack a lot of things to become a powerful soul master. Yu Xiaogang's tone was very steady. Because he was confident that any genius would succumb to his theory. Su Ming did not comment, pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. Go on. Yu Xiaogang did not care about this indifferent tone and the arrogant attitude. Su Ming, you are good at reasoning, which is your advantage to be proud of, but your shortcomings are also very obvious. You lack too much knowledge of soul masters. This knowledge is not only about cultivation, but also about soul beasts, soul rings, soul bones and so on. For example, if any soul master absorbs the wrong soul ring, the consequences will be quite serious. His eyes never left Su Ming. Yu Xiaogang narrowed his eyes and quietly observed Su Ming's reaction. But to his disappointment, the latter remained indifferent. The cold eyes seemed to never care about these things. Knowing that he couldn't suppress a logic genius without showing his true ability, Yu Xiaogang changed the subject and said. According to my research, the maximum age of the first soul ring is 423 years. If you absorb a soul ring that is more than 423 years old, then you will definitely explode and die. And these are just part of my research results. No one in the entire continent knows soul master theory better than me. Your talent, plus my huge theory, is simply a tiger with wings for you. Yu Xiaogang put his hands behind his back and slowly came to Su Ming. When discussing the theory, his eyes changed from the usual decadence and laziness, exuding transcendent confidence, and said domineeringly. You should understand that having an excellent teacher can save you a lot of detours. And I have the confidence to train you into the most perfect soul master. As long as you follow my theory, let alone soul saint, even a titled Douluo is definitely not a vain thing. Boom! Yu Xiaogang looked down from above, his huge figure exuded a powerful aura, which made Su Ming, who was looking up at him, stunned. It must be said that his words were indeed very tempting. The practice of explaining the pros and cons is also very easy to convince others. Soul sage? Soul Douluo, titled Douluo? For a person in a small city, this is definitely a great temptation, enough to drive everyone crazy. Just like Tang San at this moment, although his face is calm, his eyes can't hide the heat, obviously he is moved. But Su Ming is not Tang San after all, and Yu Xiaogang's so-called theory is worthless to him who is familiar with the original work. Your theory? Su Ming's face finally changed, but it was a sneer. How many of your theories have been confirmed? And how many are worth what I need? Su Ming slowly stood up, his originally calm eyes were like the sea with waves, captivating people. There are many things in the whole continent that you can't see. Your knowledge is destined to keep you at the theoretical stage. But I'm different. Swish. Stay at the theoretical stage. Yu Xiaogang's heart was suddenly stabbed, and his face was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Facing the stubborn Su Ming, Yu Xiaogang finally couldn't control his emotions after trying hard. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his fists behind him clenched into sandbags. Su Ming, any soul master needs a perfect theory. Without the support of theory, it's like a headless fly running around, ending up with a bloody head. Without me, you want to become a truly powerful soul master, it's simply a foolish dream. With fierce eyes, Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and blurted out the words that had been hidden deep in his heart for many years. At this moment, he was already somewhat morbidly crazy. The temperature in the office suddenly dropped sharply, and even made people feel cold. Su Ming was also surprised that Yu Xiaogang had such a side. Yu Xiaogang, you take yourself too seriously. If you don't agree with me, you can't say anything more. Su Ming said with emotion, and turned to leave. But when he was about to step out of the office, he couldn't help but stop. Yu Xiaogang's eyes moved slightly, and he thought Su Ming was going to change his mind. But Su Ming's words were still cold, and there was a sharp look in his eyes when he turned back. You are right, soul masters do need theories. Like Tang San, these theories may be good for them. But that's within your framework. And my path is destined to be beyond your imagination. Bang! After saying that, Su Ming slammed the door and left without stopping. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was shaking with anger. If Tang San hadn't been here, he would have gone crazy. Su Ming, who should have left, stopped at the door again. The atmosphere suddenly felt a little wrong. You also lack theories, which should be of some benefit to you. After saying this, Su Ming walked away again. Xiao Wu, who was standing at the door with an expressionless face, had a different look in her eyes after hearing this. She turned her head and looked at Su Ming's back with a complicated look. After hesitating for a while, she seemed to have made up her mind, pushed the door open and walked in. If the soul beast wants to become stronger quickly after transformation, it must take fewer detours. She really needs these theories. Su Ming left, and his back looked very lonely. But for him, it felt very relaxed. He admitted that some of Yu Xiaogang's theories were indeed helpful for the growth of soul masters. But that was not what he needed. It seemed that there was a will guiding him to break this shackle. Su Ming couldn't describe how wonderful it was. A flash of inspiration? Enlightenment? Or was it due to belief? But no matter which one, in the subconscious, there seemed to be a force resisting such a soul master's path. After leaving Yu Xiaogang's office, Su Ming returned to his own practice rhythm. Physical exercise. Refining sword skills. Practicing soul power. These 3 points also run through Su Ming's entire journey in the primary Soul Master Academy. And Tang San, like in the original novel, worshipped Yu Xiaogang as his master. The only difference is that there is an additional Xiao Wu. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The school square is shaded by trees. Having a half-day of leisure, the boy hangs his legs and lies quietly on the grass with his back to the sun, as if avoiding the scorching sun. The breeze blows, and the cover flips. A book covers the boy's face like a bridge. From a distance, he looks relaxed and enviable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reading books for 3 hours, and spiritual power +1. Chapter 21 Another confrontation, is it really only level 10? Ding! Congratulations to the host for reading for 3 hours, and spiritual power +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reading for 4 hours, and spiritual power +1. Wow, Su Ming threw the broken book on his face away. Through the lush leaves, the sun shines on his tired face, and he can vaguely see the displeasure. In the past, reading for 2 hours can increase 1 point of mental power. Now it takes 4 hours. If it goes on like this, he will die. It's not easy to cultivate mental power, so I'll take it as it is. Su Ming rubbed his head, buzzing, as if a host was operating at high intensity. He accidentally learned that reading books can increase mental power when he was reading the Soul Beast Atlas. The Soul Beast Atlas is only the first volume, but it is thicker than a dictionary. The book that covered Su Ming's face just now was not the actual content he read, but the Soul Beast Atlas, but he didn't use his eyes, but his mental power. The refreshing cool breeze blew his hair and it itched on his forehead. The sun had passed his head and was about to set. Su Ming stretched his body and thought to himself that time passed really quickly. System, open personal homepage. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopping knife, quality yellow, 489/500. Special physique, berserker body. Soul skills, breathing technique, Qinggong, golden crow sword technique, mastered. Items owned, golden feather armor, millennium ginseng, multifunctional boots, millennium snow wolf meat. Strength, 31. Defense, 28. Spirit, 42. After a month of hard work, the harvest was indeed very rich, and Su Ming was also very satisfied. Golden crow sword technique mastered, he obtained 3 strands of gold power. Martial soul chopping knife, not far from purple quality. As for the golden feather armor, it is a reward for physical training. It is a defensive armor. The material is very light and can absorb the damage of a full-strength attack from a great soul master. Of course, what Su Ming is most happy about is the improvement of his mental power. The mental attacks in the Douluo world are a bit weird, and he doesn't want to suddenly become an idiot. Even ordinary soul masters probably don't have such strong data. Su Ming clenched his fists and felt a completely different sense of power. Needless to say, he was happy. If it was a month ago, with his current physical fitness, he could have faced Xiao Chenyu head-on without losing. He has no soul rings, but he is more like a soul master with soul rings. The Great Golden Crow Sword technique needs to be practiced 5,000 times to be perfect. Currently, the whole body soul power can be practiced 7 times, but the soul power needs several hours to recover. A day, you only practice more than 10 times at most. Su Ming couldn't help shaking his head. In more than a year, it is indeed possible to perfect the Golden Crow Sword technique. But it will make him have no time to take care of other things, which is not worth the loss. Therefore, Su Ming put the practice of the Golden Crow Sword technique at the back and regarded it as a daily training content. With his current training intensity, there is very little room for improvement in physical training. Everyone's body has a fixed tolerance, and too much is as bad as too little. No matter how much ordinary people train, it is impossible to forge their physique into a Superman, and external forces are needed. And Su Ming is trying now. From left to right, it seems that only Qinggong has not been practiced. This Qinggong, if some space power is released. Su Ming rubbed his forehead and felt that he was too whimsical. Swish, the sound of breaking through the air sounded like a flute. With a bang, a nail was firmly nailed to the tree trunk next to Su Ming. It is obvious who can use this hidden weapon. Su Ming looked back and saw a familiar figure disappearing into the corner. At sunset, a battle at the old place in the back mountain. Tang San. Are you so impatient to be beaten? Su Ming smiled lightly, as if he had expected it. He glanced at the setting sun and got up to go to the cafeteria. In the back mountain, downstream of the stream, the green grass swayed in the wind, and there were no traces of trees around. It was sunset, and the charming sunset light sprinkled dark gold on the flowers and plants, as vast and magnificent as a prairie. 2 small figures were dragged along by the sunset, a man and a woman, standing quietly in the middle of the grass. The pretty girl had a solemn face, her beautiful eyes looking at the ground, turning the soil with the tip of her shoes, and I don't know what she was thinking. The boy held his hands, admiring the sunset, his calm eyes occasionally swept with excitement, and the whole person was in high spirits. Xiao Wu didn't look at Tang San, she lowered her head and muttered to herself. That guy defeated Xiao Chenyu last month, are you sure you can beat him? Just give it a try and you'll know. Tang San smiled slightly, looking gentle and easygoing, but his eyes had already betrayed him. The fighting look clearly showed that he was not just trying. As if she knew what Tang San was thinking, Xiao Wu opened her mouth several times, but finally swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. As a member of the same camp, although she hoped that the arrogant Su Ming would be defeated, for some reason, she was inclined to Su Ming to win. She knew that Tang San had obtained a 100-year spirit ring, and his strength had greatly improved. But she still felt that Su Ming's strength might be above the two of them. The two did not continue to communicate. The rustling sound of the wind blowing the grass leaves rose and fell in their ears. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of sharp stinging on the skin suddenly appeared, and the two of them cast their eyes in the same direction. From afar, a figure was walking towards them. His speed was not fast, but it seemed a bit slow to Tang San. It was these slow steps that made the two people's heartstrings tense immediately. Tang San put down his hand, and his expression was no longer as confident as before. His narrowed eyes obviously sensed the danger. Although the distance was far, he clearly felt a strong and condensed soul power approaching. Even, it was faintly suppressing the flow of soul power in his body. It's really scary. If I hadn't practiced the Tang Sect's skills, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his opponent at all. But we have to fight to know the outcome. The muscles of his hands and feet were tight, and the strong power surged. Tang San instantly shattered the pressure on his body. Su Ming, you said that I could challenge you again when I became a soul master. Now I have become a one-ring soul master. You shouldn't break your promise, right? Walking towards Su Ming, a bright yellow soul ring appeared on the bottom of Tang San's feet. As the spirit ring moved, vines emerged from the ground, rolling on the ground like a dragon. The blue luster was tinged with purple. If it wasn't Tang San's martial spirit, it would be hard to tell that it was blue-silver grass. Every time Tang San took a step, the 10 blue-silver grasses surrounding him also moved forward, as if a poisonous snake was crawling and choosing its prey. Feeling the power of the blue-silver grass, Tang San's face showed an emperor's transcendent pleasure. The last time he couldn't use his martial spirit and lost to Su Ming, he had always been brooding over it. But today, the situation was completely different. No wonder you dare to challenge me, it turns out that you absorbed a 100-year spirit ring. Let me guess, your first spirit ring should be more than 300 years old, and it is very likely to be a mandrake snake, right? With a light smile on his face, Su Ming was confident that he had seen through everything. How is this possible? The exclamation burst out in his heart, and Yu Xiaogang in the dark stared like a buffalo, full of unbelievable. Is there really someone who can judge a soul beast from its soul ring? No. This is absolutely impossible. Such a genius should never appear in the Soul Master world. Yu Xiaogang's teeth chattered. He originally wanted to see Su Ming make a fool of himself, but now he was inexplicably panicked. And the most terrifying one was naturally Tang San. At this moment, all the hairs on his body stood up. I thought that the appearance of his 100-year soul ring could shock Su Ming. But who knew that he guessed that the soul ring came from the Mandragora snake at a glance? If he hadn't known that Su Ming had stayed in the academy and never left, he would have even suspected that he had also gone to the soul-hunting forest. What a scary guy! The shock in his eyes, panic was gone in an instant. Tang San nodded unwillingly. Yes, this is indeed a Mandragora snake, and it is nearly 400 years old. Since you can see it, you should also know how much the 400-year spirit ring can increase the power of a spirit master. If you don't get the spirit ring, I can wait for you and postpone this battle. One ring against no ring? Even if he wins such a battle, Tang San will still feel that he won unfairly. He hopes to fight a fair and dignified battle. Boom! Su Ming shook his head, black light surged from his body, and a hatchet appeared in his hand. The hatchet looked the same, but if you look closely, you will find that the blade has faint golden lines. Although it is extremely weak and difficult to detect with the naked eye, the sharpness cannot deceive people. No spirit ring. Really no spirit ring. Tang San's eyes dimmed, feeling a little disappointed. But Xiao Wu couldn't help it, and asked angrily, Su Ming, you have full soul power, right? Logically, your soul power should have reached level 10. Why don't you get soul rings? Her eyes were angry, and her depressed and angry emotions were obvious. She even kept cursing bastard in her heart. Because she remembered someone said that the soul ring position would be reserved for her. Ah, what a bastard! Xiao Wu's words also asked the doubts in Tang San's heart. He put away the spirit blue silver grass without thinking. Su Ming, soul rings are indeed very powerful for soul masters, especially 100-year soul rings. I am definitely not lying to you. I believe that with your strength, hunting 100-year soul beasts is no problem at all. You will know when the time comes. And becoming a soul master has some unique benefits. You can go to the spirit hall every month to receive a gold coin subsidy. Tang San's eyes were sincere, without any intention of showing off. He would not say this to other people. But for Su Ming, he recognized such an opponent. Only by defeating the strongest can his state of mind be complete. And Tang San's words made Su Ming laugh. Tang San, do you think you can beat me steadily in your current state? Tang San raised his eyebrows and asked unexpectedly, why, do you still want to fight? Of course not, not to fight, but to knock you down. As the leisurely tone fell, a strong soul power fluctuation suddenly emerged around Su Ming. The black light shone, and the pressure rushed towards Tang San like a storm. Shua, Xiao Wu quickly pulled away. The body seemed to be hit by a wooden board, and the strong feeling made Tang San's face change drastically. He frowned and asked in surprise, Su Ming, with your soul power, I'm afraid it's more than level 15, right? Feeling not bad, Su Ming shook his head. According to the level, my current soul power is only level 10. Impossible, you are definitely more than level 10. Tang San shook his head immediately, staring at Su Ming with bloodshot eyes. My current soul power has reached level 13, and the feeling just now is definitely not wrong. Your current soul power is definitely above level 15, otherwise my soul power is higher than yours, and it is impossible for me to be suppressed by you. Who is lying? Xiao Wu's eyes were full of doubts. She also felt that Su Ming's soul power fluctuations were very strong, but why did he deny it flatly? Although she hated Su Ming, she had to say that she knew Su Ming best, and there must be other factors. You don't believe it. But I won't show mercy when I beat you. Su Ming didn't explain too much. He just swung his hatchet and the grass on the ground was cut off instantly. Under the inertia of the knife, it flew towards Tang San like an arrow. Easily dodging the attack, Tang San's fighting spirit instantly rekindled, and he immediately possessed his martial spirit without wanting to talk nonsense. Since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. If you lose, wait until you become a spirit master, and we'll fight again. Although he was very disdainful of winning unfairly, he had waited for this battle for a month. No matter if he wins or loses, we'll have a fair fight again in the future. Tang San's eyes were half closed, and his figure just moved, and it turned into a residual image, flying towards Su Ming. As if he had seen Tang San's intention long ago, Su Ming turned around suddenly, and the hatchet in his hand disappeared in an instant. One punch, blast. Bang. A dull collision sounded, and Tang San in the air was repelled. And Su Ming also retreated 3 steps because of Tang San's heavy blow. Although the two retreated at the same distance, it is undeniable that Su Ming was slightly inferior in strength. Because he was standing on the ground, he could use the force. Your strength has increased so much. After landing smoothly, Tang San looked at Su Ming as if he was looking at a monster. In the previous fight, he was just testing Su Ming's strength to determine whether the competition needed to continue. But the result was far beyond his expectations. If he hadn't suddenly exerted his strength, he would have lost. You know, he has the blessing of the spirit ring. Swish! Before Tang San could think further, Su Ming had already rushed in front of him. He was like a fierce tiger, and the hatchet in his hand was the tiger's fang, ready to bite the enemy. With the help of the purple demon eye, Tang San hurriedly dodged sideways. The sharp blade almost chopped down his face, and such a rapid speed made Tang San sweat coldly. Realizing that Su Ming's speed had increased again, Tang San did not dare to have the slightest big move. As he retreated, a silver light flashed in his hand. Ding ding ding! Su Ming, sensing the sense of crisis, subconsciously blocked with his knife. As several fine needles sank into the bushes, Su Ming flew again to close the distance. This time, the speed was faster than before. Seeing Su Ming approaching, Tang San stepped hard with his right leg, and the original backward posture instantly turned into an attack. The tender palm turned into a bright white again, and Tang San went straight to Su Ming. Looking at this posture, the hand and the knife were about to collide again. Xiao Wu was also stunned. Because Tang San lost to Su Ming's hatchet before. Is he going to make the same mistake again? Chapter 22 Is the purple demon pupil ineffective? Still want to resist with the mysterious jade hand? No. This guy is definitely not such a person. Su Ming's eyes changed slightly, and he kept a watchful eye secretly. Do you think I will be fooled twice? Seeing that Su Ming's knife momentum did not decrease, Tang San's eyes turned cold. Just when the hatchet and the black jade hand were about to collide, a strong elastic force suddenly emerged. Bang! The hatchet that was originally chopped towards Tang San actually deviated from the direction. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly controlled the hatchet to chop horizontally, trying to make up for the gap. Swish! Tang San knew that he could not fight Su Ming head-on, so he stuck his left hand on the ground and leaned back to avoid it. Seeing the hatchet waving past him, his right foot turned into a knife and axe, and violently hit Su Ming's left shoulder. The terrifying force even set off a strong wind. Bang! The two collided heavily again. It had been expected that Su Ming used his left hand to block the attack, but the heavy force still made him unable to help but step back a few steps. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Tang San was happy in his heart and continued to attack intensively. A 400-year spirit ring should not be underestimated. Su Ming's face was serious, and he dared not be careless anymore. He quickly clenched the hatchet from his little finger to his index finger. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Su Ming was not polite either, and directly used the moves of the Golden Crow sword technique. Swift. Fierce. The open and closed sword technique was like a violent storm, which instantly made Tang San breathless. In an instant, the situation on the field reversed. Tang San saw the power of Su Ming's sword technique and did not fight him head-on. He kept dodging and looking for opportunities, wanting to use his speed and strength advantages to outlast Su Ming. But Su Ming was least afraid of outlasting others. As the distance between the two closed again, Tang San was a little panicked. Su Ming's sword technique was too violent. Once he got close, he would be seriously injured if he was not careful. Last time, it was like this. As the teacher said, we must not let the strong attacking spirit master fight in close combat. Tang San gritted his teeth, still not ready to use his spirit skills, and wanted to try again. A purple air current flashed in his eyes, and the sharp light pierced Su Ming like an arrow. Suddenly, something was wrong with Su Ming. His movements suddenly paused, and the originally coherent sword skills seemed to be stuck. Swish! A ghostly figure burst out. Looking at the dazed Su Ming, Tang San was ecstatic, and his suppressed mood was agitated. This time, I won myself after all. Swish! Xuanyu hand went straight to Su Ming's throat, and Tang San wanted to end the battle directly. Just when Tang San thought he was going to succeed, his arm suddenly became cold. Looking up, Tang San was stunned for a moment. There was nothing wrong with Su Ming. Instead, his eyes were clear and bright, revealing a sneer. Not good. Realizing it was a trap, Tang San retreated as fast as if he was stepping on electricity, trying to distance himself. Now, can you still hide? Su Ming was already a little annoyed by Tang San's constant dodging. It was not easy to make him fall into the trap. How could Su Ming miss this only opportunity to perform his sword skills at close range? The hatchet in his hand was spinning like a gyroscope, like the blade of an electric fan. The blade that could cut hair and hair was approaching Tang San at lightning speed. Tang San retreated step by step. Su Ming pressed on step by step. The situation had already reached a critical point. Damn it, I can't hide. How could the speed of retreating be faster than Su Ming's attack speed when he was already attacking? Tang San was very anxious. Seeing the critical situation, he didn't care much and used the crane-controlling dragon-catching power again to shake Su Ming's knife away. Swish! The cotton cloth was torn, and drops of blood splashed in the sunset. The color of blood made Xiao Wu's pupils shrink suddenly, and she covered her cherry lips in fear. At the same time, a figure slid rapidly to the back. After sliding for 8 or 9 meters, Tang San barely stopped. His face turned pale, and he bent his legs and half knelt down. His school uniform on his chest was cut open, and a blood mark hung on his fair skin. Although it didn't look deep, the blood still dyed his clothes red, which looked shocking. How could this happen? The body was cut open, and under the pain, Tang San clenched his teeth tightly and looked at Su Ming unwillingly. Su Ming, stop it! A hysterical roar sounded, and Yu Xiaogang ran out wildly. Looking at Tang San's injuries, Yu Xiaogang's scalp was numb, and he felt that half of his foot had stepped into the gate of hell. Tang San was the son of that person, and no one could bear his anger. Seeing Tang San's defeat, Su Ming put away his martial spirit. Although he won, there was no sign of happiness on his face. He had speed. He also had sword skills. But his moves, this style is not a single chop and a split, but a continuous one. Now he can't make 1 + 1 = 2, let alone greater than 2. Simply put, he can't use the fierce golden crow sword technique at the same time while moving quickly. Multitasking. Recalling the battle just now, Su Ming felt that he was still far from it. If he could use the golden crow sword technique perfectly and continuously when he caught up with Tang San, the battle would actually be won easily. After finally catching up, his body speed decreased because of the sword technique, and then he was pulled away by Tang San. Being kite followed is really too aggrieved. Su Ming, you are classmates, and you are so cruel, it's too cruel. Just as Su Ming was meditating, a terrifying soul power burst out. Su Ming's heart sank, and his eyes turned to Yu Xiaogang, who was pointing the spear at him. He was furious, and his whole body exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Because of extreme anger, the stiff face became distorted. Su Ming snorted coldly and scolded. Yu Xiaogang, you should ask Tang San whether I held back in the end. If I really wanted to hurt him, I'm afraid he would have more than just this minor injury. Minor injury? Is this considered a minor injury? Yu Xiaogang was furious and was about to scold him when a hand suddenly grabbed him. Tang San stood up. Although his chest was bright red, from his face, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. He looked at Su Ming with a complicated look and said truthfully, "Teacher, he did hold back. This is none of his business." Tang San, Yu Xiaogang was about to say something but stopped. Tang San shook his head and laughed helplessly, "My injury was caused by the curved blade. If it was a different blade, I would have been ripped open by now." Although he said it lightly, Tang San was still frightened at this moment, and his heart was cold. Because just now, he truly felt the fear of death. The blade was so close to his belly. Even, Su Ming could kill him if he had any killing intention. But Su Ming didn't do that. Yu Xiaogang also knew that what Tang San said was true, but he was just blinded by anger, so he knew what to do and didn't pursue it. Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming was about to leave, Tang San hurriedly called him. Are you going to fight again? Su Ming's face was a little angry, and he couldn't hold back again and again. Tang San gritted his teeth, a little unwilling. I want to try my soul skills, if you can break it, I am willing to admit defeat. Soul skills? Blue and silver entanglement? Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded slowly. After a while, the two stood opposite each other again. The afterglow of the setting sun fell. The blade slowly passed a brilliant golden light. Until it was bright, it was as bright as the sun, dazzling and dazzling. Chapter 23 Don't bully the beasts like this. The back mountain of the academy. The bright moon hangs in the sky, like a fairy, cold and proud, extraordinary and otherworldly. She, who is untainted by dust, seems to be intoxicated by her own beauty, and is so stingy in using the moonlight. The night is too dark tonight, so dark that the stars can hardly be seen. Around, there are only the long chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. There seems to be something wrong with Su Ming, who is practicing. A series of white air currents that are difficult to see with the naked eye are drawn down from the sky. As if he has merged into this world, Su Ming looks at ease, forgetting himself and the world. One breath and one breath, a natural cycle, has become the proof of his life. Tang Hao came with a wine gourd, leaning against the tree like a tiger and a dragon. The movement emanating from Su Ming does not seem to attract him. He just takes a look occasionally and drinks a sip of wine to pass the time. Roughly wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Tang Hao's ears moved slightly, and his eyes immediately looked in one direction. Through the darkness, Tang Hao seemed to see something, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a while, the girl came here with a pout, as if someone owed her money. Seeing Su Ming, Xiao Wu was furious. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she felt that she couldn't make any sound. What's going on? Is it a ghost? Xiao Wu scratched her head in surprise, and tried to cough again, but her ears still couldn't hear any sound. He is in deep meditation now, which is good for his practice. You'd better not disturb him. As soon as she heard the voice in her ear, she felt a terrifying suction pulling her. Feeling this terrible force, Xiao Wu's face turned pale instantly, and her back was cold. The scene in front of her changed at lightning speed. Looking at the sloppy man in front of her, Xiao Wu was struck by lightning, and the strong feeling of suffocation made her breathless. Title Douluo. It's not wrong, it's definitely not wrong. Swallowing her saliva in fear, Xiao Wu's legs went weak. What do you want? A simple sentence used up all her strength. Boom. Tang Hao glanced over, and with just a frown, Xiao Wu instantly collapsed to the ground. Holding the soil tightly with her hands, Xiao Wu looked defeated and her heart was dead. Just out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's mouth again. God, are you teasing me? In the small nodding city, I can actually meet a titled Douluo? Xiao Wu's heart was full of grief, and she wanted to run away quickly, but she felt her hands and feet trembling and out of control. It was as if her body was telling her not to do these useless things. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, her innate sense told her the man in front of her was extremely powerful. That kind of horror and strength, thick and natural, like an unreachable mountain, made people breathless. What frightened Xiao Wu even more was the murderous aura overflowing from the bottom of his eyes. From his eyes, Xiao Wu seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses, and countless blood spilled and gathered into a river. The overwhelming blood red made her bones all cold. Gurgle. Tang Hao shook his head and said coldly, "Don't worry, I have no interest in you." Tang Hao did not make any move, but saw a gentle force covering Xiao Wu. Obviously he made a move. Xiao Wu suddenly felt warm in her body, and the fear in her heart slowly subsided. The big pink eyes were full of suspicion, and Xiao Wu said in surprise, "Are you serious? You really won't kill me?" Looking at Xiao Wu's treading on thin ice, Tang Hao suddenly became a little sad, and his lowered black eyes seemed to flash a touch of blue. It is natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts. Ordinary soul beasts are fine, but are transformed soul beasts not considered human beings? Spirit Hall, why are you forcing each other? Boom. The warmth disappeared instantly, and Xiao Wu curled up tightly, feeling like she was in the ice and snow. Uncle. Awakened by the voice, Tang Hao restrained all his killing intent. Xiao Wu was as if she had been pardoned, rubbing her arms constantly, as if this would warm her up. There seemed to be sobs in the hoarse voice, and Tang Hao reminded, he is right, strength is everything. If you don't want to be hunted by humans, you can only rely on your own strength. Others are unreliable, except for strength, unparalleled strength. As he said this, Tang Hao took a big sip of wine, and the wine dripped from the corners of his mouth. He was filled with melancholy and sadness, and under his vicissitudes of life, he seemed to have experienced many deep past events. Xiao Wu looked at Tang Hao with complicated eyes, curious about what happened to him. Unwilling to talk about the past, Tang Hao gulped down a mouthful of wine, as if only alcohol could make him intoxicated. Xiao Wu thought the other party would say it, but Tang Hao suddenly changed the subject. Do you know why Tang San lost in the afternoon? Xiao Wu was stunned, and before she could even react, Tang Hao continued. First, he was eager to win. Maybe it was because of the last failure that made him want to defeat Su Ming, so in the end he was thinking about ending the battle. Second, he mistakenly believed that the difference in level was absolute, but for a true genius, fighting across levels is just the difference between wanting and not wanting. Soul rings are just tools, not everything to defeat the enemy. If a soul master only looks at the age and number of soul rings, there is no need to fight at all. Third, he greatly underestimated a person. As if facing Tang San, Tang Hao spoke earnestly, and Xiao Wu, who was sitting with her knees hugged, could not help but nodded when she heard it. In the afternoon, Tang San did lose a little hastily. If he had used his soul skills with all his strength from the beginning, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. Although Su Ming could cut off the blue-silver entanglement, no one could guarantee that Tang San would definitely lose. You think Tang San has a chance to win, right? Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wu and had seen through the latter's inner thoughts. Xiao Wu was stunned. Is it not possible? Possible? Tang Hao did not shake his head or nod, and sighed. There are not so many possibilities in the world. Winning is winning, losing is losing. Often the outcome is doomed before the battle begins. Just like his deep meditation at this moment, without long-term hard work, it is impossible to enter this realm. Instead of pursuing the so-called possibility, it is better to explore the cause and effect, isn't it? Xiao Wu scratched her head awkwardly, her eyes turned to the side with guilt. Well, my brain is relatively stupid, and it seems that I don't understand what you are saying. Tang Hao. Sure enough, not every soul beast is as kind as a yin. Tang Hao sighed and didn't continue to play the piano to two. He just hoped that she would convey the previous words to Tang San. Xiao Wu looked very embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. She was cute and silly. Although she didn't understand, she also felt Tang Hao's kindness, and her heart was at ease. The two were silent, and Tang Hao continued to drink the bitter and spicy wine. After a while, Su Ming came out of the meditation state. However, he didn't open his eyes, but continued to practice. Through Tang Hao's sharp and deep eyes, it seemed that he could vaguely see. A wisp of soul power overflowed from the meridians of the whole body, gathering towards the dantian in the abdomen like a little snake. The wisps of soul power there formed small tornadoes. Zzz. The tornadoes collided with each other, bursting out fierce arcs, and slowly closing. What a monster! Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of wine. As a titled Douluo, he couldn't help but feel shocked at this moment. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Su Ming also opened his eyes, and a dark light flashed in his bright eyes. The soul power vortex in his body had all dispersed and returned to the meridians in various parts of his body, but the soul power was a little different. Tang Hao left, leaving Xiao Wu alone. She walked over with a puffy face and said unhappily. Why did you ask me to come here? Did you ask me to come and watch you practice? After waiting for several hours, she was already impatient. Humph, who wants to stay with this bastard? Su Ming's eyes lit up. He was originally waiting for Xiao Wu to practice in his spare time. Unexpectedly, he suddenly became absorbed in his thoughts and she came at the right time. Strictly speaking, you are actually a spirit master of the agility attack system, right? Looking at Su Ming's malicious smile, Xiao Wu's delicate body trembled and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. What do you want to do? Nothing, just asking you to help me practice. What? Xiao Wu's eyes were as big as copper bells. She pointed at herself and then at Su Ming. You said, you want me to help you practice? The sharp voice pierced the sky, and Xiao Wu was completely numb. A person who covets my spirit rings and spirit bones actually asked me to help you practice. I have never seen such a shameless person. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. What, is there a problem? You tell me how you want me to help you first. Xiao Wu was about to angrily refuse, but noticing Su Ming's dangerous eyes, she immediately gave in, her face full of grief and anger. Su Ming ignored him and reached out to pick up a stick. The content of the training is very simple. I attack you, you keep dodging, and don't let me hit you. Is it that simple? Xiao Wu frowned, her face full of surprise. She thought Su Ming wanted her to do something, but it turned out to be just ordinary training. Simple. Su Ming was also stunned. The actual combat was also simple. Little did they know that their understanding was not the same at all. Knowing that the swordsmanship was powerful and wanting to find Su Ming's flaws, Xiao Wu nodded. I know you want to practice swordsmanship, okay, I agree. Thank you. Su Ming said a simple 2 words as a token of politeness, and Xiao Wu was immediately furious. If you really want to thank me, don't think about my spirit rings and spirit bones. Be careful. A cold voice sounded, Xiao Wu's inner alarm bells rang, and she immediately paid 100,000 attention. Instantly, the two began to fight. Knowing the power of Su Ming's swordsmanship, Xiao Wu immediately burst out with all her speed. She dodged all attacks with her flexible speed and incredible waist. Su Ming's swordsmanship missed, and every time he slashed, he felt a distance away from Xiao Wu. This was not the distance of swordsmanship, but the distance of body skills. Although the speed of the two was not much different, every time Su Ming wanted to use swordsmanship, Xiao Wu would take advantage of Su Ming's slow speed to distance himself. With such a pause and slowness, it was difficult for Xiao Wu to get close to him. Of course, Su Ming did not attach soul power to the wooden stick, otherwise, with the sharp soul power, even if Xiao Wu was not cut, the latter would be affected. In the battle with Tang San, Su Ming only used pure swordsmanship. Because Su Ming knew very well that no matter how many attributes were added to the knife skills were the key. The knife skills that could hit people with full force were really effective. Swish! Finding the right time, Xiao Wu grabbed Su Ming's left hand. She smiled and stepped on Su Ming's knee with one leg. Like a monkey trying to climb up, her soft waist suddenly burst out with terrifying power. Swish! Su Ming grabbed Xiao Wu's arm with his backhand. If you want to use the waist bow to throw the enemy out, or even a violent 8-stage throw, Xiao Wu's first strike is particularly critical. As long as she is not thrown out in the first strike and does not cause dizziness, Xiao Wu can only stare blankly. She was seen through. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes were surprised. Seeing the wooden stick coming towards her, she immediately changed to knee kick Su Ming's hand holding the stick. Bang bang! After successfully repelling him, Xiao Wu immediately used an elbow to attack Su Ming's arm that was grabbing her. He knew that Xiao Wu wanted to break free and escape, otherwise, Su Ming's wooden stick would easily get her. Su Ming should have used force to shake Xiao Wu away, but he simply let go of his hand. Swish! Xiao Wu and Su Ming passed each other, and just as her legs split and fell to the ground, she immediately appeared in the air again. She turned sideways, and her calves were like steel whips, whipping Su Ming. Bang! Su Ming frowned, and did not actively attack with the wooden stick, but instead blocked. The calf hit the wooden stick, and the pink soul power wrapped it. Su Ming only heard a dull sound, and he stepped back a few steps. She landed lightly. Xiao Wu raised her little head, and looked at Su Ming with a look of joy. How is it? I am not bad as a sparring partner. I just like to see this guy get beaten. Especially when he gets beaten by himself, hehe, it's so cool. Su Ming's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, if you want to compete, I'll use a hatchet instead. I'll watch you kick me up. Slightly. Xiao Wu provocatively stuck out her tongue and said secretly, I'm not stupid. Besides, I didn't ask you to do it. You were the one who asked me to be your sparring partner with the wooden stick. Humph, can I only dodge and not attack? You want to attack, right? Su Ming's eyes were slightly cold, and the wooden stick in his hand was suddenly wrapped in a black light. It was a hatchet that was completely condensed with soul power. The sharp spiked blade was even more terrifying than the original hatchet. Xiao Wu's face immediately turned green. Well, I was just joking with you. Let's continue practicing like we did just now. Really? Before the voice completely fell, Su Ming's figure had already burst out. Boom! The black light fell in front of his eyes, and with a bang, countless dust exploded. For a moment, Xiao Wu was stunned. Looking down, a pair of cold eyes were staring at her. Boom! Xiao Wu thought of the time when she was a rabbit and encountered a jackal. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Su Ming, Xiao Wu's hair was numb. With almost no hesitation, she immediately began to run for her life. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Su Ming's hatchet returned to the shape of a stick and chased Xiao Wu. The sound of the wind whirring in the valley was accompanied by a few roars from time to time. I don't know how long it took, I just felt that the air was getting colder and colder. Xiao Wu's face was flushed, and beads of sweat were dripping down her pink face. She was like a well-cooked suckling pig, panting. A closer look was even more tragic. There were scratches on Xiao Wu's clothes. She clenched her teeth tightly, and veins on her forehead popped out, as if she was in great pain. Swish! A shadow flashed by, Xiao Wu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she dodged sideways quickly, with fear in her eyes. Suddenly, Su Ming turned the wooden stick and swung it horizontally. Bang! The wooden stick landed on Xiao Wu's back, and the latter let out a sharp scream and was knocked out. Seeing Su Ming rushing over, Xiao Wu, who was sitting on the ground, was terrified and waved her hands repeatedly. No more fighting, no more fighting, my soul power is exhausted, and I can't avoid your attack. Su Ming frowned, and also sensed that Xiao Wu's speed was slowing down, and then took some ginseng roots down. This is ginseng, you take it to recover. Wait half an hour, we'll come again. Still coming? The fragile psychological defense line collapsed. Xiao Wu pursed her pink lips tightly and trembled, looking at Su Ming as if she was looking at a devil. Grief, helplessness, despair. Bean-sized tears flowed out, and Xiao Wu kept wiping her tears. A sobbing sound of grievance floated in the valley. Chapter 24 You are a lunatic. It was pitch dark in the night. Looking from the back door of the academy, one could only see the vague outline of the back mountain, like an upside-down bowl. Creaky. A trembling figure sounded, and one could even feel the rust on it. The half-closed iron door was pushed open, and a figure walked in with ease. In his arms, there was a girl. The girl closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes were fluttered by the wind. The chubby face of the baby leaned on Su Ming's chest, and the little mouth exhaled and exhaled evenly, with some drool on the mouth, and looked like she was sleeping soundly. Holding Xiao Wu, who fainted from exhaustion, Su Ming deliberately slowed down his pace, and the two returned to the dormitory in unison. What's wrong with her? Putting Xiao Wu on the bed gently, Su Ming was about to rest when a familiar voice rang in his ears. Not sure if he couldn't sleep or was woken up, Tang San came over with the oil lamp lit. In the dim light, he looked at Xiao Wu and found that she was fine. Tang San cast an inquiring look at Su Ming. Su Ming sighed and said, maybe she is too tired. She will be fine after a sleep. As he said that, Su Ming glanced at Tang San's chest. The latter shook his head and looked fine. Sensing that the two smelled similar, Tang San raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Did she go to the back mountain to practice? Let her practice with me for a while. A while? Can a person be trained like this in a while? Thinking of when Xiao Wu disappeared, Tang San's mouth twitched suddenly. The oil lamp was slowly raised, and he looked at Su Ming deeply. The wet clothes seemed to be soaked in water. The tip of the nose could smell the smell of sweat, and a few broken leaves were on it. The white and tender face was covered with muddy water, not in large pieces, but in dots, which looked like splashes. The bright eyes were half closed at this moment, with bloodshot eyes clearly visible, and a crazy look in the tired state. Tang San, cursing inwardly and clenching his fists, was silent for a long time, not knowing how to speak. After a while, he blew out the light in a rage. What a lunatic! The sound of teeth aching sounded, and the dormitory became dead silent. After the footsteps, accompanied by the sound of two beds shaking, swaying for a few seconds, there was no movement. Closed his eyes, opened them again. In Su Ming's world, time seemed to pass abnormally fast. The dormitory, which was originally dark, was bright in the blink of an eye. The bright sunlight shone in from the vents, and the naked eye could see thin lines. Bright. Dazzlingly bright. Su Ming couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Looking around, there was no standing figure in the whole dormitory, and the sound of snoring could still be heard. Considering the age of first-year students, 6-year-olds do need a lot of sleep time, the college thoughtfully arranged the class at 9 o'clock. So, this time is actually the time to sleep in. Wearing shorts, So Ming jumped down from the upper bunk. At a height of 1.5 meters, he landed lightly without making any noise. Xiao Wu was still snoring, and it seemed that she was really tired yesterday and couldn't practice anymore. As for Tang San, his bed was empty. So Ming knew that this guy went to practice the purple extreme demon eye again. If he hadn't deliberately practiced his mental power this month in yesterday's competition, he might have really been fooled by Tang San's purple extreme demon eye. It seems that I am still far from it. Throwing the dirty clothes into a box beside him, So Ming changed into clean clothes and left the dormitory. As for clothes, as the head of the college, he didn't need to worry about these things at all. Many times, clothes were sent back with perfume, and they were incredibly clean. There's nothing I can do, girls nowadays mature too early. So Ming has received a lot of bold love letters. According to his memory, So Ming came to an office. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Hearing the sound coming from inside the room, So Ming pushed the door open and walked in. It's you, So Ming, what do you want to talk to me about? Seeing that the person coming was So Ming, the man in white showed a warm smile on his face. The man had a delicate appearance, restrained facial features, and was about 30 years old. Unlike others, he exuded a sense of elegance and easygoingness, making it easy for people to get close to him. The man's name was Su Lin, a teacher at the academy. So Ming had met him many times in the back mountain. He had reclaimed a medicinal field there and seemed to have a great interest in refining medicine. Looking at Su Lin, So Ming's eyes were filled with a burning color. Teacher Su Lin, you are also a spirit master of the agility attack department, right? Su Lin laughed dumbly. So Ming, why are you asking this? Yes, I am indeed a great spirit master of the agility attack department, with the spirit of purple leopard. Su Lin frowned, and seemed to feel that So Ming's eyes were a little bit wrong. Sure enough, it was the same as the information he had learned. So Ming was secretly happy and hurriedly said. It's like this, Teacher Su Lin, I have some problems in my cultivation. If possible, I hope you can be my sparring partner. Oh. I thought it was something else, but it turns out you want me to be your sparring partner. Su Lin was relieved and laughed. You are well informed, you know I am a sensitive attack. Teacher Su Lin, then you have already asked, how dare I offend so many people? Let's go, I have nothing to do, so I might as well accompany you to practice. Su Lin agreed readily, with a big smile on his face. As a teacher, no one dislikes students like Ming who are both talented and hardworking, and he is no exception. Being a student sparring is not a big deal for a great soul master like him. Seeing Su Lin agree, So Ming couldn't help but feel happy. The academy only has this one agile attack great soul master, so he must cherish the resource. As for Xiao Wu, she is just a soul master after all, young, and her physical strength is far behind that of the great soul master Su Lin. The two came to the grass field of the playground, which was separated from the building area and had a wide area, suitable for fighting. So Ming, if you want to hone your body coordination, you can attack and I can dodge, and I won't attack, because that will easily hurt you. Su Lin said with a relaxed expression. He had listened to the latter's story on the way here and knew what he needed to do. However, with his strength as a great soul master, if he really wanted to fight, So Ming would not be able to compete with him. So Ming shook his head and said stubbornly, no, just fight normally, it's just right to exercise my reaction ability. Of course, except for explosive attack soul skills, I don't want to lose my life. Seeing So Ming's determined eyes, Su Lin nodded and agreed. He knew the severity of the situation and would not do anything rash. Swish! As soon as the two of them pulled away, Su Lin heard the friction sound of a flying meteor in his ears, and he was suddenly shocked. Relying on his body instinct, Su Lin subconsciously dodged sideways. Almost at the same time, a purple light bloomed from his eyebrows, and his martial spirit instantly possessed him. Boom! The speed was really fast. The hatchet in So Ming's hand missed and hit the ground hard, making a violent roar. Su Lin lowered his head, and his calm face suddenly changed. I saw that there was a piece of grass the size of a wooden barrel missing from the grass under his feet, and the hatchet was deeply embedded in the soil. Are you serious? Looking at the sharp and meticulous eyes, Su Lin's eyelids jumped suddenly, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 25. The people left in the carriage at night. On the grass, two figures flickered like ghosts. Bang, bang, bang. At such a terrifying speed, one could only see that they were two figures, one white and one blue, one big and one small. Swish! The blue figure fell from the sky, making a chopping gesture. Swish, swish. The hatchet spun in the air like a boomerang. Swish! The sharp claw slapped on the hatchet, making a harsh scraping sound. The hatchet broke through the air, and the leopard claws were mighty. The two had various postures, after images, and thunderous fists and feet, just like a fight between dragons and tigers. The fast-paced attack rhythm was dazzling. Bang! A dull sound suddenly sounded. The green figure was knocked away in an instant and fell heavily on the grass. Ahem! He struggled to get up, but found that his body was as heavy as a mountain and he couldn't move. After lifting a little, he felt that all his strength was exhausted and had to give up and lie down. He didn't know how many times he had been knocked down. This time, Su Ming couldn't stand up after all. He flicked his fingers, but his fingers didn't move at all. He said hoarsely, "Teacher Su Lin, let's stop here today." "Okay." The man in white kneeling on the ground nodded heavily as if he had been pardoned, and uttered a word. He supported his knees with his hands and stood up tremblingly. Tick 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 answer, beads of sweat dripped from the tip of his chin. The originally snow-white clothes were already dirty and his skin was exposed through cracks. What was even more jaw-dropping was his behavior. The muscles of his right foot kept shaking, as if he was having a fit, and he stood on his left leg, tapping the ground with his thumb. The body swayed left and right, as if he would fall down at any time. Forcing himself to stand still, Su Lin, with a bruised face and nose, glanced at Su Ming with his swollen panda eyes, his expression full of resentment and fear. Although the veins on his forehead were throbbing with every step, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. "Go. Go quickly." While this guy couldn't move, he left quickly. The extremely firm belief kept supporting his body, and he limped and slowly walked into the distance until he disappeared. If there was a regret pill, Su Lin swore that he would rather hunt 100-year soul beast than be Su Ming's sparring partner. This is called sparring? Su Lin's back was in a mess when he left. Su Ming, who had suffered the most attacks, was in an even worse situation. His face was bruised and black, and he could not see his previous handsome appearance at all. Not only his clothes were covered with claw marks. Even the weight-bearing armor inside was broken into pieces, with pieces of iron hanging out. Although he did not bleed, he felt swollen and painful all over. God knows how many beatings he had received. The strength of the Great Soul Master is really terrifying. Ding! The host and the Great Soul Master fought fiercely. Although the opponent did not use soul skills, he was still courageous and rewarded with a ray of golden power. Ding! The berserker body was stimulated, strength +3, defense +4, mental strength +3. Su Ming chewed slowly with a piece of snow lotus leaf obtained by defeating Tang San in his mouth. The breeze blew, and all the sweat on his body evaporated, feeling cool and refreshing. The sky was blue, quiet and mysterious, with white clouds floating slowly towards the horizon. Feeling the peaceful years, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh, so beautiful in his heart. Swish! After an unknown amount of time, Su Ming supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. Then, he walked slowly towards the classroom. Bang! The classroom door was pushed open, and Su Ming walked in slowly. Su Ming's lateness was not uncommon, but seeing his miserable appearance, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Misery! Misery! Did this guy fall into the soul beast's nest? Su Ming, are you okay? The female teacher came over quickly, her eyes kept looking at Su Ming, who was beaten into a fat man, and her voice was trembling. It's okay, just a little tired. Su Ming waved his hand and walked slowly towards his seat. A little tired? You call this a little tired? The female teacher's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. The classroom was completely silent. Everyone looked at the extremely embarrassed figure, unable to imagine what had happened. Su Ming, but he was the boss of the academy, how could anyone hurt him? In the classroom, only two people knew what had happened. It was definitely impossible for a soul master to injure Su Ming so badly. Great Soul Master! This guy must have been fighting with a Great Soul Master just now. The two were horrified. One had bulging eyes and was a little anxious. The other lowered his head and dared not look directly at him. Bang! Su Ming sat down hard on the chair, and the table was knocked out of position. The swollen thighs were exposed from the torn trouser legs, purple and blue. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and quickly moved the table back to its original position for him. She didn't dare to look at him the whole time, and she was completely different from her original fierceness and wildness. Su Ming shifted his gaze and panted, "I still have some problems with my body skills. Can you help me tonight?" Bang! The delicate body trembled violently, and Xiao Wu showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "No, no problem." The trembling voice was slightly crying. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." The crying sound from his throat became louder. Su Ming. Early in the morning. Just as the sky brightened, a small figure was running around in the teaching area of the academy, as if looking for something. Finally, he sighed and left reluctantly. "Although I am not the most likable character when I come to the Junior Soul Master Academy, it is not so bad. Is it really like what Mr. Shu Ren said? I have always been willing to speculate the Chinese with the worst malice, but I didn't expect and didn't believe that they would be so cruel." Su Ming, who had hoped for teacher Wang Wenlong, had to face the cruel reality at this moment. Yes, teacher Wang Wenlong, the agile attacking soul master, was not in the office. I learned from the principal that he had resigned from the Soul Master Academy. I heard that he was going to travel far away, looking for spring flowers. The carriage was bought last night, and the man left last night. Just like teacher Su Lin at the beginning. After knowing each other for so long, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little regretful that he didn't even say a parting word. The academy has lost another opponent. Su Ming left in a huff and went back to the back mountain to practice Qinggong. When the view returned to the valley that was originally covered with green grass was now bare, as if locusts had crawled over it. In the middle, there was a canal that was 3 meters wide and 30 meters long. The turbid water in it was more like mud. In that canal, floating were floating barrels with a diameter of 20 centimeters, which were covered with mud. On the shore, there were several rows of floating barrels of different sizes, the smallest of which looked smaller than the palm of your hand. Bang! 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 The green figure flew up and rushed towards the canal. He tapped the wooden barrel with his toes, and the barrel made a dong sound, and waves were also rippling in the water. After 10 dong 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 drum sounds, another plop sound was heard. The green-clothed figure disappeared instantly. 2 seconds later, a mud man crawled out and spat out a mouthful of muddy water. Drop. Congratulations to the host for practicing Qinggong once, proficiency +1. Plop. Drop. Congratulations to the host for practicing Qinggong once, proficiency +1. Plop. Drop. Spring goes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In the valley, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and the grass is lush. The muddy canal has been refilled, and grass has grown on the ground again. Here, Su Ming is no longer seen. Deep in the valley, the water is rolling, and the pond is stirring up waves. The waterfall rushes down from the cliff like a silver dragon, making a rumbling sound. The original complete white silk-like water flow has now cracked a crack. In the thin water flow in the middle, a figure is sitting cross-legged. He exudes black soul power all over his body, and even if he collides violently with the rushing water, he remains motionless. As time goes by, the boy gradually begins to clench his teeth, and the black light on his body becomes looming. Plop! Without the protection of soul power, the boy finally falls into the pond. Climbing ashore, Su Ming wiped the water off his face in embarrassment, but a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He made a sword gesture with his left hand, and black light overflowed from his index and middle fingers, forming the shape of a long sword. The long sword did not look illusory, but looked like black crystal, crystal clear, sharp and dazzling. Swish! Su Ming swung it violently, and the black sword was as fast as lightning. With a puff, it actually sank directly into the solid cliff. Su Ming's mouth corners raised, and he was about to celebrate this great moment, but he heard footsteps. I really don't know where you get so many strange ideas. Tang Hao looked down at Su Ming, and his cold eyes couldn't help but give birth to admiration. He rarely had such thoughts about a person, and he never admired many people. Not to mention, the person in front of him was still a 7-year-old child. But after a year, he had to admire him. Whether it is perseverance or talent, the person in front of him seems to be born for cultivation. Sometimes he even wondered if he could beat him if he was of the same generation as him. Perhaps, the two of them could become a generation of equals. So Ming stood up with a somersault and asked curiously. Senior, are you planning to leave? Tang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strong force pressed down. So Ming's face turned pale, and he immediately used all his strength, just like a mountain pressing down on his head. His arm muscles bulged, revealing perfect lines through his wet clothes. Just looking at his strong body gave people an explosive beauty. How could he, who is not even a soul master, compete with a titled Douluo? So Ming's feet slowly sank into the mud, his face showed a look of pain, and blue veins emerged, but he just frowned, his eyes were calm. Not bad. Tang Hao's eyes lit up slightly, and he slowly uttered two words. In an instant, all the pressure on his body disappeared, and So Ming gasped for air. Tang Hao nodded with satisfaction. With your current physical fitness, you can already compete with ordinary great soul masters. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Tang Hao, could actually witness the growth of a little monster. So Ming, in the future you can definitely become the first soul master in the entire continent whose first soul ring is 1,000-year soul ring. At the end, Tang Hao's cold voice surged, and even So Ming heard the envy in his words. It was the first time that he felt this kind of emotion from Tang Hao's mouth. So Ming smiled dumbly, and his heart was also a little excited. Ahem, with my current physique, it is still risky to bear 1,000-year soul ring. I think I can train again and see if I can last for 2,000 years. Tang Hao. Tang Hao half closed his eyes, and for the first time he had the urge to beat So Ming. Feeling that Tang Hao's eyes were not right, So Ming's mouth twitched suddenly, and he didn't speak. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao looked at So Ming with a serious expression and said in a cold voice, So Ming, your soul power cultivation method is useful to me. You can put forward a condition. If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Soul power cultivation? So Ming was surprised that Tang Hao took a fancy to his cultivation method. Any conditions are okay. So Ming's smile was strange. The latter had just introduced himself, and it was obvious that he didn't intend to hide it. I said, I can do it. Don't ask for a sky-high price. If you really force me, I can do anything. Tang Hao's face was grim, and the wine gourd in his hand exploded. There was only a loud rumble, and the pond rushed up with a water column of dozens of meters, shaking the ground. Drip, drip, countless water drops hit the two people, magnificent and majestic. How Shen Douluo bullies others by taking advantage of his power? So Ming naturally didn't believe it, and chuckled, I haven't thought about the conditions yet, just owe it to me first, and I'll talk about it when I need it. Tang Hao sighed, seeming a little helpless. In his opinion, it was easiest for So Ming to make conditions at this time. Since you guessed that I'm going to leave, aren't you afraid that I won't come back and you'll be left empty-handed? So Ming raised his eyebrows and replied, Senior, you've become a gentleman, do you want me to be this villain? As expected of his natural intelligence, Tang Hao nodded, well, just consider it as I owe it to you first, and one day when you need it, you can ask me for it. It's a deal. So Ming had no reason to refuse to make a deal with Tang Hao. Tang Hao did not ask about the specific method of cultivation. After getting permission from So Ming, he disappeared. Hao Shen Douluo is indeed Hao Shen Douluo. He is really heroic. Looking at the direction where Tang Hao left, So Ming said with some admiration. I have practiced many times, and Tang Hao was actually present. With the spiritual perception of a titled Douluo, how could he not notice how I was tempering my soul power? If it were any other soul master, I'm afraid he would have stolen it directly. Still with conditions? What conditions do soul masters need to put forward for learning from each other? Dead people don't put forward conditions. As for the soul power tempering method of condensing soul power into cyclones for fusion and collision. In fact, So Ming tried one by one according to the early cultivation methods of several fantasy novels, and failed many times before he got the result. The reason for this is to improve the explosive power of soul rings and soul skills. Because So Ming remembered that the more soul power a soul ring is infused with, the stronger the soul skills will be. I don't have an advantage in terms of magnitude for the time being, so I can only improve the quality to narrow the gap. 100-year soul skill against 1,000-year soul skill? So Ming said that it was acceptable. Host, So Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopping knife, purple quality, 621/5000. Special physique, berserker body. Soul skills, breathing technique, Qinggong, perfect, Jinyu sword technique, perfect, Hunyuan sword slash, and spirit gathering technique. Items, 9 grade purple Ganoderma, flying soul guide, 1000-year snow wolf meat, fire python essence blood, snow lotus, Qianchen silver. Strength, 58. Defense, 46. Spirit, 66. Looking up at the rising sun, Su Ming's cold face rarely showed a gentle smile. Chapter 26. This rule is too targeted. Dear students, the school year has come to an end. In the next month, I hope everyone can have a pleasant vacation and seriously summarize the knowledge they have learned in the Soul Master Academy. Holidays can allow you to relax and reduce stress. Even Soul Masters do not practice all year round. They need to combine work and rest. Of course, it is best not to forget everything the teacher taught you, otherwise you will gain nothing in the academy this year. Okay, I hope everyone can return safely and become a glorious Soul Master as soon as possible. The sun is shining and colorful. In the square of the Junior Soul Master Academy, Carter, who has a thin square face, is solemnly announcing the end of a school year. In the back of the square, people have already started whispering. Great, finally a holiday, can play freely. After a year in the academy, I can finally leave this damn place. It's boring. Why is the principal talking more and more nonsense? Hehe, what do my parents think if they know that I have a level 7 soul power now? Look at you, I thought you became a soul master, tut tut tut. The young faces were full of joy, and all the students could not hide their happiness and were eager to go home. Although the study in the academy is rich and colorful, after a year, it is like delicious food that becomes greasy and gradually becomes boring. Disband. After a while, Carter's resounding voice soared into the sky. It was like hearing the sound of nature. Everyone was restless and scattered like birds. Some ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Some were arm in arm, discussing something with a smile on their faces. It can be seen that everyone is very excited and happy. Even the principal and teachers showed a relieved smile on their faces. They finally survived this school year. Principal. When they were about to leave, they suddenly felt their scalps tingling. A ghostly voice like a maggot attached to the bone suddenly exploded in their minds. All the teachers, even the principal Carter at the level of a great soul master, shuddered involuntarily and felt a chill on their backs. After a short silence, they turned stiffly. Su Ming, do you have anything else to say? Carter asked kindly, with an extremely unnatural smile on his face, which looked far-fetched. It's like this, I want to ask which teacher stayed in school. Su glanced at the teachers in front of him, his eyes faintly filled with excitement. Boom! When Su Ming's eyes swept over them, the teachers only felt a chill rushing into their spines, and all the pores on their bodies burst open. In an instant, everyone stared at Principal Carter with angry eyes. Principal, you know I'm going to visit my relatives in Gro province during the holidays. Principal, my family has urged me to go on too many blind dates. I may have to hide outside. The work of the college is really helpless. Principal, I think I will move soon, so I don't need to contact you for the time being. After saying this, all the teachers ran away. As if he was the god of plague. In the blink of an eye, Carter was the only one left in the whole square. Desolate and cold. You can even hear crows flying over the eaves. Seeing this, Carter couldn't help cursing in his heart. Is there such a way to do things? Leaving the principal here? If you want to leave, drag me with you. Ahem. Seeing that he was alone, Carter pretended to be calm. Su Ming, why are you asking this? It's like this, I may come to the college during the holidays, so I want to ask. Before Su Ming finished speaking, Carter had already taken out a bunch of keys from his clothes. Pili clapping. The keys couldn't be taken out, Carter gritted his teeth and directly tore the keyhole apart. Snap, 2 black keys were stuffed into his hand. Carter said resolutely, you don't have to say it, I understand. These are the keys to the college's main and back doors, you take them. Su Ming was speechless, looking at Carter in surprise. Why did he give me the keys to the college? Yes, this expression must mean that there are not enough keys. Carter took the key to the 7th dormitory without thinking. This is the key to your dormitory, you don't have to go to Teacher Mo. Principal, This key. That's right. It's just the key, don't mention anything else. Like a hot potato, Carter stuffed all the keys into Su Ming's arms. Su Ming, I only have so many keys, you take them all. School starts, forget it, we'll talk about it later. Carter wiped away tears, crying and laughing, there are only a few teachers in the academy, and there really can't be any less. Boom. The golden light shone, and Su Ming quickly covered his eyes. The sound of wings flapping seemed to ring in his ears. Swish! A figure flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Su Ming's eyes were stunned. It turns out that the principal is also a great soul master of the agility attack system. The golden figure seemed to be hit by a bullet, fell down, and then shrank rapidly. People's hearts are not the same as before. Morals have fallen. Every time he said that he was a support department, I, who had read the original novel, was not confident. Su Ming curled his lips and took the key to go to the dormitory to pack up. Because he practiced too late last night, he didn't pack up. When Su Ming returned to the dormitory, most people had left. Tang San didn't leave. Perhaps because he was on the same way as Su Ming, he was standing with his back against the bed. As for Xiao Wu, she was homeless and probably wouldn't go back to the Stardew Great Forest. Did you go to see the principal just now? Su Ming was about to pack up, and Xiao Wu stretched her head over, her big pink eyes full of curiosity. After a year of getting along, she seemed to have forgotten that Su Ming wanted to use her as a spirit ring, and she looked very friendly with the latter. Are there any problems? Su Ming squinted his eyes and had no expression on his face. Hehe, I guess the principal's reaction must be very strange, right? A funny look flashed across Xiao Wu's eyes, and even Tang San coughed twice with a sly smile, as if he couldn't help it. Su Ming didn't understand. Xiao Wu covered her mouth and chuckled, then took out a piece of paper from behind and read with a sly smile. New rules for the academy. Article 1, you are not allowed to ask teachers about their martial spirits and cultivation. Article 2, teachers are prohibited from using martial spirits to fight in the academy, otherwise they will be fined 5 silver coins. Article 3, in the future, all questions should be consulted with the class teacher, and other teachers should not be disturbed. The 4th article. The more he listened, the darker Su Ming's face became. This was too targeted. No wonder those guys ran so fast. Xiao Wu also knew what to do and kept a distance from him. She hid with Tang San and tried to hold back her laughter. Su Ming glared at the two of them fiercely. He was helpless. He probably couldn't find a teacher to practice actual combat in the future. As for that, you can just refuse. I'm not the kind of person who forces others to do things against their will. And you're making a new rule? %IN number at. At this moment, Su Ming didn't realize that he had become a replica of someone in the prehistoric world. Teacher, are you a spirit master of the agility attack system? Teacher, are you a spirit master of the strength attack system? These two simple sentences have now become the nightmare of many teachers. Chapter 27 Weird Friendship. Outside the east of Notting City. The wheel tracks fell on the solid maze, leading to the east like a standard parallel line. On the road, 3 petite figures were walking slowly. Each of them carried a bag, and from the backs, it could be seen that they were a girl and 2 boys. The girl was jumping around, lively and cheerful. The 2 boys were unusually calm, and their steps were neither fast nor slow. Walking on the road, all kinds of smells came to the nose. There was the fragrance of grass, the thickness of soil, and the traces left by livestock. As he got closer and closer to Dian village, Su Ming's excitement became stronger and stronger, and his eyes were full of expectations. It has been a year since I went back to Dian village. I don't know how Grandpa Brin is doing. Thinking of a year ago, Su Ming still felt like a dream. At that time, even becoming a soul master was a luxury. But now, the lowest level spirit master is no longer his opponent. Even if facing a great spirit master, he has a chance of winning now. 1 year. In this year, Su Ming has paid too much sweat and changed too much. Swish. Su Ming exerted force on his toes. He seemed unwilling to walk slowly like this as he was eager to go home. In an instant, his figure surpassed Tang San and Xiao Wu. This guy is really a beast. He is still so energetic after practicing all night. Looking at Su Ming's back, Tang San clenched his fists and laughed angrily. He turned his head to look at Xiao Wu. Can you catch up? Humph, I can't catch up, but I have to catch up. Xiao Wu's cheeks bulged, and her feet began to accumulate power, like lightning, shooting out. These words also expressed his own thoughts. Tang San smiled and used Ghost Shadow to chase him directly. Su Ming did not go all out, nor did he use Qing Gong. Just like when he came to Notting City, he seemed to have a sense of ritual. With explosive speed, Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly caught up with Su Ming. But the strange thing is that the two who could have surpassed Su Ming were just running side by side with him. Su Ming was speechless when he noticed that the two were sticking to each other like sticky candy. It's okay in the academy, I'm just running around now, do you have to do that? Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads and rolled their eyes at him. Running around? Tang San's mouth twitched suddenly. I believed your lies. If you have the ability to take off the dozens of kilograms of weight on your body, I will believe that you are just running around. That's right. Xiao Wu's eyes bulged, and she echoed, who knows what bad thoughts you have in your heart, let's relax, I'm afraid we can't even see your shadow. Tang San, don't believe this guy's nonsense, he must be practicing. Su Ming. How can it be so difficult to tell the truth these days? Before Su Ming could open his mouth to explain, Tang San nodded solemnly and said. This guy is already ridiculously strong, and now he is even more abnormal. Judging from the weight he carries, I guess it should be 30 kilograms, and he can run so easily, which means his physical strength is much stronger than ours. With a mischievous look in his eyes, Tang San said to Xiao Wu seriously. Xiao Wu, you have the weakest physique among the three of us. If you can't keep up, take off the iron sheet on your body. You are talking nonsense. When did I have iron sheets on my body? You want to spit blood on me, right? Xiao Wu immediately got angry, gritted her teeth and swung her legs to make Tang San lose face, but the latter jumped up and dodged. Turning his head to look behind, Tang San laughed and shouted. You think I don't know, right? You forgot that I work in the blacksmith shop. 30 copper coins. 15 kilograms. After saying this, Tang San glanced at Su Ming with a half smile, as if he was deliberately saying this to him. Tang San, you are looking for death. The little secret in her heart was exposed. Xiao Wu was so ashamed that she wanted to raise her rabbit ears and shouted to kill. The two of them fought for a while, but Xiao Wu's attacks were all evaded by Ghost Shadow. Humph! I'll let you go today. She noticed that Su Ming didn't stop, and she curled her pink lips angrily, leaving Tang San and hurried to catch up. Su Ming, don't listen to this guy, I don't have any weight on me. Humph! Unlike this guy, he must have 20 kilograms on him. Perhaps because of the fight, Xiao Wu's cheeks were slightly red when she said this, and her face was a little unnatural. What 20 kilograms? I'm only 10 kilograms. Tang San quickly corrected, with a flash of pride in his eyes. You're still pretending, right? Across Su Ming, Xiao Wu spat at Tang San, Tang San, you have a dirty mind. This was also recognized by Su Ming. He looked at Tang San with slanting eyes and said with contempt. Can't people be more sincere and trusting? You. Tang San's face turned dark, as if he had eaten a fly. Especially when he saw Su Ming's sincere face, he couldn't accept it. How dare you say that I have a dirty mind? How many things have you done behind our backs? Don't you know it in your heart? Xiao Wu, didn't we agree to share the same hatred and enemies? Knowing that he was no match for Xiao Wu, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with disappointment, obviously not realizing how unreliable Rabbit was. Tang San, don't bring me into this. When did I ally with you? Su Ming, don't listen to Tang San. This guy just likes to talk nonsense. You betrayed me first. Xiao Wu provocatively stuck out her tongue at Tang San, which made the latter's mouth twitch. He didn't expect that she would betray him like this. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Tang San sighed and didn't continue speaking. Xiao Wu smiled smugly, and glanced at Su Ming subconsciously. After a while, the two came to a fork in the road. This place is not far from the two villages. Knowing that the left side leads to the Holy Soul village, Su Ming slowed down and stopped. Okay, stop tossing, you go back to the Holy Soul village. Wait a minute. Su Ming was about to start, and suddenly Tang San called him. Tang San's eyes were full of confusion, like an ignorant boy. Su Ming frowned in confusion. Why, do you have anything else to say? Seeing Xiao Wu with her back to them, and then looking at Su Ming's clueless expression, Tang San, who understood, twitched his mouth, feeling a little heartbroken. Glancing at Xiao Wu, Tang San said with a headache, "Well, Xiao Wu told me before that she was going to visit your village." "Hey?" Su Ming was stunned, looking at Xiao Wu who was pretending to look up, pouting and looking at the sky, his eyes instantly turned cold. "I have something else to do, I'm leaving first." After saying this coldly, Su Ming instantly performed Qinggong and flew away on the grass and trees. "Really left? Asshole!" The expectation in her heart suddenly fell. Xiao Wu was so angry that her whole body was shaking, she clenched her fists tightly, and her immature chest stood forward. Seeing Su Ming leave as soon as he said, Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. "Xiao Wu, why don't you come with me to the Holy Soul village?" Swish! Xiao Wu glanced over coldly and snorted. "He is a bastard, and you are also a bastard. I don't believe that he dares to drive me out." With a gloomy face, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and chased after him. The breeze blew, blowing her hair fluttering. Seeing the two leave, Tang San, who was originally calm, slowly showed a look of disappointment in his eyes. After staying there for a while, he sighed and shook his head, and left in another direction. On the other side, Xiao Wu, who was chasing after him, suddenly stopped. The long scorpion braid was blown up by the wind, and her pretty eyes kept scanning the surroundings, with a frown on her face. Strange, how could this guy be so fast? There was no trace of anyone within a few hundred meters around. It was as if Su Ming, a living person, disappeared out of thin air. With his full speed, although he could not catch up with Su Ming, it would not be such a scene. Swish! Just as Xiao Wu was in doubt, a slight sound of air friction suddenly sounded. Above. Xiao Wu was startled and looked up subconsciously. "I saw a meteor with a long tail coming towards me at such a fast speed that I could only vaguely see a hint of emerald silver. Damn, who is it? With such a fast speed, the other party must be at least a soul king. Why is he coming towards me?" Xiao Wu was terrified and gritted her teeth to dodge. But strangely, the silver light seemed to teleport. It was originally dozens of meters away, but it appeared in front of her out of thin air. Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly widened, and she didn't even have time to react. She only felt a sharp pain in her throat. Boom! The terrifying force instantly pressed her to the ground. She was knocked down, and her face was in pain. If it were the past, she might have surrendered to such a strong enemy. But after a year of training with Su Ming and fighting with the great soul master teacher of the academy, her mentality has surpassed that of the past, and she can face any emergency calmly. At some point, she was possessed by the martial spirit, her eyes turned red, and her long ears were covered with soft white hair. The 100-year soul ring under her body was moving rhythmically, and her legs were wrapped around the unknown enemy, obviously trying to use the waist bow to launch a soft technique. She knew very well that in the face of a powerful enemy, she could only use the 8-stage throw to buy time to escape, and there was no other way. But a familiar voice sounded in her ears, which made her stunned for a moment. "Why are you still following me? Su Ming?" Xiao Wu couldn't believe it and screamed in her heart. As the silver light faded, the wings behind him retracted into the device behind him, and Su Ming's figure appeared. It was as if a steel needle pierced into his brain, and his cold eyes made Xiao Wu's eyes slightly empty. After feeling pain in her neck, Xiao Wu looked at someone riding on her with a frosty face, and felt ashamed in her heart. But the suffocating pain in her neck made her miserable and she didn't care about these things at all. "You pinch me, let go." Su Ming's palm slightly loosened Xiao Wu's neck, allowing her to breathe. "Still following me, what exactly do you want to do? Do you think I really won't kill you now?" Su Ming's cold face showed no emotion, like an eternal ice, with cold light in his eyes. What's wrong with this guy? Wasn't he fine just now? Feeling the murderous intent revealed by Su Ming, Xiao Wu, whose hair stood on end, was terrified and confused in her heart. She hadn't felt this kind of emotion from Su Ming for a long time. Over a year later, the relationship between the two had already eased. Even though she knew that the other party wanted to kill her, Xiao Wu no longer had the fear she had at the beginning. Because Xiao Wu knew that Su Ming just wanted to become stronger, and he was not a person who would do anything to achieve his goal. In addition to accompanying Su Ming to practice speed, she often went to the back mountain to practice because she didn't want to admit defeat and surrender. The two often met. In her heart, the relationship between the two has changed from hostility to friendship. Yes, a strange friendship. As for what will happen 10 years later, she has listened to Tang Hao's teachings and has now completely let it go. Who said that the enemies of soul beasts cannot become friends? Who dares to say for sure about the future? From Su Ming, Xiao Wu felt the possibility. After all, no soul master would raise 100,000-year soul beast and demand a fair duel. As Su Ming said at the beginning, live more openly, and the two are doing so now. It is precisely because of the improvement of the relationship that Xiao Wu is so familiar and enthusiastic in the academy and on the road, and naturally communicates and talks with Su Ming. And now, she once again felt Su Ming's emotional changes. This guy really wants to kill her now. What did she do wrong? Xiao Wu bit her lips in grief and anger, and Shui Lingling eyes seemed to be filled with grievance. I have nowhere to go, can't I go to your house? You can kill me if you want, I can't beat you now anyway, Xiao Wu turned her head away angrily, looking like a fish on the chopping board, and gave up struggling. Am I overthinking? Su Ming frowned, looked at Xiao Wu warily for a moment, and finally let go and stood up without feeling anything unusual. My house is not convenient, if you don't want to go to Tang San's house, I can go to Notting City to find a place for you to live. Hearing this, Xiao Wu lay on the ground and refused to get up, her eyes bulged with anger. I won't go. I'll go to your house. Su Ming's face sank, and he raised his leg to leave. Xiao Wu immediately became anxious. Something suddenly occurred to her mind, and she said quickly. I really don't mean anything else. I have no parents. I just want to visit your home. Even if you don't take me with you, can't I find where Dian village is? Hearing this, Su Ming's leg, which had just stepped out, retracted again. His face was uncertain, but he finally sighed and waved to the back. Seeing this, Xiao Wu happily jumped up from the ground, her long scorpion tail braid swinging in the air, and she followed happily. Su Ming reminded with a squinting eye, listen carefully, if I find that there is something wrong with you, I will definitely not show mercy. Don't blame me if you die. The cold words carried a bit of murderous intent. Xiao Wu knew that he was not joking, but her face was still smiling. Don't worry, if I want to harm your family, only a fool would wait until now. You are from Dian village, I already knew it. Swish. Su Ming's eyes changed slightly, and he stopped immediately. So you also have this unexpected expression. Xiao Wu put her hands behind her back and jumped in front of Su Ming, happily asking for credit. How is it, do you feel very surprised, are you moved to tears? If you say thank you generously, I will definitely accept it with pleasure. Of course, it's best to give up that idea. There are 10 soul beasts. Why do you always stare at me? You are sick in the brain. Staring at Xiao Wu in silence for a long time, Su Ming said something speechlessly, and then he exerted force on his legs and ran towards Dian village not far away. Xiao Wu was very angry. You are sick in the brain, but you are still staring at me. Aren't you afraid of infecting you to death? Angrily stamping her feet, Xiao Wu hurriedly followed, fearing that someone would change his mind and abandon her halfway. Chapter 28 Love from Two Grandfathers. Dian village, village entrance. The crisp leaves are as new as buds, and under the bright sunshine, they are as translucent as crystal emeralds, one by one. The willow branches sway in the wind, light and graceful, like the virgin's black hair, which is weak and lingering, and raises bursts of fragrance. What's the matter with old things? If they come back, and if they don't come back, they don't come back. Can you wait here? The goateed Jilly came over with a teapot and poured a cup for Brin first. He held the spout of the teapot and drank it himself, with his Adam's apple moving up and down. Brin snorted coldly, his old cheeks proud and complacent. Ming'er has been smart and sensible since he was a child. He will come back by himself. What do I need to wait for? You won't need my old bones in the future. Can't I sit here and enjoy the scenery and experience the life of a soul master's family in advance? Compared to a year ago, Brin has aged a lot. The hair on his temples has completely turned white, and age spots have grown on his face. The originally thin old face seems to have been polished by the grinding wheel of time, and the cheeks to the chin are very pointed. Although he is older, he seems to look much younger, not in appearance, but in temperament and psychology. Damn it! It's great to have a good grandson, right? He shows off here every day. Ji Li was disgusted again and spat out the stinky tea in his mouth. Ji Li was envious to death, but the two had been fighting for so many years, how could he easily admit defeat? He looked at him coldly and cursed. You are not as hard-mouthed as a dead duck, and you still have the nerve to say that you enjoy life. I think you are born to be tired, just like the old cow in the village. There is no leisure for a moment. If you die, you will die of exhaustion in the field. Keep weaving, don't stop. I'll watch here. When Su Ming comes back and sees you weaving baskets, I'll see if he has a good face for you. As an old friend for many years, how could Brin not know that this guy was jealous of him? He must be envious to death in his heart. However, can envy be overcome? Hehe, if you have the ability, let your son have another child. Bullshit, Ming'er is not the kind of person your kid is. Bulin pinched his nose and was automatically immune to Jilly's provocation. Get lost, don't mention that bastard. I owe him something in my last life. Jilly's face turned red with anger, and he was so anxious that he spitted everywhere. He looked so irritable that he seemed to be going to fight with someone. Seeing that a bastard was still weaving baskets leisurely after mocking him, Jilly was immediately furious. Yes, so kid is not that kind of person. But if he brings a wife back, and the girl sees you weaving baskets, I think she will run away in less than half an hour. Beep, Bulin's movements froze, veins on his forehead jumped, and he said sternly. Old bastard, your wife ran away with someone else. Bang, Brin angrily threw all the bamboo strips into the basket of semi-finished products. Pooh! Jilly spit in disgust, as if to drive away the bad luck of this nonsense. The next second, a smile of success appeared on his face. Coward, if you have the guts, keep making up stories, hey, keep making up stories. Brin was so angry that he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, wishing he could hit someone. But in the end, he let go of his hand and looked at the sky in silence. Jilly, who won the victory, grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and continued to sip tea, feeling that the tea tasted right. Are you sure it's a day off today? Picked up the tea bowl and took a sip absent-mindedly. Brin's eyes looked at the orange tree. The two who were still puffing their beards and glaring at each other a second ago, now became deep and steady. Ji Li waved his hand and said in a faint tone, You still don't trust me, I have already inquired about it. Ming will be back today at the earliest, and the next 2 days at the latest. Brin nodded with satisfaction, subconsciously looked to the west, his old eyes sparkling and bright. Ahem. Brin coughed twice, turned his head with disgust. I just found out about the holiday, I don't think your connections are that good. You want to trick me, right? Gilly smiled knowingly, stretched out his right leg, and shook it up and down. Brin glanced at him coldly, not wanting to pay attention. I'm over 40 years old, and I'm not going to give you face by massaging your legs. Seeing that Brin was getting up to leave, Gilly was anxious. He finally found someone's weakness, how could he not make him bleed? Gilly was not in a hurry, shaking his legs and calmly said, A jar of snake wine, I'll tell you right away. Swish, Brin stopped immediately. 1 bowl, no negotiation. Half a jar. 1.5 bowls. Old man, you're using that half bowl to humiliate me, right? You can say it or not, if you don't want to, forget it. Hey. Seeing that Brin was really going to leave, Jilly was defeated in a second, and hurriedly stood up and grabbed him. It was not easy to catch this stingy guy, he couldn't really let him fly away. Brin looked at him with disdain, Jilly gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, 1.5 bowls is 1.5 bowls. Son thief, you are not a. Buren, who was smug in his heart, sat back again, looking at Jilly with bright eyes, curious about Su Ming's things in the academy. Hehe, you calm down first, don't get angry later. If you have to fart, just fart, do you think I am you? Jilly scratched his forehead, his old face was embarrassed. Seeing that Brin's eyes were impatient, he had to tell the truth. That, I also heard it from an old friend. He said that Ming was in the academy, and he got a female classmate pregnant. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, exploding in Brin's mind. Cough. The emotional Brin covered his chest tightly and coughed continuously, as if he had an asthma attack. Jilly, you are a fart. The earth-shaking roar instantly spread throughout Dian village. The villagers working in the fields couldn't help but look up at the entrance of the village, and shook their heads helplessly, wondering why the 2 old men were fighting again. Is this Grandpa's voice? The familiar voice came into his ears, and the boy who was rushing back to the village also raised his head suddenly, his cold face showed a warm smile, and his heart was excited and excited. The voice was deep and powerful, full of energy. It seems that Grandpa is still in good health, so good. What's the matter? Almost bumping into Su Ming, Xiao Wu pushed him in anger. Su Ming did not answer, but sped up to the village. Grandpa. When Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the village, the familiar figure came into his sight. Even though he was a tough man, all kinds of feelings surged in his heart at this moment, and his eyes could not help but be filled with mist. The originally passionate voice turned into a light cry at this moment. Yes, Grandpa looked even more hunched. Brin, who was fighting with Jilly, froze and twisted his body subconsciously. He looked over. Ming-er. Looking at the little guy he thought about day and night, the long-suppressed emotions suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent. Brin's nose suddenly felt sore and he couldn't help but burst into tears. Su Ming smiled and ran over quickly. Just when he thought his grandfather would come to meet him, the latter's face seemed to change. He gritted his teeth and looked around, as if looking for something. Then, he grabbed the bamboo strips in the basket with his big hands. For child protection, 1000 words are omitted here. Chapter 29 The Rabbit Catches the Eagle, very reasonable. The wooden house is still the same, clean and tidy, and Grandpa Brin is willing to spend time cleaning it. Even the broken wooden cabinets are polished to a shiny finish, and he is reluctant to throw them away. The only difference in the house is that a new layer of wood is laid on the ground, and it is no longer hard soil when you step on it. It seems that Grandpa still hasn't spent the gold coins left. Looking around the house, Su Ming sighed in his heart and continued to eat food with despair. Due to the previous misunderstanding, the atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely awkward. Xiao Wu's face was flushed, and she pursed her pink lips with rice without chewing, and ate shyly with her head down. Brin's old face was also a little hot, and he was so annoyed in his heart. The first time his grandson brought a female classmate home, he misunderstood it as that kind of relationship, and slapped him a few times in front of the female classmate. Not only did he make his grandson look bad, but he also made the girl laugh, making her embarrassed. The little girl is so shy, she probably left after dinner. Thinking of this, Brin felt even more guilty. He glanced at Su Ming apologetically, and his cloudy eyes carved by years became bright and clear, as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face, and he enthusiastically picked up food for Xiao Wu. Your name is Xiao Wu, right? I'm really sorry. I made a fool of myself just now. I'm sorry for you. It's also the fault of that old guy Ji Li. When people get old, they tend to have wild thoughts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be led astray by him. You are classmates. Come here as your own home. You should take it easy when you come to play, right? Although Dian village is a remote and poor place, the scenery is very good. You can ask Su Ming to take you around when the time comes. Brin's tone was extremely gentle, like a stream of hot springs flowing through the heart, which could clear the clouds and make all confused people see the sun and open their minds. The same words, without the precipitation of years, would definitely not be able to express the kind of heartwarming and defense-breaking feeling. That special magic also gave Xiao Wu the courage to raise her head. Looking at the kind old grandfather in front of her, especially the deep eyes in his eyes, her throbbing heart suddenly became quiet. Seeing that Brin was picking up food for her, Xiao Wu's pretty face became anxious, and she politely covered the bowl with her hand. No, just sit down, how can I ask you to pick up food for me, I can do it myself. Brin smiled knowingly, they are all home-cooked dishes, eat whatever you want, you are still young, I am afraid that your hands are not long enough to pick up food, come, eat more meat, you are still growing up. Grandpa, no, I will do it myself. Hey, drop it, hurry up. The old ones are still the best, even if Xiao Wu kept refusing, Brin could still pick up the food steadily and put it in her bowl. Faced with Brin's enthusiasm, Xiao Wu felt embarrassed, and finally had to accept it. At the dinner table, Brin seemed to open up the chatterbox and chatted with Xiao Wu enthusiastically. Although Xiao Wu has a lively personality, she has a huge gap in life experience. She can only smile and be exhausted, looking at Su Ming for help. What makes her desperate is that Su Ming only cares about eating and ignores her. He is still a glutton at home. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger. Fortunately, Brin noticed her predicament and stopped talking about those principles. Instead, he talked about Su Ming's childhood. Cough, 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 Su Ming's throat was almost dry, but he couldn't stop Brin's endless chatter. Hearing the anecdotes of Ming being pulled into the water by fish and pecked by chickens when he was a child, Xiao Wu felt like she had found a treasure. Her eyes narrowed into crescents and she laughed out loud. Obviously, she didn't expect that he, who was cold and stern in the academy, would have such a funny scene. It has been a long time since I saw such a lively girl. Brin smiled radiantly, and the more I saw her, the more I liked her cuteness. By the way, Xiao Wu, where are you from? Did you tell your family about coming here? They won't be too worried, right? Xiao Wu glanced at Ming, her face a little unnatural. Well, my family is from another province. My family has suffered a disaster. I am now living with a distant relative. An orphan. Bulan's nose was sour, and his eyes became more pitiful after he suddenly realized something. No wonder she gets along well with Ming and comes to visit his home. I'm afraid her distant relatives are not good people either. This child is really suffering. With overflowing love, Brin couldn't help but touch her head. Child, don't worry, Grandpa has food and drink here, you can stay as long as you want. There are only me and Ming in our family. Grandpa is so happy that you can come here, and he will never drive you away. Just relax and treat it as your own home. Just follow Ming and call me Grandpa. The sad place in her heart was touched, and Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly. Her watery eyes gradually moistened, and her vision was blocked by a layer of ripples. As if she vaguely saw her mother's figure, Xiao Wu's tears flowed down. Brin's heart suddenly ached, thinking how much grievance this child had suffered. He quickly stretched out his wrinkled old hand and wiped away the tears with heartache. Child, don't cry, there will be Grandpa in the future, no one will bully you, ah. Yet. Xiao Wu sobbed and nodded her head, quickly wiped the tears from her face, revealing a funny smile of half crying and half laughing. Grandpa. Just when Brin thought Xiao Wu was unwilling or was a little disappointed because of shyness. A sweet cry suddenly sounded, and his eyes were moistened instantly. Good, good, good child. Brin cried with joy, rubbing Xiao Wu's head lovingly. God really treated him well, first Ming, and then Xiao Wu. Boom. It was like a thunderbolt in his mind. Ming held a cabbage in the corner of his mouth and stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. His face was uncertain, and his heart was complicated. He had traveled through time and space, and he had once depended on Grandpa Brin like this. Grandpa, what do you want me to do? Ming sighed inwardly and had a headache. He could see that Grandpa Brin was really happy. Maybe he was like this when he met himself. Grandpa Brin was already old, and it was not easy for him to live happily for a few years. At least it would be better if he could not find a way to prolong his life. With a heavy heart, Ming quietly left here. In the back hills, in the woods. A ghostly figure shuttled through the woods, seemingly chasing something. Looking around, there were thorns and bushes all around, 2 or 3 meters thick, and there was no road leading to here at all. Swish! Ming fell from the tree, stepping on thick moss, soft and fluffy. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Because this place is close to the mountains, the villagers rarely go so far, so it looks very primitive. Ming closed his eyes and listened carefully to the movements around him. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something, and the soul power under his feet surged, and he stepped into the air like a dragonfly. In the blink of an eye, Ming's figure had disappeared in the green. Bang! Suddenly, a sound like a bullet hitting a stone sounded. You can vaguely hear someone slashing, and the movement is very loud. If you don't know, you might think it's a mountain explosion. Swish! Suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped up from the thorn bushes and flew to a huge rock. Standing firmly on the boulder, Ming rolled up his sleeves, looked at the prey with shining eyes, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Humph, I didn't catch you before, will you let you run away this time? He was holding a half-dead bird in his hand, with blood dripping. It's called a big bird, but it's more like a chicken. It's just that compared with the chickens raised at home, this chicken is smaller, the feathers are more colorful, the tail feathers are thin and curled, and it looks energetic. The countryside and wild ridges have the most earthy smell. He had set traps before, but these pheasants were too cunning. Cause and effect, they have eaten so much of my grain, so I should have a bite. Ming raised the corner of his mouth, happily put the pheasant into his backpack, and then continued to search in the mountains and forests. Tang Hao would never have thought that the sword finger created by Ming was not used against the enemy for the first time, but aimed at the pheasant. The improvement of mental power made it easier for Su Ming to find prey. It didn't take long for his backpack to be full of prey. In addition to pheasants, there were also some hares and big birds flying in the sky. Su Ming didn't know the big bird, but he didn't care as long as he could eat it. If he had the ability, the two Douluo empires would also enact the Animal Protection Act, which would definitely destroy the country in a minute. With a basket of prey, Su Ming happily rushed back home, and was already looking forward to the delicious dinner in the evening. But when he came to the bamboo forest in the back mountain and looked at Xiao Wu, who was looking around with her little head, Su Ming's good mood just rose and disappeared in an instant. "Hey! You're back, Grandpa thought you were in the bamboo forest." The long ears moved, Xiao Wu looked at Su Ming, waved happily, and then jumped over. As she approached, she noticed the blood stains and the smell of blood on Su Ming's body, and Xiao Wu's surprised face instantly became stiff. "Where have you been?" Xiao Wu came behind Su Ming in a daze. When she opened the basket, the scene inside instantly made her scalp numb. Xiao Wu pouted and stared at the culprit in front of her indignantly. "You can kill a few of them, but why kill so many animals?" Su Ming was already in a bad mood, and he became even more angry when he heard this. He glared at Xiao Wu fiercely. "This is not a soul beast, why are you so anxious? Soul beasts also prey on the weak. If you have the ability, kill all the carnivorous soul beasts in the forest. I just get my survival supplies from nature. If you don't like it, you can leave here." Su Ming walked away, too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. Xiao Wu pouts indignantly and chases after him at a trot. "I didn't ask you not to kill, but you killed too many. This girl was never so annoying before." Su Ming stopped in annoyance and shouted coldly. "There is not much food at home. Grandpa is poor and not in good health. If I don't find something to supplement him, do I expect you to dig carrots?" Cough cough cough. Xiao Wu was choked and coughed. Looking at Su Ming's basket of food, her face was burning. She was ashamed and dared not look at him. "I can't eat and drink for free here." Xiao Wu pinched the hem of her skirt. "Then, how about you call me next time?" "Okay." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu was overjoyed and raised her head, her big eyes were watery. "Are you serious?" Staring at Xiao Wu, Su Ming nodded seriously again. Just when the former was excited and thought he could make achievements, the latter's sincere words instantly made her explode. "If you go to catch rabbits, you should be faster than me." "Catch rabbits?" Bang! Xiao Wu's face turned dark as black as ink, just like a heavy hammer hitting her chest. "Su Ming!" Xiao Wu's eyes were red, and she spoke word by word from her teeth. Her sinister eyes seemed to have a deep hatred, and she wanted to kill her enemy right now. "If you don't catch rabbits, you can catch eagles." Su Ming left directly after saying this coldly. "I'll grab your grandma's leg." Using all her strength to roar at Su Ming angrily, Xiao Wu seemed to have returned to a year ago, still as fierce and powerful as ever. Su Ming's face darkened, and he turned back grimly. "What are you doing?" Looking at Su Ming like this, Xiao Wu was suddenly a little scared. She had always been afraid of Su Ming, especially this kind of Su Ming. Su Ming did not explain, but pinched her neck and lifted her up like a rabbit. Having her weak spot caught, Xiao Wu jumped up and down in anxiety, ashamed and angry. "Su Ming, let me go, or I will sue you for bullying me." Su Ming did not care and said coldly. "Go ahead, but you'd better explain why you stole carrots from other people's homes." Xiao Wu's body stiffened, and she said stubbornly, "You, what are you doing? I didn't steal. Put me down quickly." "Didn't steal?" Su Ming snorted in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. "The carrots in the field to the east are delicious. It's ridiculous that a rabbit would steal the wrong carrots." "Hey?" As if realizing something, Xiao Wu turned her head with a cunning look in her eyes. "Hehe, you want to cheat me, right? There are no carrots in the east field. Do you think I will be fooled by you and steal them so that you can catch me?" Su Ming was extremely surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. So you went to the west? That's it?" Xiao Wu raised her head proudly, and the next second, she slapped herself on the face. The limb slowly fell down. Like a frog dead in the water, the legs were straightened and there was no struggle at all. Back to the village, Su Ming put the lifeless Xiao Wu down. "Go back by yourself, I still have something to do." "Oh." After a weak reply, Xiao Wu just took a few steps and suddenly turned back. She looked at Su Ming pitifully. pursed her pink lips in fear, and said, "Well, can you not tell Grandpa, I won't steal in the future?" Su Ming's face was cold, and there was no smile at all. The air suddenly became quiet. Xiao Wu shrank her neck, lowered her head, and kept scratching the ground with her toes. Swish! A crisp sound emanated holy light, and a touch of gold rolled down from the sky and hit Xiao Wu's head. Gold coins? What does it mean? The little hand opened, and it was a golden soul coin shining with golden light. Xiao Wu looked at Su Ming with great doubts. "The carrots are grown by the family next door, you can buy them," Su Ming said coldly and walked into the home of the large grain grower in front of him. To be honest, this little thing in the village is not considered stealing. But after a month, it would be strange if it was not discovered. This little thing in the village is simple and honest, and it is stingy. It's just about the word measure. They waited for a month, and Grandpa Brin would stay all the time, and his spine couldn't be broken. "I'm not without money, why give me money?" She stuck out her tongue slightly at Su Ming's back. Xiao Wu turned around and hopped towards the house next door. The long braid danced behind her without stopping. Chapter 30 Minger, you have to work hard to become a soul master. Grandpa Brin is old, and the family has not been farming since Su Ming could remember. Thanks to Grandpa's skillful craftsmanship, the two of them have no worries about food and drink, and they do grow some vegetables in the fields. The family's food is all bought from other families, and it is easy to buy food in the village. Considering his appetite, Su Ming bought several large bags of food. From a distance, there are sacks standing upright on the green rice fields, but no one is seen, which looks quite strange. The sacks are very large, like the size of an old ox, solid and bulging, and it looks like there are at least 200 or 300 kilograms of food in it. 200 or 300 kilograms of weight is not easy for even two adult men to lift. But the sacks are just standing upright and floating in the rice fields, and those who don't know would think they have seen a ghost. "Hey, wait for me." The delicate voice was a little angry, like a bullied little person, and the sack behind him suddenly rushed over unwillingly. No figures were seen from the side, but from the end of the road, it was clear that they were two little people, a boy and a girl. They each held a large sack in their hands, holding the knot at the mouth of the sack. But for some reason, the two chose not to lift it, but to lift it up. Choosing this more laborious method, it looks like the sack is taller than them. Seeing Xiao Wu staring at him angrily, Su Ming replied indifferently. "It's not like a 3-year-old child playing house, so childish. If you can't lift it, just leave it here first, I'll come and get it later." "Childish? How can I be considered childish if I wait?" Xiao Wu was so angry that her teeth itched. The good impression she had when she bought the carrots just now disappeared immediately. "Humph, you can't lift it. It's just this weight." Even if you add another sack. Before she finished speaking, a swish sound of friction suddenly sounded, and the sack flew from behind to Su Ming's feet. Looking carefully, I saw that Su Ming's right leg was tied with a hemp rope, and the other end of the long rope was connected to the 3-layer thick sack under his feet. Su Ming didn't speak, and he tilted his head towards the ground at Xiao Wu, as if to say, "The sack you want is here." Xiao Wu, the atmosphere suddenly became a little dead. "Deliberate, absolutely deliberate. Who does things like you?" Xiao Wu stared at Su Ming with a feeling of grievance, and her body was shaking with anger. "This guy clearly knew that this was my limit, but he still humiliated me like this." "Humph." Xiao Wu bit her pink lips with her teeth bared, not wanting to pay attention to Su Ming. She was about to leave with a cold face and holding the sack. Whether it was intentional or not, the sack in her hand directly hit Su Ming's sack. Suddenly, the heavy impact, the force of the impact bounced back. Xiao Wu only felt that she hit the towering tree. The other party did not move at all, and she was bounced back by the rebound force. Ah! The forward steps instantly turned into backward steps. Xiao Wu staggered suddenly, and her center of gravity was unstable. Seeing her body falling uncontrollably towards the paddy field, she couldn't help screaming. Sure enough, Su Ming looked at her coldly, and reluctantly stretched out his left leg, and hooked her back with the instep. Boom! The sky was spinning, and the sack in his hand fell to the ground. Xiao Wu sat on the ground, patting her immature chest, breathing heavily. It was so close, she almost became a loach. Su Ming laughed and complained. "They say curiosity kills the cat, but I've never heard of arrogance killing the rabbit." Swish! Su Ming hooked his right leg, and the sack that Xiao Wu dropped was thrown into the air by him, and then he used his head to hold it. Left hand, head, right hand. 3 points fixed the fourth sack. Su Ming no longer held his hands straight, but held them horizontally at shoulder level, with his elbows raised upward at a right angle. When the third sack landed, Su Ming's face changed slightly, but he still said nothing and tried his best to walk towards home. With the strength of Su Ming's arms now, which is enough for 500 to 600 kilograms, it is actually very easy to pick up the sack. But lifting it over the head is a greater test of arm strength, just like the snatch and clean and jerk in weightlifting. So, even if the sack is only 300 kilograms, it is still not easy to lift it like Su Ming. But Su Ming did it, and he didn't think there was any problem at all. Even Xiao Wu thought it was the right thing to do. Because only in this way would she feel tired. Asshole! You'd better not let me catch you. Being hit and ridiculed one after another, Xiao Wu bared her teeth and claws at Su Ming's back, wishing to tear Su Ming's stinky mouth apart. But noticing the sack behind Su Ming, Xiao Wu chased after him with shining eyes as if she had found a rare toy. Bang! A mischievous look appeared on her chubby face, and Xiao Wu stepped hard on the sack. She smiled evilly from the corner of her eyes, and her eyes flashed with strong expectations. Because the rope on the sack was tightly connected to her right leg, Xiao Wu's foot just stepped on the sack, and Su Ming's right foot was tripped, and he staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Su Ming's qinggong was perfect, and his control of body balance was pure as fire. He immediately adjusted the strength of his feet and stabilized his body. Is it all right? The expected scene did not appear, and Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with deep disappointment. Without thinking too much, Su Ming knew what was going on. He looked back with a gloomy face. Especially noticing Xiao Wu's feet, his eyes were filled with cold murderous aura, and he said angrily. Food is grown to be eaten. If you don't know what this means, I can teach you. Even if I throw you into the field now, Grandpa won't say a word to me. Do you believe it? Wow! The gloomy chill poured into her pores, and Xiao Wu was frightened and quickly retracted her legs. She knew that Su Ming was really angry. What frightened her even more was that Grandpa Brin, who was always kind, would also be angry. Xiao Wu was walking on thin ice, and stretched out her little hand to carefully pat the dust off the sack. I didn't mean it, I just wanted to help you carry this sack. Feeling guilty and not daring to look at Su Ming's eyes, Xiao Wu honestly picked up the sack and was very well behaved. Looking at Xiao Wu with a dim gaze, Su Ming didn't know what he felt in his heart. After a moment of silence, he started to rush home. Outside the wooden house, Bulletin Lin was chopping bamboo tubes with a hatchet. He was frightened when he noticed that Su Ming and the others were carrying such heavy things back. He quickly dropped the tools in his hands and ran over. Such a heavy weight was not something Bulletin Lin could bear. Su Ming naturally wouldn't let him take it, and quickly put the 3 sacks on the ground. Seeing Su Ming calmly, Bulletin Lin was shocked. These were several hundred pounds. After asking carefully, he found out that he knew the power gained from cultivation, so he was relieved. When he heard that Xiao Wu had become a soul master, Bulletin Lin was even more energetic, as if he was decades younger. Soul master? There will be a soul master in their family in the future. Bulletin Lin was excited and wanted to catch that bastard Ji Li and put a few tables on it to celebrate. After all, there hasn't been a soul master in the village for decades. Pulling Xiao Wu along, Brin prepared to stroll around the village. Minger, Xiao Wu is about the same age as you. She has already become a soul master. You have to work hard to keep up with Xiao Wu and not be left behind. Su Ming. Looking at someone who kept covering his mouth and laughing, his face turned green and he gritted his teeth in pain. Okay, Grandpa. Chapter 31 Xiao Wu, a girl who loves to eat rabbits. The clouds broke and the sun rose, and the sunset glow was charming. To celebrate with others, a bonfire rose in the sky to celebrate with Dian village. The black donkey was thrown into the wasteland, foolishly turning around the pole, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Beside the stream, a pile of pots and pans were piled up, which seemed to have not been used for many years and were covered with dust. Outside the yard, the hot yellow flames were licking crazily, and there were 4 simple earth stoves. As soon as I got closer, the terrifying heat burned my skin. People subconsciously want to stay away. The originally quiet little house is now bustling with people. Some are carrying tables, some are setting up grills. Some are washing vegetables, some are sharpening knives. Everyone is doing his job, and there is order in the chaos. Some anecdotes about men and women are occasionally revealed, making the parties blush and others laugh. Noticing that the water in the pot is boiling, Jilly directs everyone to kill chickens and sheep. The young lazy man in the village is too embarrassed to come empty-handed, so he pushes and leaves with one hand in his pocket, looking for something to bring home. This is the first time that Su Ming's home has been so lively since he could remember. It looks very similar to the rural folk banquets in his previous life. Of course, there is no professional one-stop banquet here, and every household will come to help consciously. There has been no soul master in the village for decades, which is worth celebrating. When Su Ming measured the innate full soul power, the village wanted to make it lively. Grandpa Bulin was cautious and kind-hearted, so he refused to celebrate until Su Ming really became a soul master. In the afternoon, he took Xiao Wu to stroll around the village. Grandpa Jilly, who was already in the wrong, heard that Bulin had adopted a goddaughter, who was also a soul master, and his mind immediately became active. It's a double happiness, wouldn't it be wonderful to do it together? Several elders in charge of the village hit it off and planned to celebrate well, so as to suppress the spirit of the nearby villages. So, there was the scene in front of us. Xiao Wu and Grandpa Bulin were sitting at the main table in the yard, and they were introducing several elders in charge of the village to her enthusiastically. A group of people were talking and laughing, it was so lively. As for Su Ming, he didn't seem to like the hustle and bustle. He sat on the roof with his head in his hand, quietly watching the sunset. It was rare to be so idle. After a while, a short and fat man with a bulging belly came with the confident steps of a master. Seeing Su Ming from a distance, he immediately joked in the tone of an elder. Su Ming, you have to fight for your dignity. Look, your sister is already a soul master. When you become a soul master, uncle will introduce you to a woman from the city. Not only is her breast big, but her skin is so tender. I guarantee you will like her. As soon as these words came out, they were immediately bombarded by aunts and uncles. Their faces were gloomy, and they wanted to throw the things in their hands. Saoji, you beast, Su Ming is only a few years old. You told him these things, and you led the child astray. I'm worried that Uncle Buletin Lin will chop you with a knife. Su Ming, Auntie tells you, you must not learn from him. Stay away from him in the future. It's best to pretend that you don't know him. Did you hear me? Bah! You are an elder, but you speak without thinking. Come on, come here. My water has just boiled. If you want to pluck the feathers, come over. Grandpa Buletin Lin and others also looked over, smiled and shook their heads. Xiao Wu's face was red, and her eyes seemed to be wondering how humans could be so wild. Seeing that he had offended everyone, the man nicknamed Saucy Chicken said a few soft words and walked over with a swagger. Su Ming, don't listen to their nonsense. According to blood relationship, Uncle Brin and I are of the same lineage. We are the family. How can Uncle harm you? The man threw an orange towards the roof, and Su Ming caught it steadily. Just picked it from the Holy Soul village, it's quite sweet, take it and eat it. Waving his hand heroically, the man strode towards Grandpa Brin's main table, as if he had set his eyes on the fruits on the table. The fruits were prepared for the elders with bad teeth in the village. He was not ashamed. No one asked him to pick them up and eat them. Knowing that the man was unscrupulous, the elders didn't say anything to him. They told him to eat it so that he could go and help, and not to be a corpse here. The man devoured the food, and seemed to have taken advantage of it, so he happily went to the man who was cooking. Su Ming glanced at the ugly orange, and his mouth twitched. He threw it back casually, feeling disgusted. As night fell, the bonfire was lit, illuminating the delicacies on each table. The jars of wine that had been dusted for many years were brought to the table, and the atmosphere instantly reached a climax. There was no noble elegance, and the strong laborers took the big bowls and drank. After a tiring day, eating game, blowing the wind, and drinking their own local wine, they were all in high spirits. The bold and wild look with a flushed face, I guess even the King of Heaven can't stop it at this moment. Unlike the wildness of the young people, the old people at the main table sipped wine, ate and chatted slowly, which was very different, enjoying their own pleasure. Su Ming brought the cooked game soup to the main table and poured a bowl for his grandfather Brin. Bulin, look at Ming Wazi, he is so lucky. Minger, you are so thoughtful. You don't need to do this in the future. Just take care of yourself and eat well. Hey, this soup tastes really good, Minger, forget it, come on, brothers, come and try it. Ha ha ha, if you say so, then I really have to try it and see Ming Guo's cooking skills. So Ming left with peace of mind after seeing Grandpa Bulin drink the soup. There are many ingredients added to the game soup, including snow lotus, which can strengthen the body and strengthen the foundation. Knowing that it is not suitable for the elderly because it hurts the stomach, he had someone try it in advance and found that it tasted mild, so he dared to bring it to the main table with confidence. He didn't take a seat at the table. So Ming knew his appetite and didn't eat enough at noon. No table was enough for him. So, he came to the barbecue grill with the iron skewers. Adults have their own excitement, and children have their own happiness. The barbecue pile, surrounded by a group of children, was also very lively. They divided the work and cooperated. Some people caught bullfrogs in the fields, while others caught loaches and fish in the ditches, and roasted them for people. Ahem. Seeing that there were many people around, So Ming coughed twice. Surprisingly, as So Ming coughed, the noise disappeared instantly. The three teenagers squeezed to the side in fear, making a large space for So Ming, with fear in their tender eyes. So Ming walked forward with satisfaction and put down the three marinated pheasants. De Zhuang, listen carefully, whoever burns the pheasant, I will make his butt burn today. Okay, boss. The three older children shivered, and consciously picked up a string of meat and put it on the fire, staring at the fire intently. The school teachers would cry when they saw the focused and concentrated look. So Ming took out the 1,000-year-old snow wolf meat rewarded by the system, and used 2 iron skewers to roast it. The 1,000-year-old snow wolf meat has been in the system space for almost a year. Since Tang Hao was there, it was difficult to explain its origin, so Ming did not touch it. At first glance, the large piece of snow wolf meat seemed to be no different from beef. Only Ming, who was holding it, could feel the coldness emanating from it. Obviously, the meat of the 1,000-year-old soul beast had already transformed. After roasting for a while, Ming also found that the meat was difficult to roast, and he could only use his soul power to make the charcoal fire more intense. Hey? Where did you get this meat? The sudden voice startled Ming, who was concentrating on it. He gritted his teeth and continued to roast the meat as if he had not heard it. Knowing that Xiao Wu was a soul master and a big figure that both parents looked up to, the little brats quickly made way. Only 3 big boys were left, tightly huddled together, wanting to leave but not daring to. Seeing that Ming was pretending to be deaf, Xiao Wu's face suddenly darkened, and she pinched his shoulder and asked. Did you know this would happen a long time ago, and you left me there on purpose? Ming shrugged, threw his hand down, and said without turning his head, don't you like being praised and flattered? I don't want any opportunities at all, I'll give them all to you. You, opportunity. Xiao Wu's teeth chattered, Ming ignored it and continued to roast the snow wolf meat, and a slightly sarcastic voice came out of his throat. I felt pretty good before, but now I feel annoyed by everyone after hearing too much. Do you think people are fickle? As the saying goes, every bite and every drink has its own destiny. Where in the world can you get something without giving anything? Humph. Knowing that she was no match for her talkativeness, Xiao Wu puffed up her little face angrily and took out 2 carrots to roast. Looking at the 3 people opposite her who looked like they had seen a ghost, Xiao Wu's eyes became fierce, as if she had found an outlet for venting. What? Why are you making such a fuss? You've never seen roasted carrots, right? Do you need me to teach you? She put her hands on her hips and glared at them fiercely. Her angry voice was mixed with the smell of gunpowder, and it seemed to come out of her nose. Boom! Soul Masters, are they really this scary? The 3 of them were so scared that their legs were shaking, and they looked at Ming frantically for help. Children's perspective is different from that of adults. Xiao Wu looks fierce when she gets angry, but in the eyes of children, she is so fierce and vicious that it would be strange if she is not scary. Not only vain, but also shameless. Ming glanced at her with contempt, brooded for a few seconds, and slowly uttered the summary. Xiao Wu walked forward without fear, it's better than you, always with a cold face and a particularly venomous mouth. I don't know if the girls in the academy are blind. They actually wrote love letters to someone like you. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Ming was not angry, but felt a little funny in his heart. The love between pickled radish and pickled vegetables is not the same as the love between people. Someone wrote a love letter, which at least shows that someone likes someone like me. They have a unique vision. As for someone, I heard that throughout the school year, boys would take a detour when they saw her from a distance. As if he didn't notice Xiao Wu's gloomy face, Su Ming shook his head regretfully and sighed. As one of the few Soul Master students in the academy, she didn't receive a love letter. How bad do you think such a person is? Boys took a detour? Didn't receive a love letter? How bad? Boom. The fierce flood destroyed everything, and Xiao Wu's mentality collapsed instantly. She rushed towards Su Ming with her teeth and claws. Ah, Su Ming, you bastard, ah, I'm going to kill you. Swish. Su Ming calmly turned the barbecue over, and pressed his foot against someone's abdomen. The latter bared his teeth and paddled in the air. Xiao Wu wanted to change direction, but Su Ming's legs seemed to be equipped with trackers, blocking her way. Asshole! You think you'll be fine now? Xiao Wu pressed Su Ming's legs and wanted to use the force to jump up and attack, but the latter suddenly shrank back. Stepping, almost falling, Xiao Wu became even more furious. When she was about to lose her temper, the words that rang out instantly fixed her in place. You better know what you want to do. With so many people watching, you have to get beaten, right? The cold voice was like a good medicine. Xiao Wu's anger stagnated, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Grandpa Brin. As if he knew someone was staring at him, Brin also looked over. The two of them looked at each other, and he couldn't help but nod to Xiao Wu, his deep eyes gentle and warm. That sweet smile was like a spring flowing through her heart. Xiao Wu's heart trembled, and the anger in her heart immediately disappeared. She raised the carrot and shook it at Brin, as if telling the latter that she was making this. The cute look with big eyes smiling, how could she see a trace of ferocity? Brin laughed and did not continue to pay attention to the friendly brother and sister. After coaxing Brin over, Xiao Wu's face changed 180 degrees in an instant, gloomy and terrifying, gloomy and rainy. She leaned close to Su Ming's ear in a sinister manner, and her teeth made a sound of gnawing bones. Su Ming, you wait for me, I'm not done with you. Wait until you can beat me. You. Xiao Wu gave Su Ming a cold look, and continued to roast her carrots in a sullen manner. After roasting for nearly half an hour, the snow wolf meat finally turned golden yellow, and it looked like it was wrapped in a layer of fat and crispy. The appearance did not seem to be burnt at all, and it seemed that the meat was indeed different. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he took a big bite. Instantly, the rich juice exploded in his mouth, and the refreshing fragrance rushed straight to the top of his head. Su Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh. Of course, it was not simply because of the wonderful taste, but because Su Ming felt that the meat contained energy. Su Ming hadn't felt the wonderful expectation of his empty stomach being filled bit by bit for a long time. Especially, the energy contained in it can not only fill the stomach, but also enhance the physique. Although it was very weak, Su Ming accurately felt the changes in his body. He instantly turned into a glutton, tearing it up in big mouthfuls, like a whirlwind. It was intentional, absolutely intentional. Xiao Wu put down her hand in frustration and continued to eat the carrots. She wanted to try it too. Hey? She saw that there was still some meat left in Su Ming's bucket with her peripheral vision. Xiao Wu was secretly delighted. While Su Ming was wolfing it down, she secretly took it all. Xiao Wu was roasting the meat calmly, with a blank expression on her face, and she sprinkled the seasoning skillfully and naturally, as if she had brought the meat herself. Su Ming glanced at her, frowned slightly, and hesitated to speak. Looking at Su Ming's uncomfortable look, Xiao Wu felt so happy in her heart, and raised her head proudly. What are you looking at? I eat it, so what? You want to do it, right? No, Grandpa is watching. As long as you like it. Su Ming replied lightly, and then took the roast chicken from his younger brother and started to bite it. The taste of the roast chicken was indeed not as good as the snow wolf meat, and it could only fill the stomach. Tisk tisk tisk, this meat is really delicious. Xiao Wu took a bite, and before she chewed it, she showed an infatuated smile on her face, and looked at someone sideways, as if provoking. Humph, I'll make you angry to death. Seeing that Su Ming was indifferent, Xiao Wu immediately pulled the 10-year-old little brother next to her and continued to stimulate. Come, tell your sister, what kind of meat is this? Beef. Xiao Wu was regretful. This is beef, it's really delicious, but there's no more. Sarcastic. What about this? This seems to be mutton. Xiao Wu continued to raise her eyebrows and squinted at Su Ming. So this is mutton, oh, so delicious, but it's a pity that it's gone again. What about this? This is on a bamboo stick, it should be the rabbit meat that the boss caught. Wait, the voice just rose and fell. Xiao Wu tore a bite without hesitation, tilted her head and said in a weird voice. Oh my, it turned out to be the rabbit meat you caught? Sorry, it's useless to be anxious, I've finished it again. Looking at someone still with a proud face, Su Ming's mouth twitched suddenly. As long as you like it. After repeating, Su Ming covered his face, pinched his brows and walked away quickly. It was like a time bomb was installed. A few seconds later, a terrifying scream suddenly broke out in the yard. Ah, little rabbit! Rabbit, rabbit! Xiao Wu swung her arms and stamped her feet and kept jumping on the spot, as if she had eaten the most delicious food and was excited. In an instant, all the villagers knew that this soul master girl named Xiao Wu liked to eat rabbit meat. With the simple hospitality of the villagers, Xiao Wu harvested a lot this month. Chapter 32 Xiao Wu, it's hard for you to be a human being. Swish! Under the eaves, thin bamboo strips were cut from the side of the bamboo pieces and laid layer by layer. Bryn held a bamboo strip less than the size of a fingernail in one hand and a bamboo knife in the other, carefully cutting the bamboo thread for weaving. The bamboo knife looks very similar to Su Ming's hatchet, but even after practicing for a year, he still feels far behind Grandpa Bulan's lightning-fast precision. This is no longer life, but more like art. Everything, one pull. The bamboo strips are evenly divided into several parts. Precise and accurate. Bulan looked at the width with a focused eye, and left it at ease when there was no problem. Su Ming was not in a hurry to practice, but like yesterday, he was renovating the ground outside with a rake and pounding it with a grinding wheel. Although the banquet was indeed lively, only the people who hosted the banquet knew how troublesome it was. The front and back of the house were dirty. There was a fire here and a pool of oil there. Walked out and glanced, dark red blood could be seen everywhere. It was slippery when I stepped on it, and I looked down to find that it was the internal organs of the sheep, and the intestines were bursting, not to mention how disgusting it was. Knowing that Grandpa Bulan was inconvenient to bend over, Su Ming got up early to cover up the smell of fireworks. I was busy for a while yesterday morning, but before I could clean up thoroughly, I was caught by Grandpa Jilly to do free labor. Motivation. It's not a big deal, it's just to be a mascot to inspire the fighting spirit of the children in the village. Of course, it's mainly because the village chiefs of the surrounding villages came to symbolically congratulate the banquet the day before yesterday, and the village needs to make some appearances. In auspicious words, we know whether Dian village is good or not, but with outsiders here, no one is allowed to mess up. Minger, those things will be fine after the rain, there's no need to make them so clean. It's the same in other places in the village. We're used to living here, so what's there to complain about being dirty? With deep eyes, he meticulously cut the bamboo strips, Bryn's Adam's apple moved up and down, and kind words were passed on. It's okay anyway, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Su Ming didn't look up and continued to work. He knew that if he didn't do it, his grandfather would do it. He always loved cleanliness. He got up before dawn to clean yesterday, and he was called back to the house by him. The reason he said this against his will was that he actually wanted to do these dirty jobs secretly. By the way, what kind of soup did you cook the day before yesterday? It's really strange. My eyesight is not blurry these 2 days. I met your grandfather Mello. He said that he was the same and his legs and feet became more agile. He also asked me to ask you if you have any secret recipe. I don't have any secret recipe. It's just ordinary pheasant soup. If it's really that good, I'll go get some pheasants tomorrow. Forget it, forget it. No one goes in that mountain. Who knows what kind of beasts are hiding there? You'd better not go in. Just play around the village for a month and then go to the academy to study, so as not to delay things. If there is really a ferocious beast, even a tiger, hey, I can knock it down with one knife now. That's true. There was no intersection of eyes. The two of them were just a few dozen meters apart, busy with their own things and chatting at the same time. If you don't know, you might think they are talking to the air. After several hours of hard work, Su Ming finally cleaned up the front and back of the house, and transported some peach trees to decorate the periphery. Swish, the curtain of the wooden house slowly opened. A weak figure slowly walked out, holding the door frame. Xiao Wu's face was pale, and she looked sick. She covered her mouth with her hands, as if she wanted to vomit. She was not as lively as before, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Her expression was listless, and the spirit in her eyes was also exhausted by the pain. Strange, the doctor has been here, why is there no improvement? Bulin covered Xiao Wu's forehead with his hand. There was still no sign of fever, but looking at Xiao Wu's weak appearance, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Bulin hunched over and turned to Su Ming, who was washing his hands, his eyes full of worry. Ming Xiao Wu is still like this, why don't we go to the city to find a good doctor to see her? Xiao Wu hung her head and shook her head weakly, which made Bulin sigh anxiously and give her a good talk. Su Ming also came over and wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. Grandpa, her illness is not ordinary, even the miracle doctor may not be able to help. Bulin glared at her, a little angry. How can you talk like that, kid? Don't you see that Xiao Wu is like this, and you still have the mind to say something sarcastic? Su Ming hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. I mean she is not physically uncomfortable, but she has some psychological entanglements. Psychological? Bulin's eyes were full of confusion. Why is there a psychological problem? How can a psychological problem affect the body? What medicine should I pick on the mountain? Hearing this, Xiao Wu also looked up at Su Ming. Although her eyes were weak, she could still feel her eyes bulging with anger. Forget it, let me try. Su Ming shook his head, walked over and held Xiao Wu's knees with one hand, and held her back with the other hand to hold her up like a princess. Xiao Wu's lips trembled with anger. She struggled for a few times, but was finally calmed down by Su Ming's eyes and lay down honestly. Ming can you really do it? Let's try it. Holding Xiao Wu, Su Ming walked towards the bamboo forest in the back mountain. Looking at this annoying face so close, Xiao Wu became more and more angry and aggrieved. Wu. She opened her cherry mouth and bit Su Ming's shoulder, and then added a little more strength, as if to vent her humiliation. But at this time, she didn't have much strength. Su Ming completely ignored it and walked on his own. Humph. After a few seconds, Xiao Wu seemed to be tired of biting, her silver teeth slowly loosened, and her mouth pulled a thread on Su Ming's clothes. After a while, the two came to the bamboo forest. The air blowing in the face was very fresh, and it felt a little minty when it was inhaled into the throat. Stepping on the piled bamboo leaves, there was a crisp sound of crackling. Until they came to the depths of the bamboo forest, Su Ming put Xiao Wu down and leaned against the stone, and he also sat down. The bamboo forest was very quiet. Except for the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo leaves and the swaying of the bamboo, there was basically no other sound. Xiao Wu half closed her eyes and glanced at Su Ming. Just when she thought he would comfort her, the latter suddenly blurted out a sentence. Actually, rabbit meat is quite delicious. Rabbit meat? Delicious? Xiao Wu choked and coughed, her mentality was about to explode. Asshole! I knew that this asshole couldn't say anything good. Xiao Wu's eyes were trembling and her teeth were gnashing, she looked ready to pounce at any time. Su Ming looked at the bamboo forest in front of him, his eyes were no longer cold, but replaced by a sincere calmness. In fact, I regret agreeing to let you come to Dian village. In that case, you won't know Grandpa, and I will have less trouble. Xiao Wu's eyes condensed, but she heard Su Ming continue. Your identity is destined to be a hot potato. After a short silence, Su Ming's eyes became serious. Have you ever thought about what the scene would be like if your identity was exposed to the spirit hall? Boom. Xiao Wu's face became paler, and she felt a chill on her back. It was as if she was standing next to a bottomless abyss. Except for the rising heartbeat, she could no longer hear any sound. She looked up at Su Ming, and her frightened eyes no longer had any anger. Su Ming finally looked down at her. Your existence will drive all the soul masters of the entire continent crazy, and you will face endless pursuit. Don't easily define humans as evil, because they have a more evil side. In order to trap you, they will definitely do everything they can. Especially the people closest to you will also be affected by you. Even I am not absolutely sure that I can protect you in the future. Do you understand? Looking at Su Ming's sincere and bright eyes, Xiao Wu felt sad, as if there was a layer of mist blocking her sight. She could feel that Su Ming was different from before. He was no longer cold, but made people feel a little warm, like a relative, talking about everything that might happen in the future. Su Ming sighed and reached out to wipe the tears from Xiao Wu's eyes. In fact, everyone has something they care about. I just want Grandpa to enjoy his old age happily, so I didn't stop you from calling him Grandpa. I can stand the tossing, but Grandpa, he is so old, let alone the storm, forget it, don't say these dirty words. Xiao Wu, if you don't want to be exposed, just treat yourself as a human being and look at the problem from a human perspective. After you pass this level, I will teach you how to avoid other risks. Xiao Wu's eyes were red, and her little hands kept wiping away tears. She felt warm inside. This was the first time she heard someone say that he wanted to protect her. That's not right. Xiao Wu's watery eyes stared straight at Su Ming, her eyes shining, as if there was surprise and sweetness. Didn't you say you wanted my spirit ring? Su Ming nodded seriously. Of course I remember, I haven't said I don't want it now. If you want to sacrifice, I will agree without hesitation. If you don't want to sacrifice and want to live, you'd better hope that Grandpa lives a few more years. How long he can protect you depends on your luck. Humph. I knew this bastard was heartless, just because of Grandpa. Xiao Wu turned her head to the side angrily, and her voice rang out. Don't even think about it, even if I die, I won't give you the spirit ring and spirit bone. Also, Grandpa will definitely live 100 years, maybe I will be more powerful than you in the future, don't even think about succeeding in this life. Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, stretched out his hand and flicked his fingers, bang, his head collapsed. It's true that you have a problem with your brain. It's not over yet, right? There's nothing wrong with my brain, I'm obviously very smart. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in hatred, her mouth curled up. Even if I'm mentally ill, you must have beaten me. If you bully people like this, even if my brain is fine, you will make it worse. Seeing Xiao Wu's mood improve, her eyes were full of wonderful light again, and Su Ming, who had completed the task, breathed a sigh of relief. Gurgle. A strange sound suddenly sounded, even the sound of bamboo babbling could not hide this empty sound. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She quickly covered her stomach and shrank to the other side, which was so embarrassing. But, I'm really hungry. Holding her stomach tightly, Xiao Wu, who regained her senses, felt a little dizzy and couldn't muster any strength. She wished she could fill her stomach with air. The day before yesterday, she vomited all night because of eating rabbit meat. Yesterday, she only drank some porridge, and today she didn't drink a drop of water. How could there be any food left in her stomach? Beiji. Suddenly, a streak of white fell from the top of her head, hitting the dead leaves with a crisp sound. Xiao Wu was ecstatic when she saw the steamed bun in front of her. But when she looked down, her face turned dark instantly. It was not a steamed bun at all, but just a cloth bag. Is she hallucinating from hunger? Xiao Wu was unable to exhale, and felt something was wrong. She sniffed with her little nose, and a faint fragrance flowed into her nasal cavity. No, it's steamed buns. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly opened the cloth bag. As she smelled, there were several steamed buns inside. Humph, whether it is poisonous or not, you will know after eating it. Xiao Wu took a big bite, and the mellow fragrance of the meat filling instantly stimulated her saliva. The wonderful feeling made her heart blossom, and she immediately became crazy. Although the buns were cold, it did not affect her wolfing down at all. With puffy cheeks, Xiao Wu looked a little silly. You have a conscience and remember to bring me some buns. Su Ming shook his head. I didn't bring them for you. I brought them to prevent me from being hungry. I just said that rabbit meat is delicious. Now that you have eaten it again, you should believe it. Xiao Wu froze in an instant, her frightened eyes slowly moved down and fixed on the bun in her mouth. In an instant, the passage of time suddenly slowed down. It seemed as if a pointer in my mind was slowly turning move. After a while, Xiao Wu bit the bun hard again. She glared at Su Ming angrily, then turned her head to the other side, eating the bun in a sullen manner, not wanting to pay attention to someone. Su Ming smiled casually, put his hands behind his head, and slowly leaned back against the stone. He looked as light as the wind, with mottled bamboo shadows reflected in his eyes, swaying, so comfortable and leisurely. Go back after you finish eating, I'll stay here for a while. Humph, I didn't say I was going back. It's almost noon, I asked you to go back and help Grandpa make lunch. Then, what about you? If you're done, remember to call me home for dinner. Xiao Wu. Is this what a human does? Xiao Wu couldn't believe it, and thought she had heard it wrong, so she couldn't help but ask in a sharp voice. So you mean that I, who can't cook, should go home and cook, while you are lazy here? Su glanced at her lightly, and said confidently, because you can't cook, I let you learn. I want to help Grandpa cut bamboo, and I will go back later. Cut bamboo, right? Xiao Wu patted her butt and stood up, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it from her. Just leave it to me for such a small matter, you go back and cook. Bang! The long braid swung over, and Xiao Wu spun and kicked the bamboo. With a bang, several sections of the bamboo tube burst and collapsed, and the whole bamboo tilted down, but did not fall completely. Swish! Xiao Wu was about to follow up with a kick, but suddenly a backward force pulled her back, and her legs fell into the air. What happened again? Seeing Su Ming's gloomy face, Xiao Wu felt bad. Did she do something stupid again? I take back everything I said before. It's hard for you to be a human being. Su Ming sighed helplessly, swung a knife to cut the bamboo completely, and the bamboo that was kicked was also cut off and thrown aside. Then, he poked open the bamboo joints where the bamboo roots were underground. After doing this, Su Ming processed the bamboo he needed into long bamboo tubes. Why did you poke open the bamboo tube? Hey, wait for me, I have a question for you. The figures of the two became more and more blurred. The voices became smaller and smaller. Only the babbling sound was left in the forest, admiring itself. Chapter 33 Xiao Wu's Tender Imagination. Swish! The bamboo stick was swung wantonly, hitting the bushes, making a bang sound. Drip! Drop! Drop! It seemed that the fully ripe jujube tree could produce a jujube rain just by shaking it, and countless crystal clear water droplets on the tree were shaken off. The 4 feet stepped slowly, and the heavy rain last night made the ground wet and muddy. The unique fragrance in the forest was extinguished, replaced by a rotten smell of dead branches and rotten leaves, which made people smell a little astringent. You are too boring. I finally got a holiday, and I haven't had a few days to play well. You actually ran to this damn place again. I really don't understand. I have been here for a year. What is there to see? If you ask me, we might as well go to the city to stroll around and buy some good things to bring back. On the small road in the forest, Xiao Wu was bored and waved a bamboo stick around. Her face was depressed, like a sulking porcelain doll. The surprise came and went quickly. She thought Su Ming came to the city to buy things, but she followed him secretly. As a result, he ran to the academy to practice. Coming to the academy to practice during the holidays, this is very Su Ming. Speaking of strolling around, Xiao Wu's face showed joy, and she suddenly jumped in front of Su Ming. Su Ming, what do you think? Let's go to Notting City for a stroll, what do you say? Her watery pink eyes were like ripples in the clear water, looking at Su Ming in a flattering way, looking extremely well behaved. Pa! Su Ming pressed his palm over, applied it on Xiao Wu's face, and threw her aside with a little force. Humph! With drooping eyebrows and a dark complexion, Xiao Wu's mood instantly fell to the bottom, and depression followed. She would not go back to the village, otherwise another villager would come to give her a rabbit, which would really annoy the rabbit. Tap tap tap. Walking in the forest in black clothes, Su Ming's steps were very slow, walking and stopping, as if he was looking for something. His feet were in the mud, without any footprints, nor any muddy water, and the side of his shoes was as bright as new. After finishing his family affairs, Su Ming would naturally not be idle. As for why he came to the academy to practice, he naturally had his own ideas. Looking at the woods in front of him, Su Ming took a deep breath. This was not ordinary inhalation and exhalation, but the art of breathing. To outsiders, it looked no different from breathing, because Su Ming had practiced the art of breathing to this level. No need to meditate and concentrate, just a simple inhalation and exhalation can attract energy into the body, like a sponge absorbing water. Snap! Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly, as if he had discovered something and was about to look up, when suddenly a hand slapped his shoulder hard. His heart trembled suddenly. Su Ming gritted his teeth and turned his head away, his face full of disgust. If you are really bored, you can find a place to practice by yourself. I said so much a few days ago, you have forgotten it, right? I haven't forgotten, I know to practice hard. Xiao Wu's pink lips pursed in grievance, her face full of innocence. I saw that you have no spirit ring for so long, I want to ask if you need a spirit ring. Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and the footsteps he had just raised fell again, and he said arrogantly, have you figured it out and are ready to sacrifice? Xiao Wu! I want to tear your mouth apart right now. Xiao Wu's shoulders shook violently, like a volcano about to erupt, and she was obviously very angry about Su Ming's words. Knowing that she was no match for him, Xiao Wu finally held back and took a few deep breaths to calm down. You are so cruel. I just wanted to ask you if you want 100-year soul ring. If you do, I will accompany you to hunt and get one. You want to increase your strength, right? 100-year soul ring should be very good for you. Su Ming looked at Xiao Wu unexpectedly. Soul beasts help you kill soul beasts, aren't you afraid of being punished for treason? If you are not even a soul master, I won't help you. Xiao Wu quickly turned her head aside. After a moment of silence, Su Ming shook his head, his tone much gentler. I don't need a soul ring for the time being. For the first soul ring, I plan to try to absorb 1,000-year soul ring. The 1,000-year soul ring will increase strength more. 1,000-year soul ring? Xiao Wu's face turned pale instantly, and with the loss of consciousness came inexplicable tension and fear. Are you crazy? The maximum age of the first soul ring is only more than 400 years. If you can't bear the energy of the soul ring, you will explode and die. 1,000-year soul ring is enough to kill you several times. You can slowly cultivate your strength, but if you lose your life, everything will be gone. Xiao Wu stared at Su Ming with bulging eyes. Her baby fat face had lost its liveliness and cuteness, and was surprisingly serious. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean that he can't. Su Ming said confidently. Don't worry, I am sure I can absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. I cherish my life more than anyone else and won't let myself die so easily. Smiling and rubbing Xiao Wu's head, Su Ming stepped forward to continue looking for the source of energy fluctuations. What are you sure about? You are playing with your life. Looking at Su Ming's stubborn back, Xiao Wu trembled all over. The pink soul power was surging, and the surrounding grass and trees shook violently. In the forest, it seemed as if a melancholy rain was falling. Tick tick tick, countless water droplets splashed from the leaves, breaking into crystal water lines and disappearing. A stream of crystal water also slid down Xiao Wu's cheek. Su Ming paused slightly, as if he was also blocked by the falling water droplets. Whether you believe it or not, I will go to hunt the 1,000-year soul beast. Instead of persuading me here, you might as well think about how to go on your own way. The faint voice was a bit cold and a bit stubborn. As the voice fell, Su Ming's figure also disappeared. Only 2 shallow footprints remained in the original place. Asshole! Will you die if you listen to my advice? Xiao Wu tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, her eyes misty, and she felt touched and sad in her heart. Although Su Ming didn't say it, she knew that Su Ming was so eager to pursue strength in order to protect herself and her grandfather. If it weren't for her, he would never take the risk to choose the 1,000-year soul ring. No. He must not be allowed to choose the 1,000-year spirit ring, or he will really die. The bright light flickered in her eyes. Xiao Wu quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and chased after him in a hurry. It seemed that she herself did not realize how anxious she was at the moment, as if she had lost her soul. Although someone wanted to kill her, he often tortured her and asked her to practice with him, playing tricks on her and watching her make a fool of herself. He was poisonous and liked to put on a stinky face. Okay. It's okay if he dies. But I haven't taken revenge yet. If Su Ming knew what Xiao Wu was thinking at the moment, he would definitely be at a loss for words, and sigh at the rabbit's powerful brain supplement ability. Chapter 34 The Strange Crystal Ball of the Spirit Hall. You'd better not hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. It would be good to find a suitable 100-year soul beast. Hunting soul beasts is not just about age, but also about the degree of compatibility with the martial soul. Your martial soul is a hatchet, and I think a 100-year-old golden tiger is good. Hey, can you hear me talking to you? A nagging voice sounded in the forest. Xiao Wu stuck to Su Ming tightly, her sincere look was a little silly, trying to persuade the latter to give up with her mind. As for Su Ming, he seemed not to hear it. He put his hands on the ground and carefully sensed the energy fluctuations around him. Looking at Su Ming's funny appearance, the nervous and serious Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing, covering her mouth and laughing secretly, like a puppy. Her eyes glanced at Su Ming's raised butt, thinking that if she could kick it, she would get revenge for a year. Ahem. By sensing subtle energy fluctuations in different directions and narrowing the range in a cycle, Su Ming finally led Xiao Wu to a dead tree. The trunk of the tree was so thick that the three of them couldn't hold it. The grey-black wood was exposed on the outside, and fungi grew on it. It looked like it had been eroded for many years. The top of the tree had long disappeared, but from the change in thickness, the tree was not tall, like a short fat man, and seemed to be only more than 10 meters. Sensing the flow of soul power at the root of the tree, Su Ming was secretly happy, and finally found it. The back mountain is close to the academy, so many students need to practice, and the energy around it should not be strong. But the energy here is actually stronger than that of the back mountain of the Holy Soul Village, which is extremely unreasonable. If it weren't for the improvement of breathing technique, Su Ming would not be able to detect the mystery. The reason why he went to see Principal Carter before the holiday was not only to find a teacher for actual practice, but also to take a look at the situation while Tang Hao was away. Now it seems that there should be something under this tree. Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly placed his palm on the tree, using his mental power to sense the figure under the tree. After a while, the muscles at the corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched instantly, and he withdrew his hand in disgust. Since he already had the soul-gathering technique, he didn't need this thing to temper his body. After a little thought, Su Ming turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, and said without question, "From today on, you will come here to practice for 3 hours every day. I am still a soul warrior now, and you still have the nerve to urge me. What are you mumbling?" Xiao Wu smiled and waved her hands repeatedly. "No, nothing, 3 hours is 3 hours, I heard it, it's okay." Fortunately, it was only 3 hours, not day and night. Xiao Wu secretly rejoiced in her heart. Swish! Su Ming threw the key to the dormitory to her. "The energy here is quite dense, which is very good for cultivation. If you are tired, you can go to the dormitory to rest. You can go back to the village directly. It's only a few dozen miles away, and you can run back in half an hour." "Run back? You said it so easily," Xiao Wu said helplessly, and put the key into her pocket honestly. "Key? Give it to me?" Feeling something was wrong, she immediately raised her head again. "What about you? This place has dense energy. Aren't you practicing soul power here?" Xiao Wu looked stunned. She knew that Su Ming's soul power was only level 10 now, and she was already level 14 now. In theory, for Su Ming, practicing soul power is the most important thing. Su Ming shook his head and said, "This place is not suitable for me to continue practicing. Besides, I have something to deal with now." "Something? Well, I need to find a deserted place to practice my body in seclusion. It will take about half a month. It's you." After giving a few more instructions to the family, Su Ming left here. For Xiao Wu, the most important thing is to improve her soul power level. Soul Saint means safety, and safety means a promising future. And the energy here can speed up her practice. After leaving the back mountain of the academy, Su Ming came to the central area of Nodding City according to his memory. Here, there is a magnificent brown dome building. It is 20 meters high and has 3 floors. There is a long sword printed on its main gate. Nodding City, Wuhan Hall. It is the first time Su Ming has come here after coming to Nodding City for so long. Su Ming walked straight over. Perhaps it was because Su Ming's face was too calm, and he had an inexplicable arrogant coldness on his body, which made him look powerful. The guard hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not ask any questions and let Su Ming in. The Wuhan Hall of Nodding City is the lowest level branch of the Wuhan Hall in the city. There are sub-hall, main hall, grand main hall, and holy hall above it. The upper level is naturally the Pope's hall led by the Pope. Although it is only a branch hall, there are still powerful soul masters in charge. Su Ming originally thought that Master Machinyo would be the master of the hall in the original book, but in fact, he was not. The branch halls were all led by yellow-clothed deacons, soul masters. As for the white-clothed people like Su Yuntao, they represent ordinary deacons of the Wuhan Hall. Walking into the Wuhan Hall, the scenery in front of him suddenly made Su Ming feel heavy in his heart. The dim light refracted from the crystal window, with an illusory beauty of lines, and mixed with colorful colors in the middle, it looked brilliant and dreamy. On the dome, there are small squares carved, and the patterns of various martial spirits can be clearly seen. Under the colorful glare, the patterns seem to come alive. Being here, it seems to have returned to the West in the Middle Ages, praying in the magnificent church, praying for the Lord's blessing. "You are Su Ming?" A surprised cry sounded, and Su Ming also heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Looking at Su Ming, Su Yuntao was overjoyed. "You are really Su Ming, I haven't seen you for a year, and you have grown a lot taller. Are you coming here this time to join our Wuhan Hall?" "Join Wuhan Hall?" Hearing this, the others around couldn't help but look over. Seeing that Su Ming was just a child, they were surprised and envious. To be able to let a white-clothed deacon take the initiative to show goodwill and invite him, he will definitely become a soul master in the future. The most important thing is that Su Yuntao's attitude is too enthusiastic, and it is obvious that the child in front of him is extraordinary. Su Ming was also a little surprised that he would meet this man again. He shook his head, Master Su Yuntao, I am not here to join the spirit hall, but I need to apply to hunt soul beasts. Hearing this, Su Yuntao could not help but feel disappointed and sighed and replied, what a pity, with your talent, if you can be trained by the spirit hall, it is not a problem to become a soul master in the future. Soul master? Su Ming smiled awkwardly, yes, it is indeed a pity. Fortunately I did not agree. What a pity. Then why don't you agree? Su Yuntao's mouth twitched slightly, and he knew that he was refusing. You are here to apply for soul hunting, yes, you are born with full soul power, and you could absorb soul rings last year. Alas, look, if you join the spirit hall, I am afraid you could become a soul master last year, and it would not be delayed until now. The words were full of regret. Su Yuntao shook his head, looking at Su Ming and hesitating. Ordinary people have no background, even hunting soul beasts requires a year of preparation, why bother? Su Ming did not take up this topic. Master Su Yuntao, according to the spirit hall, according to the rules of the soul hall, once the soul power reaches level 10, you can go to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. I came here this time to apply to go to the nearby soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. Even if I don't join the spirit hall, there is no problem, right? Of course there is no problem. The spirit hall is the largest soul master force in the entire continent and the home of all soul masters. Naturally, it is impossible to make things difficult for you young soul masters. Su Yuntao continued, but according to the regulations, you need to test your soul power level again. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to go to the soul hunting forest. Come on, follow me, I will take you to the test. Su Yuntao led Su Ming to the second floor, and the latter followed closely, looking at the interior of the spirit hall with curiosity. Yes, Su Ming was indeed going to hunt soul beasts. Now he has all the necessary conditions, and after the retreat is over, he will go to get the first soul ring. On the Douluo continent, soul beasts are not found in every wild mountain and wilderness. Except for large soul beast gathering places, most of the forests where soul beasts gather are already under the control of the empire. Some forests may still have 100-year soul beasts, but 1000-year soul beasts basically only exist in the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is not a forest, but a general term for forests with a large number of soul beasts and under the control of the empire. To enter the soul hunting forest, you need a certificate issued by the spirit hall. Although it is just a simple certificate, if you don't trademark T have a background and status, someone like Su Ming only has 2 application opportunities a year. There are no such rules for joining the spirit hall. So just this point, the spirit hall can absorb many potential soul masters without power. Bang bang bang, Su Yuntao led Su Ming to an office area and knocked on the door. Come in. An old voice sounded from the room. The door was opened, and Su Ming's eyes had already noticed the old figure inside. White robe, embroidered with 3 long swords. The same level as Su Yuntao, but much older than him, more than enough to be his father. It turns out to be you, Yuntao, why today? Ma Xianyu smiled warmly, and just halfway through his words, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation, and his eyes turned to Su Ming behind Su Yuntao. Yuntao, this child is... Su Yuntao smiled and stepped forward. Master Ma Xianyu, do you still remember the 2 innate full soul power guys I told you last year? Oh. Ma Xianyu was shocked, and when his eyes fell on Su Ming again, he was already a little surprised and envious. If my memory is correct, old man, then he should be the one with the martial soul hatchet, right? Indeed. Su Yuntao nodded. Tang San had done it last year and shocked the 2 of them. It was impossible for Ma Xianyu to forget it so quickly. Then, he told Ma Xianyu about Su Ming's needs, and the latter felt very sorry when he heard it. Child, talent should not be wasted like this. You should understand that with the protection of a powerful force, you can avoid many detours. How about this? If you agree to join, I can let Yuntao accompany you to hunt soul beasts. He is a great soul master and can definitely help you hunt soul beasts. Master Ma Xianyu, you didn't even ask me if I was willing. Go away, you are idle now anyway, broken heart, you might as well find something to do. Knowing what Master Machino was talking about, Su Yuntao smiled bitterly, looking at Su Ming with a bit of brilliance, as if he was not resisting. The two of them looked at Su Ming expectantly. In their opinion, a situation like Su Ming was the one who needed the protection of the spirit hall the most. With such generous conditions, Su Ming had no reason to refuse. Unfortunately, Su Ming's attitude was still firm, and he politely rejected the two. Although it was a pity, Machino and the others did not force them, and said frankly that the opportunity would always be kept for Su Ming. After a brief chat, Machino took out a yellow crystal ball from the wall. Your innate full soul power cannot be faked. This is just following the rules. As long as the test is over, you can immediately issue a certificate. Su Ming put his hand on it, and with the injection of soul power, the yellow crystal ball bloomed with a bright yellow halo. 2. Machino and the others were overjoyed, and screamed from their throats, but the sound suddenly stopped. Machino was stunned, staring at the crystal ball with his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, and Su Yuntao was also confused. This. What's going on? The yellow crystal ball in front of him was only half filled, the upper half was golden, and the lower half was pitch black. Such a weird scene, even Machino had never seen it. Su Ming's eyes were also a little stunned, but then he seemed to think of something, and laughed helplessly in his heart. I won't pay for this thing. Su Yuntao scratched his head in confusion. Master Machino, is this crystal ball broken? Why is it like this? Machino did not answer. He frowned and was trying to understand what was going on in front of him. There are only two types of soul crystal balls in their martial soul branch hall, and the soul level is determined by the intensity of the light. Blue crystal balls are used for tests below level 10. The bright light indicates full soul power. Yellow crystal balls are for tests below level 30. For example, Su Ming's soul power is slightly overflowing at level 10. Logically, the crystal ball should be grayish-yellow. But in front of him, bright yellow appeared. What's even more weird is that the other half is not bright. Such a bright yellow means level 24 soul power, but the other half is not lit, which means there is no soul power. Is it really bad? Let me try it, old man. Machino finally didn't figure it out, and picked up the crystal ball himself. But the scene that followed was even more weird. The lower half was a bright yellow. The part of the upper half that Su Ming lit up was not lit at all. Shoulders trembled, Su Yuntao covered his mouth and laughed. Master Machino, soul power level 29 HALF. Machino narrowed his eyes. Yuntao, if you think of something happy, can you tell me about it, old man? Su Yuntao's face froze, and he shrank his shoulders, as if he felt a little cold. Matthew snorted unhappily, frowned and thought for a while, then said to Su Ming. Child, the crystal ball has this situation, it should be your soul power that is special, causing it to change. If I guess correctly, even if I take other crystal balls, the result will be the same. Su Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Matthew to guess right. Fortunately, he had experienced too much in his previous life, and he didn't show any flaws on the surface. Instead, he pretended to be anxious and asked. Then, can't I go to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts? Of course not. Matthew explained hurriedly, don't worry, although I can't measure it, I can still give you a certificate with your previous proof of full innate soul power. Su Ming. The information collection of soul masters depends on your Wuhan Hall. Chapter 35 Tempering the Body, Physical Fitness Soars. Tick. The water slowly gathered and dripped from the tip of the stalactite on the top of the cave. A clear and pleasant voice sounded, and ripples spread out from the pond. In the pitch-black cave, there was a strange chill, quiet and serene. Looking out, the endless darkness made people feel timid. The sight extended, and after a long dark passage, a larger semicircular cave appeared in front of us. There was an opening on the top, shining with bright light, so that the cave was not dark and damp. Pa pa pa. Large chunks of firewood burned wildly, crackling, and the blazing flames licked the big pot above. Rather than a big pot, it was more like a round tripod, with a diameter of 1 meter, but it looked very ordinary. Inside the round tripod, it was filled with a sticky red liquid. It was hard to tell what it was, but the tip of the nose could smell a faint smell of blood, and red bubbles gurgled and exploded on the water. Aside, a petite figure was white and clean, like a porcelain doll. Su Ming took a deep breath, raised his hand slowly, and a purple light came into his eyes. It was a purple ganodermalocytum, with only a different emerald color at the bottom of the stem, and it had 9 leaves. 9-grade purple ganodermalocytum. Although it is not a fairy product, it also has the effect of strengthening the foundation, nourishing the essence, and increasing qi and strength. Of course, the thing was not picked by Su Ming from the Sunset Forest, but the reward he got from practicing soul power. If the soul power breaks through to level 10 or above, even if you spend 15 hours a day practicing soul power, it will take nearly half a month to get the reward of level 1 soul power. Su Ming needs to practice a lot of things, and it is impossible to spend all his time on practicing soul power, so he extends the target time of soul power practice to 1 year. For 1 year, basically 5 hours of soul power practice every day, the reward given by the system is this 9th grade purple ganodermalocytum. Pick the purple ganodermalocytum from the rhizome. Su Ming bites it directly. It is not crunchy, and there is no chicken flavor, but there is a strong medicinal fragrance. The last step. With a mad look in his resolute eyes, Su Ming suddenly jumped up and fell towards the round tripod. Boom! The boiling red liquid instantly enveloped Su Ming. Ah! Su Ming's veins popped up instantly, his face became distorted, and the pain of burning skin peeling made him loosen his clenched teeth, and he couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Fighting with Su Lin, Su Ming was beaten and swollen like a fat man, but he didn't say a word. Baptized by the waterfall, his epidermis was almost washed away, but Su Ming still didn't say a word. But this time, he didn't hold back. The violent energy seemed to burn his whole body, and the burning pain was like a landslide. Not only the appearance, but also the internal meridians were greatly impacted. You should know that Su Ming's meridians were once moistened by the Xian Shui Dan and tempered by the condensed soul power. It should not be so fragile. But at this moment, Su Ming only felt that there was a fire dragon bathing in fire running around in his body. Boom! The scorching temperature suddenly erupted, as if it was going to completely melt the meridians wherever it passed. Skinning and cramping, nothing is better than this. Knowing that his physique could not compete, Su Ming, with a purple face, quickly circulated his soul power to form a layer of black soul power around the meridians to relieve the pressure on the meridians. But even so, the situation still did not improve. Blue veins emerged from his face. Su Ming's face was hideous like a devil, and he kept moaning in despair and pain. A faint blood mist spread from Su Ming's body and spread on the red liquid. In just an instant, the blood was scorched, as if the red liquid was too noble and could not melt Su Ming's blood at all. Su Ming did not give up, and still gritted his teeth and persisted. He knew that such pain would have a terrible effect on his body. And he only needed to persist. Yes, persist. In the indestructible belief the heavens also favored this lucky guy. As if stimulated, a gentle and magical airflow suddenly spread from Su Ming's abdomen. The purple airflow overflowed from the body's surface and flowed through the meridians, slowly suppressing the violent energy. Enshrouded in a layer of faint purple light, Su Ming's ferocious face slowly fell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and returned to its original warmth. The cave suddenly became a little quiet. Crackle! Crackle! After a period of madness, the firewood no longer had the arrogance just now, and white smoke rose and surrendered. As a gust of cold wind blew through the tunnel, the only sparks were completely blown away. The cave was not only dead silent, but also a little more quiet and cold. The sun rose and set, and I don't know how long it had been. The cave went from light to darkness, and then from darkness to light, repeating the cycle. As the bright sunshine fell, the blackbird flapped its wings and flew in from the top of the cave. It circled for a few weeks and made sure there was no danger. Then it landed on the round tripod and stretched its neck to peck at the remaining blood in the round tripod. The blood-red liquid in the round tripod had now turned into semi-turbid clear water, with some blood floating on it. Splash! The water suddenly splashed, and 2 arms rose to the air. Under the bright sunshine, they exuded a crystal red. The blackbird screamed quack and immediately fled from the top of the cave like a stray arrow. Su Ming, who had been motionless for several days, finally opened his eyes at this moment. Swish! A faint light red airflow floated out of his eyes and turned into smoke and dispersed. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 12. Martial Soul, Chopping Knife, Quality Purple, 623/5000. Special Physique, Berserker Body. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Qinggong, perfect, Jinyu sword technique, perfect, Hunyuan sword slash, gathering spirit technique. Items, Flying Soul Guide, Snow Lotus, Qianchen Silver. Strength, 88. Defense, 79. Spirit, 72. Finally succeeded. Su Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes were bright, and his cold and fair face couldn't help showing joy. With the 9th grade purple Ganoderma plus the fire python bloodbath, his physical fitness is even more terrifying. The strength and defense values have increased by 30. Although it is just a simple value change, only Su Ming knows what it means. From weight training to condensed soul power tempering, he has trained his body to the extreme that can be trained. If he wants to go further, he can either continue to improve his soul power to increase the strength of his soul power, or use external energy to temper the body. It is no exaggeration to say that with his current physical fitness, Su Ming can go head to head with a beast spirit master. A soul master can fight against a great soul master? The dream will finally come true. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refreshing the Douluo human soul master history record with physical strength, and reward a drop of sub-dragon blood. System, are you sure? It's just a human soul master record. Ding! The physical strength of dragon and other high-blooded soul beast cubs is still higher than the host at the age of 7. Please keep up the good work. Su Ming. Who is better than those guys? I'm asking the soul master. Chapter 36 The Barbecue Chef in the Soul Hunting Forest. Alas! In the cave, the continuous sighing sound rolled up the heavy memories, as if to pour out all the depression in the past year. Looking at the colorful halo sprinkled on the top of the cave, Su Ming's eyes were complicated and difficult to understand, and he seemed to be smiling. In order to exercise his body, he paid too much. The soul power of 1 year of training in the academy. The bonus soul power that can be obtained by practicing breathing for 1 week below level 13. It adds up to almost 6 levels. And all of these 6 levels of soul power were condensed into the 10th level of soul power. In other words, in order to enhance the effect of soul skills and to temper the body with soul power, Su Ming has wasted a full 6 levels of soul power. A full 6 levels of soul power. Even if a soul master is promoted by 1 level, it is a great joy, not to mention the 6 levels of soul power. For low-level soul masters, it is no different from the pain of robbing a wife. But Su Ming still chose to do it, and he did it willingly. Whether it is condensing soul power, or the hardships of tempering the body, or being beaten to death, it is just to make the physique and strength go further. To confront a true genius, you must have enough awareness. The martial soul hatchet, coupled with the low quality, is Su Ming's biggest shortcoming in the early stage. Su Ming was able to cut off the blue-silver entanglement, partly because of the power of gold, and partly because the quality of the unawakened blue-silver grass was too low. Besides, there are also differences between weapon spirit masters and beast spirit masters. Weapon spirit masters are indeed strong in the later stage, but they are not as good as beast spirit masters below level 30. Because weapon spirit masters obtain spirit rings, the effects of spirit rings also act on their spirits, and the physical strength improvement in actual combat is not as good as that of beast spirit masters. To make up for this gap, weapon spirit masters need to temper their bodies. And physical training can also absorb spirit rings of higher age. This is a matter of 1 ring after another, and Su Ming has already thought it through. And his efforts this year finally fell on a 1000-year spirit ring. It's time to reap the fruits of victory. Boom! Like a bullet, Su Ming shot out of the cave. His sharp eyes flashed with golden light. Silver wings spread out behind him. Swish! A meteor dragged a silver tail across the dense forest and flew quickly to the north. Whenever his soul power was exhausted, Su Ming started running to continue to hone his body. He really couldn't continue to hone his body before, but as his body was developed again, Su Ming felt that he could continue to hone his body again. It's like a bamboo tube. Once the upper section is opened, there is room to continue to rise. In addition to the sudden increase in physical fitness, Su Ming also needs time to adapt to this power. Time flies, and a week has passed. What comes into view is a lush forest that stretches as far as the eye can see. Soldiers wearing bright silver armor, holding long spears in their hands, seem to be patrolling the periphery of the forest. Be smart, if a soul beast rushes out, it's no joke. Oh, Captain, I've said it 800 times, there is a law enforcement team in the forest, how can a soul beast? Bang! Before he finished speaking, the captain saw that he was sleepy and was immediately furious. He kicked him and shouted, "If you want to live longer, you should cheer up. Otherwise, you will definitely die. How many soul beasts are enraged and rush out of the forest every year, and how many brothers die, don't you know?" Swish! As soon as these words came out, the lazy soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, and immediately cheered up and straightened their bodies. Even the other soldiers tightened their spears. They were not soul masters, but ordinary people. If they really encountered powerful soul beasts, they could only fight for their lives. Boom! A group of people were walking, and suddenly a roar sounded in their ears. It seemed that something was rushing towards them. "Be alert!" the captain shouted, and the 10-man team closed up instantly. They leaned on their spears to face the outside world, forming a hedgehog-like tight defense. The outermost soldier couldn't help but say, "Captain, the sound doesn't seem to come from the soul-hunting forest, but from outside." As soon as these words came out, the originally tense people began to sense it seriously. "Damn it! It's really the sound outside." The captain, who was frightened, cursed and spit out a mouthful of sour water, and then walked out of the lineup. The others also dispersed, 4 of them faced the forest vigilantly, and the other 6 looked curiously at the direction of the smoke and dust on the other side. On the horizon, a small figure. A child? Everyone was stunned. Looking at the smoke and dust behind him, they were full of doubts. What's going on? Is this child being chased by cavalry? Don't let up! The captain snorted again and reminded, then stepped forward. As the figure approached, everyone finally understood what was going on. What followed was full of shock. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at the back of the child in disbelief. The culprit that raised the dust was not a horse, but a tree. A tree thicker than an adult man's thigh. The tree was connected to 2 ropes, and the ropes were put on the boy's shoulders. Looking at the scene in front of them, the soldiers swallowed nervously. Although the tree was not tall, judging from its size, it must be at least 200 or 300 pounds. This kid, just pulled it over like this? This is not a child, it's simply a soul beast cub. Holding the hilt of the sword, the captain approached carefully. "Kid, this is the soul hunting forest. There are powerful soul beasts in it. Don't trespass. Leave here quickly." Finally here. With a heavy sigh, the boy took his hands off his knees and slowly straightened his waist. The rosy face was sweaty, and the hair was soaked in sweat and stuck to his forehead in circles. Su Ming looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. But he was as happy as a child, his face was filled with joy. "It had been a long time since I felt the satisfaction of physical improvement from physical exercise. The feeling was so wonderful that it made people indulge." Looking at the soul-hunting forest in front of him, Su Ming's eyes were full of sparkling light, and he slowly untied the rope on his shoulder. "I need to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts, this is the certificate." The words of strength jumped out of Su Ming's mouth, and a token was handed over by Su Ming. The token was black, with only a sword engraved on it, which was the lowest level token. And under the sword, there was a string of numbers engraved, indicating that the token was not owned by an individual, but was distributed by the spirit hall and needed to be taken back. The captain took the token and looked at it. After confirming that there was no problem, his face became even weirder. "Kid, are you sure you can go in alone to hunt soul beasts? Is it not allowed to go in alone?" "That's not the case, but the strength of the soul beasts inside." Su Ming waved his hand to interrupt. "Since there is no problem, you don't need to say more, I will go in by myself." The captain's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that the soul masters are so arrogant now, but thinking of Su Ming's coming, he still waved his hand to let his men make way. Swish! Su Ming's foot exerted force, and his figure plunged straight into the soul-hunting forest. "Captain, he is a child, it's too dangerous for him to go in alone. Without a soul master to lead him, a 10-year soul beast can bite him to death. With his body, he is not even strong enough to fill the gaps between the tiger's teeth." Listening to his men's contemptuous chattering, the man did not respond. He glanced at the bald, full it was a scarred tree, and then he looked at the long traces in the distance. Not even a leaf was left. How far had this guy dragged? In the soul-hunting forest, lush ancient trees rose to the sky, vines climbed and intertwined, covering the sky and the sun, making people sigh at their own insignificance. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants exuded beautiful halos. If it were a previous life, such a beautiful scene would definitely be very popular with girls. But these are not good things in the dangerous soul-hunting forest. The more beautiful and enchanting things are, the more terrifying they are. Swish! The dark knife light flashed, and Su Ming took a step to continue moving forward. In front of him, a thumb-sized snake was broken into 2 sections, blood oozing from the cut, and twisting its body in a dying struggle. The snake looked very strange, its whole body was green, it looked as soft as a ribbon, and there was a prismatic pattern printed on its back. If you don't look carefully, you will mistake it for a ribbon left by a woman. If a lustful man picks it up, he will be dead soon. The snake is called the ribbon snake. The more colorful it is, the stronger its toxicity is. It is not a simple paralytic toxin, but corrosive. Su Ming stabbed the ribbon snake's head again. As the ribbon snake's soul returned to the sky, a circle of white air rose up and landed on the corpse. Su Ming was not curious because this was not the first soul beast he had hunted. Since entering the soul-hunting forest, Su Ming has encountered no less than 5 soul beasts. How could Su Ming take a detour when encountering soul beasts for the first time? Among them was a 100-year-old fierce wolf, but unfortunately, under his fierce knife, it had to escape with injuries in the end. Knowing that there was a law enforcement team in the soul-hunting forest, Su Ming did not dare to use soul guides to fly in the air recklessly, but only used light skills to quickly shuttle through the forest. Unfortunately, the soul-hunting forest was too big. Even after walking around for an afternoon, Su Ming still didn't find the soul beast he needed. As night fell, his vision was blocked by darkness. Su Ming stopped looking and found a big tree to set up camp. He didn't choose to live on the ground. There were too many dangerous creatures on the ground. Although there were also on the trees, they were fewer. It was impossible to make a bed. Su Ming used a hatchet to dig a hole in the tree 4 or 5 meters above the ground. For a child, he didn't need much space. He applied the insect repellent powder on the outer edge of the hole, hugged his hands in front of his chest, and began to sleep sweetly. Continuous travel, plus weight training, soul power and physical strength are greatly consumed. Su Ming is not in the best condition at the moment. Even if he had found a 1,000-year soul beast before, he would not act rashly. The activity area of soul beasts is very fixed, and 1,000-year soul beasts have territorial awareness. It's not too late to go after recuperating. This sleep lasted for the 2nd day. The bright morning light shone through the hole, and Su Ming was also awakened by this light. He yawned and rubbed his sleepy eyes, his fair face was full of satisfaction, it seemed that he had slept well last night. The birds chirped again in his ears, Su Ming showed a sly smile on his face, and jumped to the top of the tree. In the early morning, all kinds of birds had just woken up, and they seemed not to be aware of the danger, jumping happily on the branches. Puff! A black light flashed, and the big bird that was originally catching insects on the tree disappeared instantly. Puff! With another sound, the circling hawk in the sky also fell vertically. In less than a while, Su Ming had collected a lot of prey. A wisp of smoke rose in the windless forest, and a song seemed to sound in his ears. I like braised chicken wings. If I don't eat it now, I won't have a chance to eat it again in the future. Su Ming was not singing, but he was moved by his heart. He saw several birds twice as big as his head being roasted on the grill in front of him. The birds were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the aroma was refreshing. It was already a good way to eat them. There were chili powder, cumin, honey and many other ingredients on top. Since he knew that the berserker body needed to eat a lot of meat, these things have become Su Ming's regular supplies. Sizzle, 2 bird legs, no, 2 chicken legs were pulled off and fell into Su Ming's mouth. With just a slight rotation, a stiff bone was thrown out. Roasting evaluation, although the taste is okay and the heat is in place, the processing of various meats is not accurate and needs further improvement. Roasting effort level, 3 stars. Reward. I didn't think about it any further, because Su Ming was already holding the big bird and tearing it apart. The grinning look was more like a hungry wolf eating. Tap tap tap. As if smelling the aroma of meat, a black wolf shadow came out from the woods with a swish. Puff. Without even looking at it, Su Ming's right hand condensed the sword finger. Su Ming didn't seem to do anything, but the blood was already gushing out from the blood hole on the black wolf's chest, and the black wolf jumped up and down in pain. It seemed that it was in pain and blurred its consciousness. Its leg slipped and it slammed into the stone. Boom, blood burst and the white soul ring floated up. Su Ming. After dealing with the big bird, a wolf appeared on the grill again. Its head had been chopped off. So Ming was afraid of tarnishing his IQ. Slurp. The meat was sucked down mouthful by mouthful, revealing white ribs. After eating and drinking, So Ming stood up with his round belly. Not as delicious as the 1,000-year-old snow wolf meat, the meat is still sticky. Pooh! In his mouth the wooden stick shot out without any resistance and sank directly into the grass. So Ming left here and continued to look for soul beasts in the forest. Martial souls can absorb soul rings of different species, as long as the increased attributes are suitable. Martial soul hatchet. So Ming can only think of the following points at present. First, to increase the sharpness of the hatchet, you can look for soul beasts with sharp claws or attack methods similar to blades. What So Ming is most looking forward to is naturally the dark gold terror claw bear. It is hard to say whether there is one in the soul hunting forest, but the dark gold terror claw bear of 100 years is very risky to hunt. Second, to increase the power of the hatchet. The hatchet does not only use the blade, but the blunt mouth on the back can also attack, and So Ming can transmit the shock force back through combos. The explosive power can destroy everything. At present, the powerful ape and the powerful gorilla are barely okay, and the 100-year-old titan giant ape can only be imagined. Third, toxicity, needless to say. As for the martial soul clone, violent repulsion, dizziness, etc., So Ming is also considering them. Of course, So Ming cares most about the first type. After all, it can be used with the sword technique, which is the most suitable for him at present. Chapter 37,000-year-old blade arm mantis, kite fighting method. 2 days passed. So Ming has stepped into the inner area of the soul hunting forest. He dare not go to the core area, where there are 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Unfortunately, at this moment, he still has not found a satisfactory soul beast. During this period, he also found a 1,000-year-old wolf spider. The first soul skill has additional toxins. This is not what he wants. After searching for a week, So Ming gave up several claw-type beasts in succession, and his mood was also quite low. Finally, the appearance of a big guy made his dead heart surge. It was a dark figure, lying on a branch 6 or 7 meters above the ground. The solid black outer armor wrapped the whole body, exuding a metallic color, like a fully armed warrior. It is nearly 1.5 meters long, but its upper limbs look surprisingly skinny, with a small tripod head, a neck section, and a flat, oval abdomen that accounts for 70% of its body weight. The 2 pairs of hind limbs are like bamboo poles, with barbs, folded foot segments, and sharp tips inserted into branches. The femur and tibia of the front feet have sharp thorns protruding forward. But what attracts more attention is the pair of sickles raised high inward on the tibia, with curved hooks and barbs, which are eerie and terrifying. It just stands on the branch, as majestic as a monarch, using its compound eyes to detect the movements around it. When it saw So Ming, it just glanced at the human cub and then took it back proudly, as if it had no interest in him. Blade-armed mantis. So Ming instantly thought of the introduction in the Soul Beast illustration book, a carnivorous soul beast with fierce attack power, and the big knife on the front foot can cut through the solid iron beetle shell. From the size, the blade-armed mantis in front of him is definitely a 1,000-year soul beast. So Ming quickly suppressed his restlessness and did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited until he was closer before launching a surprise attack. Swish! The pitch-black crystal sword instantly shot out from So Ming's fingertips. It was a sword finger he created. Bang! Because it was a sudden attack, by the time the blade-armed mantis reacted, the crystal sword had already hit its abdomen accurately. The frightened blade-armed mantis flapped its wings and jumped off the branch at the first time. Boom! With the buoyancy of its wings, the blade-armed mantis landed steadily on the ground. A stream of green liquid flowed out of its abdomen. Seeing that the blade-armed mantis was injured, So Ming was not happy at all. Instead, he quickly retreated and distanced himself from the blade-armed mantis. As the creator, So Ming was very clear about the power of this sword finger. Even if a great soul master was hit, he would be seriously injured. But the attack just now only scratched the shell of the blade-armed mantis, causing it to bleed, and did not cause serious damage, which shows how strong the defense of the 1,000-year-old blade-armed mantis is. Squeak, squeak, the angry blade-armed mantis made a strange sound from its mouth, as if it was roaring. It crawled quickly on all fours and rushed towards So Ming, holding up its sickle high, trying to cut So Ming off in half. Swish! So Ming used his Qinggong to step on the bushes to distance himself. The blade-armed mantis didn't care and rushed forward, as if it had only one idea, which was to stick to So Ming. Bang! The crisp metal collision sound rang again, and the blade-armed mantis raised its front legs to block the huge eyeball. It turned out that So Ming had sent out the crystal sword again, but it was unfortunately bounced off by the blade-armed mantis's big knife. I don't believe you can keep blocking it. With a sneer on his face, So Ming continued to move around and pull the blade-armed mantis, which seemed to be a fool and kept chasing So Ming. This may seem silly, but So Ming knew exactly what the blade-armed mantis was doing. At close range, few soul beasts could match the reaction and attack speed of the blade-armed mantis. Even if So Ming was approached by it, there was an 80% chance that he would not be able to dodge its swift attack. Even if he managed to block it with a hatchet, the dense attack of the 1000-year soul beast was enough to seriously injure So Ming in a few seconds. This blade-armed mantis was not rushing around like a fool, but wanted to bring So Ming into its best attack distance and kill him with one blow. So Ming knew the terrifying intention of the blade-armed mantis, so how could he do what it wanted? He kept pulling away and used a sword finger to attack the vulnerable part of the mantis. The close combat of the blade-armed mantis was invincible, but at the same time, its disadvantage was also very obvious, that is, its crawling speed was too slow. The best way to deal with this kind of soul beast is to kite. Swish! So Ming coming to the back of the blade-armed mantis, with another sharp finger, a gap was cut open in the hind legs of the blade-armed mantis. So Ming was flying in the air on the trees in the forest, like a ghost. He only heard the black crystal sword shooting out, like a machine gun. Ding, 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 the weak joints on the blade-armed mantis are constantly being attacked. If even the sword finger technique cannot defeat the blade-armed mantis, then the golden crow sword technique will be even more impossible. In a close fight, the winner is definitely the blade-armed praying mantis. A spirit beast of 400 to 500 years can defeat a great spirit master, let alone the 1000-year-old blade-armed mantis that has undergone another qualitative transformation and is famous for its death cutting. Not every attack by So Ming could hit the vulnerable parts of the blade-armed mantis, nor did he expect this. But if you hit more, you may hit more. Click! The trembling right foot of the sword-armed mantis was hit again, the black light came through, and a shank flew out. Hizzy! The pain of losing its foot seemed to have completely awakened the blade-armed mantis, realizing that the human in front of it could threaten its life. It exudes purple energy fluctuations that symbolize the 1000-year soul beast. It exploded like an air bomb, and the refined energy destroyed the world and swept towards the surrounding jungle. The energy fluctuations of the strong wind and rain even stagnated the soul power in So Ming's body, causing him to unconsciously fall in the air. Stab! The low shrubs were cut open, and the leaves scattered all over the sky. Bang! A figure crashed into a big tree. So Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Before he could sigh, a sharp white light suddenly appeared from his bright pupils. It was a silver moon blade 1 meter long, extremely beautiful, like a gift from the fading life. So Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt his skin was aching, and the cold air penetrated his body. So Ming quickly rolled sideways and just dodged it. Before he could stand firm, the sound of swishing through the air sounded again. The same beauty, the same unstoppable beauty. So Ming's whole body was filled with chills. He didn't even have time to hesitate. He exerted force on his feet and used Qinggong with all his strength to fly up. The silver blade passed by So Ming's back only 20 centimeters away and sank straight into the tree. Boom! The silver light reappeared, and the boulder exploded. With just one attack, the big tree as thick as a bucket was cut through like tofu by the moon blade, and even the 1 meter thick boulder behind it was exploded. So Ming, who landed on the big tree, couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Such a terrifying attack, even if you are wearing armor, you may not be able to defend yourself against it. One hit, instant death. So Ming took a deep breath and looked intently, only to see purple energy lingering around the blade-armed mantis. His violent anger made the energy around him tremble. A pair of large knives on the forelimbs shimmered with silver light, and the cold light passed through the blades, cutting gold and jade. The silver energy continued to gather, and the surrounding air became restless. The innate skill of the blade-armed mantis is also the ultimate killing move of the blade-armed mantis to make up for its long-distance attack, Crescent Bite. Chapter 38 Blade-Armed Mantis, 1000-Year Soul Ring. Boom! In the forest, the big tree collapsed suddenly. It was like a cannonball exploding with smoke and dust billowing. Su Ming kept surrounding him. The figure jumped up from the ground for a while, and flew down from the branches for a while, constantly dodging the moonblade attack of the sword-armed mantis. The transition between offense and defense only occurs in an instant. Su Ming, who was flying a kite to attack just now, became the one running away in a blink of an eye. Seeing the sword-armed mantis charging up its power to launch an attack, Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and the hatchet in his hand instantly flew away. Swish, 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 the hatchet kept spinning, turning into a man-eating flywheel and cutting towards the blade-armed mantis. The silver light on his right arm disappeared, and the blade-armed mantis stopped using crescent moon bite, and flicked the hatchet away with one strike. Amidst the lightning and flint, a strange black light passed through the gap between its forelimbs. Passing tightly against the carapace, the two rubbed together and created sparks. The compound eyes of the knife-armed mantis suddenly enlarged, and the expression showed a look of horror. Phew! The green liquid flew away, and the crystal-clear crystal slowly disappeared. Abnormal. He didn't expect that his attack would miss. Su Ming stared at him and couldn't help but cursed in his heart. According to his idea, he used a hatchet to distract the blade-armed mantis, so that the latter would have no time to resist the sword finger. The process was indeed similar to what he imagined. The sword finger passed through the gap between the forelimbs of the blade-armed mantis and pierced its body. But the location of the stabbing is not the most vulnerable eye of the sword-armed mantis. Rather, it trademarks the back of the sword-armed mantis trademark neck. The blade-armed mantis was still facing Su Ming, but its head was strangely twisted behind it. This was a special feature of the blade-armed mantis. Its neck could freely rotate 180 degrees. Of course, even if it can rotate, it still cannot avoid such a swift attack. However, the eyes of the sword-armed mantis are extremely special. Not like human eyes, but compound eyes like flies. The so-called compound eyes are animal eyes composed of an indefinite number of single eyes. If you look carefully, you can find that the eyes of the sword-armed mantis have grids, like a honeycomb. Compound eyes mainly appear on arthropods such as insects and crustaceans. Not only can it provide animals with a broad field of vision, but it can also calculate the orientation and distance between itself and the object being observed, thereby facilitating faster judgment and response. In their field of vision, all movement will be slowed down. Therefore, the blade-armed mantis could react quickly to the attack that was supposed to hit just now, move its brain to the back, and resist it with the back of its neck. This is a fatal injury. Swish! A silver moon burst out from the left arm of the knife-armed mantis. Su Ming was about to raise his foot to dodge, but suddenly he realized something was wrong and stepped on the tree to stand up. Boom! Two new moons came one after another and rushed into the sky from under the tree. The attacks came one after another, blocking the front and back roads as if predicted, and Su Ming was frightened and sweated. Just now, whether he moved forward or backward, he would not be hit. Only staying in place was the safest. However, facing the innate skills of the knife-armed mantis, even the Soul Master did not dare to confront it head-on, so who dared to stay in place? Even Su Ming thought of dodging at the first time. If it were not for Su Ming's mental strength blessing and frequent battles with Soul Masters, his consciousness changed quickly, he would probably have been bitten by the crescent of the knife-armed mantis. Prediction. Looking at the crystal-like yellow eyes of the blade-armed mantis, Su Ming took a deep breath. He didn't dare to stand in front of the blade-armed mantis and immediately rushed behind it. He was able to dodge the predicted attack just now, but he couldn't dodge it all without fail. A hit on the body would at least cause serious injuries, and such a price was impossible for Su Ming to bear. The Soul Beast illustration book, the content inside is vast, although Su Ming has browsed it, but only by facing the blade-armed mantis head-on can he feel how terrifying this guy is. Swift close-range attack. Terrible long-range talent skills. The unique predictive ability of the compound eyes. If Su Ming's Qinggong had not reached the perfect state and could be performed smoothly, it would not be easy to distance himself from the blade-armed mantis. Indeed, the blade-armed mantis crawls slowly, which is its shortcoming as a soul beast, but for humans, it is still considered fast. If you want to defeat the blade mantis at the same level, you need not only the speed to distance yourself, but also the attack that can penetrate its armor. In addition, you must be able to avoid the attack prediction, otherwise you will bleed in one blow. The three conditions added together make it too difficult. No wonder Soul Master prefers to take a detour when he encounters the blade mantis. Of course, this does not mean that Su Ming's strength has surpassed Soul Master, but he knew the characteristics of the blade mantis in advance and made preparations. The silly soul master was unaware and went to fight in close combat, or his attack method could only be close combat. If he didn't suffer, who would suffer? Ding! 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 After determining the attack route, Su Ming attacked the hind limbs of the blade mantis with all his strength. The blade mantis's head can rotate, but such a large abdomen is not so easy to rotate. The hind limbs and abdomen are Su Ming's only chance. Ding! With a crisp collision sound, the blade mantis's hind abdomen suddenly sat down. The other hind limb was broken off after being cut by Su Ming's sword finger. 6 limbs, 4 limbs. Without a pair of hind limbs, although there were still 2 limbs to support it, the speed of the knife-arm mantis was greatly affected. It staggered on the spot as if it had lost its balance. Su Ming was not polite. He immediately attacked the knife-arm mantis and tried to cut off the remaining 2 middle limbs. As long as the middle limb was broken, the knife-arm mantis would be a lamb to be slaughtered without turning around. It couldn't even escape. Ding ding ding! Sporadic sparks kept hitting the middle limb. Green blood flowed out of the middle limb of the knife-arm mantis. The originally slender middle limb was cut like a bamboo joint, and it was slowly becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as he was about to cut off the blade-armed mantis's mid-leg, it suddenly raised its head, opened its upper and lower jaws, and made a hoarse sound. The sound was very sharp, mixed with soul energy, like a whistling arrow piercing the sky of the soul-hunting forest. I 1/2 oi 1/2 oi 1/2 at I 1/2 at. An inexplicable sound seemed to be heard in the distance, as if something was rushing towards him on the bushes. Feeling that his soul power had dropped significantly, Su Ming stopped attacking and flew to a big tree. Boom! After a while, another blade-armed mantis jumped out of the bushes. Compared to the previous one, this blade-armed mantis looked even bigger. Female. Su Ming reacted instantly and it looked like a pair. A pair? As if he had thought of something, Su Ming was very anxious and immediately used all his strength to launch a sword finger, using all his remaining soul power as the cost to launch this strongest attack. Below, the female mantis crawled around the male mantis for a few circles, and seemed to confirm something, and slowly raised the big knife on its right arm. Seeing this, the male mantis was terrified and struggled to escape. Puff! The Grim Reaper's sickle fell instantly, and green blood burst out. A sharp bright silver appeared under the abdomen of the male mantis. The male mantis roared heartbreakingly, but the female mantis ignored it and cut off the male mantis's arms with another knife. The female mantis knew about love. It opened its upper and lower jaws and went towards the male mantis's head, as if it wanted to give her husband a deep kiss before the latter died. Swish! In a flash, Su Ming's attack was launched, and the sword finger condensed into a black crystal and broke through the air. Bang! The sword finger pierced into the male mantis's eyes, sharp as a knife, and fell down, taking the lead in directly flattening its triangular head. Its head exploded, blasting the female mantis in the face. The latter seemed to be frightened and screamed shrilly. Swish! The hatchet flew towards the female mantis again. Su Ming did not check the result and plunged into the bushes, leaving only shaking branches, proving that someone had been here. Swish! The head that blocked the attack, the female mantis roared and chased after him. The two of them disappeared into the forest at the same time. After a while, a small figure showed its head from the bushes. Seeing that there were no other soul beasts around, he lifted the male mantis's body and left here quickly with his legs lifted. Finding a secluded place, surrounded by vines, it looked very secretive, and Su Ming put down the male mantis's body with confidence. Looking at the purple soul ring on the male mantis with burning eyes, even Su Ming, who had become cold since practicing swordsmanship, couldn't help but feel agitated at this moment. The 1000-year soul ring, I got it. Su Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged and took out the snow lotus to restore his soul power. The energy impact of the 1000-year soul ring was extremely fierce. It was not so easy to complete the absorption. He had to adjust his state to the best. After a while, Su Ming took a deep breath, and the hatchet slowly appeared in front of him. The purple soul ring seemed to be pulled, slowly flew over and landed on the hatchet. The originally wide purple soul ring, when it fell on the hatchet, could not help but shrink towards the hatchet. Su Ming closed his eyes quickly without paying attention to these changes. Boom! As the purple soul ring fell, the hot energy instantly rushed into Su Ming's meridians, as if a ball of fire was burning. Su Ming's meridians were once again infused with a terrifying energy. The meridians that had been washed by the blood and energy of the fire python began to sway at this moment, as if they could not withstand this terrifying energy. So Ming's face was tense, and huge pain surged again, causing cold sweat on his forehead. Compared to the last tempering, although the energy this time was much weaker, without the protection of the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, the impact on So Ming's meridians increased instead of decreasing. But upon closer inspection, So Ming was not in so much pain. Although the blue veins were a little protruding, So Ming did not cry out this time. The reason is very simple. After experiencing it once, his meridians have made a qualitative leap. Besides, So Ming had survived once. It hurts, it does hurt, it is a pain that ordinary people can hardly bear. But this is within the range that So Ming can bear. For a soul master, inner toughness is more important than physical hardness. So Ming's consciousness gradually deepened while enduring the baptism of domineering energy. Indistinctly, he seemed to see a dark shadow bathing in the fire. Martial soul, hatchet. No matter how the raging flames want to burn it. No matter how violently the silver energy hit the hatchet and sparks, the hatchet remained motionless. It looked more like a blacksmith forging the hatchet. As time went by, the dark part of the hatchet suddenly overflowed with silver light, and silver lines spread out. The blade was full of golden light, and the blade was flowing with silver lines. The two colors complemented each other, gradually suppressing the violent flames. Chapter 39 The Truth Exposed by the Seasoning Bottle. The burning sensation faded, and a gentle energy surged from So Ming's abdomen. It was like groundwater suddenly emerging, flooding over the dry sand dunes, giving people a refreshing feeling that went straight to the soul. So Ming only felt that all the cells in his body were cheering and jumping for joy, and he seemed to be very intoxicated by this feeling. The pores on his body were swallowing the energy from the outside world. After a while, So Ming opened his eyes. At first glance, his eyes fell on his martial soul hatchet. Compared to the original martial soul hatchet, the hatchet at this moment has changed significantly. In the center of the blade, silver lines spread from the bend of the blade, winding and undulating, and finally falling on the handle. At first glance, it seems to be a vine with leaves, but if you look closely, you will find some unusual features in it. Strange triangles. There is a layer of leaves on the leaves. The extra branches are facing different directions, and each time they are broken into two sections, like bamboo. So Ming knew that this was a blade-armed mantis, but the blade-armed mantis was connected head to tail, and finally formed this pattern. After all, the blade-armed mantis itself is better at sneak attacks, hiding in the dark and suddenly launching attacks. And the mantis itself looks like a leaf, and it is understandable that it has shrunk to this size. Swish! Feeling the sharpness of the hatchet, So Ming's eyes lit up and he cut a vine with a knife. It was like cutting tofu, and he could not feel any obstruction at all. The 3 vines were cut off by the hatchet. At this moment, the hatchet can be described as blowing hair and breaking hair, which is not an exaggeration. If I fight with the blade-armed mantis again, with the sharpness of the hatchet now, it is certain that if I throw it hard, I will definitely cause damage to the blade-armed mantis, instead of being simply bounced away by it like a balloon. How stupid! Isn't the body here? So Ming slapped his forehead, picked up the hatchet and chopped it hard on the middle limb of the knife-armed mantis. Bang! It was not as sharp as imagined. The middle limb of the knife-armed mantis was cut off, and the blade only cut into it a little. The middle limb of the knife-armed mantis was about as thick as a bamboo tube, and So Ming only cut into a quarter of it. So Ming had used 7 points of strength in this attack. Of course, he did not use soul skills. After all, it is only the power of gold, not the ultimate gold. The damage to the shell is not as high as imagined. So Ming sighed, not very disappointed, but still had a look of surprise on his face. The purple soul ring pulsated, exuding a noble and domineering aura. Shua shua shua. The martial soul hatchet glowed with silver light, like simple moonlight, chilling. On it, tiny and sharp blade lights swam around the blade like a dragon. Shua. The silver light shone brightly, and the hatchet in So Ming's hand fell with all his might. Swish! The thigh of the knife-arm mantis, which was originally impossible to cut off, was cut off without any drag under this blow, revealing a flat and smooth cross-section, shining like metal. Before he was happy, So Ming's ruddy face turned pale in an instant, feeling that his soul power was almost drained, and his body was weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that it was indeed a bit reluctant to activate the 1000-year soul skill, and it should not be used lightly. Although So Ming's soul power quality is high, it seems that activating the soul ring skill is a matter of order of magnitude. As for the actual effect of the soul skill, it is linked to the soul power quality. The first soul ring skill that Su Ming obtained is called Slashing Edge, which can increase the attack power of martial soul by 20%, and it can increase by 10% for each soul ring obtained. Since Su Ming's soul power is of higher quality, the basic increase should be around 25%. With a 25% increase in attack power, plus Su Ming's full strength, it is not surprising that the purple quality hatchet can cut off the knife arm Mantis. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 13. High quality soul power, can amplify soul skill effects and energy clones. Martial soul, hatchet, quality purple, 1225/5000. Special physique, berserker body. Soul skills, breathing technique, Qinggong, perfect, Jinwu sword technique, perfect, Hunyuan sword slash, and spirit gathering technique. Items, Subdragon essence blood, flying soul guide, Qianchen silver. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Spirit, 80. Obtaining a 1,000-year soul ring brought a lot of benefits to Su Ming. First of all, the quality of the martial soul has increased by almost 600 points. 1,000-year soul ring, it only increased this value? It seems hard to accept. If the quality of the martial soul can achieve a leap by obtaining a soul ring, then the difference between the martial souls is too small. With the same level, the same soul ring and age, the top offensive martial soul basically wins the first-class offensive martial soul. The level difference of the martial soul is not so easy to overcome. However, the soul skill effect can make up for the gap between the two. Quality is quality, effect is effect, the two seem to be connected, but in fact they have clear boundaries. Or in other words, quality is actually linked to innate soul power, and the quality of the martial soul is judged by pure innate soul power. Su Ming shook his head and didn't think about it any further. As long as the martial soul effect is good, the quality is just a symbolic meaning of the effect. It was not until later that Su Ming figured out that the quality displayed by the system actually represented heredity, indicating the quality results inherited by the offspring. In this way, his offspring would not start with a hatchet and create the mighty immortal sword clan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hunting down the 1,000-year soul beast blade Mantis. Due to external factors, the rewards are reduced comprehensively. The host is rewarded with a killing knife *1 and mental power +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Soul Master. The reward is Space Ring *1. Su Ming's face darkened. System, the blade Mantis has been firmly suppressed by me just now. This external factor is dispensable, right? Ding! The host's protest does make sense, but it still cannot change the suspicion of stealing heads. At that time, the blade Mantis's body was not seriously injured. In addition, the host's soul power was too much, and the blade Mantis still had the power to counterattack before death. It is still unknown whether the host can win. Please understand it yourself. Seeing that his appeal was rejected, Su Ming did not continue to struggle, but took out the killing knife that the system rewarded. The killing knife, it is made of the double blades of the blade arm Mantis and fused with rare metals. It has a strong attack power and can split mountains and rocks. Please use it with caution. The blade is pitch black, with only a touch of bright silver on the edge. The whole knife is no more than 1 meter long and looks very ordinary. Su Ming subconsciously waved it, and the sound of air friction was very light. The sharpness seemed to be quite good. Click! In order to test, Su Ming disassembled one of the blade arm Mantis's big knives, and then used the two to collide. Squeak! The place where the two knives touched was gone, and it was unknown who would win or lose. When the two knives were separated, Su Ming noticed that the blade arm Mantis's big knife had opened a gap. As for the killing knife, it was not completely fine. The blade on the contact surface was slightly curled, but overall, the killing knife was still more powerful. After putting away the killing knife and using it as his main weapon, Su Ming took out the space ring and dripped blood to recognize the owner. The space ring is not very big, only 1 cubic meter, and it can barely be used at present. Su Ming untied his belt, and as he took off his shirt, a bright silver armor appeared in front of him. This is the silver scale armor, which can resist the attacks of soul masters below level 30. And under the silver scale armor, there is a belt with small bottles and sundries of the same style, fixed with rubber bands. Keep the chili salt, you can use it later. Honey, you use it up so quickly, Forget it, I'll find some bees later. Dagger, keep it. Bone-breaking medicine, keep it. After sorting out the belongings for the future journey in the Soul Master world, Su Ming put the things he needed into the space ring. After doing this, he pulled out the killing knife that was cut on the tree, and looked back at the original path with a trembling look in his eyes. Turned back, ready to meet the 1,000-year-old female Mantis. The back mountain of the academy. Under the big tree, a figure was sitting cross-legged to practice. Her long scorpion braid fell on her hips, the hem of her pink dress rose and fell in the wind, and her innocent and cute little face was particularly serious. It won't be long before my soul power can break through to level 14. After checking the accumulation of soul power in her body, Xiao Wu was very excited. Her fat mouth corners raised undisguisedly, for fear that others would not know that she was very happy, which was completely unrelated to not showing emotions on her face. That guy didn't lie to me. It's rare that he did a good thing. Patting her butt, Xiao Wu saw the sun setting and knew it was time to go home. She kicked her feet and landed on a branch, and then the branch kept jumping and rushed down the mountain at a high speed. After crossing the streets of Nodding City, running across the deserted road in the suburbs, and pulling a section of willow branches at the entrance of the village, Xiao Wu happily returned to the wooden house on the mountainside of Dian village. "Grandpa, I'm back." "Is he back?" Seeing Grandpa Brin chatting with the village chief Jili, Xiao Wu ran over and lay on the former's back, and asked happily. Xiao Wu's strength was not small, and Brin almost fell down. He patted her head with a smile. "You should be gentle, Grandpa's old bones can't stand your tossing." Xiao Wu smiled and stuck out her tongue, and quickly retreated, then stretched her little head into the house to explore. Not seeing Su Ming's figure, she pouted boredly and turned back calmly. "Xiao Wu, Su Ming is also so hard-working in the academy." It was Jili who spoke. He was smoking a cigarette, and he was refreshed and happy. Xiao Wu was a little absent-minded while pounding Brin's back. "It's about the same. He is the best in our academy. Even ordinary teachers can't beat him." "Really?" Jili's smile became even stronger when he heard it. Just when he was about to take a deep breath, he suddenly opened his mouth again. "That's not right, Xiao Wu. He is not even a soul master. How can he be the best?" "Haha, did Su Ming teach you to say that?" The frown on his face slowly relaxed, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen through everything. "Why would I lie to you? Although he doesn't have a soul ring, his strength..." The voice stopped abruptly. "Soul ring? Could it be?" Tat, tat, Xiao Wu seemed to realize something, and ran into the room in a hurry, rummaging through Su Ming's clothes. Seeing that there was no seasoning bottle belt, Xiao Wu was struck by lightning, and her face turned pale. "That bastard, didn't he sneak out to hunt soul beasts?" Chapter 40 Swordsmen compete, no martial ethics. Dian village, wooden house. A cute and adorable girl sat quietly on the steps at the entrance of the yard. The setting sun stretched the girl's figure. Curved eyebrows, cherry mouth, big eyes, pink and tender face. Although the girl looks a little childish, there is a hint of charm between her eyebrows, and she is a beautiful woman. But at this moment, the girl seems to be in a bad mood. The clear spring-like eyes are empty, the girl looks melancholy, and clenched fists. "What retreat and cultivation, it's all fake. Damn bastard." The pink lips are trembling, and Xiao Wu is so angry that her teeth itch. At this moment, she has realized that Su Ming's so-called retreat is actually a lie to her, and she is angry, not because Su Ming lied to her. As a soul beast, she knows very well how strong the energy of the 1,000-year soul ring is. Not to mention soul warriors, even great soul masters, many people cannot withstand the impact of a 1,000-year soul ring. Not to mention, they have to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. Although I know that Su Ming is strong, he is definitely not a match for a 1,000-year soul beast. Even if he is a soul master, he dare not say that he can defeat a 1,000-year soul beast. "I told you not to go, I told you not to go, you are as stubborn as a donkey." Anxious, Xiao Wu picked up a stone and threw it at the black donkey in the yard. "Stubborn donkey! Dead donkey! Stupid donkey! You have to go and die yourself, right? Die! It's better to die early. In the future, no one will know that I am a soul beast, no one will stare at my soul ring, and no one will always bully me. It's good, very comfortable, from now on, Grandpa will be mine alone, and it has nothing to do with you, Su Ming." While Xiao Wu kept cursing, her mood did not improve at all, and she became more worried in her heart. She kicked the ground with her little feet and walked back and forth less than a meter away from the gate. It looked more like the black donkey tied in the yard. After a while, Xiao Wu raised her foot as if she wanted to go somewhere. But as soon as her foot was raised in the air, she was upset and retracted her foot. She knew that she didn't know where Su Ming went to hunt soul beasts, so it was impossible to find Su Ming, and the best way was to wait at home. But this made her feel very uncomfortable. She always felt like she had lost something and was impatient. She didn't know why, even though Su Ming treated her so badly, she would still worry about this stubborn donkey. Perhaps, she didn't want to make Grandpa Bulin sad. Xiao Wu subconsciously turned her head to look at Grandpa Bulin, and saw him watering the peach tree calmly, and sighed helplessly in her heart. Is she the only one in this family who is anxious here? After a while, Grandpa Bulin finished his work, and he didn't go into the house, but sat at the entrance of the yard. He smiled and patted the stone slab, motioning Xiao Wu to sit down and talk. With a start in her heart, Xiao Wu asked nervously. Grandpa, what's wrong? Sit down first, why are you walking around? Bulin waved with a smile on his face, and Xiao Wu had to sit beside Bulin obediently. Under the setting sun, an extremely warm scene emerged. The old man held the girl's hand, his old face full of kindness and smile. Xiao Wu, Grandpa has something to ask you. You and Su Ming's relationship in the academy is not very good, right? At this point, the smile on Bulin's face had disappeared, and his deep eyes were like a mirror, as if he had seen through everything. Just when he was about to be glad that Bulin was not asking about Su Ming's disappearance, Xiao Wu trembled in her heart when she heard the last part, and laughed dryly. Grandpa, why do you suddenly ask this? Not good? It's more than not good. I want to smash his dog head now. The devil's figure emerged in her heart, but Xiao Wu still smiled on the surface. Unfortunately, the person sitting opposite her was a smart man who had lived for decades. The bamboo craftsman's eyesight was better than that of ordinary people. Noticing Xiao Wu pinching the hem of her skirt, Brin was more certain of his thoughts. He blew his beard and glared, pretending to be angry, and said, You still have the nerve to ask me, I haven't asked you yet. What's wrong with you? I always feel that you are weird, but I can't tell you what it is. At first I thought you were secretly in love, but after observing for a few days, I found that it was not the case. I was confused. Su Ming has a stubborn personality and is used to carrying things by himself. It's impossible for him to tell me. While he is not here, you should tell Grandpa honestly what happened between you two. Pulling Xiao Wu's hand, Brin held it a little tightly, as if he was afraid that the former would run away. Xiao Wu was embarrassed, and she didn't even know the reason. Besides, I can't reveal that I'm a soul beast. I don't know. I always feel that Su Ming hates me, but I can't tell why. You said, he hates you. Not completely. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, sometimes he's not bad, but sometimes he's very angry, with a cold look, as if I stole his things. Oh. Bulin suddenly realized, as if he understood something, stroking his beard and smiling. He didn't continue to ask, but took the bucket into the yard. His face looked very relaxed. Xiao Wu stared at Bulin blankly, his head buzzing. What happened? No. Grandpa must know what's going on. With a move in his heart, Xiao Wu immediately chased after him and circled around Bulin. That look of flying eyebrows seemed to have thrown away the matter of Su Ming hunting soul beasts. Soul hunting forest. The fierce fighting sound could be heard from afar. The air force made the treetops shake violently, and there seemed to be the sound of swords and sabers. Bang! The sound of the collision suddenly sounded, and the fire splashed from the collision. The huge force made Su Ming slide backwards for 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Across from him, a nearly 2-meter-tall blade-armed mantis opened and closed its jaws as if roaring. It was wrapped in purple airflow, majestic, with its arms holding a big knife, and it looked like a man standing against 10,000 men. Come again. Bah! Su Ming spit out a mouthful of sour water and rushed towards the blade-armed mantis again. Swish! A silver light exploded in his mind. Su Ming bent down, and the killing knife brushed past the blade arm. Bang! He slapped his palm to the ground, and his body immediately shot up, and with a move of flying dragon raising his head, he went straight to the blade-armed mantis's head. But before the attack hit, the other blade of the knife-armed mantis swung over. Bang! Seeing that it didn't work, So Ming immediately changed the straight stab to a block. With a bang, So Ming was knocked out again. It felt like his internal organs were rolling and it hurt so much. If it were the past, So Ming would have broken 2 bones just to block this attack. There is no doubt that the increase in the 1000-year soul ring is far from comparable to the 100-year soul ring. Although it still hurts a little, So Ming's body strength is already able to withstand the force of the knife-armed mantis. Of course, if the blade hits the body, So Ming really should run away. Come again. Without any hesitation, So Ming's eyes flashed with fierceness and rushed over again. The knife-armed mantis reacts very quickly. It is undoubtedly a good swordsman. Competing with it can make So Ming's body react faster. Unlike before when he had no defense, So Ming only needed to ensure that he would not be seriously injured. Bang! Swish! Bang! Being repelled constantly, he continued to attack. The yellow crystal pupils of the blade-armed mantis were glowing, and its aura was surging. It wanted to use its innate skill Crescent Bite, but So Ming was too close to it and could not distance itself from it. Yes. Without the soul ring enhancement of his physical fitness, So Ming was able to use Qinggong to deal with the previous blade-armed mantis. How could he give it a chance to fight in close combat at this moment? The female mantis was fatter, with a huge abdomen, and her speed was even slower than that of the male mantis, so it was even more impossible for her to distance herself from it. The sword and shadows, the flashing figures, were dazzling. One man and one mantis, the two of them fought a thrilling swordsman duel in the forest. So Ming did not attack the abdomen of the blade-armed mantis, but confronted it head-on. The battle lasted for an hour before So Ming left in disgrace. Squeak! Staring at the direction where So Ming left, the blade-armed mantis screamed so loudly that it pierced the eardrums, and its blade arm shone silver. Swish! As if a new moon had passed through the sky, a straight line of more than 20 meters was left in the forest. The big tree collapsed with a loud bang, and thick smoke exploded. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the top of the bush was flattened. The cuts on the tree stumps were as smooth as mirrors, and the big trees lay in all directions. Looking left and right, the blade-armed mantis did not find So Ming's figure, and immediately turned into an abandoned newlywed young woman, and launched a crazy attack on the forest in anger. Moonwheels flew and cut the surrounding big trees. Broken branches and leaves continued to fall from the air. Until there was no longer any visual obstruction within 100 meters, the blade-armed mantis stopped attacking and slowly crawled away from here. On the front of the blade-armed mantis, the neck joints were cut with tangents, and the same was true for the forelimbs. Countless small cuts were overflowing with green blood, as if it had been cut into pieces. The bamboo tube-like body of the blade-armed mantis was very solid, with no signs of breaking, but so many small wounds still made it painful. The revenge of killing a husband was a painful experience. The opponent was still a human cub. No wonder the blade-armed mantis fell into a crazy situation, anyone would be like this. Ding! The host fought fiercely with the 1000-year-old blade-armed mantis, and the effect of the crazy fighting body. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +2, defense +2, and mental strength +3. After 2 hours of resting on the tree, So Ming's soul power recovered. Not caring about the pain in his body that had not yet subsided, So Ming returned here again with the killing knife. Blade mantis, come out! Boom! As if summoned, the blade mantis leaped up from the jungle, and its huge body crashed to the ground with a bang. Squeak, squeak! With its fangs and claws bared, the blade mantis rushed towards So Ming immediately without So Ming saying anything more. In less than an hour, So Ming left in a panic again. Ding! The host is fighting with the 1000-year-old blade mantis, and the effect of the berserker body is achieved. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +2, defense +2, and mental power +2. The forest went dark in the blink of an eye. Under the night, flames fell from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of torches and a large bonfire illuminated the open space of 100 meters in radius. Swish! Before the blade mantis appeared, the sharp silver light flew out of the bushes like cutting melons and vegetables. Clang! So Ming's figure flew out like a bullet, and hit the tree hard, almost embedding himself in it. Crack! The soul shield that was condensed with all his strength also collapsed like glass. Even the back of the killing knife had a new 2-centimeter gap. You don't have martial ethics, and you're still playing sneak attacks, right? Chapter 41 I'm grabbing heads, and you're exploding soul bones? Host, So Ming. Soul power, level 13, High quality. Martial soul, chopping knife, quality purple, 1225/5000. Special physique, berserker body. Soul skills, breathing technique, Qinggong, perfect, Jinyu sword technique, perfect, Hunyuan sword slash, and spirit gathering technique. Items, Sub-Dragon Essence Blood, Flying Soul Guide, Qianchen Silver. Strength, 102. Defense, 91. Spirit, 92. Although the blade-armed mantis has no martial ethics, Su Ming. I am not a villain who attacks from behind. Based on the principles of fairness, justice, and openness, he and the blade-armed mantis had a 2-day friendly exchange in the forest. The blade-armed mantis has great strength. Even with armor, Su Ming felt very painful. Although every time, Su Ming dragged his body to escape in pain. But a true warrior dares to face the bleak life and the blood. Every time he escapes, Su Ming will come back. It was noon, and a few smoke rose from the forest. Looking from above, even if the sun was shining, the smoke and the fire were still so dazzling. Because the surrounding area was no longer densely forested, but 100-meter circle grassland was vacated, and the smoke was like a flag raising on the track and field. Next to the fire, a black giant with a body length of nearly 2 meters was lying. Triangular head, bamboo body, pea-like 1 meter belly, dense and solid carapace reflecting the sunlight, like a mini black coop. On its back, a little guy sat. He was eating barbecue with oil on his mouth. One man and one mantis, they looked so happy. Why are you running? Just sparring, is there any need to do this? That's it, you've been fucked, the beast is over, right? Chewing the wolf leg at the corner of his mouth, Su Ming complained, fully expressing his sympathy for the knife-arm mantis. The knife-arm mantis didn't understand, but the sound still made its fat belly tremble, and its triangular head was full of fear. Aside, the limbs were bleeding, the miserable scene was shocking. 2 big knives that could cut jade and gold were also soaked in green mucus like garbage. All 6 limbs were cut off, and the knife-arm mantis could only lie on the ground and be slaughtered. It's hard to imagine what the knife-arm mantis had experienced. Suddenly, there was a sound of splashing and splashing. Su Ming was stunned, and saw the blade-armed mantis abdomen soften and collapse. Its triangular head was pierced with a broken the forelimbs, it looks like it rubbed its eye mucus with too much force and stabbed its head. Su Ming. You two are really a perfect match, you don't even want to give me your head, right? Su Ming sighed helplessly. In terms of strength, he is really no match for this knife-arm mantis. Even if he uses the first soul skill, he still may not win when he is weak. Yes, the hatchet can cut off the forelimbs of the dead knife-arm mantis. But that is the dead state, the body of the knife-arm mantis has no energy enhancement at all. In its heyday, the defense of the knife-arm mantis is definitely higher than the attack power of the hatchet. Because the sharpness of the killing knife with the blessing of soul power and the hatchet with the 25% increase of the first soul skill is almost the same. The killing knife can cut the gap of the knife-arm mantis's forelimbs, which will cause damage but not serious injury, unless the head is cut. Therefore, Su Ming, who uses the first soul skill and consumes a lot of soul power, still finds it difficult to defeat the knife-arm mantis. In comparison, he, holding the broken killing blade, has a stronger fighting power. Martial soul plus soul skills, can't beat a weapon? No way, after all, it's a level 2 hatchet, which can't beat the big knife of the knife-armed mantis, which is understandable. But this kind of thing is only limited to the present. It took 2 days to sharpen the knife, and it was only then that a 1,500-year-old soul beast was killed. This is not a victory, it's a shame. Pick up your mood and Su Ming is ready to leave the soul-hunting forest. Just as he raised his foot, he suddenly seemed to notice an abnormal light. Su Ming turned his head and saw that there seemed to be something glowing on the broken forearm of the knife-armed mantis. No way. Su Ming's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was surprised. He quickly came to the front of the knife-armed mantis and used the broken killing blade to cut the forelimb of the knife-armed mantis. In an instant, a piece of black bone came into view. The bone was crystal clear, like a black crystal, and the dark color was strange and deep, which made people sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature. Soul bone. Without waiting to appreciate it, Su Ming swish put the things into the space ring. He observed the surroundings with the corner of his eyes, and when he saw that no one had noticed, Su Ming was relieved. His face flushed with excitement, and Su Ming's heart was surging. He never expected that he would be so lucky. 100,000-year soul beast can produce soul bones stably. The probability of a 10,000-year soul beast exploding soul bones is pitifully low. As for a 1,000-year soul beast, there is basically no need to think about exploding soul bones, because the energy density is not enough at all. And if you want a 10,000-year and a 1,000-year soul beast to explode soul bones, it seems that the higher the hatred at the time of death, the more likely it is. Hate? Su Ming's eyes twitched, and he stared at the knife-arm mantis with speechless eyes. It's just to spar with you, the total number of times is less than 10 times, and it's not like I'm going to kill you. Is there a need to hate you so much? Yes, it seems that I also stole your head. Or, your husband's head. Ahem, Su Ming rubbed his nose and didn't stay here. It's been so long, it's time to go back. Boom. There was a sound of shaking the earth outside the soul-hunting forest. Looking away, the treetops shook violently, as if some beast was about to rush out. Swish. A petite figure rushed into the embrace of the sun. Under the confused eyes of the soldiers, Su Ming dragged the big tree by his waist and ran away. Captain, just now, was it the little guy from before? Damn. Now that you mention it, I remember it too, it seems to be him. He didn't die even after entering the soul-hunting forest alone. This little guy doesn't look simple. Simple? How old is your kid running around dragging a big tree? Everyone was speechless in an instant. In their minds, they seemed to recall the scene when Su Ming came. Dian village. It was late at night and it was pitch black. Plop. Water splashed everywhere, as if something had fallen into the stream. Normally, if there was any movement in the village, the dogs in every household would bark wildly, but at this moment, there was no reaction, as if their mouths were sewn shut. In the small pond, a small head stretched out and spurted out a mouthful of water. Big eyes, fleshy nose, elastic face, cute with a bit of alienation and indifference. Rubbing the stinky sweat off his body, Su Ming quickly changed into clean underwear before his eyelids closed. Swish! After a few jumps, Su Ming had landed on the roof of his house. Opening the sun-transmitting skylight, Su Ming slid down. Clang! The skylight closed. The quilt was lifted. Exhausted Su Ming successfully lay down. It was done in one go, without any dragging of the whole process. In the past, in order not to disturb Grandpa Brin, and to go out for training at night, Su Ming went in and out like this, naturally very skilled. Although Su Ming's movements were light, his big eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Not an enemy. Is that guy back? Swish, Xiao Wu lifted the quilt and stood up from the Kong. In the pitch darkness, her eyes were red, her body was shaking like boiling water, and she was panting. You're in seclusion, right? You're lying to me, right? You're leaving Grandpa to me alone, right? No matter if it's Su Ming or not, it's right to fight first. Xiao Wu kicked him angrily. Bang bang bang. Knowing that Su Ming was covered with a quilt and had thick skin, Xiao Wu stomped on Su Ming a few times, as if she wanted to vent her anger these days. Hiss, you want to die, right? Where are you kicking? The voice was trembling. But to Xiao Wu, it sounded more beautiful than the sound of nature. She would never forget this annoying voice. Ah! I thought there was a thief in the house, but it was you. I was so scared. I was kicking you. Xiao Wu, who was lying, blushed and looked happy. She squatted down as if nothing had happened. Hey, are you injured? Do you need me to get you some medicine? Su Ming. Get out. Su Ming pulled the quilt together with disgust. He was too lazy to pay attention to her because he could hardly open his eyes. He just slept. Tisk. You were not injured, but you screamed so loudly just now. Xiao Wu curled her lips. Hearing the strong voice, she knew that Su Ming was fine. Could it be that this guy didn't go to hunt soul beasts? Xiao Wu's eyes rolled, thinking that maybe she was overthinking. If he really went to hunt soul beasts, this guy couldn't come back so soon, and it was even more impossible for him to be fine. After all, the strength of 100-year soul beast is already very strong, and even a great soul master may not be able to beat it. Oh, my aunt worried in vain. She kicked Su Ming again in a rage, and Xiao Wu lay down happily. Her depressed brows slowly relaxed, and the corners of her mouth had a comfortable smile, as if today was pretty good. Yes, it was really good tonight. But during the day, that's not necessarily the case. It's been a long time since he had a full sleep, and Su Ming slept until noon the next day. Knowing that Su Ming had a big appetite, Grandpa Brin cooked 2 large pots of rice, but he didn't feel sorry for it at all. "You kid, eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Eat more of this meat. Xiao Wu doesn't like this smoked rabbit meat, and I can't chew it either. If you like it, eat more." Grandpa Brin didn't need to say it, Su Ming wouldn't be polite. Grandpa has a small appetite and has already eaten his fill. As for Xiao Wu, she didn't eat it if she wanted to. Looking at the movement in the main house, Xiao Wu poked her little head in with an awkward but polite smile on her face. Seeing this, Brin stroked his short beard and laughed angrily. "Xiao Wu, what are you doing? You always asked if Su Ming was back before, why are you hiding now?" "Where am I hiding?" Xiao Wu replied stubbornly, her lips pouted high, and her long eyelashes trembled above her big eyes. "I didn't need to hide before, but my feet itched yesterday. I wonder if someone remembers this." "No way, I slept like a dead pig." "You really still remember?" Looking at Su Ming's half-smile, Xiao Wu's arrogant face collapsed instantly, her heart pounded, and she was terrified. "Su Ming, I'll go to the kitchen to get you a bowl of rice." With a fake smile, Xiao Wu went to the kitchen cautiously. Swish, she felt her heart was about to explode. She squatted in an invisible corner and patted her chest. "It's over. This guy's stinky face, it seems that he doesn't intend to let me go." Chapter 42 Teach me how to be a human being, but you yourself are not a human being? "Grandpa, Xiao Wu and I are going out for something and will be back in the evening." Su Ming's voice floated over from the yard. He lifted Xiao Wu up in the air and left the yard expressionlessly. "Grandpa, save me, he wants to bully me." Looking sideways at the door, Xiao Wu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and screamed wildly. As if he didn't hear it, Brin hooked his ear holes and fiddled with his bamboo knife and saw a few times, not knowing what he was doing. Until the 2 figures disappeared, Brin looked over. "It's better to make some noise." The old face showed a knowing smile, and Brin patted his back and went into the house. Children have their own childishness, and he didn't want to be a bad guy. In the fields, the villagers looked at Su Ming holding Xiao Wu, and their faces were secretly happy. Since Xiao Wu came to Dian village, she has brought a lot of fun to the village with her lively and active personality, and she is very likable. But this girl has also caused trouble in the village. If they want to eat fish, others go to the streams and rivers, but she goes to the ponds where others raise fish. The owner watched from the side, not knowing whether to remind her or not. Especially, she is very enthusiastic and likes to help, and finally makes things worse. Xiao Wu is the only soul master in the village. The village chief Ji Li dare not say anything to her, and they are embarrassed to be the bad guys and mention these things in front of Brin. Now it's good, someone finally came back to deal with this girl. "Su Ming, put me down quickly, everyone is watching." Xiao Wu struggled violently, covering her face with her hands in shame and anger, fearing that others would see her. Su Ming ignored him and continued to move forward. Xiao Wu was even more panicked. She shrank her neck and her head almost fell into her collar, muttering. "I was wrong, isn't it okay? Last night, I did kick you on purpose. I thought you went to hunt soul beasts. You've made me worry for so many days. I just want to vent my anger. Besides, I didn't really use any force." Swish! Xiao Wu's body sank, and she felt the surrounding scenery rise up from the ground, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Sure enough, admitting mistakes is still useful. Xiao Wu was happy in her heart, knowing that Su Ming would not do anything to her, and her heart fell to the ground. Su Ming's face was serious. "Do you go to the back mountain of the academy to practice every day?" With a thrill in her heart, she resolutely replied, "Of course I go. That place is indeed similar to what you said. My soul power is almost level 14 now, and I will probably break through in 2 days. How about it, are you envious or not envious?" The voice became smaller and smaller, and finally Xiao Wu could only mutter in her heart. "Envy? Did you forget that I gave that place to you?" Su Ming couldn't complain, and then asked, "Do you practice for 3 hours every day according to my requirements?" Xiao Wu raised her head. "Of course, how could I be lazy? I was going to report to you." Swish! Before she finished speaking, she felt like she was flying again. A nightmare-like voice sounded in her ears. "Really? So you work so hard?" Su Ming sneered repeatedly. With just one look, he could tell that Xiao Wu was lying. So Ming felt that he was too indulgent to Xiao Wu because she knew her situation but still didn't practice for 3 hours every day. He glanced at the stream below and then at So Ming. Xiao Wu was afraid and guilty. She raised 3 fingers honestly. In the past half-month, I practiced for 3 hours most of the time. There were only 3 days when I practiced for a while. Short but tall, it's not bad. So Ming's expression eased slightly, and he changed the subject and asked. What about the village? Did you cause trouble in the village? How could I? Okay, I picked peaches from someone else's house. Just peaches. And, I accidentally kicked down a wall. You mean the wall? The wall of someone else's house. So Ming. Apologize and compensate? That, the master didn't say. Xiao Wu puffed her lips and kept pulling her fingers, looking like a child who was afraid of punishment for doing something wrong. There was a long silence. So Ming suddenly sighed and put Xiao Wu down safely. Looking at Xiao Wu, So Ming said helplessly in the tone of an old father. I can ignore your laziness in cultivation. I can also ignore the fact that you kicked me last night. But you must find a way to make up for the wrong things you did in the village. Speaking of this, So Ming's face became surprisingly serious. The difference between beasts and humans is unique in the word morality. Understand the truth, experience the truth, and then use morality to restrain it. Be a human first, and then practice. Your nature is not bad, but your thoughts are different from those of humans. Let's not talk about the dangers of the rivers and lakes for the time being. Let's start with ordinary people. Xiao Wu looked surprised. You mean, teach me how to be a human being? You can speak louder. The little face suddenly became pale with excitement. Xiao Wu lowered her head, but her eyes looking at the ground became brighter and brighter. Leading her to the woods, So Ming spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Humans have obvious differences in behavior and manners. There are all kinds of people. It is not difficult to be a human being. You will naturally integrate into it after a long time. Yu Xiaogang can teach you some theories, but he will not tell you about good and evil, beauty and ugliness. You actually don't understand many things, and your understanding of good and evil and right and wrong is a bit superficial. And what I want to tell you is also about the direction of thought. The first point is that men and women are different. It seems casual but needs special attention. Both men and women pay more attention to this aspect. Although most people mature early, and soul masters will have physical contact in battle, ordinary people in daily life will. The voice stopped abruptly, which made Xiao Wu, who was listening with relish, feel very disappointed. She raised her eyebrows and urged. What's wrong? You go on. After hesitating for a moment, So Ming still endured the embarrassment and asked seriously. At your age, you haven't experienced anything between men and women? No. As soon as the words came out, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking at So Ming's suspicious look, she was instantly struck by lightning, her face was dark and hot, and her heart was like a volcano erupting. Shua! The figure flew away. So Ming, I can't kill you. Boom! The sound of thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking the clouds and trees. The pink figure picked up a stick and chased after him with murderous intent. For a moment, Dian village became a bit bloody. In the bamboo forest, a pretty face was pressed tightly against the bamboo leaves. Her hands were folded behind her, her wrists were locked, and her legs were pressed down by a pair of legs, unable to move at all. Let me go. I tell you, this is not over between us. If you don't kill me today, sooner or later I will. Ah, So Ming, you bastard, sooner or later I will make you. Oh, I was wrong, I surrender, I surrender. Swish. So Ming just let go. Xiao Wu immediately supported the ground with her left hand and kicked with both legs like a javelin. So Ming seemed to have expected it, and dodged it sideways. It's over. Xiao Wu was struck by lightning when she saw So Ming's playful smile. Before she could react, she felt herself being suppressed back to the ground again. The smell of soil and bamboo leaves was still so strong. So Ming spoke earnestly and made sense. I didn't ask you this on purpose just now, but I just needed to understand the situation and make sure whether I needed to tell you these things. Now I can be sure that you really don't know these things. If you do it again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Swish. So Ming threw his hand away, and the legs pressing on Xiao Wu's back loosened, and the whole person stood up. Xiao Wu snorted in shame and anger, patted his knees and stood up. I'll write this down in my notebook when I get home. Su Ming put his hands behind his back, combined with the situation in modern times and Douluo continent, and continued to talk to Xiao Wu about the concept of gender differences. In Douluo continent, boys and girls mature early. For example, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, at a young age, are even more playful. Even in the academy, he received a lot of love letters. This means that the attraction between opposite sexes in Douluo continent is relatively early, but it does not mean that gender differences do not need to be observed. What Su Ming wants to express is naturally focused on the differences between beasts, and between humans. Living in the Soul Master Academy, Su Ming can clearly feel that Xiao Wu does not pay as much attention to gender differences as human girls. Therefore, he often hears all kinds of bold words in the dormitory, which makes him, an adult soul, feel embarrassed. In addition to gender differences, Su Ming also mentioned some better concepts. Su Ming is not a pedantic person. He knows to adapt to local conditions and analyze specific problems, rather than forcing them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Wu listened thoughtfully. It seems that humans are indeed different from soul beasts. It is really troublesome. The Soul Master world has always respected strength. It doesn't work to reason with those who bully others and bully the weak. Then just use fists to fight him. And fists are not to be used without distinction. You need to grasp the specific scale by yourself if you advocate force, but do not indulge your force, so as to become a slave to force. After saying some, Su Ming stopped and let Xiao Wu experience it for herself. It's not that I mentioned these things randomly. In fact, not many people in the original protagonist group are likable. Su Ming felt it necessary to talk to Xiao Wu about this. After a while, he took out a strip of cloth to cover his eyes, and took 2 plugs to plug his ears. What are you doing? Xiao Wu woke up and looked up, but saw Su Ming's appearance, and her heart was full of doubts. Su Ming hooked his finger, signaling Xiao Wu to attack. Spiritual perception is faster than the 5 senses. If you want to improve your reaction speed, training your mental power may be a good way. Xiao Wu. You teach me how to be a human, but you yourself are not a human, right? Chapter 43 Xiao Wu's Explosive Killing 8 Section Throw. Su Ming had a deep understanding of the battle with the blade-armed mantis. Humans do not have compound eyes like animals. They do not have a wide field of vision like some animals. If you want to improve your reaction speed, you can only increase the body's extended perception. Moreover, Su Ming also needs to improve his mental power in order to practice another sword technique. Su Ming naturally did not dare to act so recklessly in the battle with the blade-armed mantis. After all, he would die if he was not careful. But the difference in physical fitness between him and Xiao Wu allowed him to carry on. Are you kidding? You really want to fight me like this? Looking at Su Ming's eyes and ears blocked, Xiao Wu was excited but also a little scared, and her voice trembled. Excited because she could teach Su Ming a lesson. And scared because she was afraid of being bullied by him in the future. Su Ming raised his hand. You want revenge, right? Now you have the chance. Come on, I haven't fought with you for 3 months, let me see how much you have improved in the past 3 months. Xiao Wu stared at him, but did not choose to fight. I ask you, how much weight are you carrying now? The bamboo leaves rustled, but no human voice could be heard. Pa! Xiao Wu slapped her forehead speechlessly. She was so stupid, his ears were blocked, how could he hear her talking? Swish! No more nonsense, because this bastard couldn't hear it even if she said it. Xiao Wu rushed towards Su Ming with great speed. Compared to the past, Xiao Wu was faster, like an arrow shot from a bow, making a rustling sound. Bang! She punched Su Ming in the chest with all her strength. Knowing that Su Ming should have a weight on his front, she planned to test it first. But when the touch was fed back, it was so clear that even her fist was tense. Her pupils shrank suddenly, and she looked at Su Ming, who was motionless, in disbelief. Bang! With a heavy roar, Su Ming was actually knocked out directly. Hit! Hit! Xiao Wu was stunned in place, looking at her fist in disbelief. She rarely hit Su Ming head-on, especially as time went by, such situations became less and less. But recalling the feeling of the punch just now, it was like hitting a stone. Xiao Wu's excitement quickly faded, and her expression became solemn. She could clearly feel that Su Ming's physical strength had improved a lot. If he really continues to practice like this, I'm afraid the gap will be even bigger. Otherwise, why don't you try it yourself? Xiao Wu shook her body involuntarily. Where did this bastard come up with these things? Is he hit? Su Ming, who stopped retreating, looked surprised and touched his chest subconsciously. It seems that there is no chance to react at all. Su Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems that he has simplified the training of mental power. He did feel Xiao Wu's fist coming, and he also felt the direction. But this faint feeling was dispersed in an instant, and it felt like it was there and here. In his mind, it seemed that several shadows rushed towards him. Could it be that at that time, he was lucky enough to escape the attack of the knife-armed Mantis? No, that at that time, his eye consciousness and ear consciousness were all there. Moreover, his mental power was not radiating to the surroundings, but... Bang! Su Ming, who was thinking, felt that he was hit by a heavy hammer again, and flew away like a monkey. Yay! The huge force bent the bamboo and bounced him back a distance. Slowly landing, Su Ming supported the ground with his palms, feeling the slight pain in his chest, thinking that he was really looking for trouble. Although the damage was not great, it was really unpleasant to be beaten passively like this. With a thought, Su Ming dispersed his mental power. Swish! Su Ming's leaping action instantly scared Xiao Wu. She thought Su Ming had discovered her and quickly dodged. The next second, Xiao Wu realized that she was overthinking. Because Su Ming moved 2 meters and then stayed where he was, she didn't know what he was doing. 2 meters. This value was clearly transmitted to Su Ming's mind through his nerves at the same time. With himself as the center, he used all his mental power to radiate his perception, but he could only sense the 2 meters around him. This perception was very vague, as if it was there and not there, and he didn't even feel the fist-sized stone he stepped on. The surroundings were so short, a line should be longer. Swish! With a thought, Su Ming concentrated all his mental power and swept around like a pointer. In an instant, Su Ming felt that the distance of mental perception was lengthening. It was as if a scanner was scanning and transmitted back through the brain-computer interface, and gradually a clear image formed in Su Ming's mind. Swish! Without sensing any obstacles, Su Ming stepped forward and rushed 3 meters. In a trance, the outline of a figure appeared in his mind. Did he discover me? Seeing Su Ming approaching her, Xiao Wu was shocked, and gently hooked a stone with her foot and threw it to the side. Bang! The stone exploded, making a lot of noise. But Su Ming didn't even turn his head, still facing Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's excited little heart banged on the ground, shattering like the stone just now. Pervert! In her anger, Xiao Wu immediately ran to the back. She made a lot of money with 2 punches, but if she continued to fight, she would definitely lose a lot. Where are you going? An unhappy voice sounded, and the space seemed to freeze. Xiao Wu immediately braked, crying with a smile, well, I think we should not practice anymore. I feel guilty for hitting you like this. Let's stop here today. Swish! Su Ming did not reply. With the perception of his mental power, he quickly moved towards this direction. Xiao Wu. Sorry, I forgot that you can't hear me again. But... can you sense my position? Xiao Wu swallowed her saliva in fear, turned sideways to gather strength, stepped on her right foot, and prepared to fight. The wind and waves raised a faint fragrance, and Xiao Wu did not retreat but approached, and actually met him. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and threw a punch. This guy is still slow to react. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she keenly noticed that there was something wrong with the speed of Su Ming's punch. Swish! Like skating, Xiao Wu used the tough and slippery bamboo leaves to pass under Su Ming's arm. The fist flew in the air, and Su Ming's face changed slightly, thinking that he was still not used to fighting like this. Swish! But then, he reacted quickly and caught another sweeping kick with his left foot. Like a speeding train suddenly stopped, Xiao Wu grinned and grabbed Su Ming's belt on his back with both hands. With just a slight force, Su Ming turned his waist and lifted her off the ground. Swish! When Su Ming slowed down, she lay on her back, with a bow stance, exerting force on her waist, hands and feet at the same time. Like a bent bamboo that recovered in an instant, she actually threw Su Ming into the air. Bang! Xiao Wu saw the right moment, and her figure flashed quickly, coming to the back of Su Ming. Don't blame me, you haven't tasted this move of mine yet. With a stern look in her eyes, Xiao Wu kicked out with both feet and kicked towards Su Ming's back. 8-stage explosive throw? So Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard the sonic boom below, and he quickly twisted his body and used his front arms to block. The two of them collided, and So Ming was kicked into the air with a bang. Like a ghost, Xiao Wu suddenly appeared above So Ming. Bang! Another powerful knee strike. Xiao Wu didn't seem to worry that So Ming would be injured. So Ming was knocked down, and Xiao Wu's move of splitting Huashan roared, her legs raised high and directly to the top of her head, and the terrifying force immediately kicked So Ming back. After doing this, Xiao Wu pouted and didn't continue. Rustle. So Ming grabbed the bamboo and used its elasticity to dissipate all the force, then fell to the ground easily along the bamboo. So Ming patted the bamboo leaves on his hand as if nothing had happened, and took off the blindfold and earplugs. So Ming was delighted to see that he didn't even have time to resist, and asked, "Why don't you continue? This trick shouldn't be used up yet, right?" Xiao Wu snorted coldly and turned her head to the side, her little face a little depressed. "If you see everything, what can I do to you in the future? I won't fall for your tricks. You're still thinking about dealing with me?" So Ming laughed angrily and shook his head. Seeing So Ming still laughing, Xiao Wu was even more angry, and asked, "How did you know this move of mine? Why did you predict the direction of my next attack? You can't tell me that you just guessed with your eyes closed, right?" The melancholy mood almost overflowed from Xiao Wu's face. She stared at So Ming with indignation, and couldn't figure out what was going on. The explosive 8-stage throw, Buther current trump card. What a surprise! It was broken in one blow. It was as if this guy had eyes installed in various parts of his body, so that every blow she kicked out had no stun effect. If he continued to use it, it would be completely useless in the future. Having read the original novel, how could he not defend against this move? However, So Ming naturally could not say this. He pretended to touch his chin and think, and then explained, "Your first attack is the key, and when you start the waist bow, you will get used to kicking out with your body bent. Knowing this, I luckily broke your first attack. As for the following attacks, as long as you control your body and adjust the center of gravity of the body that is suitable for attack, you can only kick in my direction if you want to perform continuously. So, your first attack must make the opponent lose the ability to think, so that your move is basically unsolvable, of course, except for a huge gap in strength." So Ming's words were rarely mixed with admiration. The explosive 8-stage throw was indeed very powerful, and he had to admit this. Any other soul master would not be able to avoid it when seeing it for the first time. Chapter 44 New weight, 100 kilograms. The most common way to cultivate mental power in the fantasy world is through exercises. However, at present, So Ming naturally does not have such exercises. And the most basic way to enhance certain abilities of the human body is to consume a lot of energy and resist pressure. Pressure resistance is naturally a collision of mental power, which is not possible at present. So Ming chose the simplest and most brutal method. Consumption. Continuously release mental power through fighting to increase mental power. Moreover, the effect of the berserker body can also increase mental power. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu's strength is too far behind his own, and fighting with her can no longer gain the reward of mental power. For the rest of the time, So Ming continued to consume mental power every day. Even in daily actions, he was blindfolded. Looking at So Ming's appearance, Grandpa Brin was scared and thought that So Ming had a problem with his eyes. Even after explaining it clearly, So Ming was still scolded because it was unlucky. Then, within a few days, the village knew about So Ming, a strange person. There were more people watching the monkey show outside the yard, with happy smiles on their faces, as if there was no other fun in other places in the village. Unable to stay at home, and the holiday was about to end, So Ming said goodbye to his grandfather Brin in advance and returned to the Soul Master Academy of Nodding City. At least here, everything he did was normal. The back mountain. In the valley full of birdsong and flowers, there were constant sounds of fighting. On the grass, scattered petals can be seen everywhere, as if they were beaten by the wind. Bees buzzed and flew around without a clue, as if wondering where the blooming flowers had gone. Swish! A pink figure flashed by, and petals flew, which made people think of beauty. But this place is not for love. Going around So Ming, Xiao Wu stepped hard with her right foot, and the ground shook and a footprint sank into it. Swish! The figure soared into the air, and the fierce and unusual spinning slash raised the wind and waves, and slashed directly at So Ming's neck. A vague figure flashed through his mind, and So Ming dodged sideways, rotating his right heel, closing his right arm, and attacking with his elbow. The power was so great that Xiao Wu was also frightened. Her eyes showed horror. Even if Su Ming withdrew his strength, if she resisted it, she would definitely be in pain. Bang! Xiao Wu also closed her arms and raised them to hit Su Ming's arms, using the force to lower her body and avoid the attack. Just after landing, even though Xiao Wu herself was sweating, she still didn't give Su Ming any chance to breathe. She turned around suddenly, stepped on her left leg, and quickly attacked with her right kick, rushing straight to Su Ming's crown. Su Ming's left hand stepped forward to defend, one claw locked on her knee joint, and a palm pushed out, hitting Xiao Wu's abdomen with a dull bang. Like a kite with a broken string, Xiao Wu flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Climbing up, Xiao Wu took the water bottle and drank a few gulps, then threw the water bottle to Su Ming. No more fighting, no more fighting, I will never train with you again. I am asking for trouble here, you should go find Tang San, that guy is tough, he is very happy to be beaten. With her palms behind her back, Xiao Wu collapsed on the ground, panting with her cherry lips, she was exhausted. The water bottle fell in a parabola and was caught by a right hand without any error. This was an agreement between the two. If the body could not hold on, throw something in front of him. After taking off the blindfold and earplugs, Su Ming did not force Xiao Wu to continue to force her when he saw her soft appearance. Forget it, let's continue tomorrow. Xiao Wu. You are pretending to be deaf here, right? Xiao Wu's eyes bulged. She seriously suspected that Su Ming had blocked his ears on purpose in order not to hear her refusal. School starts tomorrow. You can go to the teacher or Tang San. Anyway, I won't fight with you. I'd rather practice for 5 or 6 hours a day than be beaten for an hour. Xiao Wu pouted and started her own slacking. She was quite happy to start training, after all, she could beat Su Ming. Now, it's 30-70, he kicked and punched 3 times, and I was torn apart. Since the happy time is over, there is no need to continue to seek abuse. This bastard doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Xiao Wu's speed can no longer keep up with the need. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and said, if you don't want to practice with me, then practice soul power for 5 hours every day, and then strengthen your physical training. Oh my god, it's really 5 hours, then do I need to rest or not? 5 hours, didn't you say it yourself? Xiao Wu's eyes were puffed up. If I didn't say anything, you would continue to practice me to death, right? Such a man, the college girls actually like it, they are really blind, I'm going to the blacksmith shop, you can arrange yourself. Su Ming was ready to leave. Swish! Xiao Wu, who was originally exhausted and collapsed on the ground, immediately launched and came to Su Ming to block his way. Xiao Wu was anxious, what are you doing in the blacksmith shop? Su Ming rolled his eyes at someone, do you think I'm so boring? How much weight you are carrying, I just mentioned it and you know roughly, do you still need to ask? Xiao Wu was embarrassed and smiled when her thoughts were seen through, no, I just asked you what you were doing in the blacksmith shop. You won't go to the blacksmith shop to make weights again, right? Pervert. It's already heavy, and you want to add more weight? As if she had thought of something, Xiao Wu had lifted up Su Ming's clothes without waiting for his answer, as if she wanted to see how much weight Su Ming was wearing. Su Ming's face turned dark, and he bent his index and middle fingers on his right hand and gave her a slap. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Xiao Wu immediately retracted her hand, sucking in cold air and rubbing her forehead. Hiss, what are you doing, it hurts me. Su Ming's eyes were dim, you forgot what I told you about the difference between men and women so quickly. Have you ever seen a girl lift a boy's clothes in broad daylight? Xiao Wu pouted and muttered softly, from what you said, it seems that it's not okay during the day, but it's okay at night. What did you say? Su Ming's face became darker. Xiao Wu quickly pressed down his fist and smiled flatteringly. No, nothing. I said you are right. You said it very well. You should remind me all the time. I am particularly willing to be reminded by you. Let's go. I will go to the blacksmith shop with you. Su Ming. You are so calculating that I know the result with my eyes closed. You might as well practice soul power when you have time. Su Ming left the valley alone under Xiao Wu's angry eyes after saying this coldly. School will start tomorrow, and the college is still very deserted. It is estimated that even the Principal Carter will not be willing to come here in advance. Passing through the college, So Ming walked to the blacksmith shop in the city with ease. This is not the second time he has come here. Noticing So Ming's figure, Shi San was shocked and greeted him happily. His eyes were full of brilliance and he asked in surprise. So Ming, you are not going to make weights again, are you? You guessed it right, but there's no reward. So Ming nodded helplessly, I really want to make a heavier one. How much? The smile turned awkward in an instant. Shi San clearly remembered that 3 months ago, So Ming asked him to make a 35-kilogram weight. Crack! A piece of metal fell to the ground with a bang, and the ground seemed unable to bear it. The stone floor was directly cracked. The metal was about the size of a human football, and the whole body was bright silver, with square protrusions one by one. The convex surface was a silver mirror, somewhat similar to pyrite, but it was not three-dimensional. Only one side was exposed, and then countless faces were connected, making the metal look more like a football. Is this Jianchen silver? My god, such a large piece of Jianchen silver! Shi San was also startled by the noise. He stared at the metal. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. This Jianchen silver is a rare metal. It is extremely solid and has moderate toughness. Although it is not as good as deep-sea silver, it is also a rare metal. Jianchen silver? As if it had received a call, the little head in the blacksmith shop suddenly raised up, looking outside with sparkling eyes. So Ming. With a clang, Tang San dropped the hammer and walked out quickly. Is this guy here too? So Ming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang San to come early. It seemed that Tang Hao had really left. It's good to come to the academy early so that you can concentrate on practicing. If your strength is too weak, you will be powerless in many things. Strong strength may not be able to solve all problems, but it can definitely eliminate most troubles. A touch of disappointment flashed across his face. Tang San looked up at So Ming, always feeling that the latter seemed to know something. Especially the mature tone of the elder, which made him think of his father Tang Hao. Dad, you are now. Throwing away all distracting thoughts, Tang San also focused his eyes on the metal on the ground. It's really Jianchen silver. Tang San's eyes flashed with a scorching heat. So Ming, what do you want to make with this thing? You are not going to make a weight, right? Before the previous sound fell, a cry of surprise burst out from his throat. Tang San's eyes were as big as copper bells at this moment. Seeing this, So Ming's face turned black. It's just making a weight. Who doesn't have a weight on their body? Is it necessary to have such an exaggerated expression and reaction? Making a weight? Shi San remembered the key point at this time, and panted anxiously, So Ming, this Jianchen silver is a rare metal, it's a pity to use it as a weight material. I have a lot of materials in my shop, which can definitely meet your needs. There is no need to waste them. Since he doesn't know how to forge, it's useless to keep Jianchen silver. So Ming shook his head, it's not my waste, but I took out this metal considering that you might not be able to hit a load of about 100 kilograms with other metals. 100 kilograms? Boom! Tang San and Shi San suddenly felt like they were struck by thunder, and the whole body was a little sluggish. The two looked at each other, and the dirty words in their hearts seemed to have reached a consensus. Chapter 45 Hu Nguyen draws the sword and slashes, and the sky strikes. Compared to a month ago, So Ming's physical fitness has more than doubled. The previous 35 kilograms of weight on the whole body is no longer suitable for his needs. According to the prediction made by So Ming pulling the tree, the torso is 50 kilograms, and the limbs are 10 kilograms each. This weight is more suitable. First adapt to it from daily life, and then try training and fighting. Only with such a load can pressure be given to the berserker body. Fighting with the blade-armed Mantis, So Ming can gain strength and spiritual rewards. Fighting with Xiao Wu, the berserker body directly chooses to shut down. More powerful, the academy doesn't have any soul masters, and they are not familiar with the spirit hall. So there is only one way for So Ming. If the enemy cannot become stronger, then weaken yourself. The flags are flying, and the blacksmith shop is filled with the sound of tinkling iron, which is very lively. Outside the blacksmith shop, the atmosphere seems a bit deserted. It's not that there are few people, but that kind of psychological coldness makes people feel that there is no excitement around. The autumn tiger roared past, raising a shivering wind, and the coldness poured into the internal organs from the nostrils, making people feel cold. When the coldness subsided and the hairs that stood up fell, Tang San asked in fear. Su Ming, you are not kidding, are you sure your body can bear 100 kilograms of weight? I came to the blacksmith shop in advance, and after a month, I was only able to adapt from 20 kilograms to 25 kilograms. Such a weight was barely enough for him to bear in a day of ironwork. If it was heavier, his body would not be able to recover to normal the next day. Tang San knew that Su Ming's training was even more abnormal than his own. The other party was 35 kilograms a month ago, and he was still able to fully recover the next day. This already shows that there is a gap in their physical fitness. And now, the other party has increased to 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms. Such a terrifying weight, are you sure you can adapt? Tang San raised his eyebrows suddenly, his eyes were like torches, and asked curiously, Su Ming, you have obtained the first soul ring, right? Su Ming did not answer, but glanced at Tang San unexpectedly. The latter was shocked and thought to himself that it was true. If Su Ming obtained the spirit ring, everything seemed to be barely explainable. However, 100-year spirit ring could not make the normal physical fitness increase by 3 times, right? Under normal conditions, his current strength is 200 to 300 kilograms, and he can only barely 400 to 500 kilograms with spirit power. If you want to adapt to 100 kilograms of weight on a daily basis, your physical strength should reach 1000 kilograms level. 1000 kilograms? The upper jaw was pressed down so hard that the press was about to collapse. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes full of mixed feelings. I thought I had raised coming to the blacksmith shop, I can get closer to Su Ming. Now it seems that the distance between the two has not only not narrowed, but has widened. Knowing Su Ming's needs, Shi San took the 1000 silvers without hesitation. He wanted to make a light and thin load of 100 kilograms, but his blacksmith shop did not have the metal that met the requirements. Compared to the Sun and Moon continent, there are indeed too few rare metals in the Douluo continent. Su Ming is also aware of this, otherwise he would not have taken out the 1000 silvers. This is the first time that Shi San has taken on such a difficult business, and he is both headache and excited. Su Ming, I can only try and give you an answer in a week. If you can't forge it, you can only find someone else. According to my estimation, if I can't do it, I'm afraid no one else in the entire Notting City can take this business. I have to go to a big city to see. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Su Ming nodded, and was about to leave when he suddenly asked, is the core problem of forging this Jianchen silver the problem of flame temperature or insufficient strength? Shi San hadn't spoken yet, Tang San had already snatched it away, his eyes were meticulous, and he said. The forging temperature required for Jianchen silver is not particularly high, and the blacksmith shop can barely reach it. And the red-hot Jianchen silver has a certain toughness, that is, the ductility is okay, and it is not very difficult to hammer it. The only difficulty is that the cooling speed of Jianchen silver is faster than other metals, so the forging speed required is relatively high. Shi San was stunned. He didn't expect that Tang San was not only good at forging, but also had such a deep understanding of these metals. Tang San, is your father really the blacksmith in the village? Why do I feel something is wrong? Unexpectedly, he mentioned his father again, and Tang San smiled bitterly, Uncle Shi, would he lie to you, otherwise how could I come to work for you to make money? That's right. Shi San nodded without thinking much. What kind of conversation is this between gods? One doesn't know how rich he is, and the other thinks the other is really poor? Su Ming pinched his nose and complained helplessly, I will give you Jianchen silver. I just want the weight. How to forge it is your business. After saying that, he left quickly. Did I say it wrong? Tang San scratched his head, not understanding why Su Ming's face looked wrong. However, thinking of Su Ming's current physical fitness, he immediately felt a heavy pressure. Under this situation, he probably won't be able to surpass this guy in his life. It seems that I have to try the soul training method I picked up that day. With a strange color flashing in his eyes, Tang San glanced at the direction where Su Ming left, and absent-mindedly returned to the blacksmith shop. Ding! Congratulations on practicing spiritual power for 10 days and getting a recipe for the nourishing spirit pill. The system always settles after stopping the practice. Walking on the mountain road in the forest, Su Ming just glanced at the reward roughly, without sadness or joy. The system seems to know what he needs. The nourishing spirit pill can indeed improve spiritual power, but how can Su Ming understand such things as alchemy? Moreover, the materials needed include 1,000-year-old flower deer antlers, ice soul dendrobium, etc., which are not easy to get. Maybe they can be used in the future, but at present, they are really useless for him. Su Ming's pace suddenly slowed down after returning to the valley. As if he had seen something strange and funny, he did not run to practice, but sat down to have fun. In the middle of the valley, a figure kept jumping up and down. Xiao Wu wore a blindfold and listened carefully to the movements around her. Snap, the sound of flapping wings sounded on the right, and the sound in her ears seemed to form an arc-shaped trajectory. Xiao Wu's face was overjoyed, and her figure jumped forward without hesitation. Swish! Before Xiao Wu could catch it, the palm-sized, brown bird suddenly fell down again. Xiao Wu missed it and landed on one foot. He quickly waved his hands to stabilize his body. There were many turtle doves in the back mountain. I don't know where this girl caught a turtle dove from, put it on a rope and put it here to practice mental power. However, it looked very funny. Bang! Su Ming was about to leave when he heard the sound of falling down. Looking at someone who was tripped by the rope and cursed, Su Ming was a little amused. Forget it, with this direction of effort, I can save myself some trouble. After leaving the valley, Su Ming gave this place to someone. Time has passed, and the green valley is now full of fallen leaves. The yellow leaves rise and fall with the wind, and they don't know where they will return. Like duckweed on the sea, they only bring up a sense of grandeur in the desolation. Pond, cliff. Puff. In a flash, a 4-centimeter diameter iron rod pierced into the cliff, about 4 meters from the ground. Su Ming flew up and kicked it a few times like a meteor stepping on the moon. Puff, puff, it sank into the cliff inch by inch. Powder kept exploding, and all the loose stones around it fell down. The iron rod, which was originally 1 meter long, only showed a few centimeters outside, and was hit into a round buckle by Su Ming with a hatchet, biting into the cliff like a tooth. Clang! The thick iron hook fell from above, hitting the cliff and sending sparks. There was a weight right below. The weight was made of heavy iron, pear-shaped, and the diameter of the round bottom looked to be 70 to 80 centimeters. Su Ming lifted the weight with all his strength, but it was still not easy even with his physical strength. The veins popped out and it looked very strenuous. The weight was firmly hung on the iron hook. As Su Ming loosened his strength, the terrifying weight even made the iron bar on it make a frightening clang sound, as if it would fall down at any time. Fortunately, there was no danger. Su Ming took out an ordinary hatchet. The 1,000-year soul ring was too conspicuous, so he could not use it casually. He had just bought the hatchet from the blacksmith shop, and he was wearing 100-kilogram 1,000-weight silver heavy armor at this moment. As for doing these irrelevant things on the cliff, Su Ming was just practicing swordsmanship. For short-range attacks, the Jinwu sword technique, which is wide open, swift, and domineering, is enough for now. For long-range attacks, Su Ming currently only has one sword finger. Indeed, the sword finger played a great role in the battle with the knife-armed Mantis. But Su Ming knew in his heart that he still lacked a long-range attack with great damage. Because the sword finger, which is condensed by the strength of soul power, is bound to be restricted by the strength of soul power. And Su Ming's soul power has been compressed to the extreme that he can currently bear at the soul master stage, and the quality of soul power can no longer be improved. In other words, unless he breaks through to the great soul master, the power of the sword finger will not increase with the increase of soul power, but the number of times will increase. With the hatchet hanging at his waist, Su Ming stared at the heavy weight in front of him. Swish! His left leg leaned back and stepped on his feet. The toe of his right foot tilted inward, and Su Ming's right arm fell steadily on his chest, parallel to his body. When he lowered his body, his eyes passed over his right arm and fell on the weight. Swish! Mud and sand splashed under his feet. Shocked like a flying dragon, moving like a rabbit. Like a flash of lightning, with only a flash of black light, the hatchet on Su Ming's waist has fallen into his hand. Clang! With sparks interweaving, Su Ming slashed upward with a domineering knife and landed on the weight. Ya! The 600-kilogram weight was shaking violently. The terrifying, all-out force made even Su Ming feel numb in his arms and slightly stepped back 2 steps. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the first level of Hunyuan Sword / Heavenly Strike once, proficiency +1. Su Ming took a deep breath and returned to his original position again. Clang! The heavy impact sounded again throughout the cliff. Su Ming also quietly felt the driving force of his body in the impact's sound. Chapter 46. 2 years later, Su Ming left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing Hunyuan Sword / First Level 1/4 Heavenly Strike once, Proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the first level of Hunyuan Sword / E 1/4 Heavenly Strike once, Proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations for practicing the second level of Hunyuan Sword / E 1/4 Flying Moon once, Proficiency +1. Ding! Congratulations for practicing the second level of Hunyuan Sword / E 1/4 Flying Moon once, Proficiency +1. Cold and summer, spring and autumn. Seasons change, and the surrounding scenery is also rotating. The back mountain, which was originally covered with green grass, is now covered with silver. The white snow is like cotton, constantly falling from the sky, pressing the flowers, plants, and trees underneath. Only a vast expanse of white snow and the wet grey-black cliffs are left, reflecting the color of the world. Swish! The sound of the sharp sword pierced the eardrum, as if to cut the air in half. Black light flashed and thunder roared, bombarding the devastated cliff. Boom! Like a grenade exploding, the energy of the explosion made the earth tremble. Broken stones flew, and holes were pierced in the frozen pond. The pond was already full of holes of all sizes. Swish! A deep sword mark was branded on the cliff again, and the standing boulder staggered and fell from the broken cliff. Plop! The ice layer of the pond was instantly blasted by the boulder, and the cold and piercing water gurgled out, exuding cold air. Beside the pond, there was a strange snow pile, half frozen, and the black color of the tip of the iceberg was exposed everywhere, emitting a metallic color. Bang! The black hatchet flew through the air and landed on the snow pile, leaving white marks on the ice on it, and clumps of snow fell clack. The blade of the hatchet have been curled and deformed, and can no longer be used. It looks like it has been abandoned. It is hard to believe that the hatchet, which is known for its sturdiness, has become like this. I wonder what kind of inhuman treatment it suffered in its previous life. Looking away. A man in black clothes stood tall like a proud plum, which was out of tune with the pale snow around him. The man was thin and slender, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a pair of black eyes as deep as ink. The black clothes fluttered, and just standing in the wind and snow, he gave people a sense of etherealness that was gradually fading away. He looked no more than 10 years old, and the baby fat on his face had completely disappeared, forming knife-like cheeks, as cold as the cliffs of Han, which made people stay away. It was snowing heavily, and the white snow covered his eyebrows, forming a snow sword shape, which made people feel even colder. Especially the pair of cold eyes that never changed for ages, which seemed to have no fluctuations, but always gave people a chilling feeling of palpitations. It was cold enough in the cold winter, but the man looked even colder than snow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second level of Hunyuan Sword / Flying Moon, and reward 5 strands of gold power. Hoo! The heat wave was exhaled from his mouth, and the coldness on Su Ming's face disappeared visibly, replaced by a touch of indifference, neither cold nor hot. Looking up at the sky, the white light, a snowflake fell, flashing in the clear and bright eyes. It has been almost 2 years since the completion of the practice of Tianji and the completion of the practice of Feiyu. 2 years. How long is it? Longer than the life of many animals. And how short is it? Shorter than the fraction of a soul beast's life. Looking at the broken walls of the cliff and the weight covered with cuts that was about to be broken in half, Su Ming's cold face was moved. Time flies, and there will always be evidence of people's existence. These are his evidence. Unfortunately, this is the last time I come here. It's like a knot of entanglement is untied, letting them go, and letting myself go at the same time. Stepping on the snowy path, Su Ming's lonely and unyielding figure gradually disappeared in the misty flying snow. Woo-woo ghost cries came from the cliff, and the cold wind swirled and hung large flakes of snow, covering the black stone slab where Su Ming just stood. In the blink of an eye, this space formed a unified snow white. There were only shallow footprints, as if telling the wind and snow that someone had been here before. When he came to the door of the dormitory, Su Ming seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, and he hesitated to go in. Swish! A bag was thrown out of the dormitory and fell into Su Ming's arms. Hey, I've packed your things for you. If you want to leave, leave early. You go. From now on, I'll be the boss of the academy. It's better if no one bullies me. The girl walked out with her arms folded across her chest, her face full of depression. Compared to 3 years ago, Xiao Wu has grown a lot taller. The baby fat on her face gradually disappeared, and her round face looked more watery, with the beauty of a lotus emerging from the water. The pair of pink eyes were still watery, but not so playful and frivolous, but more calm and rational. Even though she knew Su Ming was going to leave, she still looked rational, but she was obviously not in a good mood at the moment, and she was visibly angry. Su Ming knew that this girl was talking in anger. Although they always quarreled for 3 years, feelings could not lie. Even if he was reluctant to have such a childish sister, Su Ming had to admit the relationship between the two at this moment. Although he didn't know whether this bond would be good or bad in the future, it was not bad at the moment. I thought you would say something nice, but I didn't expect you to want me to leave so much. Forget it, I'd better leave early if I stay here to delay you. Su Ming pretended to be disappointed and took a step forward. Seeing this, Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly. She was still sarcastic when she left. If you want to leave, just leave. No one is stopping you. Humph. But seeing Su Ming really walk away, Xiao Wu panicked and chased after him. She grabbed Su Ming's arm, and the latter did not say anything about gender differences this time. Are you really going to leave? A low hum slowly came out from her cherry lips, and Xiao Wu's eyes were full of reluctance. Any relatives who leave will be reluctant to stay and say some touching words, but Xiao Wu did not do so and still asked the same question. Because she knew that if Su Ming really wanted to leave, she would definitely not be able to stop him. Stay in the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, the berserker body is no longer useful. If it weren't for practicing soul power and Hunyuan sword slash, he would have left here long ago. Now, his soul power has broken through to level 20. Su Ming was silent for a while, and finally smiled and comforted, all good things must come to an end. I'm not coming back, so there's no need to make it seem like a farewell. Besides, there's a grandfather in his 60s at home, and your troublesome sister. Even if I want to leave, how far can I go? Hearing the word sister, Xiao Wu felt sweet in her heart and pouted. Then you promise me that you will come back at least once a year, otherwise I will tell Grandpa that you skipped school. Tell Grandpa? Su Ming smiled helplessly. I've taught you for 2 years, but you're still a girl who never grows up. Okay, I'll come back once a year. Su Ming rubbed Xiao Wu's head, and the latter showed a little smile on her face. The wind and snow hit his face, and Su Ming slowly walked towards the gate of the academy. Xiao Wu followed him reluctantly, as if she wanted to see him off. Without my supervision, you can't fall behind in cultivation. Okay, I know. You look reassuring now, and I don't need to worry about anything. So you always disliked me and wanted to beat me up. Who told you that? Grandpa. There's a crazy girl at home, which old father doesn't want to beat her up. I'll tell Grandpa when I get home that you want to be my dad. You're still so childish. Farewell talks are always so light, and the voices are gradually drowned out by the wind and snow, but their enthusiasm remains. The wind and snow can send you off for thousands of miles. It's a pity that even though the wind can go thousands of miles away, people can't. Parting is always a meeting of two, and one person goes home alone. In the dormitory, Xiao Wu, with her head full of white hair, stared blankly at Su Ming's empty bed, so cold that people dared not approach. She grabbed the corner of her clothes and endured for a long time, but in the end she couldn't control it, and hot tears slid from the corners of her eyes across her cheeks. Brother! The streets were covered with snow and people were sad. Su Ming felt heavy in his heart as he walked slowly on the slippery ground. He asked himself if he was a sentimental person, but he could not escape the emotion of the world. Swish! Su Ming frowned, as if he had noticed something, and his mental power spread out instantly. If mental power was visible, it would be found that Su Ming's mental power spread out layer by layer like a spider web, with a radius of more than 20 meters. In 2 years, Su Ming only did 3 things, one of which was to exercise his mental power. Spiderweb-like exploration is the most energy-saving way. Although it is not clear, the general outline is enough. In Su Ming's mind, a ripple-like portrait appeared. He was not tall, 160 centimeters tall, and seemed to be wearing something around his waist that could make his mental power exploration disappear. Swish! He slowly raised his hand, and something seemed to shoot out from his hand. Su Ming looked up, and as if he had understood, he stretched his fingers forward, and a 10-centimeter spike was caught between his fingers. Su Ming did not get angry but laughed. you don't hide when you shoot hidden weapons, but you have to stand out. Even if it's just to say hello, there's no need to do this, right? In the middle of the road, Tang San shrugged indifferently and sneered, it's okay to use it on others, but I don't want to give you a chance to beat me if I use it on you. Really? Su Ming grinned and turned his wrist, I really want to beat you up now. If you crawl back later, don't blame me. Who crawls back is still uncertain. Tang San smiled and snorted, and blue light surged on his palm. Swish, clusters of dark blue vine-shaped blue-silver grass sprang out, with snake patterns on them and protruding spikes all over the body. With the injection of white soul power, the blue-silver grass grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, his arms became thicker, and the snake marks on them became clearer. The vines were like big snakes circling around Tang San and choosing people to bite. At the same time, two bright yellow angular circles appeared on the bottom of his feet. Great Spirit Master? Su Ming looked calm, as if he had expected it, and smiled. You just became a Great Spirit Master and you can't wait to run over to get beaten. Aren't you afraid of your self-confidence being hit? Chapter 47. Is it possible that I created it? The streets were filled with wind and snow, and it was cold and shivering. There were very few passers-by, only two figures stood quietly. It was cold and frozen, and the backs of the two became a vast expanse of white. If I don't come now, I don't know when we will see each other again. I don't want to leave any regrets. You can leave if you want, but it depends on your ability. The smile on his face disappeared quickly, Tang San's expression was solemn, and his eyes were filled with purple airflow. Since he came to the Nodding City Junior Spirit Master Academy, he has been suppressed by Su Ming. The biggest enemy is about to leave, the two soul warriors fought one after another, and the soul masters fought another. He had already become a great soul master, and it was time for the two to put a perfect end to their battle, so that he would not regret it in the future. Sensing Tang San's vigorous fighting spirit, Su Ming took out a hatchet from the space ring. Swish, the bamboo hat on his head was ruthlessly thrown on the snow. The cold wind blew, and it seemed that countless termites crawled up. Tang San raised his eyebrows. Su Ming, you look down on me too much. Do you want to defeat me, a great soul master, with this hatchet? Swish. Rather than explaining, Su Ming chose a more useful way. He rushed over with the hatchet in his hand like lightning. All the wind and snow in front of him were defeated, as if there was an invisible aura wrapped around him, like a bullet bursting out of a chest, with an astonishing speed. Su Ming, you are too arrogant. The purple eyes widened, Tang San's inner anger was ignited, and his hands turned into a crystal milky white. Swish! Like a ghost, there was no trace on the ground. It seemed that several phantoms appeared behind Tang San, and only the figure in the front was the most solid. In a flash, the two figures were about to collide. Swish! Su Ming took the lead in launching an attack, the knife in his hand was raised vertically, and the heavy back attacked the chest of the former. Su Ming's posture of holding the knife was very strange, the blade was facing the hand, and the thumb holding the handle was facing the tail end, which was a completely opposite grip. This was the yin hand knife. His momentum also changed suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged, and the posture of raising the knife seemed to be tempered by thousands of hammers, and it was natural. Just one move, Tang San knew that his purple extreme demon pupil was in a bad situation. Su Ming's reaction speed was too fast, even faster than himself who had the purple extreme demon pupil. Moreover, he felt the presence of spiritual power around him. Terrible opponent. The fighting spirit in his heart surged more and more. It was a great pleasure in life to be able to compete with such an enemy. Tang San reacted not slow at all. He stretched out his arms instantly and pushed his palms downward with all his strength. Dang! Two powerful forces collided with each other, and the terrifying air wave blew away the surrounding wind and snow, revealing a piece of ground with a diameter of 2 meters. The raised wind and snow had not yet subsided, and a figure was blown away like a kite with a broken string. The figure in the air flipped back, and the huge force made him stagger to the ground. Tang San pressed his right hand on the ground, and his whole arm was shaking uncontrollably, filled with numbness. Tang San groaned, his expression was horrified and solemn. How many layers of strength did you use in this attack? 50%. Su Ming was frugal with words, and the simple two words made Tang San's mouth twitch, and he wanted to swear in his heart. He practiced the mysterious jade hand and worked in the blacksmith shop, swinging a sledgehammer every day, and his arms had long been forged like steel. Originally, he thought that Su Ming was only holding an ordinary hatchet, and he could easily take it. But he didn't expect that the simple swing of the knife would contain such a terrifying force. Pure and fierce force, condensed a little and exploded. Tang San instantly thought of the chaotic cloak hammer. It seemed that the opponent's force was similar. Swish, the milky white soul power wrapped around his arm like a white snake. Tang San slowly stood up and clenched his fingers into fists again. Under normal circumstances, I may not be your opponent, but I still want to try. Watch it, this is the technique I learned before, wrapping the mysterious jade hand with extremely pure soul power, it should be enough to block your attack. Tang San's eyes were bright, and the milky white airflow in his palm became more viscous, emitting fierce energy fluctuations. A familiar feeling came to his mind. Su Ming pinched his nose, a little embarrassed for Tang San. The scene in front of him, I am afraid no one is more familiar than him. Tang Hao, that guy, really gave Tang San the method of refining soul power. However, from the way Tang San activated it, he did not seem to compress the soul power of his whole body, but only tempered part of the soul power and used it with the Xuanyu hand. Single point compression is a method. Feeling that Tang San's idea was biased, Su Ming couldn't help shaking his head and reminded. Tang San, even if you blocked my attack just now, you still can't block the attack later. Defeating a person is not as simple as blocking once. If you really keep fighting like this, you can't beat me. Tang San thought for a while, and finally had to nod and admit it. Without using soul skills, I am indeed not your opponent. But this doesn't mean I will lose. Before the voice fell, Tang San had already moved, approaching Su Ming like lightning. Su Ming just stood there this time, with his knife and arm across his chest, without any extra movements, and it seemed that he was not going to attack. Seeing Tang San reach him, Su Ming quickly used his yin hand knife, and swung his arm domineeringly, directly hitting the former's face. Swish! A few strands of hair fell, and Su Ming's attack actually missed. The strange power that seemed to rush out from the ground just now made his knife power rise a little. Bang! The upward palm pushed out with lightning speed, and the strong Xiantiangong internal force in Tang San's body burst out. Only a dull sound was heard, and a fierce palm hit Su Ming's left fist that was resisting with his arm bent. The two people's left hands collided, and they actually formed a wrestling situation. It's just that Su Ming's face was relaxed, while Tang San was a little gloomy. One blocked and the other attacked, and it was obvious which one was lighter and which one was heavier. Bang! The fist pushed Tang San away, and Su Ming stood up, his eyes looking fearless. Don't be restrained, any moves will do, I'm not as weak as you think, it will not affect my departure this time. Seeing through, Tang San looked up in surprise, and seeing the latter's sincere eyes, he also realized something and took a deep breath. The ghostly shadow reappeared. This time, Tang San's speed was faster, like a ghost drifting through the snow. Swish! As he moved forward, his fingers kept moving, and every time he flicked, a sonic boom would sound. Hidden weapons. Densely packed hidden weapons. Bone-penetrating nails, scimitars, locust stones, gold coin darts, and gold coins were scattered all over the sky. The mental power immediately spread out in a fan shape. At the same time, a refined and powerful black energy shield emerged from Su Ming's body. Ding 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 ding, countless hidden weapons burst into the energy shield, like dense rain knocking on the window, and pearls falling on a jade plate. Such a dense attack, even if you see it, makes your scalp numb. Upon closer inspection, the tiny flying needles were seen hitting the black light and were instantly deflected. Even the bone-piercing nails seemed to be pulled by a huge force and their speed slowed down. There were very few hidden weapons that could penetrate the black energy shield, and they were finally chopped away by the hatchet in Su Ming's hand. This guy's soul power was so pure? Tang San's eyes changed in shock, and before he could think about it, the first soul ring on his feet lit up immediately. Tang San's judgment was extremely accurate. While Su Ming was restrained by the hidden weapons and could not launch an attack, the opponent would definitely not be able to cut off the blue-silver grass like last time. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen vines with thick arms rushed towards Su Ming, as if they had opened their bloody mouths to swallow him. Boom! As expected, Su Ming was instantly surrounded by the blue-silver grass. Wrapped like a dumpling. With the blessing of two soul rings, the first soul ring is the mandragora snake, and the second soul ring is the ghost vine. The toughness of the blue-silver grass is no longer what it used to be. The current blue-silver entanglement is impossible to be easily broken even by ordinary Great Soul Masters. It should be a sure thing, but Tang San's face was not excited at all. He stared at the big dumpling in front of him and slowly raised his right arm. Under the sleeves, 3 crossbows were ready to go, and the cold light was terrifying. The martial soul is an extension of the body. Tang San could feel that Su Ming was not trapped by the blue-silver entanglement. The sound of thumping heartbeats sounded, and the cage formed by the blue-silver grass not only did not close, but expanded outwards. The dark light overflowed from the gaps in the blue-silver grass, as if something was rushing out. Swish! Feeling the blue-silver grass was being cut off, and a spiritual force located himself. Tang San was shocked and immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The extreme black light exploded, and a big hole was broken in the blue-silver grass cage. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color. It seemed that only the dazzling black light existed between the sky and the earth, extremely sharp. Swish! The black light flashed, and the ice and snow on the street splashed, blocking the view. Tang San was dumbfounded, and before he could react, the sound of metal bursting and collapsing sounded behind him. On the street, a deep cut of more than 10 meters long was shocking. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and Tang San subconsciously looked back. More than 10 meters away, the metal bronze statue was cut and fell to the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the granite wall behind was also swallowed by the crescent moon. From a distance, not only the granite was in trouble, but even the buildings behind were cut. In front of the black light, everything became as fragile as tofu. Swish! The blue-silver grass around Tang San disappeared. You lost. The cold words came out of his mouth, and the hatchet in Su Ming's hand disappeared. Yes. Lost. For the 3rd time, I lost to a person, it's really unbearable. Tang San's eyes were depressed, helpless, but also with a bit of relief. With a bitter smile on his face, Tang San said, the move just now should not be your spirit ring skill, it's more like you created it yourself, right? That's good. Su Ming picked up the hat and shook off the snow on it. It's not my own creation, it just existed a long time ago, I just learned it. Su Ming put on the hat again, stepped on the snow and prepared to leave. Learned it? Tang San naturally didn't believe this statement. Self-created spirit skills are in line with one's own creation, not suitable for others. If he didn't want to say it, then forget it. Tang San looked at Su Ming who passed by him, his eyes became a little strange. Your soul power fluctuation just now doesn't feel like ordinary soul power. I'm very curious, where did you learn it from? Su Ming paused, and when he looked back at him, a little teasing appeared on his face. Do you think there is a possibility that it was actually created by me? Swish! The air suddenly became quiet. Tang San's face turned dark, and he left angrily without looking back, as if some prehistoric beast was chasing him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Tang San above his level, and rewarded with ice silk armor. Chapter 48 Stardo Great Forest Golden Tooth Rat. Northeast of Notting City, more than 300 miles. The wilderness is vast, and the endless grassland has been destroyed by the cold wind, showing a decayed color. The wind is very strong and cold, and people can't stop. Fortunately, the ground is not covered with ice and snow, and it seems to be blown away by the strong wind. I 1/2 n, I 1/2 n, I 1/2 n, I 1/2 n, the sound of horse hooves crushed the noise of the cold wind, and the sound of bells could be heard from time to time. The sound of the bells was pleasant and clear, as if it was driving away the solemnity and loneliness of the road. Looking from a distance, a bay horse appeared on the road. It was so small and pitiful in the vast grassland. Not to mention, it was just a young horse. The one carrying the hunchback was just a boy. The little man and the little horse, a perfect match. Wang Ke, you are not lost, are you? Are you sure you took this road? To avoid making the same mistake again, the boy tightened the reins in his hand. He looked around, and his deep eyes were suspicious. There was no village or shop in front of him, and it didn't look like a main road at all. The horse looked tough but honest with its body. It peed and sprayed a small puddle on the road. The muddy water was bubbling, and the smell was spreading. The boy's face was frozen, and he had the urge to kill the horse after it has done its job. But considering the horse's merits, the grill was still not its best destination. Snap! The whip fell, and the strong front hoof was raised high, and fell down with a flick. The handsome horse ran quickly into the distance with the chirping sound. Clang clang clang, stumble and make a sound, a football-sized stone elopes with the horse. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. A long sigh sounded, and the boy quickly rushed towards the distant mountains and forests. Woo woo! The light yellow light swayed, like the fine wine in a crystal glass, flickering and ethereal. In the transition of colors, the curves that seemed to be there and not there were ups and downs, indescribable and unpredictable. The wonderful feeling, even describing it, seems to be unsatisfactory. It seems that I have never seen such a natural and light dance. Beside the fire, the boy stared at the flames with his bright eyes without any impurities. The boy looked handsome, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. His white skin reflected the color of the fireworks. His yellow wax skin and bright eyes made him look more resolute and tough. In his eyes, a hint of heat could be seen, as if the light of ideal was surging. After a while, several earthen balls were dug out from the fire. Bang! The boy tapped carefully and gently, and the hardened soil cracked, revealing the ripe leaves inside. Instantly, a rich fragrance with a hint of medicine came to his nose under the heat wave. The wonderful fragrance and tempting meaty taste seemed to contain an incomparable treasure. The boy was drooling and hurriedly tore open the outer package. Looking at the crispy outside and tender inside, golden and crispy beggar chicken, he took a big bite without any melancholy. Sure enough, it's worth spending some time learning these things. The expression was so beautiful that it was almost intoxicated. The boy was none other than Su Ming, who left Notting City. It had been a week since the departure. Su Ming's destination for this trip was very clear, which was the largest gathering area of soul beasts in Douluo continent. It was not only for hunting soul beasts, but more importantly, it could improve his combat skills. After filling his stomach, Su Ming built a simple nest with stones, and on top were large leaves, layered and airtight. Lying comfortably in the nest, Su Ming curled up and covered himself with a blanket, feeling extremely comfortable. Swish! A crystal blue box appeared in front of him. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 20. Martial Soul, Chopping Knife, Quality Purple, 3625/5000. Special Constitution, Berserker Body. Soul Skills, Breathing Technique, Light Kung Fu, Perfect, Golden Crow Sword Technique, Perfect, Mixed Element Sword Slash, Second Level Perfect, Gathering Spirit Technique, Great Completion. Items, LV2 Recovery Pill, Dragon Essence Blood, Millennium Titan Snake Meat, Nourishing Spirit Pill Recipe, Ice Silk Armor, 10,000 Year Silver Moon Wolf Bone. Strength, 142. Defense, 138. Spirit, 150. Su Ming's eyes were extremely focused as he swiped his fingers, as if he was playing with a mobile phone. Compared to 2 years ago, both his soul power and martial soul quality have been greatly improved, and his skills and soul techniques have also made great progress. The only drawback is that his physical fitness has not increased much, only a few dozen points. You should know that in just 1 year, he improved by more than 90 points, but in 2 years, he only improved by half. It's not that Su Ming doesn't want to improve, but it's just physical training, and that's the bottleneck. If a person can improve his physical fitness infinitely by running and weight training, he will really become a scion. Su Ming's physical value at this moment has already reached the limit of what a soul master can reach, and it has increased a lot because of the existence of the berserker body. Although the academy is good, it is still a novice village after all. After turning off the screen, Su Ming's eyelids slowly closed, and the world became quiet. As he breathed through his nose, a faint white airflow flowed into Su Ming's body. Energy flowed down and gathered in his abdomen. There, a tornado kept spinning and swallowing energy, but there was no sign of any growth. The Stardo Great Forest, located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, mostly belongs to the Xingluo Empire. Of course, the Tiando Empire does not recognize this. Unlike the Soul Hunting Forest, a paradise for low-level soul masters, the Stardo Great Forest is a paradise for high-level soul masters. Here, the 100-year soul beasts are lucky and unfortunate. Fortunately, few soul masters who come to hunt soul beasts target them. Unfortunately, they can be killed by soul beasts at any time, just like stepping on ants. The soul masters who came here basically needed 1,000-year soul rings or 10,000-year soul rings, so their strength could be imagined. After another week of traveling, Su Ming arrived at a small town, which was less than 100 miles away from the Xingda Great Forest. Various shops and stalls can be seen everywhere in the town. When you look around, you can see armor, weapons, and herbs. It looks exactly the same as the trading market where I played games in my previous life. The town relies on the Star Forest for its livelihood, and its business is naturally related to this aspect. However, it is winter, and there is still snow on the ground, so the business in the town is not as lively as before. After buying some necessary things here, Su Ming ran towards the Star Forest. After another day's journey, Su Ming finally arrived at the largest gathering place for soul beasts. In this forest that covers the sky, the ancient and heavy atmosphere is overwhelming, as if returning to the distant Jurassic period. Just this magnificent scene makes people tremble, not to mention the terrifying crisis that may be encountered at any time in the forest. Swish! Su Ming stepped on the branches, and his figure kept moving inside. Due to the accumulated snow, the branches became smooth, and his speed slowed down a lot. It was not until the Millennium Soul Beast appeared in his perception that Su Ming knew he had entered the Millennium Soul Beast area. After searching nearby for a day, Su Ming found a Millennium Golden-Toothed Rat. It was called a Golden-Toothed Rat, but it was actually a squirrel, with grey-brown fur, smooth curves, and unusual smoothness. Standing on the snow, its furry tail tilted upwards, its deep blue eyes sparkled, looking around, constantly observing the movements around it. In its arms, it was holding a nut bigger than a basketball, like a treasure, and couldn't let it go. The most eye-catching thing was naturally its pair of golden big teeth, with sharp lower tips emitting sharp light, which was definitely a magical tool for opening shells and breaking armor. Swish! Su Ming landed lightly on the branch, but the snow at his feet didn't obey and fell. The golden-toothed rat was instantly surprised, and ran towards the tree as fast as lightning, and the nut was also abandoned by it in the snow. The 1-meter body did not affect its climbing at all. It moved as fast as a rabbit. Su Ming only saw the afterimage, and it disappeared. Su Ming did not chase it. The fangs of the golden-toothed rat were strong and sharp, and could bite through the strong armor of crustaceans. But the overall property was wind-oriented, which was not completely compatible with the hatchet, and Su Ming did not want to completely fix the second soul skill on speed. The golden-toothed rat was not the target, but this was Su Ming's hunting point. I hope I'll have good luck. Muttering to himself, several palm-sized golden peanuts fell from the sky and lay quietly on the snow in front of Su Ming. Putting on a bamboo hat, Su Ming quietly sat cross-legged on the branch, waiting for the predestined beast to take the bait. This sitting lasted for 5 days. The nuts abandoned by the golden-toothed rat had disappeared, leaving only the golden peanuts lying there quietly. Every time the golden-toothed rat passed by, Su Ming would use a sword finger to scare it away. There was not much wind and snow inside the forest, but as time went by, a layer of white snow still accumulated on Su Ming's body. Like an ice sculpture, only a pair of eyes were exposed, shining brightly and full of spirit. With a piece of meat in his mouth, Su Ming's mouth corners slowly moved, not daring to make any sound. Finally, half a month later, the peanuts on the snow decreased. The peanuts were not stolen by the golden-toothed rat, because Su Ming's mental power had always been shrouded around the golden peanuts. It was an illusory figure, almost invisible to the naked eye, with only a faint air flow. Su Ming sensed it for a moment and found that it was a rat. Yes, a huge black rat with a big belly. Su Ming had never seen a rat with such a bulging belly, and it even reminded him of the knife-armed mantis last time. Although the body shape looked weird, the rat was extremely flexible, even faster than the golden-toothed rat. So that under Su Ming's mental perception, it only appeared for a moment, and then the golden peanut disappeared strangely. But it was this moment that made Su Ming excited, and he felt that the past half-month was not wasted. Unfortunately, the timing was wrong, and Su Ming did not alert the enemy. Finally, after a month of waiting, to the east of the golden peanut area, a small puddle of water appeared due to the melting snow. It was a nearly straight path leading to the dark woods in the distance. Chapter 49 The Second Soul Ring, Sunshu. Winter. Why did Su Ming choose to leave Nodding City in winter? Wouldn't spring, summer, and even autumn be more suitable? The reason is very simple. The soul beast that Su Ming needs to hunt can only be hunted in winter. It's not that the lifespan of this soul beast is extremely short, but because it snows in winter, it is easier to find the traces of this soul beast by relying on snow. Seeing that the traces of melting snow were becoming more and more obvious, Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Crack! The ice on his body broke, and a large amount of snow fell from Su Ming's arms and fell on the bushes. The black soul power floated, dispelling the stiffness of the joints. So Ming was like a flying swallow, stepping on the snow and heading east quickly. He kept his eyes on the ground, staring at the trace of melting snow. After a while, he came to a circular open area. The sun shone directly from above. It was about 50 meters in diameter, surrounded by towering trees, but this place was unusually flat, like the bottom of a bowl. From above, it looked like a bush covered with snow. But through his mental power, So Ming could feel that the space under the snow was solid, without any branches supporting the snow. Thatched grass, dead branches, and rotten leaves, the space under the snow was full of these things. In the central area, there was an area not covered by white snow, and large patches of black and yellow leaves were exposed, confirming that So Ming's exploration was correct. It seemed that some animal crawled through the snow, leaving a shallow mark of melting snow on the snow, leading to the round piece of dead branches and rotten leaves. But the strange thing was that there was only one trace on the ground. The dead branches and rotten leaves pressed so tightly that there was no airflow, let alone a cave entrance, and even no air holes. Looking at the round piece of dead grass, So Ming's tough eyes were faintly hot, and he took out the killing knife from the space ring. The cold eyes and sharp blade light condensed into a line and flashed away. So Ming turned sideways, stepped back with his left foot to accumulate strength, and his right leg was in a bow step to accumulate strength. The killing knife fell to his waist, and his right hand was bent across his chest, and his body's center of gravity fell. The movements were smooth and the momentum was refined and complete, as if he had merged into this world. His expression and behavior were like a cheetah on the hunt, ready to explode the energy contained in his body at any time and launch a meteor-chasing moon attack. Feeling So Ming's emotions, the killing blade kept shaking and making a cheerful sound. So Ming hadn't used the killing blade for 2 years. He didn't use it in the battle with the great spirit master teacher of the academy. He didn't use it in the face of Tang San. But this time, he must ensure a one-hit victory. Once he fails, there will be no second chance. Swish! As if unable to bear it, the snow on the tree slid down. In this lightning moment, So Ming also moved. No one saw clearly how he moved. Only the clear sound of the knife was heard, and the hatchet on his waist had fallen into his hand. His left leg had already stepped forward, his body leaned forward, the tip of the knife pointed downward, and he was in a posture of slashing down. In an instant, his ruddy face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his spirit was listless. Swish! The white rainbow cuts jade at night, and the purple air dries up the stars at night. In the sky, a dark new moon seemed to appear. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be cut open, revealing a black airflow. No one could describe the brilliance and splendor of this knife. All we knew was that it was sharp and irresistible, and one more look would make people feel cold all over. The black new moon sank into the dead branches, without the imagined roar, but cut in with a swoosh. Boom! The earth shook, and endless dead branches and leaves accompanied by snowflakes rushed into the sky in a dull roar. What a terrifying attack! Even if it exploded underground, a large pit of rotten leaves with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters, moldy and hot, was still blown out on the ground. Looking at the explosion, So Ming's face was as calm as a mirror, without any ripples. The Hunyuan sword slashes to concentrate the power to slash a shocking blow, which is a sure kill technique. The first level asterisk slashing the sky, an incomparable and domineering attack, can instantly burst out twice or even more power of the body's limit, pouring out the power. The second level asterisk flying moon, a dazzling energy attack, is what So Ming just performed. Even if he defeated Tang San, So Ming only used 50% of his strength. And the previous knife was almost all of So Ming's, and the soul power in his body has been exhausted. Tick! The bright red color suddenly spread on the snow. Drops of blood, like plum blossoms, appeared out of thin air. It seemed that some force was pulling it forward, and a 2-meter-long blood drop mark fell on the snow-covered ground. Plop! A heavy sound of falling to the ground sounded, and a black shadow appeared out of thin air on the ground. Before anyone could see clearly, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the ground collapsed with a bang. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a circular pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters appeared in front of him. The inside seemed to be hollowed out, and the side walls were as smooth as a water tank. So Ming was overjoyed, and flew like an arrow, falling into the pit. A few seconds later, his figure soared into the sky and flew quickly into the forest. So Ming was holding a giant rat that was fatter than him, with blood oozing from the numerous wounds on his body. It was a 1.5-meter tall giant rat, with fine and dense hair, like a buffalo, tightly attached to the skin and flesh, more like complete leather, and extremely slippery. Of course, there was also the belly. It was as round as a water tank, with extremely uncoordinated body proportions, and 3 circles of white patterns on its belly. Like last time, Su Ming found a quiet little cave. Finally successful. Su Ming stared at the giant rat in front of him with bright eyes, his eyes trembling slightly. If it were any other soul master, he would definitely not know what kind of rat it was. Because it is extremely rare, even as special as the mirror beast hunted by Oscar. This rat is called Suan rat. Suan also means wind. It is extremely fast, so fast that it cannot be caught at all. The soul master community generally believes that Suan rat is a wind attribute soul beast. But Su Ming knows that it is not a wind attribute, but a beast without attribute. The reason why it is strange is that Suan rat is a 100-year soul beast born by inheriting its mother's energy, and stays underground all year round, and is undoubtedly a house beast. And its fur can deceive the detection of mental power, making it extremely difficult for soul masters to find its traces, and related records are extremely rare. Soul beasts need to find food, and Suan rat is no exception. Every time it goes out in an energy body. The energy body is almost transparent and can hardly be captured by the naked eye, but the slightest sign can be detected by mental power. When the energy body is attacked, the Suan rat will choose to abandon it without hesitation, just like a gust of wind disappearing out of thin air in front of the eyes, so there is the title of Suan rat. If you want to hunt, you can only use the energy body to cause the snow to melt, and it can only be done in winter. As for why they choose to fish in the territory of the golden-toothed rat, it is because the stomach of the Suan rat needs to store a lot of energy to create the energy body. But the Suan rat is extremely lazy by nature, and being neighbors with the golden-toothed rat, a large grain storage household, has become the best choice for every Suan rat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for hunting the 1,000-year-old Suan rat, and reward the mental shielding mask. An energy body can completely open up the shackles of battle. Without being disturbed by the system, Su Ming took a deep breath, and a strong joy flashed across his face, with a hint of madness. A 1,000-year purple soul ring rose under his feet. In front of him, silver lines flashed on the black blade, and a strong golden airflow flowed on the blade. At this moment, the entire blade of the hatchet was almost golden, and the edge was sharp. It seems that if you look at it a few more times, your eyes will be stung by the knife light. The purple soul ring of Suncha slowly put on Su Ming's hatchet. When absorbing the soul ring, Su Ming's face was surprisingly calm, as if he didn't feel anything. He closed his eyes and meditated, looking calm, just like sleeping. As the soul ring was absorbed, the martial soul hatchet also underwent subtle changes. On the black blade outside the silver pattern, the smooth surface became rough, with tiny textures floating one by one, like fur. The energy of Suncha's soul ring was as gentle and lazy as its personality. It leisurely wandered around the meridians for a few times, further strengthened Su Ming's body, and then honestly poured it into the abdomen, playing badly and being swallowed by the black tornado. Although not as violent as the energy of the knife-arm mantis, the energy of Suncha was extremely huge, even 3 or 4 times more than that of the knife-arm mantis. Even though the cyclone in his body was constantly compressed, Su Ming felt that his soul power was constantly filling up and was about to break through level 22. Chapter 50, Sparring Partner, Dark Gold Fear Claw Bear. Swish! Like a light swallow, Su Ming's figure kept jumping on the top of the tree. While he was panting, his originally clear back became a black dot. The cold weather froze his bones, and the cold wind blew on his face. The mouth and nose exhaled white heat waves, which were instantly blown away by the cold wind. With a hiss, a footprint was imprinted in the snow on the top of the tree, and Su Ming flew away quickly. He kept looking down with the corner of his eyes, as if looking for something. Unfortunately, it seems that he never saw the figure he wanted to see. After searching for a few days, God blessed him and finally let Su Ming find a cave. Through his mental power, he could see a figure lying inside that looked like a hill. It lazily leaned on the stone in the cave, with its huge horse hoof-like gums, and its head rubbed against the stone wall behind it from time to time. A thick layer of powder had been scraped off the ground. It was a giant bear that was sleeping soundly, and it was about 3 meters tall. That burly and explosive body seemed to have invisible pressure coming. Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Su Ming's pupils shook, and he was about to shout. The giant bear had thick arms, and the muscles on its shoulders were like small hills. There was no doubt that it had terrifying power. What was even more terrible was the extremely sharp claws at the front of his arms. According to perception, the length of the claws was about 1 meter. Su Ming's heart was solemn. He had finally found it, so he naturally couldn't back down. Swish! 2 soul rings appeared at the bottom of his feet. The purple was noble and cold, and people couldn't help but worship it. Let me see how this second soul skill works in actual combat. Knowing the horror of the dark gold terror claw bear, Su Ming activated his only defense soul skill. As the second soul ring lit up, a breeze blew around instantly. Su Ming's body did not change at all. The hatchet in his hand did not change at all. Is this second soul skill ineffective? Su Ming's face was obviously much more relaxed. Swish! He swung the hatchet in his hand, and the black blade light burst out instantly. The blade light flew into the huge hole and exploded in the cave. Roar! The furious roar sounded like thunder. The sound waves spread from the cave to the surroundings like a tide, as if to smash people's internal organs. Boom, boom, Su Ming felt the big tree under his feet shaking. At the entrance of the cave, a pair of copper bell-sized eyes emitted a terrifying red light. The dark golden belly was exposed to the sun, and the terrifying claws swung gently, hissing, cutting the surrounding air. Roar! The dark gold terror claw bear walked out of the cave with a fierce look, scanning the surroundings with its cold eyes. Horrible! Strong! Indestructible! Several words instantly appeared in Su Ming's mind. The 3-meter-tall body, the sharp claws, just standing there, gave people a feeling of suffocation and invincibility. Without the second soul skill, let alone fighting, I guess I will have to run away immediately if I meet the dark gold terror claw bear. The trembling spiritual light in his eyes solidified, and Su Ming tightly grasped the hatchet in his hand. Roar! Discovering Su Ming, the dark gold terror claw bear immediately roared furiously at this side. The strong energy mixed with soul power pulled and chewed the leaves, turning them into blades and flying. Even the top of the tree was bent by the impact of the air wave and could break at any time. Rustle! As the sound fell, countless leaves scattered from the sky. Even with the soul shield resisting, Su Ming still felt a tightness in his chest. Dark gold terror claw bear, it really lives up to its reputation. With a proud smile, Su Ming jumped down from the tree as if he saw prey. Roar! Feeling provoked, the dark gold terror claw bear glared coldly, and its thick legs suddenly exploded with force, the ground cracked, and its huge body actually flew up. Pervert! Su Ming's movements were not slow at all. He leaned sideways, lowered his center of gravity, restrained his edge, and was ready to go. The hatchet on his waist clanged. He stared at the dark gold claw with lightning eyes, intending to use Sky Strike to fight back. Roar! Seeing that Su Ming did not dodge, the dark gold claw bear swung down his shoulder without any hesitation. The claws were so sharp that Su Ming couldn't help feeling a little cold. But his eyes were always bright and sharp. The ultimate gold is determined. Bang! The crisp collision sound was like the sky shattering, shocking human heart. He used all his strength to attack Sky Strike, pouring out all the strength in Su Ming's body. One knife and one claw, stirring up dazzling sparks. Instantly, the man and the bear separated. Su Ming's face turned pale, and his figure quickly retreated, and everything below the knees was buried in the mud. 2 scratches of 5 or 6 meters were left on the ground. The falling figure of the dark gold terror claw bear stopped, and was lifted up and flew backwards. Swish! Both sides stopped at the same time. One man and one bear, tacit understanding. They all looked at their arms. At least 7 or 8,000 pounds, not all the strength. Su Ming exhaled a breath of cold air, and looked at the dark gold terror claw bear with both surprise and envy. At that moment, he felt that his arm hit a 10,000 jin iron wall and was almost broken. You know, he has been practicing Sky Strike with a weight for 2 years, and he can even cut 1,000 jin weight. A full-strength attack, the force is at least more than 4,000 jin. But even so, it was still ruthlessly defeated by the dark gold terror claw bear. Su Ming was terrified, and the dark gold terror claw bear was also a little confused at this moment. Just now, I seem to be flying? With a fierce look in his eyes, there was a hint of stupidity. The dark gold terror claw bear did not take action immediately, but instead looked at the human cub in front of him. It couldn't figure out how the cub, who could be killed by a slap, could have such a strong body. Chi! One man and one bear, their cold eyes intertwined again. In terms of strength, Su Ming knew that he had lost, and lost completely. And he didn't expect to win. But this battle is not over. Hua, the first soul ring of 1,000 years is madly rhythmic. Shua. The silver light surged on the hatchet, like the moon shining on the frost and snow, and the cold front was pressing. The fallen leaves were split in half, and in the gap, a person could be vaguely seen rushing towards the dark gold claw bear. Swish! The dark gold claws waved, and the air made a crisp sound like paper. Su Ming was very nervous and immediately bent down to avoid dodge, and hold the hatchet across his chest to prevent the dark gold claw bear from further attacking. With a swish, Su Ming successfully passed through the dark gold claw bear's armpit. At the moment of passing through, Su Ming's eyes were filled with cold light, staring directly at the dark gold claw bear. The dark gold claw bear's movements froze slightly, and a moment of emptiness flashed across its fierce eyes. Bang! The thick-skinned man slapped the ground with his palm, and Su Ming flipped forward and rolled up with a silver moon upside down. With a flash of cold light, the hatchet passed through the dark gold claw bear's shoulder, and the iron tree produced silver flowers, and sparks ding-ding shot out. The dark gold claw bear grimaced in pain, and its thick waist turned violently, and its sharp claws were impeccable. It is simply unimaginable that with such a huge body, its movement speed would be so fast. No wonder it can survive for 100 years. Killing 1,000-year soul beasts, even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts can be matched. Behemoth bloodline, so terrifying. Knowing that the dark gold terror claw bear is powerful, Su Ming had already used the impact force to withdraw, and the former instantly swung into the air. Boom! Boom! The dark gold terror claw bear kicked the ground frantically with its front paws, its neck almost touching the ground, and raised its head to roar at Su Ming in the most violent way. The earth trembled, and the sky was furious. Cold, brutal. The dark gold terror claw bear seemed to be completely in a frenzy, and its claws shot out dark golden light, indestructible and unmatched. Swish! In an instant, the dark gold terror claw bear rushed straight towards Su Ming. Its arms and claws waved, and the dark golden light passed through the pupils. Su Ming only felt a cold chill coming, and a huge sense of crisis made his whole body of soul riot. Swish! A black moon arc burst out from the silver light, and the brilliance was full of murderous withering. Boom! Two attacks, black and dark gold, intertwined in the sky, and the former collapsed at the first touch. The shield on his body was also torn. With a sizzling sound, Su Ming was engulfed by the dark gold claws.